Catelyn. "Tell father I have gone to make him proud." Her brother swung up into a saddle, every inch the lord in his bright mail and flowing mud-and-water cloak. A silver trout ornamented the crest of his great helm, twin to the one painted on his shield. "He was always proud of you, Edmure, and he loves you fiercely. Believe that." "I mean to give him better reason than mere birth." He wheeled his war-horse about and raised a hand. Trumpets sounded, a drum began to boom, the drawbridge descended in fits and starts, and Sir Edmure Tully led his men out from Riverrun, with lances raised and banners streaming. "I have a greater host than yours, brother," Catelyn thought as she watched them go, "a host of doubts and fears." Beside her, Brienne's misery was almost palpable. Catelyn had ordered garments sewn to her measure, handsome gowns to suit her birth and sex, yet still she preferred to dress in oddments of mail and boiled leather, a sword-belt cinched around her waist. She would have been happier riding to war with Edmure, no doubt, but even walls as strong as river-runs required swords to hold them. Her brother had taken every able-bodied man for the fords, leaving Sir Desmond Grell to command a garrison made up of the wounded, the old, and the sick, along with a few squires and some untrained peasant boys still shy of manhood. This, to defend a castle crammed full of women and children. When the last of Edmure's foot had shuffled under the portcullis, Brienne asked, "What shall we do now, my lady?" "Our duty." Catelyn's face was drawn as she started across the yard. "I have always done my duty," she thought. Perhaps that was why her lord father had always cherished her best of all his children. Her two older brothers had both died in infancy, so she had been son as well as daughter to Lord Hoster until Edmure was born. Then her mother had died, and her father had told her that she must be the Lady of Riverrun now, and she had done that too. And when Lord Hoster promised her to Brandon Stark, she had thanked him for making her such a splendid match. "I gave Brandon my favour to wear, and never comforted Peter once after he was wounded, nor bid him farewell when father sent him off. And when Brandon was murdered, and father told me I must wed his brother, I did so gladly, though I never saw Ned's face until our wedding day. I gave my maidenhood to this solemn stranger, and sent him off to his war and his king and the woman who bore him his bastard, because I always did my duty." Her steps took her to the Sept, a seven-sided sandstone temple set amidst her mother's gardens and filled with rainbow light. It was crowded when they entered. Catelyn was not alone in her need for prayer. She knelt before the painted marble image of the warrior, and lit a scented candle for Edmure and another for Robb off beyond the hills. "Keep them safe and help them to victory," she prayed, "and bring peace to the souls of the slain and comfort to those they leave behind." The Septon entered with his censer and crystal while she was at her prayers, so Catelyn lingered for the celebration. She did not know this Septon, an earnest young man close to Edmure's age. He performed his office well enough, and his voice was rich and pleasant when he sang the praises to the seven. But Catelyn found herself yearning for the thin, quavering tones of Septon Osmond, long dead. Osmond would have listened patiently to the tale of what she had seen and felt in Renly's pavilion, and he might have known what it meant as well, and what she must do to lay to rest the shadows that stalked her dreams. Osmond, my father, Uncle Brynden, old Maester Kim, they always seemed to know everything. But now there is only me, and it seems I know nothing, not even my duty. How can I do my duty if I do not know where it lies? Catelyn's knees were stiff by the time she rose, though she felt no wiser. Perhaps she would go to the Godswood tonight, and pray to Ned's gods as well. They were older than the seven. Outside she found song of a very different sort. Raymond the Rhymer sat by the brew-house amidst a circle of listeners, his deep voice ringing as he sang of Lord Daramond at the Bloody Meadow. "And there he stood with sword in hand, the last of Darry's 10. Brienne paused to listen for a moment, broad shoulders hunched and thick arms crossed against her chest. A mob of ragged boys raced by, screeching and flailing at each other with sticks. Why do boys so love to play at war? Catelyn wondered if Raymond was the answer. The singer's voice swelled as he neared the end of his song. And red the grass beneath his feet, and red his banners bright, and red the glow of setting sun that bathed him in its light. Come on, the great lord called, my sword is hungry still, and with a cry of savage rage they swarmed across the rill. Fighting is better than this waiting, Brienne said. You don't feel so helpless when you fight. You have a sword and a horse, sometimes an axe. When you're armored, it's hard for anyone to hurt you. Knights die in battle, Catelyn reminded her. Brienne looked at her with those blue and beautiful eyes. As ladies die in childbed. No one sings songs about them. Children are a battle of a different sort. Catelyn started across the yard. A battle without banners or war horns, but no less fierce. Carrying a child, bringing it into the world. Your mother will have told you of the pain. I never knew my mother, Brienne said. My father had ladies, a different lady every year, but those were no ladies, Catelyn said. As hard as birth can be, Brienne, what comes after is even harder. At times I feel as though I am being torn apart. Would that there were 5 of me, 1 for each child, so I might keep them all safe. And who would keep you safe, my lady? Her smile was wan and tired. Why, the men of my house. Or so my lady mother taught me. My lord father, my brother, my uncle, my husband, they will keep me safe. But while they are away from me, I suppose you must fill their place, Brienne. Brienne bowed her head. I shall try, my lady. Later that day, Maester Wyman brought a letter. She saw him at once, hoping for some word from Robb, or from Sir Roderick in Winterfell. But the message proved to be from one Lord Meadows, who named himself Castellan of Storm's End. It was addressed to her father, her brother, her son, or whoever now holds River Run. Sir Courtenay Penrose was dead, the man wrote, and Storm's End had opened its gate to Stannis Baratheon, the true-born and rightful heir. The castle garrison had sworn their swords to his cause, one and all, and no man of them had suffered harm. Save Courtenay Penrose, Catelyn murmured. She had never met the man, yet she grieved to hear of his passing. Robb should know of this at once, she said. Do we know where he is? At last word he was marching toward the crag, the seat of House Westerling, said Maester Wyman. If I dispatched a raven to Ashmark, it may be that they could send a rider after him. Do so. Catelyn read the letter again after the maester was gone. Lord Meadows says nothing of Robert's bastard, she confided to Brienne. I suppose he yielded the boy with the rest, though I confess I do not understand why Stannis wanted him so badly. Perhaps he fears the boy's claim. A bastard's claim? No, it's something else. What does this child look like? He is 7 or 8, comely, with black hair and bright blue eyes. Visitors oft thought him Lord Renly's own son. And Renly favoured Robert. Catelyn had a glimmer of understanding. Stannis means to parade his brother's bastard before the realm, so men might see Robert in his face and wonder why there is no such likeness in Joffrey. Would that mean so much? Those who favour Stannis will call it proof. Those who support Joffrey will say it means nothing. Her own children had more Tully about them than Stark. Arya was the only one to show much of Ned in her features. And Jon Snow, but he was never mine. She found herself thinking of Jon's mother, that shadowy, secret love her husband would never speak of. Does she grieve for Ned as I do? Or did she hate him for leaving her bed for mine? Does she pray for her son as I have prayed for mine? They were uncomfortable thoughts, and futile. If Jon had been born of Ashara Dane of Starfall, as some whispered, the lady was long dead. If not, Catelyn had no clue who or where his mother might be. And it made no matter. Ned was gone now, and his loves and his secrets had all died with him. Still, she was struck again by how strangely men behaved when it came to their bastards. Ned had always been fiercely protective of John, and Sir Courtenay Penrose had given up his life for this Edric Storm. Yet Roose Bolton's bastard had been less to him than one of his dogs, to judge from the tone of the queer, cold letter Edmure had gotten from him not 3 days past. He had crossed the Trident and was marching on Harrenhal as commanded, he wrote. A strong castle and well garrisoned, but his grace shall have it if I must kill every living soul within to make it so. He hoped his grace would weigh that against the crimes of his bastard son, whom Sir Roderick Castle had put to death. A fate he no doubt earned, Bolton had written. Tainted blood is ever treacherous, and Ramsay's nature was sly, greedy, and cruel. I count myself well rid of him. The true-born sons my young wife has promised me would never have been safe while he lived. The sound of hurrying footsteps drove the morbid thoughts from her head. Sir Desmond's squire dashed panting into the room and knelt. "My lady, Lannisters, across the river!" "Take a long breath, lad, and tell it slowly." He did as she bid him. "A column of armoured men," he reported, "across the Red Fork. They are flying a purple unicorn below the Lion of Lannister." Some son of Lord Brax. Brax had come to Riverrun once when she was a girl, to propose wedding one of his sons to her Elisa. She wondered whether it was this same son out there now, leading the attack. The Lannisters had ridden out of the southeast beneath a blaze of banners, Sir Desmond told her when she ascended to the battlements to join him. "A few outriders, no more," he assured her. "The main strength of Lord Tywin's host is well to the south. We are in no danger here." South of the Red Fork the land stretched away open and flat. From the watchtower Catelyn could see for miles. Even so, only the nearest ford was visible. Edmure had entrusted Lord Jason Mallister with its defence, as well as that of 3 others farther upriver. The Lannister riders were milling about uncertainly near the water, crimson and silver banners flapping in the wind. "No more than 50, my lady," Sir Desmond estimated. Catelyn watched the riders spread out in a long line. Lord Jason's men waited to receive them behind rocks and grass and hillocks. A trumpet blast sent the horsemen forward at a ponderous walk, splashing down into the current. For a moment they made a brave show, all bright armour and streaming banners, the sun flashing off the points of their lances. "Now," she heard Brienne mutter. It was hard to make out what was happening, but the screams of the horses seemed loud even at this remove, and beneath them Catelyn heard the fainter clash of steel on steel. A banner vanished suddenly as its bearer was swept under, and soon after the first dead man drifted past their walls, borne along by the current. By then the Lannisters had pulled back in confusion. She watched as they reformed, conferred briefly, and galloped back the way they had come. The men on the walls shouted taunts after them, though they were already too far off to hear. Sir Desmond slapped his belly. "Would that Lord Hoster could have seen that! It would have made him dance." "My father's dancing days are past, I fear," Catelyn said, "and this fight has just begun. The Lannisters will come again. Lord Tywin has twice my brother's numbers." "He could have 10 times, and it would not matter," Sir Desmond said. "The west bank of the Red Fork is higher than the east, my lady, and well wooded. Our bowmen have good cover and a clear field for their shafts. And should any breach occur, Edmure will have his best knights in reserve, ready to ride wherever they are most sorely needed. The river will hold them." "I pray that you are right," Catelyn said gravely. That night they came again. She had commanded them to wake her at once if the enemy returned, and well after midnight a serving girl touched her gently by the shoulder. Catelyn sat up at once. "What is it?" "The ford again, my lady." Wrapped in a bedrobe, Catelyn climbed to the roof of the keep. From there she could see over the walls and the moonlit river to where the battle raged. The defenders had built watchfires along the bank, and perhaps the Lannisters thought to find them night-blind or unwary. If so, it was folly. Darkness was a chancy ally at best. As they waded in to breast their way across, men stepped in hidden pools and went down splashing, while others stumbled over stones or gashed their feet on the hidden caltrops. The Mallister bowmen sent a storm of fire arrows hissing across the river, strangely beautiful from afar. One man, pierced through a dozen times, his clothes afire, danced and whirled in the knee-deep water until at last he fell and was swept downstream. By the time his body came bobbing past River Run, the fires and his life had both been extinguished. A small victory, Catelyn thought when the fighting had ended and the surviving foemen had melted back into the night, yet a victory none the less. As they descended the winding turret steps, Catelyn asked Brienne for her thoughts. "That was the brush of Lord Tywin's fingertip, my lady," the girl said. "He is probing, feeling for a weak point, an undefended crossing. If he does not find one, he will curl all his fingers into a fist and try and make one." Brienne hunched her shoulders. "That's what I'd do, were I him." Her hand went to the hilt of her sword and gave it a little pat, as if to make certain it was still there. And may the gods help us then, Catelyn thought. Yet there was nothing she could do for it. That was Edmure's battle out there on the river. Hers was here, inside the castle. The next morning, as she broke her fast, she sent for her father's aged steward, Utherides Wayne. "Have Sir Cleos Frey brought a flagon of wine? I mean to question him soon, and I want his tongue well loosened." "As you command, my lady." Not long after, a rider with a Mallister eagle sewn on his breast arrived with a message from Lord Jason, telling of another skirmish and another victory. Sir Flemont Brax had tried to force a crossing at a different ford 6 leagues to the south. This time the Lannisters shortened their lances and advanced across the river behind on foot, but the Mallister bowmen had rained high, arcing shots down over their shields, while the scorpions Edmure had mounted on the river bank sent heavy stones crashing through to break up the formation. "They left a dozen dead in the water, only 2 reaching the shallows, where we dealt with them briskly," the rider reported. He also told of fighting farther upstream, where Lord Carl Vance held the fords. "Those thrusts, too, were turned aside, at grievous cost to our foes." Perhaps Edmure was wiser than I knew, Catelyn thought. His lords all saw the sense in his battle plans. Why was I so blind? My brother is not the little boy I remember, no more than Robb is. She waited until evening before going to pay her call upon Sir Cleos Frey, reasoning that the longer she delayed, the drunker he was likely to be. As she entered the tower cell, Sir Cleos stumbled to his knees. "My lady, I knew naught of any escape. The imp said a Lannister must needs have a Lannister escort, on my oath as a knight." "Arise, sir." Catelyn seated herself. "I know no grandson of Walder Frey would be an oath-breaker, unless it served his purpose." "You brought peace terms, my brother said?" "I did." Sir Cleos lurched to his feet. She was pleased to see how unsteady he was. "Tell me," she commanded, and he did. When he was done, Catelyn sat frowning. Edmure had been right. These were no terms at all, except Lannister would exchange Arya and Sansa for his brother? "Yes, he sat on the Iron Throne and swore it." "Before witnesses?" "Before all the court, my lady. And the gods as well. I said as much to Sir Edmure, but he told me it was not possible, that his Grace Robb would never consent." "He told you true." She could not even say that Robb was wrong. Arya and Sansa were children. The Kingslayer, alive and free, was as dangerous as any man in the realm. That road led nowhere. "Did you see my girls? Are they treated well?" Sir Cleos hesitated.
Yes, they seemed—"
He is fumbling for a lie, Catelyn realized. But the wine has fuddled his wits. "Sir Cleos," she said coolly, "you forfeited the protection of your peace banner when your men played us false. Lie to me, and you'll hang from the walls beside them. Believe that. I shall ask you once more, did you see my daughters?" His brow was damp with sweat. I saw Sansa at the court the day Tyrion told me his terms. She looked most beautiful, my lady. Perhaps a bit wan, drawn, as it were. Sansa, but not Arya. That might mean anything. Arya had always been harder to tame. Perhaps Cersei was reluctant to parade her in open court for fear of what she might say or do. They might have her locked safely out of sight. Or they might have killed her. Catelyn shoved the thought away. His terms, you said. Yet Cersei is Queen Regent. Tyrion spoke for both of them. The Queen was not there. She was indisposed that day, I was told. Curious. Catelyn thought back to that terrible trek through the Mountains of the Moon, and the way Tyrion Lannister had somehow seduced that sellsword from her service to his own. The dwarf is too clever by half. She could not imagine how he had survived the high road after Lisa had sent him from the Vale, yet it did not surprise her. He had no part in Ned's murder, at the least, and he came to my defense when the clansmen attacked us. If I could trust his word— She opened her hands to look down at the scars across her fingers. His dagger's marks, she reminded herself. His dagger in the hand of the killer he paid to open Bran's throat. Though the dwarf denied it, to be sure. Even after Lisa locked him in one of her sky cells and threatened him with her moon door, he had still denied it. He lied, she said, rising abruptly. The Lannisters are liars, every one, and the dwarf is the worst of them. The killer was armed with his own knife. Sir Cleo stared. I know nothing of any— You know nothing, she agreed, sweeping from the cell. Brienne fell in beside her, silent. It is simpler for her, Catelyn thought with a pang of envy. She was like a man in that. For men the answer was always the same, and never farther away than the nearest sword. For a woman, a mother, the way was stonier and harder to know. She took a late supper in the great hall with her garrison to give them what encouragement she could. Raymond the Rhymer sang through all the courses, sparing her the need to talk. He closed with a song he had written about Robb's victory at Oxcross. And the stars in the night were the eyes of his wolves, and the wind itself was their song. Between the verses, Raymond threw back his head and howled, and by the end, half of the hall was howling along with him, even Desmond Grell, who was well in his cups. Their voices rang off the rafters. Let them have their songs, if it makes them brave, Catelyn thought, toying with her silver goblet. There was always a singer at Evenfall Hall when I was a girl, Brienne said quietly. I learned all the songs by heart. Sansa did the same, though few singers ever cared to make the long journey north to Winterfell. I told her there would be singers at the king's court, though. I told her she would hear music of all sorts, that her father could find some master to help her learn the high harp. Oh, gods forgive me. Brienne said, I remember a woman. She came from some place across the narrow sea. I could not even say what language she sang in, but her voice was as lovely as she was. She had eyes the colour of plums, and her waist was so tiny my father could put his hands around it. His hands were almost as big as mine. She closed her long, thick fingers as if to hide them. Did you sing for your father? Catelyn asked. Brienne shook her head, staring down at her trencher as if to find some answer in the gravy. For Lord Renly? The girl reddened. Never. His fool, he made cruel japes sometimes, and Some day you must sing for me. Please, I have no gift. Brienne pushed back from the table. Forgive me, my lady. Do I have your leave to go? Catelyn nodded. The tall, ungainly girl left the hall with long strides, almost unnoticed amidst the revelry. May the gods go with her, she thought, as she returned listlessly to her supper. It was 3 days later when the hammer blow that Brienne had foretold fell, and 5 days before they heard of it. Catelyn was sitting with her father when Edmure's messenger arrived. The man's armor was dinted, his boots dusty, and he had a ragged hole in his surcoat, but the look on his face as he knelt was enough to tell her that the news was good. "Victory, my lady." He handed her Edmure's letter. Her hand trembled as she broke the seal. Lord Tywin had tried to force a crossing at 12 different fords, her brother wrote, but every thrust had been thrown back. Lord Lefford had been drowned, the Craighall knight called Strongboard taken captive, Sir Adam Marbrand thrice forced to retreat. But the fiercest battle had been fought at Stone Mill, where Sir Gregor Clegane had led the assault. So many of his men had fallen that their dead horses threatened to dam the flow. In the end, the Mountain and a handful of his best had gained the west bank, but Edmure had thrown his reserve at them, and they had shattered and reeled away bloody and beaten. Sir Gregor himself had lost his horse and staggered back across the Red Fork, bleeding from 12 wounds, while a rain of arrows and stones fell all around him. "They shall not cross, Cat," Edmure scrawled. "Lord Tywin is marching to the southeast. A feint, perhaps, or full retreat, it matters not. They shall not cross." Sir Desmond Grell had been elated. "Oh, if only I might have been with him," the old knight said when she read him the letter. "Where is that fool Raymond? There's a song in this, by the gods, and one that even Edmure will want to hear. The mill that ground the mountain down. I could almost make the words myself had I the singer's gift." "I'll hear no songs until the fighting's done," Catelyn said, perhaps too sharply. Yet she allowed Sir Desmond to spread the word, and agreed when he suggested breaking open some casks in honour of Stone Mill. The mood within River Run had been strained and sombre. They would all be better for a little drink and hope. That night the castle rang to the sounds of celebration. "River Run!" the small folk shouted, and "Tully! Tully!" They'd come frightened and helpless, and her brother had taken them in when most lords would have closed their gates. Their voices floated in through the high windows and seeped under the heavy redwood doors. Raymond played his harp, accompanied by a pair of drummers and a youth with a set of reed pipes. Catelyn listened to girlish laughter and the excited chatter of the green boys her brother had left her for a garrison. Good sounds, and yet they did not touch her. She could not share their happiness. In her father's solar she found a heavy leather-bound book of maps and opened it to the Riverlands. Her eyes found the path of the Red Fork and traced it by flickering candlelight. Marching to the southeast, she thought. By now they had likely reached the headwaters of the Blackwater Rush, she decided. She closed the book, even more uneasy than before. The gods had granted them victory after victory. At Stone Mill, at Oxcross, in the Battle of the Camps, at the Whispering Wood. But if we are winning, why am I so afraid? Bran. The sound was the faintest of clinks, a scraping of steel over stone. He lifted his head from his paws, listening, sniffing at the night. The evening's rain had woken 100 sleeping smells and made them ripe and strong again. Grass and thorns, blackberries broken on the ground, mud, worms, rotting leaves, a rat creeping through the bush. He caught the shaggy black scent of his brother's coat, and the sharp coppery tang of blood from the squirrel he'd killed. Other squirrels moved through the branches above, smelling of wet fur and fear, their little claws scratching at the bark. The noise had sounded something like that. And he heard it again, clink and scrape. It brought him to his feet. His ears pricked and his tail rose. He howled, a long, deep, shivery cry, a howl to wake the sleepers. But the piles of man-rock were dark and dead. A still, wet night, a night to drive men into their holes. The rain had stopped, but the men still hid from the damp, huddled by the fires in their caves of piled stone. His brother came sliding through the trees, moving almost as quiet as another brother he remembered dimly from long ago, the white one, with the eyes of blood. This brother's eyes were pools of shadow, but the fur on the back of his neck was bristling. He had heard the sounds as well, and known they meant danger. This time the clink and scrape were followed by a slithering and the soft, swift patter of skin feet on stone. The wind brought the faintest whiff of a man-smell he did not know. Stranger, danger, death. He ran toward the sound, his brother racing beside him. The stone dens rose before them, all slick and wet. He bared his teeth, but the man-rock took no notice. A gate loomed up, a black iron snake coiled tight about a bar and post. When he crashed against it, the gate shuddered, and the snake clanked and slithered and held. Through the bars he could look down the long stone burrow that ran between the walls to the stony field beyond, but there was no way through. He could force his muzzle between the bars, but no more. Many a time his brother had tried to crack the black bones of the gate between his teeth, but they would not break. They had tried to dig under, but there were great flat stones beneath, half covered by earth and blown leaves. Snarling, he paced back and forth in front of the gate, then threw himself at it once more. It moved a little and slammed him back. Locked, something whispered. Chained. The voice he did not hear, the scent without a smell. The other ways were closed as well. Where doors opened in the walls of man-rock, the wood was thick and strong. There was no way out. "There is," the whisper came, and it seemed as if he could see the shadow of a great tree covered in needles, slanting up out of the black earth to 10 times the height of a man. Yet when he looked about, it was not there. "The other side of the gods' wood, the sentinel. Hurry, hurry!" Through the gloom of night came a muffled shout, cut short. Swiftly he whirled and bounded back into the trees, wet leaves rustling beneath his paws, branches whipping at him as he rushed past. He could hear his brother following close. They plunged under the hot tree and around the cold pool, through the blackberry bushes, under a tangle of oaks and ash and hawthorn scrub, to the far side of the wood. And there it was, the shadow he'd glimpsed without seeing, the slanting tree pointing at the rooftops. Sentinel, came the thought. He remembered how it was to climb it then. The needles everywhere, scratching at his bare face and falling down the back of his neck, the sticky sap on his hands, the sharp, piney smell of it. It was an easy tree for a boy to climb, leaning as it did, crooked, the branches so close together they almost made a ladder, slanting right up to the roof. Growling, he sniffed around the base of the tree, lifted a leg and marked it with a stream of urine. A low branch brushed his face, and he snapped at it, twisting and pulling until the wood cracked and tore. His mouth was full of needles and the bitter taste of the sap. He shook his head and snarled. His brother sat back on his haunches and lifted his voice in an ululating howl, his song black with mourning. The way was no way. They were not squirrels, nor the cubs of men. They could not wriggle up the trunks of trees, clinging with soft pink paws and clumsy feet. They were runners, hunters, prowlers. Off across the night, beyond the stone that hemmed them close, the dogs woke and began to bark. One, and then another, and then all of them, a great clamour. They smelled it too, the scent of foes and fear. A desperate fury filled him, hot as hunger. He sprang away from the wall, loped off beneath the trees, the shadows of branch and leaf dappling his grey fur. And then he turned and raced back in a rush. His feet flew, kicking up wet leaves and pine needles, and for a little time he was a hunter, and an antlered stag was fleeing before him, and he could see it, smell it, and he ran full out in pursuit. The smell of fear made his heart thunder, and slaver ran from his jaws, and he reached the falling tree in stride and threw himself up the trunk, claws scrabbling at the bark for purchase. Upward he bounded, up, 2 bounds, 3, hardly slowing until he was among the lower limbs. Branches tangled his feet and whipped at his eyes, grey-green needles scattered as he shouldered through them, snapping. He had to slow. Something snagged at his foot, and he wrenched it free, snarling. The trunk narrowed under him, the slope steeper, almost straight up and wet. The bark tore like skin when he tried to claw at it. He was a third of the way up, halfway, more. The roof was almost within reach. And then he put down a foot and felt it slip off the curve of wet wood, and suddenly he was sliding, stumbling. He yowled in fear and fury, falling, and twisted around while the ground rushed up to break him. And then Bran was back abed in his lonely tower room, tangled in his blankets, his breath coming hard. "Summer!" he cried aloud. "Summer!" His shoulder seemed to ache as if he had fallen on it, but he knew it was only the ghost of what the wolf was feeling. Jojen told it true. I am a beastling. Outside he could hear the faint barking of dogs. The sea has come. It's flowing over the walls, just as Jojen saw. Bran grabbed the bar overhead and pulled himself up, shouting for help. No one came, and after a moment he remembered that no one would. They had taken the guard off his door. Sir Roderick had needed every man of fighting age he could lay his hands on, so Winterfell had been left with only a token garrison. The rest had left 8 days past, 600 men from Winterfell and the nearest holdfasts. Clay Serwyn was bringing 300 more to join them on the march, and Maester Luwin had sent ravens before them, summoning levies from White Harbour and the Barrowlands, and even the deep places inside the Wolf's Wood. Torrhen Square was under attack by some monstrous war chief named Dagmer Cleftjaw. Old Nan said he couldn't be killed, that once a foe had cut his head in two with an axe, but Dagmer was so fierce he'd just pushed the two halves back together and held them until they healed up. Could Dagmer have won? Torrhen Square was many days from Winterfell, yet still— Bran pulled himself from the bed, moving bar to bar until he reached the windows. His fingers fumbled a little as he swung back the shutters. The yard was empty, and all the windows he could see were black. Winterfell slept. "Hodor!" he shouted down, as loud as he could. Hodor would be asleep above the stables, but maybe if he yelled loud enough he'd hear, or somebody would. "Hodor, come fast! Osha, Mira, Jojen, anyone!" Bran cupped his hands around his mouth. "Hodor!" But when the door crashed open behind him, the man who stepped through was no one Bran knew. He wore a leather jerkin sewn with overlapping iron discs, and carried a dirk in one hand and an axe strapped to his back. "What do you want?" Bran demanded, afraid. "This is my room. You get out of here." Theon Greyjoy followed him into the bedchamber. "We're not here to harm you, Bran." "Theon!" Bran felt dizzy with relief. "Did Robb send you? Is he here too?" "Robb's far away. He can't help you now." "Help me?" He was confused. "Don't scare me, Theon." "I'm Prince Theon now. We're both princes, Bran. Who would have dreamed it? But I've taken your castle, my prince." "Winterfell?" Bran shook his head. "No, you couldn't." "Leave us, Werlag." The man with the dirk withdrew. Theon seated himself on the bed. "I sent 4 men over the walls with grappling claws and ropes, and they opened a postern gate for the rest of us. My men are dealing with yours even now. I promise you, Winterfell is mine." Bran did not understand. "But your father's ward." "And now you and your brother are my wards. As soon as the fighting's done, my men will be bringing the rest of your people together in the Great Hall. You and I are going to speak to them. We'll tell them how you've yielded Winterfell to me, and command them to serve and obey their new lord as they did the old." "I won't," said Bran. "We'll fight you and throw you out. I never yielded. You can't make me say I did." "This is no game, Bran, so don't play the boy with me. I won't stand for it. The castle is mine, but these people are still yours. If the prince would keep them safe, he'd best do as he's told." He rose and went to the door. "Someone will come, dress you, and carry you to the Great Hall. Think carefully on what you want to say." The waiting made Bran feel even more helpless than before. He sat in the window-seat, staring out at dark towers and walls black as shadow. Once he thought he heard shouting beyond the guards' hall, and something that might have been a clash of swords, but he did not have Summer's ears to hear, nor his nose to smell. "Awake, I am still broken. But when I sleep, when I'm Summer, I can run and fight and hear and smell." He had expected that Hodor would come for him, or maybe one of the serving girls, but when the door next opened it was Maester Luwin, carrying a candle. "Bran," he said, "you know what has happened. You have been told." The skin was broken above his left eye, and blood ran down that side of his face. "Theon came. He said Winterfell was his now." The maester set down the candle and wiped the blood off his cheek. "They swam the moat, climbed the walls with hook and rope, came over wet and dripping, steel in hand." He sat on the chair by the door as fresh blood flowed. "Hailbelly was on the gate. They surprised him in the turret and killed him. Hayhead's wounded as well. I had time to send off 2 ravens before they burst in. The bird to White Harbour got away, but they brought down the other with an arrow." The maester stared at the rushes. "Sir Roderick took too many of our men, but I am to blame as much as he is. I never saw this danger. I never—" "Jojen saw it," Bran thought. You better help me dress." "Yes, that's so." In the heavy iron-bound chest at the foot of Bran's bed, the maester found small clothes, breeches and tunic. "You are the Stark in Winterfell and Robb's heir. You must look princely." Together they garbed him as befit a lord. "Theon wants me to yield the castle," Bran said, as the maester was fastening the cloak with his favourite wolf's head clasp of silver and jet. "There is no shame in that. A lord must protect his small folk. Cruel places breed cruel peoples, Bran. Remember that as you deal with these iron men. Your lord father did what he could to gentle Theon, but I fear it was too little and too late." The Iron Man who came for them was a squat, thick-bodied man with a coal-black beard that covered half his chest. He bore the boy easily enough, though he looked none too happy with the task. Rickon's bedchamber was a half-turn down the steps. The 4-year-old was cranky at being woken. "I want Mother," he said. "I want her, and Shaggy Dog, too." "Your mother is far away, my prince." Maester Luwin pulled a bedrobe over the child's head. "But I'm here, and Bran." He took Rickon by the hand and led him out. Below they came on Mira and Jojen being herded from their room by a bald man whose spear was 3 feet taller than he was. When Jojen looked at Bran, his eyes were green pools full of sorrow. Other Iron Men had rousted the phrase. "Your brother's lost his kingdom," little Walder told Bran. "You're no prince now, just a hostage." "So are you," Jojen said, "and me and all of us." "No one was talking to you, Frog-Eater." One of the Iron Men went before them carrying a torch, but the rain had started again and soon drowned it out. As they hurried across the yard they could hear the dire wolves howling in the godswood. "I hope Summer wasn't hurt falling from the tree." Theon Greyjoy was seated in the high seat of the Starks. He had taken off his cloak. Over a shirt of fine mail he wore a black surcoat emblazoned with the golden crochan of his house. His hands rested on the wolves' heads carved at the ends of the wide stone arms. "Theon's sitting in Robb's chair," Rickon said. "Hush, Rickon." Bran could feel the menace around them, but his brother was too young. A few torches had been lit, and a fire kindled in the great hearth, but most of the hall remained in darkness. There was no place to sit with the benches stacked against the walls, so the castle folk stood in small groups, not daring to speak. He saw old Nan, her toothless mouth opening and closing. Hayhead was carried in between 2 of the other guards, a blood-stained bandage wrapped about his bare chest. Poxy Tim wept inconsolably, and Beth Castle cried with fear. "What have we here?" Theon asked of the reeds and Freys. "These are Lady Catelyn's wards, both named Walder Frey," Maester Luwin explained. "And this is Jojen Reed and his sister Mira, son and daughter to Howland Reed of Greywater Watch, who came to renew their oaths of fealty to Winterfell." "Some might call that ill-timed," said Theon, "though not for me. Here you are, and here you'll stay." He vacated the high seat. "Bring the prince here, Lauren." The black-bearded man dumped Bran onto the stone as if he were a sack of oats. People were still being driven into the great hall, prodded along with shouts and the butts of the spears. Gage and Osha arrived from the kitchens, spotted with flour from making the morning bread. Micken they dragged in cursing. Farlin entered, limping, struggling to support Palla. Her dress had been ripped in 2. She held it up with a clenched fist and walked as if every step were agony. Septon Chael rushed to lend a hand, but one of the Iron Men knocked him to the floor. The last man marched through the doors was the prisoner Reek, whose stench preceded him, ripe and pungent. Bran felt his stomach twist at the smell of him. "We found this one locked in a tower cell," announced his escort, a beardless youth with ginger-colored hair and sodden clothing, doubtless one of those who'd swarmed the moat. "He says they call him Reek." "Can't think why," Theon said, smiling. "Do you always smell so bad, or did you just finish fucking a pig?" "Haven't fucked no one since they took me, my lord. Heek's me true name. I was in service to the bastard of the Dreadfort till the Starks give him an arrow in the back for a wedding gift." Theon found that amusing. "Who did he marry?" "The widow of Hornwood, my lord." "That crone? Was he blind? She has teats like empty wineskins, dry and withered." "It wasn't her teats he wed her for, my lord." The Iron Men slammed shut the tall doors at the foot of the hall. From the high seat Bran could see about 20 of them.
He probably left some guards on the gates in the armory. Even so, there couldn't be more than 30.
Theon raised his hands for quiet. "You all know me."
"Aye, we know you for a sack of steaming dung,"
shouted Micken, before the bald man drove the butt of his spear into his gut, then smashed him across the face with a shaft. The smith stumbled to his knees and spat out a tooth.
"Micken, you be silent."
Bran tried to sound stern and lordly, the way Robb did when he made a command, but his voice betrayed him, and the words came out in a shrill squeak. "Listen to your little lordling, Micken," said Theon. "He has more sense than you do."
A good lord protects his people, he reminded himself.
"I've yielded Winterfell to Theon."
"Louder, Bran, and call me Prince." He raised his voice.
"I have yielded Winterfell to Prince Theon. All of you should do as he commands you." "Damned if I will!" bellowed Micken.
Theon ignored the outburst. "My father has donned the ancient crown of salt and rock and declared himself king of the Iron Islands. He claims the north as well, by right of conquest. You are all his subjects."
"Bugger that!"
Micken wiped the blood from his mouth.
"I serve the Starks, not some treasonous squid of— Ah!"
The butt of the spear smashed him face first into the stone floor. "Smiths have strong arms and weak heads," observed Theon. "But if the rest of you serve me as loyally as you served Ned Stark, you'll find me as generous a lord as you could want." On his hands and knees, Micken spat blood.
"Please don't,"
Bran wished at him, but the blacksmith shouted, "If you think you can hold the north with this sorry lot—" The bald man drove the point of his spear into the back of Micken's neck. Steel slid through flesh and came out his throat in a welter of blood. A woman screamed, and Mira wrapped her arms around Rickon.
"It's blood he drowned on," Bran thought numbly. "His own blood."
"Who else has something to say?" asked Theon Greyjoy.
"Hodor, Hodor, Hodor, Hodor!"
shouted Hodor, eyes wide. "Someone kindly shut that half-wit up." 2 iron men began to beat Hodor with the butts of their spears. The stable-boy dropped to the floor, trying to shield himself with his hands. "I will be as good a lord to you as Eddard Stark ever was." Theon raised his voice to be heard above the smack of wood on flesh. "Betray me, though, and you'll wish you hadn't. And don't think the men you see here are the whole of my power. Torrhen Square and Deepwood Motte will soon be ours as well, and my uncle is sailing up the Salt Spear to seize Moat Cailin. If Robb Stark can stave off the Lannisters, he may reign as King of the Trident hereafter, but House Greyjoy holds the north now." "Stark's lords will fight you," the man Reek called out. "That bloated pig at White Harbor for one, and then Umbers and Garstarks too. You'll need men. Free me, and I'm yours." Theon weighed him a moment. "You're cleverer than you smell, but I could not suffer that stench." "Well," said Reek, "I could wash some if I was free." "A man of rare good sense." Theon smiled. "Bend the knee." One of the Iron Men handed Reek a sword, and he laid it at Theon's feet and swore obedience to House Greyjoy and King Balon. Bran could not look. The green dream was coming true.
"My Lord Greyjoy,"
Osha stepped past Micken's body.
"I was brought here captive too. You were there the day I was taken."
"I thought you were a friend," Bran thought, hurt. "I need fighters," Theon declared, "not kitchen sluts."
"It was Robb Stark put me in the kitchens. For the best part of a year I've been left to scour kettles, scrape grease, and warm the straw for this one."
She threw a look at Gage.
"I've had a bellyful of it. Put a spear in my hand again."
"I got a spear for you right here,"
said the bald man who'd killed Micken. He grabbed his crotch, grinning. Osha drove her bony knee up between his legs.
"You keep that soft pink thing."
She wrested the spear from him and used the butt to knock him off his feet.
"I'll have me the wooden iron."
The bald man writhed on the floor while the other reavers sent up gales of laughter. Theon laughed with the rest. "You'll do," he said. "Keep the spear. Stig can find another. Now bend the knee and swear." When no one else rushed forward to pledge service, they were dismissed with a warning to do their work and make no trouble. Hodor was given the task of bearing Bran back to his bed. His face was all ugly from the beating, his nose swollen and one eye closed.
"Hodor,"
he sobbed between cracked lips, as he lifted Bran in huge, strong arms and bloody hands and carried him back out into the rain. Arya.
"There's ghosts, I know there is." Hot Pie was kneading bread, his arms floured up to his elbows. "Pia saw something in the buttery last night."
Arya made a rude noise. Pia was always seeing things in the buttery. Usually they were men.
"Can I have a tart?" she asked. "You baked a whole tray." "I need a whole tray. Sir Amory is partial to them."
She hated Sir Amory.
"Let's spit on them."
Hot Pie looked around nervously. The kitchens were full of shadows and echoes, but the other cooks and scullions were all asleep in the cavernous lofts above the ovens.
"He'll know." "He will not," Arya said. "You can't taste spit." "If he does, it's me they'll whip."
Hot Pie stopped his kneading.
"You shouldn't even be here. It's the black of night."
It was, but Arya never minded. Even in the black of night the kitchens were never still. There was always someone rolling dough for the morning bread, stirring a kettle with a long wooden spoon, or butchering a hog for Sir Amory's breakfast bacon. Tonight it was Hot Pie.
"If Pink Eye wakes and finds you gone," Hot Pie said.
Pink Eye never wakes. His true name was Mebble, but everyone called him Pink Eye for his runny eyes.
"Not once he's passed out."
Each morning he broke his fast with ale. Each evening he fell into a drunken sleep after supper, wine-colored spit running down his chin. Arya would wait until she heard him snoring, then creep barefoot up the servants' stair, making no more noise than the mouse she'd been. She carried neither candle nor taper. Syrio had told her once that darkness could be her friend, and he was right. If she had the moon and the stars to see by, that was enough.
"I bet we could escape, and Pink Eye wouldn't even notice I was gone,"
she told Hot Pie.
"I don't want to escape. It's better here than it was in them woods. I don't want to eat no worms. Here, sprinkle some flour on the board."
Arya cocked her head.
"What's that?"
"What?
I don't—" "Listen with your ears, not your mouth. That was a war horn. 2 blasts, didn't you hear? And there, that's the portcullis chains. Someone's going out or coming in. Want to go see?"
The gates of Harrenhal had not been opened since the morning Lord Tywin had marched with his host.
"I'm making the morning bread," Hot Pie complained. "Anyhow, I don't like it when it's dark. I told you." "I'm going. I'll tell you after. Can I have a tart?"
"No." She filched one anyway, and ate it on her way out. It was stuffed with chopped nuts and fruit and cheese, the crust flaky and still warm from the oven. Eating Sir Amory's tart made Arya feel daring.
"Barefoot, surefoot, lightfoot," she sang under her breath. "I am the ghost in Harrenhal."
The horn had stirred the castle from sleep. Men were coming out into the ward to see what the commotion was about. Arya fell in with the others. A line of ox carts were rumbling under the portcullis. Plunder, she knew at once. The riders escorting the carts spoke in a babble of queer tongues. Their armor glinted pale in the moonlight, and she saw a pair of striped black-and-white azorses.
"The bloody mummers!"
Arya withdrew a little deeper into the shadows, and watched as a huge black bear rolled by, caged in the back of a wagon. Other carts were loaded down with silver plate, weapons and shields, bags of flour, pens of squealing hogs, and scrawny dogs and chickens. Arya was thinking how long it had been since she'd had a slice off a pork roast, when she saw the first of the prisoners. By his bearing and the proud way he held his head, he must have been a lord. She could see mail glinting beneath his torn red surcoat. At first Arya took him for a Lannister, but when he passed near a torch she saw his device was a silver fist, not a lion. His wrists were bound tightly, and a rope around one ankle tied him to the man behind him, and him to the man behind him, so the whole column had to shuffle along in a lurching lockstep. Many of the captives were wounded. If any halted, one of the riders would trot up and give him a lick of the whip to get him moving again. She tried to judge how many prisoners there were, but lost count before she got to 50. There were twice that many, at least. Their clothing was stained with mud and blood, and in the torchlight it was hard to make out all their badges and sigils, but some of those Arya glimpsed she recognized. Twin Towers, Sunburst, Bloody Man, Battle-Axe. The battle-axe is for Serwyn, and the white sun on black is Karstark. They're Northmen, my father's men, and Robb's. She didn't like to think what that might mean. The bloody mummers began to dismount. Stable boys emerged, sleepy from their straw, to tend their lathered horses. One of the riders was shouting for ale. The noise brought Sir Amory Lorch out onto the covered gallery above the ward, flanked by 2 torch-bearers. Goat-helmed Vargo Hoat reined up below him. "My lord Catelyn," the sellsword said. He had a thick, slobbery voice, as if his tongue was too big for his mouth.
"What's all this, Hoat?"
Sir Amory demanded, frowning.
"Captive, Ruth Bolton thought to cross the river, but my brave companions cut his van to pieces, killed many, and sent Bolton running. This is their Lord Commander, Glover, and the one behind is Sir Enith Frey."
Sir Amory Lorch stared down at the roped captives with his little pig eyes. Arya did not think he was pleased. Everyone in the castle knew that he and Vargo Hoat hated each other. "Very well," he said. "Sir Cadwyn, take these men to the dungeons." The lord with the mailed fist on his surcoat raised his eyes.
"We were promised honorable treatment,"
he began.
"Silence!"
Vargo Hoat screamed at him, spraying spittle. Sir Amory addressed the captives. "What Hoat promised you is nothing to me. Lord Tywin made me the castellan of Harrenhal, and I shall do with you as I please." He gestured to his guards. "The great cell under the Widow's Tower ought to hold them all. Any who do not care to go are free to die here." As his men herded off the captives at spear-point, Arya saw Pink-Eye emerge from the stairwell, blinking at the torchlight. If he found her missing, he would shout and threaten to whip the bloody hide off her. But she was not afraid. He was no Whis. He was forever threatening to whip the bloody hide off this one or that one, but Arya never actually knew him to hit. Still, it would be better if he never saw her. She glanced around. The oxen were being unharnessed, the carts unloaded, while the brave companions clamoured for drink and the curious gathered around the caged bear. In the commotion it was not hard to slip off unseen. She went back the way she had come, wanting to be out of sight before someone noticed her and thought to put her to work. Away from the gates and the stables, the great castle was largely deserted. The noise dwindled behind her. A swirling wind gusted, drawing a high, shivery scream from the cracks in the wailing tower. Leaves had begun to fall from the trees in the godswood, and she could hear them moving through the deserted courtyards and between the empty buildings, making a faint skittery sound as the wind drove them across the stones. Now that Harrenhal was near empty once again, sound did queer things here. Sometimes the stones seemed to drink up noise, shrouding the yards in a blanket of silence. Other times the echoes had a life of their own, so every footfall became the tread of a ghostly army, and every distant voice a ghostly feast. The funny sounds were one of the things that bothered Hot Pie, but not Arya. Quiet as a shadow, she flitted across the middle bailey, around the Tower of Dread, and through the empty mews, where people said the spirits of dead falcons stirred the air with ghostly wings. She could go where she would. The garrison numbered no more than 100 men, so small a troop that they were lost in Harrenhal. The Hall of 100 Hearths was closed off, along with many of the lesser buildings, even the Wailing Tower. Sir Amory Lorch resided in the castellan's chambers in Kingspire, themselves as spacious as a lord's, and Arya and the other servants had moved to the cellars beneath him, so they would be close at hand. While Lord Tywin had been in residence, there was always a man-at-arms wanting to know your business. But now there were only 100 men left to guard 1,000 doors, and no one seemed to know who should be where or care much. As she passed the armory, Arya heard the ring of a hammer. A deep orange glow shone through the high windows. She climbed to the roof and peeked down. Gendry was beating at a breastplate. When he worked, nothing existed for him but metal, bellows, fire. The hammer was like part of his arm. She watched the play of muscles in his chest and listened to the steel music he made. "He's strong," she thought. As he took up the long-handled tongs to dip the breastplate into the quenching trough, Arya slithered through the window and leapt down to the floor beside him. He did not seem surprised to see her. "You should be abed, girl." The breastplate hissed like a cat as he dipped it in the cold water. "What was all that noise?"
"Vargo Hoat's come back with prisoners. I saw their badges. There's a Glover from Deepwood Mott. He's my father's man. The rest, too, mostly."
All of a sudden, Arya knew why her feet had brought her here.
"You have to help me get them out."
Gendry laughed. "And how do we do that?"
"Sir Amory sent them down to the dungeon, the one under the Widow's Tower. That's just one big cell. You could smash the door open with your hammer.
While the guards watch and make bets on how many swings it will take me, maybe? Arya chewed her lips.
We'd need to kill the guards.
How are we supposed to do that?
Maybe there won't be a lot of them.
If there's 2, that's too many for you and me. You never learned nothing in that village, did you? You try this, and Vargo Hoat will cut off your hands and feet the way he does. Gendry took up the tongs again.
You're afraid.
Leave me alone, girl.
Gendry, there's 100 Northmen. Maybe more. I couldn't count them all. That's as many as Sir Amory has. Well, not counting the bloody mummers. We just have to get them out, and we can take over the castle and escape.
Well, you can't get them out, no more'n you could save Lamy. Gendry turned the breastplate with the tongs to look at it closely. And if we did escape, where would we go?
Winterfell?
She said at once.
I'd tell Mother how you helped me, and you could stay.
Would milady permit? Could I shoe your horses for you and make swords for your lordly brothers?
Sometimes he made her so angry. You stop that!
Why should I wager my feet for the chance to sweat in Winterfell in place of Harrenhal? You know old Ben Blackthumb? He came here as a boy, smithed for Lady Went and her father before her, and his father before him, and even for Lord Lothston, who held Harrenhal before the Wints. Now he smiths for Lord Tywin. And you know what he says? A sword's a sword, a helm's a helm, and if you reach in the fire you get burned, no matter who you're serving. Lucan's a fair enough master. I'll stay here.
The Queen will catch you, then. She didn't send gold cloaks after Ben Blackthumb.
Likely it wasn't even me they wanted.
It was, too. You know it. You're somebody.
I'm apprentice smith, and one day, might be, I'll make a master armorer. If I don't run off and lose my feet or get myself killed. He turned away from her, picked up his hammer once more, and began to bang. Arya's hands curled into helpless fists.
The next helm you make, put mule's ears on it in place of bull's horns.
She had to flee, or else she would have started hitting him.
He probably wouldn't even feel it if I did. When they find who he is and cut off his stupid mule head, he'll be sorry he didn't help.
She was better off without him anyhow. He was the one who got her caught at the village. But thinking of the village made her remember the march, and the storeroom, and the tickler. She thought of the little boy who'd been hit in the face with a mace, of stupid old Olford Joffrey, of Lommy Greenhands. I was a sheep, and then I was a mouse. I couldn't do anything but hide. Arya chewed her lip and tried to think when her courage had come back. Jaqen made me brave again. He made me a ghost instead of a mouse. She had been avoiding the Lorathi since Whisa's death. Chiswick had been easy. Anyone could push a man off the wall-walk, but Whis had raised that ugly spotted dog from a pup, and only some dark magic could have turned the animal against him. Yoren found Jaqen in a black cell, the same as Rorge and Biter. She remembered. Jaqen did something horrible, and Yoren knew. That's why he kept him in chains. If the Lorathi was a wizard, Rorge and Biter could be demons he called up from some hell, not men at all. Jaqen still owed her one death. In old Nan's stories about men who were given magic wishes by a Grumkin, you had to be especially careful with a third wish, because it was the last. Chiswick and Whis hadn't been very important. The last death has to count, Arya told herself every night when she whispered her names. But now she wondered if that was truly the reason she had hesitated. So long as she could kill with a whisper, Arya need not be afraid of anyone. But once she used up the last death, she would only be a mouse again. With Pink Eye awake, she dared not go back to her bed. Not knowing where else to hide, she made for the godswood. She liked the sharp smell of the pines and sentinels, the feel of grass and dirt between her toes, and the sound the wind made in the leaves. A slow little stream meandered through the wood, and there was one spot where it had eaten the ground away beneath the deadfall. There, beneath rotting wood and twisted, splintered branches, she found her hidden sword. Gendry was too stubborn to make one for her, so she had made her own by breaking the bristles off a broom. Her blade was much too light and had no proper grip, but she liked the sharp, jagged, splintery end. Whenever she had a free hour, she stole away to work at the drills Sirio had taught her, moving barefoot over the fallen leaves, slashing at branches and whacking down leaves.
Sometimes she even climbed the trees and danced among the upper branches, her toes gripping the limbs as she moved back and forth, teetering a little less every day as her balance returned to her. Night was the best time. No one ever bothered her at night. Arya climbed. Up in the kingdom of the leaves she unsheathed, and for a time forgot them all, Sir Amory and the mummers and her father's men alike, losing herself in the feel of rough wood beneath the soles of her feet, and a swish of sword through air. A broken branch became Joffrey. She struck at it until it fell away. The Queen and Sir Ilyn and Sir Meryn and the Hound were only leaves, but she killed them all as well, slashing them to wet green ribbons. When her arm grew weary, she sat with her legs over a high limb to catch her breath in the cool, dark air, listening to the squeak of bats as they hunted. Through the leafy canopy she could see the bone-white branches of the heart tree. "It looks just like the one in Winterfell from here." If only it had been. Then, when she climbed down, she would have been home again, and maybe find her father sitting under the weirwood where he always sat. Shoving her sword through her belt, she slipped down branch to branch until she was back on the ground. The light of the moon painted the limbs of the weirwood silvery white as she made her way toward it, but the 5-pointed red leaves turned black by night. Arya stared at the face carved into its trunk. It was a terrible face, its mouth twisted, its eyes flaring and full of hate. Is that what a god looked like? Could gods be hurt, the same as people? I should pray, she thought suddenly. Arya went to her knees. She wasn't sure how she should begin. She clasped her hands together. "Help me, you old gods," she prayed silently. "Help me get those men out of the dungeon, so we can kill Sir Amory and bring me home to Winterfell. Make me a water dancer and a wolf, and not afraid again, ever." Was that enough? Maybe she should pray aloud if she wanted the old gods to hear. Maybe she should pray longer. Sometimes her father had prayed a long time, she remembered, but the old gods had never helped him. Remembering that made her angry. "You should have saved him," she scolded the tree. "He prayed to you all the time. I don't care if you help me or not. I don't think you could even if you wanted to." "Gods are not mocked, girl." The voice startled her. She leapt to her feet and drew her wooden sword. Jaqen H'ghar stood so still in the darkness that he seemed one of the trees. "A man comes to hear a name, 1 and 2, and then comes 3. A man would have done." Arya lowered the splintery point toward the ground. "How did you know I was here?" "A man sees, a man hears, a man knows." She regarded him suspiciously. Had the gods sent him? "How'd you make the dog kill Whis? Did you call Rorge and bite her up from hell? Is Jaqen H'ghar your true name?" "Some men have many names. Weasel. Ari. Arya." She backed away from him until she was pressed against the heart tree. "Did Gendry tell—" "A man knows," he said again. "My lady of Stark." Maybe the gods had sent him in answer to her prayers. "I need you to help me get those men out of the dungeons. That Glover and those others, all of them. We have to kill the guards and open the cell somehow." "A girl forgets," he said quietly. 2 she has had, 3 were owed. If a guard must die, she needs only speak his name." "But 1 guard won't be enough. We need to kill them all to open the cell." Arya bit her lip hard to stop from crying. "I want you to save the Northmen like I saved you." He looked down at her pitilessly. 3 lives were snatched from a god. 3 lives must be repaid. The gods are not mocked. His voice was silk and steel. "I never mocked." She thought for a moment. "The name— Can I name anyone? And you'll kill him?" Jaqen H'ghar inclined his head. "A man has said." "Anyone?" she repeated. "A man, a woman, a little baby, or Lord Tywin, or the High Septon, or your father?" "A man's sire is long dead, but did he live, and did you know his name, he would die at your command." "Swear it," Arya said. "Swear it by the gods." By all the gods of sea and air, and even him of fire, I swear it. He placed a hand in the mouth of the weirwood. By the 7 new gods, and the old gods beyond count, I swear it. He has sworn. Even if I named the king. Speak the name, and death will come. On the morrow, at the turn of the moon, a year from this day, it will come. A man does not fly like a bird, but 1 foot moves, and then another, and one day a man is there, and a king dies. He knelt beside her, so they were face to face. A girl whispers if she fears to speak aloud. Whisper it now. Is it Joffrey? Arya put her lips to his ear. It's Jaqen Hagar. Even in the burning barn, with walls of flame towering all around and him in chains, he had not seemed so distraught as he did now. A girl. She makes a jest. You swore. The gods heard you swear. The gods did hear. There was a knife in his hand suddenly, its blade thin as her little finger. Whether it was meant for her or him, Arya could not say. A girl will weep. A girl will lose her only friend. You're not my friend. A friend would help me. She stepped away from him, balanced on the balls of her feet in case he threw his knife. I'd never kill a friend. Jaqen's smile came and went. A girl might name another name, then, if a friend did help? A girl might, she said, if a friend did help. The knife vanished. Come. Now? She had never thought he would act so quickly. A man hears the whisper of sand in glass. A man will not sleep until a girl unsays a certain name. Now, evil child. I'm not an evil child, she thought. I am a direwolf, and the ghost in Harrenhal. She put her broomstick back in its hiding place and followed him from the godswood. Despite the hour, Harrenhal stirred with fitful life. Vargo Hoat's arrival had thrown off all the routines. Ox carts, oxen, and horses had all vanished from the yard, but the bear cage was still there. It had been hung from the arched span of the bridge that divided the outer and middle wards, suspended on heavy chains, a few feet off the ground. A ring of torches bathed the area in light. Some of the boys from the stables were tossing stones to make the bear roar and grumble. Across the ward, light spilled through the door of the barracks hall, accompanied by the clatter of tankards and men calling for more wine. A dozen voices took up a song in a guttural tongue strange to Arya's ears. They're drinking and eating before they sleep, she realized. Pink-Eye would have sent to wake me, to help with the serving. He'll know I'm not abed. But likely he was busy pouring for the brave companions and those of Sir Amory's garrison who had joined them. The noise they were making would be a good distraction. The hungry gods will feast on blood tonight, if a man would do this thing, Jaqen said. Sweet girl, kind and gentle, unsay one name and say another, and cast this mad dream aside. I won't. Just so. He seemed resigned. The thing will be done, but a girl must obey. A man has no time for talk. A girl will obey, Arya said. What should I do? 100 men are hungry. They must be fed. The Lord commands hot broth. A girl must run to the kitchens and tell her pie-boy. Broth, she repeated. Where will you be? A girl will help make broth and wait in the kitchens until a man comes for her. Go, run. Hot Pie was pulling his loaves from the ovens when she burst into the kitchen, but he was no longer alone. They'd woken the cooks to feed Vargo Hoat and his bloody mummers. Serving-men were carrying off baskets of Hot Pie's bread and tarts. The chief cook was carving cold slices off a ham. Spit boys were turning rabbits, while the pot girls basted them with honey. Women were chopping onions and carrots. "What do you want, Weasel?" the chief cook asked when he saw her. "Broth," she announced. "My lord wants broth." He jerked his carving knife at the black iron kettles hung over the flames. "What do you think that is? Though I'd soonest piss in it or serve it to that goat. Can't even let a man have a night's sleep." He spat. "Well, never you mind. Run back and tell him a kettle can't be hurried." "I'm to wait here until it's done." "Then stay out of the way. Or better yet, make yourself of use. Run to the buttery. His goat ship will be wanting butter and cheese. Wake up Pia and tell her she'd best be nimble for once, if she wants to keep both of her feet." She ran as fast as she could. Pia was awake in the loft, moaning under one of the mummers,
but she slipped back into her clothes quick enough when she heard Arya shout. She filled 6 baskets with crocks of butter and big wedges of stinky cheese wrapped in cloth.
"Here, help me with these," she told Arya. "I can't. But you better hurry or Vargo Holt will chop off your foot."
She darted off before Pia could grab her. On the way back, she wondered why none of the captives had their hands or feet chopped off. Maybe Vargo Holt was afraid to make Robb angry, though he didn't seem the sort to be afraid of anyone. Hot Pie was stirring the kettles with a long wooden spoon when Arya returned to the kitchens. She grabbed up a second spoon and started to help. For a moment she thought maybe she should tell him, but then she remembered the village and decided not to. He'd only yield again. Then she heard the ugly sound of Rorge's voice.
"Cook!" he shouted. "We'll take your bloody broth!"
Arya let go of the spoon in dismay.
"I never told him to bring them."
Rorge wore his iron helmet, with a nasal that half hid his missing nose. Jaqen and Biter followed him into the kitchen.
"The bloody broth isn't bloody ready yet," the cook said. "It needs to simmer. We only now put in the onions and—" "Shut your hole, or I'll shove a spit up your ass and will baste you for a turn or two. I said broth, and I said now."
Hissing, Biter grabbed a handful of half-charred rabbit right off the spit and tore into it with his pointed teeth while honey dripped between his fingers. The cook was beaten.
"Take your bloody broth, then. But if the goat asks why it tastes so thin, you tell him."
Biter licked the grease and honey off his fingers as Jaqen H'ghar donned a pair of heavy padded mitts. He gave a second pair to Arya. "A weasel will help." The broth was boiling hot, and the kettles were heavy. Arya and Jaqen wrestled one between them. Rorge carried one by himself, and Biter grabbed 2 more, hissing in pain when the handles burned his hands. Even so, he did not drop them. They lugged the kettles out of the kitchens and across the ward. 2 guards had been posted at the door of the widow's tower.
"What's this?"
one said to Rorge.
"A pot of boiling piss. Want some?"
Jaqen smiled disarmingly. "A prisoner must eat too."
"No one said nothing about—"
Arya cut him off. "It's for them, not you." The second guard waved them past.
"Bring it down, then."
Inside the door a winding stair led down to the dungeons. Rorge led the way, with Jaqen and Arya bringing up the rear. "A girl will stay out of the way," he told her. The steps opened onto a dank stone vault, long, gloomy, and windowless. A few torches burned in sconces at the near end, where a group of Sir Amory's guards sat around a scarred wooden table, talking and playing at tiles. Heavy iron bars separated them from where the captives were crowded together in the dark. The smell of the broth brought many up to the bars. Arya counted 8 guards. They smelled the broth as well.
"There's the ugliest serving wench I ever saw," their captain said to Rorge. "What's in the kettle?" "Your cock and balls. You want to eat or not?"
One of the guards had been pacing, one standing near the bars, a third sitting on the floor with his back to the wall. But the prospect of food drew all of them to the table.
"About bloody time they fed us." "That onions I smell? So where's the bread? Fuck, we need bowls, cups, spoons." "No, you don't."
Rorge heaved the scalding hot broth across the table, full in their faces. Jaqen H'ghar did the same. Biter threw his kettles too, swinging them underarm, so they spun across the dungeon, raining soup. One caught the captain in the temple as he tried to rise. He went down like a sack of sand and lay still. The rest were screaming in agony, praying or trying to crawl off. Arya pressed back against the wall as Rorge began to cut throats. Biter preferred to grab the men behind the head and under the chin and crack their necks with a single twist of his huge, pale hands. Only one of the guards managed to get a blade out. Jaqen danced away from his slash, drew his own sword, drove the man back into a corner with a flurry of blows, and killed him with a thrust to the heart. The Lorathi brought the blade to Arya, still red with the heart's blood, and wiped it clean on the front of her shift. "A girl should be bloody, too. This is her work." The key to the cell hung from a hook on the wall above the table. Rorge took it down and opened the door. The first man through was the lord with a mailed fist on his surcoat.
"Well done," he said. "I am Robert Glover."
"My lord." Jaqen gave him a bow. Once freed, the captives stripped the dead guards of their weapons and darted up the steps with steel in hand. Their fellows crowded after them, barehanded. They went swiftly and with scarcely a word. None of them seemed quite so badly wounded as they had when Vargo Holt had marched them through the gates of Harrenhal.
"This of the soup, that was clever," the man Glover was saying. "I did not expect that.
Was it Lord Hote's idea?" Rorge began to laugh. He laughed so hard that snot flew out the hole where his nose had been. Biter sat on top of one of the dead men, holding a limp hand as he gnawed at the fingers. Bones cracked between his teeth. "Who are you men?" A crease appeared between Robert Glover's brows. "You were not with Hote when he came to Lord Bolton's encampment. Are you of the brave companions?" Rorge wiped the snot off his chin with the back of his hand. "We are now."
"This man has the honour to be Jaqen H'ghar, once of the free city of Lorath. This man's discourteous companions are named Rorge and Biter. A lord will know which is Biter." He waved a hand toward Arya. "And here—" "I'm Weasel," she blurted, before he could tell her who she really was. She did not want her name said here, where Rorge might hear, and Biter, and all these others she did not know. She saw Glover dismiss her. "Very well," he said. "Let's make an end to this bloody business." When they climbed back up the winding stair, they found the door guards lying in pools of their own blood. Northmen were running across the ward. Arya heard shouts. The door of Barracks Hall burst open, and a wounded man staggered out, screaming. 3 others ran after him and silenced him with spear and sword. There was fighting around the gatehouse as well. Rorge and Biter rushed off with Glover, but Jaqen H'ghar knelt beside Arya. "A girl does not understand." "Yes, I do," she said, though she didn't, not truly. Glarathi must have seen it on her face. "A goat has no loyalty. Soon a wolf banner is raised here, I think. But first a man would hear a certain name unsaid." "I take back the name." Arya chewed her lip. "Do I still have a third death?" "A girl is greedy." Jaqen touched one of the dead guards and showed her his bloody fingers. "Here is 3, and there is 4, and 8 more lie dead below. The debt is paid." "The debt is paid," Arya agreed reluctantly. She felt a little sad. Now she was just a mouse again. "A god has his due. And now a man must die." A strange smile touched the lips of Jaqen H'ghar. "Die?" she said, confused. What did he mean? "But I unsaid the name. You don't need to die now." "I do. My time is done." Jaqen passed a hand down his face from forehead to chin. And where it went, he changed. His cheeks grew fuller, his eyes closer, his nose hooked. A scar appeared on his right cheek where no scar had been before, and when he shook his head, his long, straight hair, half red and half white, dissolved away to reveal a cap of tight black curls. Arya's mouth hung open. "Who are you?" she whispered, too astonished to be afraid. "How did you do that? Was it hard?" He grinned, revealing a shiny gold tooth. "No harder than taking a new name, if you know the way." "Show me," she blurted. "I want to do it too." "If you would learn, you must come with me." Arya grew hesitant. "Where?" "Far and away, across the narrow sea." "I can't. I have to go home, to Winterfell." "Then we must part," he said, "for I have duties too." He lifted her hand and pressed a small coin into her palm. "Here." "What is it?" "A coin of great value." Arya bit it. It was so hard it could only be iron. "Is it worth enough to buy a horse?" "It is not meant for the buying of horses." "Then what good is it?" "As well ask, what good is life? What good is death? If the day comes when you would find me again, give that coin to any man from Braavos, and say these words to him. Valar Morghulis." "Valar Morghulis," Arya repeated. It wasn't hard. Her fingers closed tight over the coin. Across the yard she could hear men dying. "Please don't go, Jaqen." "Jaqen is as dead as Ari," he said sadly, "and I have promises to keep. Valar Morghulis, Arya Stark. Say it again." "Valar Morghulis," she said once more, and the stranger in Jaqen's clothes bowed to her and stalked off through the darkness, cloak swirling. She was alone with the dead men. They deserved to die, Arya told herself, remembering all those Ser Amory Lorch had killed at the holdfast by the lake.
The cellars under King's Spire were empty when she returned to her bed of straw. She whispered her names to her pillow, and when she was done she added, "Valar Morghulis," in a small, soft voice, wondering what it meant. Come dawn, Pink-Eye and the others were back, all but one boy who'd been killed in the fighting for no reason that anyone could say. Pink-Eye went up alone to see how matters stood by light of day, complaining all the while that his old bones could not abide steps. When he returned, he told them that Harrenhal had been taken.
"Them bloody mummers killed some of Sir Amory's lot in their beds, and the rest at table after they were good and drunk. The new lord will be here before the day's out with his whole host. He's from the wild north, up where that wall is, and they say he's a hard one. This lord or that lord, there's still work to be done. Any foolery, and I'll whip the skin off your back."
He looked at Arya when he said that, but never said a word to her about where she had been the night before. All morning she watched the bloody mummers strip the dead of their valuables and drag the corpses to the flowstone yard, where a pyre was laid to dispose of them. Shagwell the Fool hacked the heads off 2 dead knights and pranced about the castle, swinging them by the hair and making them talk.
"What did you die of?" one head asked.
"Hot weasel soup," replied the second. Arya was set to mopping up dried blood. No one said a word to her beyond the usual, but every so often she would notice people looking at her strangely. Robert Glover and the other men they'd freed must have talked about what had happened down in the dungeon, and then Shagwell and his stupid talking heads started in about the weasel soup. She would have told him to shut up, but she was scared to. The fool was half mad, and she'd heard that he'd once killed a man for not laughing at one of his japes. "He'd better shut his mouth, or I'll put him on my list with the rest," she thought, as she scrubbed at a reddish-brown stain. It was almost evenfall when the new master of Harrenhal arrived. He had a plain face, beardless and ordinary, notable only for his queer pale eyes. Neither plump, thin, nor muscular, he wore black ring-mail and a spotted pink cloak. The sigil on his banner looked like a man dipped in blood. "On your knees for the Lord of the Dreadfort!" shouted his squire, a boy no older than Arya, and Harrenhal knelt. Vargo Hoat came forward. "My lord Harrenhal Ithioth." The lord gave answer, but too softly for Arya to hear. Robert Glover and Sir Anise Frey, freshly bathed and clad in clean new doublets and cloaks, came up to join them. After some brief talk, Sir Anise led them over to Rorge and Biter. Arya was surprised to see them still here. Somehow she would have expected them to vanish when Jonkin did. Arya heard the harsh sound of Rorge's voice, but not what he was saying. Then Shagwell pounced on her, dragging her out across the yard. My lord, he sang, tugging at her wrist. "Here's the weasel who made the soup." "Let go," Arya said, wriggling out of his grasp. The lord regarded her. Only his eyes moved. They were very pale, the color of ice. "How old are you, child?" She had to think for a moment to remember.
10.
10, my lord," he reminded her. "Are you fond of animals?"
"Some kinds, my lord."
A thin smile twitched across his lips. "But not lions, it would seem, nor manticores." She did not know what to say to that, so she said nothing. "They tell me you are called Weasel. That will not serve. What name did your mother give you?" She bit her lip, groping for another name. Lami had called her Lumpyhead. Sansa used Horseface, and her father's men once dubbed her Arya Underfoot. But she did not think any of those were the sort of name he wanted.
"Nymeria," she said, "only she called me Nan for short."
"You will call me my lord when you speak to me, Nan," the lord said mildly. "You are too young to be a brave companion, I think, and of the wrong sex. Are you afraid of leeches, child?"
"They're only leeches, my lord."
"My squire could take a lesson from you, it would seem. Frequent leechings are the secret of a long life. A man must purge himself of bad blood. You will do, I think. For so long as I remain at Harrenhal, Nan, you shall be my cupbearer, and serve me at table and in chambers." This time she knew better than to say that she'd sooner work in the stables.
"Yes, my lord."
The Lord waved a hand. "Make her presentable," he said, to no one in particular, "and make certain she knows how to pour wine without spilling it." Turning away, he lifted a hand and said, "Lord Holt, see to those banners above the gatehouse." 4 brave companions climbed to the ramparts and hauled down the line of Lannister and Sir Amory's own Black Manticore. In their place they raised the flayed man of the Dreadfort and the dire wolf of Stark. And that evening a page named Nan poured wine for Roose Bolton and Vargo Holt as they stood on the gallery, watching the brave companions parade Sir Amory Lorch naked through the middle ward. Sir Amory pleaded and sobbed and clung to the legs of his captors until Rorge pulled him loose, and Shagwell kicked him down into the bear-pit.
"The bear is all in black," Arya thought, "like Yoren."
She filled Roose Bolton's cup and did not spill a drop. Daenerys. In this city of splendors, Dany had expected the House of the Undying Ones to be the most splendid of all. But she emerged from her palanquin to behold a grey and ancient ruin. Long and low, without towers or windows, it coiled like a stone serpent through a grove of black-barked trees whose inky blue leaves made the stuff of the sorcerer's drink the Carthene called Shade of the Evening. No other buildings stood near. Black tiles covered the palace roof, many fallen or broken. The mortar between the stones was dry and crumbling. She understood now why Zaro Jean d'Axos called it the Palace of Dust. Even Drogon seemed disquieted by the sight of it. The black dragon hissed, smoke seeping out between his sharp teeth. "Blood of my blood," Drogo said in Dothraki, "this is an evil place, a haunt of ghosts and magi. See how it drinks the morning sun. Let us go before it drinks us as well." Sir Jorah Mormont came up beside them. "What power can they have if they live in that?" "Heed the wisdom of those who love you best," said Zaro Jean d'Axos, lounging inside the palanquin. "Warlocks are bitter creatures who eat dust and drink of shadows. They will give you naught. They have naught to give." Aggo put a hand on his arak. "Khaleesi, it is said that many go into the Palace of Dust, but few come out." "It is said," Drogo agreed. "We are blood of your blood," said Aggo, "sworn to live and die as you do. Let us walk with you in this dark place to keep you safe from harm."
"Some places, even a carl must walk alone," Dany said.
"Take me, then," Sir Jorah urged. "The risk—" "Queen Daenerys must enter alone, or not at all." The warlock Pyat Pri stepped out from under the trees.
"Has he been there all along?"
Dany wondered. "Should she turn away now, the doors of wisdom shall be closed to her for evermore."
"My pleasure barge awaits even now," Zaro Jean d'Axos called out. "Turn away from this folly, most stubborn of queens. I have flutists who will soothe your troubled soul with sweet music, and a small girl whose tongue will make you sigh and melt."
Sir Jorah Mormont gave the merchant prince a sour look. "Your Grace, remember Mirri Maz Duur."
"I do," Dany said, suddenly decided. "I remember that she had knowledge, and she was only a magi."
Pyat Pri smiled thinly. "The child speaks as sagely as a crone. Take my arm, and let me lead you."
"I am no child."
Dany took his arm none the less. It was darker than she would have thought under the black trees, and the way was longer. Though the path seemed to run straight from the street to the door of the palace, Pyat Pri soon turned aside. When she questioned him, the warlock said only, "The front way leads in, but never out again. Heed my words, my queen. The House of the Undying Ones was not made for mortal men. If you value your soul, take care and do just as I tell you."
"I will do as you say,"
Dany promised. "When you enter, you will find yourself in a room with 4 doors, the one you have come through, and 3 others. Take the door to your right. Each time, the door to your right. If you should come upon a stairwell, climb, never go down, and never take any door but the first door to your right."
"The door to my right," Dany repeated. "I understand. And when I leave, the opposite?"
"By no means," Piotr said. "Leaving and coming, it is the same. Always up, always the door to your right. Other doors may open to you. Within you will see many things that disturb you, visions of loveliness and visions of horror, wonders and terrors, sights and sounds of days gone by and days to come and days that never were. Dwellers and servitors may speak to you as you go. Answer or ignore them as you choose. But enter no room until you reach the audience chamber."
"I understand."
"When you come to the chamber of the undying, be patient. Our little lives are no more than a flicker of a moth's wing to them. Listen well, and write each word upon your heart." When they reached the door, a tall oval mouth set in a wall fashioned in the likeness of a human face, the smallest dwarf Dany had ever seen was waiting on the threshold. He stood no higher than her knee, his face pinched and pointed, snoutish, but he was dressed in delicate livery of purple and blue, and his tiny pink hands held a silver tray. Upon it rested a slender crystal glass filled with a thick blue liquid. "Shade of the evening, the wine of warlocks. Take and drink," urged Piotr.
"Will it turn my lips blue?"
"One flute will serve only to unstop your ears and dissolve the caul from off your eyes, so that you may hear and see the truths that will be laid before you."
Dany raised the glass to her lips. The first sip tasted like ink and spoiled meat, foul, but when she swallowed it seemed to come to life within her. She could feel tendrils spreading through her chest, like fingers of fire coiling around her heart, and on her tongue was a taste like honey and anise and cream, like mother's milk and Drogo's seed, like red meat and hot blood and molten gold. It was all the tastes she had ever known, and none of them. And then the glass was empty.
"Now you may enter," said the warlock.
Dany put the glass back on the servitor's tray and went inside. She found herself in a stone anteroom with 4 doors, one on each wall. With never a hesitation, she went to the door on her right and stepped through. The second room was a twin to the first. Again she turned to the right-hand door. When she pushed it open, she faced yet another small antechamber with 4 doors. "I am in the presence of sorcery." The fourth room was oval, rather than square, and walled in worm-eaten wood in place of stone. 6 passages led out from it in place of 4. Dany chose the rightmost, and entered a long, dim, high-ceilinged hall. Along the right hand was a row of torches, burning with a smoky orange light, but the only doors were to her left. Drogon unfolded wide black wings and beat the stale air. He flew 20 feet before thudding to an undignified crash. Dany strode after him. The mold-eaten carpet under her feet had once been gorgeously colored, and whorls of gold could still be seen in the fabric, glinting broken amidst the faded gray and mottled green. What remained served to muffle her footfalls, but that was not all to the good. Dany could hear sounds within the walls, a faint scurrying and scrabbling that made her think of rats. Drogon heard them too. His head moved as he followed the sounds, and when they stopped he gave an angry scream. Other sounds, even more disturbing, came through some of the closed doors. One shook and thumped as if someone were trying to break through. From another came a dissonant piping that made the dragon lash his tail wildly from side to side. Dany hurried quickly past. Not all the doors were closed. "I will not look," Dany told herself, but the temptation was too strong. In one room a beautiful woman sprawled naked on the floor, while 4 little men crawled over her. They had rattish, pointed faces and tiny pink hands, like the servitor who had brought her the glass of shade. One was pumping between her thighs. Another savaged her breasts, worrying at the nipples with his wet red mouth, tearing and chewing. Farther on she came upon a feast of corpses. Savagely slaughtered, the feasters lay strewn across overturned chairs and hacked trestle tables, asprawl in pools of congealing blood. Some had lost limbs, even heads. Severed hands clutched bloody cups, wooden spoons, roast fowl, heels of bread.
In a throne above them sat a dead man with the head of a wolf. He wore an iron crown and held a leg of lamb in one hand, as a king might hold a sceptre, and his eyes followed Dany with mute appeal. She fled from him, but only as far as the next open door. "I know this room," she thought. She remembered those great wooden beams and the carved animal faces that adorned them. And there, outside the window, a lemon tree! The sight of it made her heart ache with longing. "It is the house with the red door, the house in Bravos." No sooner had she thought it than old Sir Willem came into the room, leaning heavily on his stick. "Little princess, there you are," he said in his gruff, kind voice. "Come," he said, "come to me, my lady. You're home now, you're safe now." His big, wrinkled hand reached for her, soft as old leather, and Dany wanted to take it and hold it and kiss it. She wanted that as much as she had ever wanted anything. Her foot edged forward, and then she thought, he's dead, the sweet old bear. He died a long time ago." She backed away and ran. The long hall went on and on and on, with endless doors to her left and only torches to her right. She ran past more doors than she could count, closed doors and open ones, doors of wood and doors of iron, carved doors and plain ones, doors with pulls and doors with locks and doors with knockers. Drogon lashed against her back, urging her on, and Dany ran until she could run no more. Finally, a great pair of bronze doors appeared to her left, grander than the rest. They swung open as she neared, and she had to stop and look. Beyond loomed a cavernous stone hall, the largest she had ever seen. The skulls of dead dragons looked down from its walls. Upon a towering, barbed throne sat an old man in rich robes, an old man with dark eyes and long silver-grey hair. "Let him be king over charred bones and cooked meat," he said to a man below him. "Let him be the king of ashes." Drogon shrieked, his claws digging through silken skin, but the king on his throne never heard, and Dany moved on. Viserys was her first thought the next time she paused, but a second glance told her otherwise. The man had her brother's hair, but he was taller, and his eyes were a dark indigo rather than lilac. "Aegon," he said to a woman nursing a newborn babe in a great wooden bed, "what better name for a king?" "Will you make a song for him?" the woman asked. "He has a song," the man replied. "He is the prince that was promised, and his is the song of ice and fire." He looked up when he said it, and his eyes met Dany's, and it seemed as if he saw her standing there beyond the door. "There must be one more," he said, though whether he was speaking to her or the woman in the bed she could not say. "The dragon has 3 heads." He went to the window-seat, picked up a harp, and ran his fingers lightly over its silvery strings. Sweet sadness filled the room as man and wife and babe faded like the morning mist, only the music lingering behind to speed her on her way. It seemed as though she walked for another hour before the long hall finally ended in a steep stone stair, descending into darkness. Every door, open or closed, had been to her left. Dany looked back behind her. The torches were going out, she realized, with a start of fear. Perhaps 20 still burned, 30 at most. One more guttered out even as she watched, and the darkness came a little farther down the hall, creeping toward her. And as she listened, it seemed as if she heard something else coming, shuffling and dragging itself slowly along the faded carpet. Terror filled her. She could not go back, and she was afraid to stay here, but how could she go on? There was no door on her right, and the steps went down, not up. Yet another torch went out as she stood pondering, and the sounds grew faintly louder. Drogon's long neck snaked out, and he opened his mouth to scream, steam rising from between his teeth. "He hears it too." Dany turned to the blank wall once more, but there was nothing. Could there be a secret door? A door I cannot see? Another torch went out. Another. "The first door on the right," he said. "Always the first door on the right. The first door on the right," it came to her suddenly, "is the last door on the left." She flung herself through. Beyond was another small room with 4 doors. To the right she went, and to the right, 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 until she was dizzy and out of breath once more. When she stopped, she found herself in yet another dank stone chamber. But this time the door opposite was round, shaped like an open mouth, and Piot Pri stood outside in the grass beneath the trees. "Can it be that the Undying are done with you so soon?" he asked in disbelief when he saw her. "So soon?" she said, confused. "I've walked for hours and still not found them." "You have taken a wrong turning. Come, I will lead you." Piot Pri held out his hand. Dany hesitated. There was a door to her right, still closed. "That's not the way," Piot Pri said firmly, his blue lips prim with disapproval. "The Undying Ones will not wait forever." "Our little lives are no more than a flicker of a moth's wing to them," Dany said, remembering. "Stubborn child, you will be lost and never found." She walked away from him to the door on the right. "No!" Piot screeched. "No! To me! Come to me! To me!" His face crumbled inward, changing to something pale and worm-like. Dany left him behind, entering a stairwell. She began to climb. Before long her legs were aching. She recalled that the house of the Undying Ones had seemed to have no towers. Finally the stair opened. To her right, a set of wide wooden doors had been thrown open. They were fashioned of ebony and weirwood, the black and white grains swirling and twisting in strange interwoven patterns. They were very beautiful, yet somehow frightening. "The blood of the dragon must not be afraid." Dany said a quick prayer, begging the warrior for courage and the Dothraki horse-god for strength. She made herself walk forward. Beyond the doors was a great hall and a splendor of wizards. Some wore sumptuous robes of ermine, ruby velvet, and cloth of gold. Others fancied elaborate armor studded with gemstones, or tall pointed hats speckled with stars. There were women among them, dressed in gowns of surpassing loveliness. Shafts of sunlight slanted through windows of stained glass, and the air was alive with the most beautiful music she had ever heard. A kingly man in rich robes rose when he saw her and smiled. "Daenerys of House Targaryen, be welcome. Come and share the food of forever. We are the Undying of Qarth." "Long have we awaited you," said a woman beside him, clad in rose and silver. The breast she had left bare in the Qarthine fashion was as perfect as a breast could be. "We knew you were to come to us," the wizard king said. 1,000 years ago we knew, and have been waiting all this time. We sent the comet to show you the way." "We have knowledge to share with you," said a warrior in shining emerald armor, "and magic weapons to arm you with. You have passed every trial. Now come and sit with us, and all your questions shall be answered." She took a step forward. But then Drogon leapt from her shoulder. He flew to the top of the ebony and weirwood door, perched there, and began to bite at the carved wood. "A willful beast," laughed a handsome young man. "Shall we teach you the secret speech of dragonkind? Come, come." Doubt seized her. The great door was so heavy it took all of Dany's strength to budge it, but finally it began to move. Behind was another door, hidden. It was old grey wood, splintery and plain, but it stood to the right of the door through which she'd entered. The wizards were beckoning her with voices sweeter than song. She ran from them, Drogon flying back down to her. Through the narrow door she passed, into a chamber awash in gloom. A long stone table filled this room. Above it floated a human heart, swollen and blue with corruption, yet still alive. It beat, a deep, ponderous throb of sound, and each pulse sent out a wash of indigo light. The figures around the table were no more than blue shadows. As Dany walked to the empty chair at the foot of the table, they did not stir, nor speak, nor turn to face her. There was no sound but the slow, deep beat of the rotting heart.
"Mother of dragons," came a voice, part whisper and part moan. "Dragons, dragons, dragons." Other voices echoed in the gloom. Some were male and some female. One spoke with the timbre of a child. The floating heart pulsed from dimness to darkness. It was hard to summon the will to speak, to recall the words she had practised so assiduously. "I am Daenerys Stormborn, of House Targaryen, Queen of the 7 Kingdoms of Westeros." "Do they hear me? Why don't they move?" She sat folding her hands in her lap. "Grant me your counsel, and speak to me with the wisdom of those who have conquered death." Through the indigo murk she could make out the wizened features of the undying one to her right, an old, old man, wrinkled and hairless. His flesh was a ripe violet blue. His lips and nails bluer still, so dark they were almost black. Even the whites of his eyes were blue. They stared unseeing at the ancient woman on the opposite side of the table, whose gown of pale silk had rotted on her body. One withered breast was left bare in the Carthene manner to show a pointed blue nipple, hard as leather. "She is not breathing." Dany listened to the silence. "None of them are breathing, and they do not move, and those eyes see nothing. Could it be that the undying ones were dead?" Her answer was a whisper as thin as a mouse's whisker. "We live, live, live," it sounded. Myriad other voices whispered echoes. "And no, 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 no." "I have come for the gift of truth," Dany said. "In the long hall, the things I saw, were they true visions or lies? Past things or things to come? What did they mean?" "The shape of shadows, morrows not yet made. Drink from the cup of ice, drink from the cup of fire. Mother of dragons, child of 3. 3? She did not understand. 3 heads has the dragon," the ghost chorus yammered inside her skull, with never a lip moving, never a breath stirring the still blue air. "Mother of dragons, child of storm." The whispers became a swirling song. 3 fires must you light, one for life and one for death, and one to love. Her own heart was beating in unison to the one that floated before her, blue and corrupt. 3 mounts must you ride, one to bed, and one to dread, and one to love. The voices were growing louder, she realized, and it seemed her heart was slowing, and even her breath. 3 treasons will you know, once for blood, and once for gold, and once for love. "I don't—" Her voice was no more than a whisper, almost as faint as theirs. What was happening to her? "I don't understand," she said more loudly. "Why was it so hard to talk here? Help me, show me." "Help her," the whispers mocked. "Show her." Then phantoms shivered through the murk, images in indigo. Viserys screamed as the molten gold ran down his cheeks and filled his mouth. A tall lord with copper skin and silver-gold hair stood beneath the banner of a fiery stallion, a burning city behind him. Rubies flew like drops of blood from the chest of a dying prince, and he sank to his knees in the water, and with his last breath muttered a woman's name. "Mother of dragons, daughter of death." Glowing like sunset, a red sword was raised in the hand of a blue-eyed king who cast no shadow. A cloth dragon swayed on poles amidst a cheering crowd. From a smoking tower a great stone beast took wing, breathing shadow fire. "Mother of dragons, slayer of lies." Her silver was trotting through the grass, to a darkling stream beneath a sea of stars. A corpse stood at the prow of a ship,
eyes bright in his dead face, grey lips smiling sadly. A blue flower grew from a chink in a wall of ice, and filled the air with sweetness. Mother of dragons, bride of fire. Faster and faster the visions came, one after the other, until it seemed as if the very air had come alive. Shadows whirled and danced inside a tent, boneless and terrible. A little girl ran barefoot toward a big house with a red door. Miri Mazdur shrieked in the flames, a dragon bursting from her brow. Behind a silver horse the bloody corpse of a naked man bounced and dragged. A white lion ran through grass taller than a man. Beneath the Mother of Mountains a line of naked crones crept from a great lake, and knelt shivering before her, their grey heads bowed. 10,000 slaves lifted blood-stained hands as she raced by on her silver, riding like the wind. "Mother!" they cried. "Mother! Mother!" They were reaching for her, touching her, tugging at her cloak and hem of her skirt, her foot, her leg, her breast. They wanted her, needed her, the fire, the life, and Dany gasped and opened her arms to give herself to them. But then black wings buffeted her round the head, and a scream of fury cut the indigo air, and suddenly the visions were gone, ripped away, and Dany's gasp turned to horror. The Undying were all around her, blue and cold, whispering as they reached for her, pulling, stroking, tugging at her clothes, touching her with their dry, cold hands, twining their fingers through her hair. All the strength had left her limbs. She could not move. Even her heart had ceased to beat. She felt a hand on her bare breast, twisting her nipple. Teeth found the soft skin of her throat. A mouth descended on one eye, licking, sucking, biting. Then indigo turned to orange, and whispers turned to screams. Her heart was pounding, racing. The hands and mouths were gone. Heat washed over her skin, and Dany blinked at a sudden glare. Perched above her, the dragon spread his wings and tore at the terrible dark heart, ripping the rotten flesh to ribbons, and when his head snapped forward, fire flew from his open jaws, bright and hot. She could hear the shrieks of the Undying as they burned, their high, thin, papery voices crying out in tongues long dead. Their flesh was crumbling parchment, their bones dry wood soaked in tallow. They danced as the flames consumed them. They staggered and writhed and spun and raised blazing hands on high, their fingers bright as torches. Dany pushed herself to her feet and bowled through them. They were light as air, no more than husks, and they fell at a touch. The whole room was ablaze by the time she reached the door. "Drogon!" she called, and he flew to her through the fire. Outside a long, dim passageway stretched serpentine before her, lit by the flickering orange glare from behind. Dany ran, searching for a door to her right, a door to her left, any door, but there was nothing, only twisty stone walls, and a floor that seemed to move slowly under her feet, writhing as if to trip her. She kept her feet and ran faster, and suddenly the door was there ahead of her, a door like an open mouth. When she spilled out into the sun, the bright light made her stumble. Pyot Pree was gibbering in some unknown tongue, and hopping from one foot to the other. When Dany looked behind her, she saw thin tendrils of smoke forcing their way through cracks in the ancient stone walls of the Palace of Dust, and rising from between the black tiles of the roof. Howling curses, Pyot Pree drew a knife and danced toward her, but Drogon flew at his face. Then she heard the crack of Jogo's whip, and never was a sound so sweet. The knife went flying, and an instant later Rakharo was slamming Pyot to the ground. Ser Jorah Mormont knelt beside Dany in the cool green grass, and put his arm around her shoulder. Tyrion. "If you die stupidly, I'm going to feed your body to the goats," Tyrion threatened as the first load of stone crows pushed off from the quay. Shagga laughed. "The half-man has no goats. I'll get some just for you." Dawn was breaking, and pale ripples of light shimmered on the surface of the river, shattering under the poles and reforming when the ferry had passed. Timett had taken his burned men into the Kingswood 2 days before. Yesterday the Black Ears and Moon Brothers followed. Today the Stone Crows. "Whatever you do, don't try and fight a battle," Tyrion said. "Strike at their camps and baggage train. Ambush their scouts and hang the bodies from trees ahead of their line of march. Loop around and cut down stragglers. I want night attacks, so many and so sudden that they'll be afraid to sleep, Shagga laid a hand atop Tyrion's head.
"All this I learned from Dolph, son of Holger, before my beard had grown. This is the way of war in the Mountains of the Moon. The King's Wood is not the Mountains of the Moon, and you won't be fighting milk snakes and painted dogs. And listen to the guides I'm sending. They know this wood as well as you know your mountains. Heed their counsel, and they'll serve you well."
"Shagga will listen to the half-man's pets," the clansman promised solemnly. And then it was time for him to lead his garren onto the ferry. Tyrion watched them push off and pole out toward the center of the Blackwater. He felt a queer twinge in the pit of his stomach as Shagga faded in the morning mist. He was going to feel naked without his clansmen. He still had bronze hirelings, near 800 of them now, but sellswords were notoriously fickle. Tyrion had done what he could to buy their continued loyalty, promising Bran and a dozen of his best men lands and knighthoods when the battle was won. They'd drunk his wine, laughed at his jests, and called each other sir until they were all staggering. All but Bran himself, who'd only smiled that insolent dark smile of his, and afterward said, "They'll kill for that knighthood, but don't ever think they'll die for it." Tyrion had no such delusion. The gold cloaks were almost as uncertain a weapon. 6,000 men in the city watch, thanks to Cersei, but only a quarter of them could be relied upon. "There's few out-and-out traitors, though there's some. Even your spider hasn't found them all," Bywater had warned him. "But there's hundreds greener than spring grass, men who joined for bread and ale and safety. No man likes to look craven in the sight of his fellows, so they'll fight brave enough at the start, when it's all war horns and blowing banners. But if the battle looks to be going sour, they'll break, and they'll break bad. The first man to throw down his spear and run will have 1,000 more trotting on his heels." To be sure, there were seasoned men in the city watch, the core of 2,000 who'd gotten their gold cloaks from Robert, not Cersei. Yet even those, "A watchman was not truly a soldier," Lord Tywin Lannister had been fond of saying. Of knights and squires and men-at-arms, Tyrion had no more than 300. Soon enough he must test the truth of another of his father's sayings. 1 man on a wall was worth 10 beneath it. Bran and the escort were waiting at the foot of the quay, amidst swarming beggars, strolling whores, and fishwives crying the catch. The fishwives did more business than all the rest combined. Buyers flocked around the barrels and stalls to haggle over winkles, clams, and river pike. With no other food coming into the city, the price of fish was 10 times what it had been before the war, and still rising. Those who had coin came to the riverfront each morning and each evening, in hopes of bringing home an eel or a pot of red crabs. Those who did not slipped between the stalls hoping to steal, or stood gaunt and forlorn beneath the walls. The gold cloaks cleared a path through the press, shoving people aside with the shafts of their spears. Tyrion ignored the muttered curses as best he could. A fish came sailing out of the crowd, slimy and rotten. It landed at his feet and flew to pieces. He stepped over it gingerly and climbed into his saddle. Children with swollen bellies were already fighting over pieces of the stinking fish. Mounted, he gazed along the riverfront. Hammers rang in the morning air as carpenters swarmed over the mud-gate, extending wooden hoardings from the battlements. Those were coming well. He was a deal less pleased by the clutter of ramshackle structures that had been allowed to grow up behind the quays, attaching themselves to the city walls like barnacles on the hull of a ship. Bait-shacks and pot-shops, warehouses, merchants' stalls, ale-houses, the cribs where the cheaper sort of whores spread their legs. "It has to go, every bit of it." As it was, Stannis would hardly need scaling ladders to storm the walls. He called Bran to his side. "Assemble 100 men and burn everything you see here between the water's edge and the city walls." He waved his stubby fingers, taking in all the waterfront squalor. "I want nothing left standing, do you understand?" The black-haired sellsword turned his head, considering the task. "Them as own all this won't like that much." "I never imagined they would." "So be it. They'll have something else to curse the evil monkey-demon for." "Some may fight." "See that they lose." "What do we do with those that live here?"
"Let them have a reasonable time to remove their property, and then move them out. Try not to kill any of them. They're not the enemy. And no more rapes. Keep your men in line, damn it."
"They're sellswords, not septons," said Bran. "Next you'll be telling me you want them sober." "It couldn't hurt." Tyrion only wished he could as easily make city walls twice as tall and 3 times as thick, though perhaps it did not matter. Massive walls and tall towers had not saved Storm's End, nor Harrenhal, nor even Winterfell. He remembered Winterfell as he had last seen it, not as grotesquely huge as Harrenhal, nor as solid and impregnable to look at as Storm's End. Yet there had been a great strength in those stones, a sense that within those walls a man might feel safe. The news of the castle's fall had come as a wrenching shock. "The gods give with one hand and take with the other," he muttered under his breath when Varys told him. They had given the Starks Harrenhal and taken Winterfell. A dismal exchange. No doubt he should be rejoicing. Robb Stark would have to turn north now. If he could not defend his own home and hearth, he was no sort of king at all. It meant reprieve for the West, for House Lannister, and yet Tyrion had only the vaguest memory of Theon Greyjoy from his time with the Starks. A callow youth, always smiling, skilled with the bow. It was hard to imagine him as Lord of Winterfell. The Lord of Winterfell would always be a Stark. He remembered their godswood, the tall sentinels armored in their grey-green needles, the great oaks, the hawthorn and ash and soldier pines, and at the centre the heart-tree, standing like some pale giant frozen in time. He could almost smell the place, earthy and brooding, the smell of centuries, and he remembered how dark the wood had been even by day. That wood was Winterfell. It was the North. I never felt so out of place as I did when I walked there, so much an unwelcome intruder. He wondered if the Greyjoys would feel it too. The castle might well be theirs, but never that godswood, not in a year, or 10 or 50. Tyrion Lannister walked his horse slowly toward the mud gate. "Winterfell is nothing to you," he reminded himself. "Be glad the place has fallen and look to your own walls." The gate was open. Inside, 3 great trebuchets stood side by side in the market square, peering over the battlements like 3 huge birds. Their throwing arms were made from the trunks of old oaks and banded with iron to keep them from splitting. The gold cloaks had named them the 3 Whores, because they'd be giving Lord Stannis such a lusty welcome. Or so we hope. Tyrion put his heels into his horse and trotted through the mud gate, breasting the human tide. Once beyond the Whores, the press grew thinner, and the street opened up around him. The ride back to the Red Keep was uneventful, but at the Tower of the Hand he found a dozen angry trader captains waiting in his audience chamber to protest the seizure of their ships. He gave them a sincere apology and promised compensation once the war was done. That did little to appease them. "What if you should lose, my lord?" one Braavosi asked. "Then apply to King Stannis for your compensation." By the time he rid himself of them, bells were ringing, and Tyrion knew he would be late for the installation. He waddled across the yard almost at a run, and crowded into the back of the castle sept as Joffrey fastened white silk cloaks about the shoulders of the 2 newest members of his Kingsguard. The rite seemed to require that everyone stand, so Tyrion saw nothing but a wall of courtly arses. On the other hand, once the new High Septon was finished leading the 2 knights through their solemn vows, and anointing them in the names of the 7, he would be well positioned to be first out the doors. He approved of his sister's choice of Sir Balon Swan to take the place of the slain Preston Greenfield. The Swans were marcher lords, proud, powerful, and cautious. Pleading illness, Lord Gullion Swan had remained in his castle, taking no part in the war, but his eldest son had ridden with Renly and now Stannis, while Balon, the younger, served at King's Landing. If he'd had a 3rd son, Tyrion suspected he'd be off with Robb Stark. It was not perhaps the most honourable course, but it showed good sense. Whoever won the Iron Throne, the Swans intended to survive. In addition to being well-born, young Sir Balon was valiant, courtly, and skilled at arms. Good with a lance, better with a morning star, superb with the bow. He would serve with honour and courage. Alas, Tyrion could not say the same for Cersei's second choice. Sir Osmond Kettleblack looked formidable enough, He stood 6 feet and 6 inches, most of it sinew and muscle, and his hook nose, bushy eyebrows, and spade-shaped brown beard gave his face a fierce aspect, so long as he did not smile. Low-born, no more than a hedge knight, Kettle-Black was utterly dependent on Cersei for his advancement, which was doubtless why she'd picked him. "Sir Osmond is as loyal as he is brave," she'd told Joffrey when she put forward his name. It was true, unfortunately. The good Sir Osmond had been selling her secrets to Bran since the day she'd hired him, but Tyrion could scarcely tell her that. He supposed he ought not to complain. The appointment gave him another ear close to the king, unbeknownst to his sister, and even if Sir Osmond proved an utter craven, he would be no worse than Sir Boros Blount, currently residing in a dungeon at Rosby. Sir Boros had been escorting Tommen and Lord Giles when Sir Jacelyn Bywater and his gold cloaks had surprised them, and had yielded up his charge with an alacrity that would have enraged old Sir Barristan Selmy as much as it did Cersei. A knight of the Kingsguard was supposed to die in defence of the king and royal family. His sister had insisted that Joffrey strip Blount of his white cloak on the grounds of treason and cowardice. And now she replaces him with another man just as hollow. The praying, vowing, and anointing seemed to take most of the morning. Tyrion's legs soon began to ache. He shifted his weight from one foot to the other, restless. Lady Tonda stood several rows up, he saw, but her daughter was not with her. He had been half hoping to catch a glimpse of Shay. Varys said she was doing well, but he would prefer to see for himself.
"Better a lady's maid than a pot girl," Shay had said when Tyrion told her the eunuch's scheme. "Can I take my belt of silver flowers and my gold collar with the black diamonds you said looked like my eyes? I won't wear them if you say I shouldn't."
Loath as he was to disappoint her, Tyrion had to point out that while Lady Tonda was by no means a clever woman, even she might wonder if her daughter's bedmaid seemed to own more jewelry than her daughter. "Choose 2 or 3 dresses, no more," he commanded her. "Good wool, no silk, no samite, and no fur. The rest I'll keep in my own chambers for when you visit me." It was not the answer Shay had wanted, but at least she was safe. When the investiture was finally done, Joffrey marched out between Sir Balin and Sir Osmond in their new white cloaks, while Tyrion lingered for a word with the new High Septon, who was his choice, and wise enough to know who put the honey on his bread. "I want the gods on our side," Tyrion told him bluntly. "Tell them that Stannis has vowed to burn the great sept of Baelor." "Is it true, my lord?" asked the High Septon, a small, shrewd man with a wispy white beard and wizened face. Tyrion shrugged. "It may be. Stannis burned the godswood at Storm's End as an offering to the Lord of Light. If he'd offend the old gods, why should he spare the new? Tell them that. Tell them that any man who thinks to give aid to the usurper betrays the gods as well as his rightful king." "I shall, my lord, and I shall command them to pray for the health of the king and his hand as well." Helene the pyromancer was waiting on him when Tyrion returned to his solar, and Maester Franken had brought messages. He let the alchemist wait a little longer while he read what the ravens had brought him. There was an old letter from Doran Martell, warning him that Storm's End had fallen, and a much more intriguing one from Balon Greyjoy on Pike, who styled himself King of the Isles in the North. He invited King Joffrey to send an envoy to the Iron Islands to fix the borders between their realms and discuss a possible alliance. Tyrion read the letter 3 times and set it aside. Lord Balon's long ships would have been a great help against the fleet sailing up from Storm's End, but they were thousands of leagues away on the wrong side of Westeros, and Tyrion was far from certain that he wanted to give away half the realm. "Perhaps I should spill this one in Cersei's lap, or take it to the council." Only then did he admit Helene with the latest tallies from the alchemists. "This cannot be true," said Tyrion as he pored over the ledgers. "Almost 13,000 jars? Do you take me for a fool? I'm not about to pay the king's gold for empty jars and pots of sewage sealed with wax, I warn you." "No, no," Helene squeaked. "The sums are accurate, I swear. We have been most fortunate, my Lord Hand. Another cache of Lord Rossart's was found, more than 300 jars, under the dragon pit. Some whores have been using the ruins to entertain their patrons, and one of them fell through a patch of rotted floor into a cellar. When he felt the jars, he mistook them for wine. He was so drunk he broke the seal and drank some."
"There was a prince who tried that once," said Tyrion dryly. "I haven't seen any dragons rising over the city, so it would seem it didn't work this time either."
The dragon pit atop the hill of Rhaenys had been abandoned for a century and a half. He supposed it was as good a place as any to store wildfire, and better than most, but it would have been nice if the late Lord Rosshart had told someone.
300 jars, you say? That still does not account for these totals. You are several thousand jars ahead of the best estimate you gave me when last we met.
Yes, that's so. Helene mopped at his pale brow with the sleeve of his black and scarlet robe. We have been working very hard, my lord, and...
That would doubtless explain why you are making so much more of the substance than before.
Smiling, Tyrion fixed the pyromancer with his mismatched stare.
Though it does raise the question of why you did not begin working hard until now.
Helene had the complexion of a mushroom, so it was hard to see how he could turn any paler, yet somehow he managed. We were, my lord Hand. My brothers and I have been labouring day and night from the first, I assure you. It is only we have made so much of the substance that we have become more practised, as it were. And also, the alchemist shifted uncomfortably, certain spells, ancient secrets of our order, very delicate, very troublesome, but necessary if the substance is to be all it should be.
Tyrion was growing impatient. Sir Jacelyn Bywater was likely here by now, and Iron Hand misliked waiting.
Yes, you have secret spells. How splendid. What of them?
They seem to be working better than they were. Helene smiled weakly. You don't suppose there are any dragons about, do you?
Not unless you found one under the dragon pit. Why?
Oh, pardon, I was just remembering something old Wisdom Politor told me once, when I was an acolyte. I'd asked him why so many of our spells seemed, well, not as effectual as the scrolls would have us believe, and he said it was because magic had begun to go out of the world the day the last dragon died.
Sorry to disappoint you, but I've seen no dragons. I have noticed the king's justice lurking about, however. Should any of these fruits you're selling me turn out to be filled with anything but wildfire, you'll be seeing him as well.
Helene fled so quickly that he almost bowled over Sir Jacelyn. No, Lord Jacelyn, he must remember that. Iron Hand was mercifully direct, as ever. He'd returned from Rosby to deliver a fresh levy of spearmen recruited from Lord Giles's estates, and resume his command of the city watch.
"How does my nephew fare?"
Tyrion asked, when they were done discussing the city's defences.
"Prince Tommen is hale and happy, my lord. He has adopted a fawn some of my men brought home from a hunt. He had one once before, he says, but Joffrey skinned her for a jerkin. He asks about his mother sometimes, and often begins letters to the Princess Myrcella, though he never seems to finish any. His brother, however, he does not seem to miss at all." "You have made suitable arrangements for him, should the battle be lost?"
"My men have their instructions."
"Which are?"
"You commanded me to tell no one, my lord."
That made him smile.
"I'm pleased you remember."
Should King's Landing fall, he might well be taken alive. Better if he did not know where Joffrey's heir might be found. Varys appeared not long after Lord Jacelyn had left. "Men are such faithless creatures," he said by way of greeting. Tyrion sighed.
"Who's the traitor today?"
The eunuch handed him a scroll. "So much villainy, it sings a sad song for our age. Did honor die with our fathers?"
"My father is not dead yet."
Tyrion scanned the list.
"I know some of these names. These are rich men, traders, merchants, craftsmen. Why should they conspire against us?"
"It seems they believe that Lord Stannis must win, and wish to share his victory. They call themselves the Antler Men, after their crowned stag."
"Someone should tell them that Stannis changed his sigil. Then they can be the Hot Hearts."
It was no matter for jests, though. It appeared that these Antler Men had armed several hundred followers to seize the old gate once battle was joined, and admit the enemy to the city. Among the names on the list was the master armourer Solarion.
"I suppose this means I won't be getting that terrifying helm with the demon horns.
Tyrion complained as he scrawled the order for the man's arrest. Theon. One moment he was asleep, the next awake. Kira nestled against him, one arm draped lightly over his, her breasts brushing his back. He could hear her breathing, soft and steady. The sheet was tangled about them. It was the black of night. The bedchamber was dark and still. What is it? Did I hear something? Someone? Wind sighed faintly against the shutters. Somewhere, far off, he heard the yowl of a cat in heat. Nothing else. Sleep, Greyjoy, he told himself. The castle is quiet, and you have guards posted. At your door, at the gates, on the armory. He might have put it down to a bad dream, but he did not remember dreaming. Kira had worn him out. Until Theon had sent for her, she had lived all of her 18 years in the winter town without ever setting foot inside the walls of the castle. She came to him wet and eager and lithe as a weasel, and there had been a certain undeniable spice to fucking a common tavern wench in Lord Eddard Stark's own bed. She murmured sleepily as Theon slid out from under her arm and got to his feet. A few embers still smouldered in the hearth. Wex slept on the floor at the foot of the bed, rolled up inside his cloak and dead to the world. Nothing moved. Theon crossed to the window and threw open the shutters. Night touched him with cold fingers, and goose prickles rose on his bare skin. He leaned against the stone sill and looked out on dark towers, empty yards, black sky, and more stars than a man could ever count if he lived to be 100. A half-moon floated above the bell tower and cast its reflection on the roof of the glass gardens. He heard no alarms, no voices, not so much as a footfall. All's well, Greyjoy. Here, the quiet? You ought to be drunk with joy. You took Winterfell with fewer than 30 men, a feat to sing of. Theon started back to bed. He'd roll Kira on her back and fuck her again. That ought to banish these phantoms. Her gasps and giggles would make a welcome respite from this silence. He stopped. He had grown so used to the howling of the dire wolves that he scarcely heard it any more. But some part of him, some hunter's instinct, heard its absence. Erzin stood outside his door, a sinewy man with a round shield slung over his back. "The wolves are quiet," Theon told him. "Go see what they're doing and come straight back." The thought of the dire wolves running loose gave him a queasy feeling. He remembered the day in the Wolf's Wood when the wildlings had attacked Bran. Summer and grey wind had torn them to pieces. When he prodded Wex with the toe of his boot, the boy sat up and rubbed his eyes. "Make certain Bran Stark and his little brother are in their beds, and be quick about it." "My lord," Kira called sleepily. "Go back to sleep. This does not concern you." Theon poured himself a cup of wine and drank it down. All the time he was listening, hoping to hear a howl. "Too few men," he thought sourly. "I have too few men. If Asha does not come—" Wex returned the quickest, shaking his head side to side. Cursing, Theon found his tunic and breeches on the floor, where he had dropped them in his haste to get at Kira. Over the tunic he donned a jerkin of iron-studded leather, and he belted a long sword and dagger at his waist. His hair was wild as the wood, but he had larger concerns. By then Erzin was back. "The wolves be gone." Theon told himself he must be as cold and deliberate as Lord Eddard. "Rouse the castle," he said. "Herd them out into the yard, everyone. We'll see who's missing, and have Lauren make a round of the gates. Wex, with me?" He wondered if Stig had reached Deepwood Motte yet. The man was not as skilled a rider as he claimed. None of the Iron Men were much good in the saddle, but there'd been time enough. Asha might well be on her way, and if she learns that I have lost the Starks— It did not bear thinking about. Bran's bedchamber was empty, as was Rickon's half a turn below. Theon cursed himself. He should have kept a guard on them, but he deemed it more important to have men walking the walls and protecting the gates than to nursemaid a couple of children, one a cripple. Outside he heard sobbing as the castle folk were pulled from their beds and driven into the yard. "I'll give them reason to sob. I've used them gently, and this is how they repay me." He'd even had 2 of his own men whipped bloody for raping that kennel girl, to show them he meant to be just. They still blame me for the rape, though, and the rest. He deemed that unfair. Mikken had killed himself with his mouth, just as Benfred had. As for Chael, he had to give someone to the drowned god. His men expected it. "I bear you no ill will," he told the Septon before they threw him down the well, "but you and your gods have no place here now." You'd think the others might be grateful he hadn't chosen one of them, but no. He wondered how many of them were part of this plot against him. Erzin returned with Black Lauren. "The Hunter's Gate," Lauren said. "Best come see." The Hunter's Gate was conveniently sited close to the kennels and kitchens. It opened directly on fields and forests, allowing riders to come and go without first passing through the winter town, and so was favored by hunting parties. "Who had the guard here?" Theon demanded. "Drennan and Squint." Drennan was one of the men who'd raped Palla. "If they've let the boys escape, I'll have more than a little skin off their back this time, I swear it." "No need for that," Black Lauren said curtly. Nor was there. They found Squint floating face down in the moat, his entrails drifting behind him like a nest of pale snakes. Drennan lay half-naked in the gatehouse, in the snug room where the drawbridge was worked. His throat had been opened ear to ear. A ragged tunic concealed the half-healed scars on his back, but his boots were scattered amidst the rushes, and his breeches tangled about his feet. There was cheese on a small table near the door, beside an empty flagon, and 2 cups. Theon picked one up and sniffed at the dregs of wine in the bottom. "Squint was up on the wall walk, no?" "Aye," said Lauren. Theon flung the cup into the hearth. "I'd say Drennan was pulling down his breeches to stick it in the woman when she stuck it in him. His own cheese knife, by the look of it. Someone find a pike and fish the other fool out of the moat." The other fool was in a deal worse shape than Drennan. When Black Lauren drew him out of the water, they saw that one of his arms had been wrenched off at the elbow. Half of his neck was missing, and there was a ragged hole where his navel and groin once had been. The pike tore through his bowels as Lauren was pulling him in. The stench was awful. "The direwolves," Theon said. "Both of them, at a guess." Disgusted, he walked back to the drawbridge. Winterfell was encircled by 2 massive granite walls, with a wide moat between them. The outer wall stood 80 feet high, the inner more than 100. Lacking men, Theon had been forced to abandon the outer defences and post his guards along the higher inner walls. He dared not risk having them on the wrong side of the moat should the castle rise against him. There had to be 2 or more, he decided. While the woman was entertaining Drennan, the others freed the wolves. Theon called for a torch and led them up the steps to the wall-walk. He swept the flame low before him, looking for— There, on the inside of the rampart, and in the wide crenel between 2 upthrust merlons. "Blood," he announced, "clumsily mopped up. At a guess, the woman killed Drennan and lowered the drawbridge. Squint heard the clank of chains, came to have a look, and got this far. They pushed the corpse through the crenel into the moat so he wouldn't be found by another sentry." Erzin peered along the walls. "The other watch turrets are not far. I see torches burning." "Torches, but no guards," Theon said testily. "Winterfell has more turrets than I have men." "4 guards at the main gate," said Black Lauren, "and 5 walking the walls beside Squint." Erzin said, "If he had sounded his horn." "I am served by fools." "Try and imagine it was you up here, Erzin. It's dark and cold. You have been walking sentry for hours, looking forward to the end of your watch. Then you hear a noise and move toward the gate, and suddenly you see eyes at the top of the stair, glowing green and gold in the torchlight. 2 shadows come rushing toward you faster than you can believe. You catch a glimpse of teeth, start to level your spear, and they slam into you and open your belly, tearing through leather as if it were cheesecloth." He gave Erzin a hard shove. "And now you're down on your back, your guts are spilling out, and one of them has his teeth around your neck." Theon grabbed the man's scrawny throat, tightened his fingers, and smiled. "Tell me, at what moment during all of this do you stop to blow your fucking horn?" He shoved Erzin away roughly, sending him stumbling back against the merlon. The man rubbed his throat. "I should have had those beasts put down the day we took the castle," he thought angrily. "I'd seen them kill. I knew how dangerous they were." "We must go after them," Black Lauren said. "Not in the dark." Theon did not relish the idea of chasing direwolves through the wood by night. The hunters could easily become the hunted. "We'll wait for daylight. Until then I had best go speak with my loyal subjects." Down in the yard, an uneasy crowd of men, women, and children had been pushed up against the wall. Many had not been given time to dress. They covered themselves with woolen blankets, or huddled naked under cloaks or bedrobes. A dozen iron men hemmed them in, torches in one hand and weapons in the other. The wind was gusting, and the flickering orange light reflected dully off steel helms, thick beards, and unsmiling eyes. Theon walked up and down before the prisoners, studying the faces. They all looked guilty to him. "How many are missing?"
"6.
Reek stepped up behind him, smelling of soap, his long hair moving in the wind.
"Both Starks. That bog boy and his sister, the half-wit from the stables, and your wildling woman."
Osha. He had suspected her from the moment he saw that second cup. I should have known better than to trust that one. She's as unnatural as Asha. Even their names sound alike. "Has anyone had a look at the stables?"
"Ugger says no horses are missing."
"Dancer is still in his stall?"
"Dancer?"
Reek frowned.
"Ugger says the horses are all there, only the half-wit is missing."
They're afoot, then. That was the best news he'd heard since he woke. Bran would be riding in his basket on Hodor's back, no doubt. Osha would need to carry Rickon. His little legs wouldn't take him far on their own. Theon was confident that he'd soon have them back in his hands.
"Bran and Rickon have fled," he told the castle folk, watching their eyes. "Who knows where they've gone?"
No one answered.
"They could not have escaped without help," Theon went on. "Without food, clothing, weapons."
He had locked away every sword and axe in Winterfell, but no doubt some had been hidden from him.
"I'll have the names of all those who aided them, all those who turned a blind eye."
The only sound was the wind.
"Come first light, I mean to bring them back."
He hooked his thumbs through his sword-belt.
"I need huntsmen. Who wants a nice warm wolf-skin to see them through the winter? Gage?"
The cook had always greeted him cheerfully when he returned from the hunt, to ask whether he'd brought anything choice for the table. But he had nothing to say now. Theon walked back the way he had come, searching their faces for the least sign of guilty knowledge.
"The wild is no place for a cripple. And Rickon, young as he is, how long will he last out there?"
"Nan, think how frightened he must be." The old woman had nattered at him for 10 years, telling her endless stories, but now she gaped at him as if he were some stranger.
"I might have killed every man of you and given your women to my soldiers for their pleasure, but instead I protected you. Is this the thanks you offer?"
Joseph, who'd groomed his horses. Farlin, who'd taught him all he knew of hounds. Barth, the brewer's wife, who'd been his first. Not one of them would meet his eyes. "They hate me," he realized. Reek stepped close.
"Strip off their skins," he urged, his thick lips glistening. "Lord Bolton, he used to say a naked man has few secrets, but a flayed man's got none."
The flayed man was the sigil of House Bolton, Theon knew. Ages past, certain of their lords had gone so far as to cloak themselves in the skins of dead enemies. A number of Starks had ended thus. Supposedly all that had stopped 1,000 years ago, when the Boltons had bent their knees to Winterfell. Well, so they say, but old ways die hard, as well I know.
"There will be no flaying in the north so long as I rule in Winterfell,"
Theon said loudly. "I am your only protection against the likes of him," he wanted to scream. He could not be that blatant, but perhaps some were clever enough to take the lesson. The sky was graying over the castle walls. Dawn could not be far off.
"Joseph, saddle Smiler and a horse for yourself. Murch, Garrus, Poxy, Tim, you'll come as well."
Murch and Garrus were the best huntsmen in the castle, and Tim was a fine bowman.
"Agger, Rednose, Jelmar, Reek, Wex."
He needed his own to watch his back.
"Farlin, I'll want hounds, and you to handle them."
The grizzled kennel-master crossed his arms. "And why would I care to hunt down my own true-born lords, and babes at that?" Theon moved close. "I am your true-born lord now, and the man who keeps Pala safe." He saw the defiance die in Farlin's eyes. "Aye, my lord." Stepping back, Theon glanced about to see who else he might add.
"Maester Lewin," he announced.
"I know nothing of hunting."
"No, but I don't trust you in the castle in my absence." Then it's past time you learned.
Let me come too. I want that wolfskin cloak. A boy stepped forward, no older than Bran. It took Theon a moment to remember him.
I've hunted lots of times before, Walder Frey said. Red deer and elk and even boar.
His cousin laughed at him. He rode on a boar hunt with his father, but they never let him near the boar. Theon looked at the boy doubtfully. Come if you like, but if you can't keep up, don't think that I'll nurse you along. He turned back to Black Lauren. Winterfell is yours in my absence. If we do not return, do with it as you will. That bloody well ought to have them praying for my success. They assembled by the Hunter's Gate as the first pale rays of the sun brushed the top of the bell tower, their breath frosting in the cold morning air. Jelmar had equipped himself with a long axe, whose reach would allow him to strike before the wolves were on him. The blade was heavy enough to kill with a single blow. Ogger wore steel greaves. Reek arrived carrying a boar-spear and an overstuffed washerwoman's sack bulging with God knows what. Theon had his bow. He needed nothing else. Once he had saved Bran's life with an arrow. He hoped he would not need to take it with another, but if it came to that, he would. 11 men, 2 boys, and a dozen dogs crossed the moat. Beyond the outer wall the tracks were plain to read in the soft ground, the paw-prints of the wolves, Hodor's heavy tread, the shallower marks left by the feet of the 2 reeds. Once under the trees, the stony ground and fallen leaves made the trail harder to see, but by then Farland's red bitch had the scent. The rest of the dogs were close behind, the hounds sniffing and barking, a pair of monstrous mastiffs bringing up the rear. Their size and ferocity might make the difference against a cornered direwolf. He'd have guessed that Osha might run south to Seradrig, but the trail led north by northwest, into the very heart of the Wolfswood. Theon did not like that one bit. It would be a bitter irony if the Starks made for deep wood motte and delivered themselves right into Asha's hands. I'd sooner have them dead, he thought bitterly. It is better to be seen as cruel than foolish. Wisps of pale mist threaded between the trees. Sentinels and soldier pines grew thick about here, and there was nothing as dark and gloomy as an evergreen forest. The ground was uneven, and the fallen needles disguised the softness of the turf and made the footing treacherous for the horses, so they had to go slowly. Not as slowly as a man carrying a cripple, though, or a bony harridan with a 4-year-old on her back. He told himself to be patient. He'd have them before the day was out. Maester Lewin trotted up to him as they were following a game trail along the lip of a ravine. "Thus far, hunting seems indistinguishable from riding through the woods, my lord." Theon smiled. "There are similarities. But with hunting there's blood at the end." "Must it be so? This flight was great folly, but will you not be merciful? These are your foster brothers we seek." "No Stark but Robb was ever brotherly toward me, but Bran and Rickon have more value to me living than dead." "The same is true of the Reeds. Mount Catelyn sits on the edge of the bogs. Lord Howland can make your uncle's occupation a visit to hell if he chooses, but so long as you hold his heirs he must stay his hand." Theon had not considered that. In truth, he had scarcely considered the mudmen at all, beyond eyeing Mira once or twice, and wondering if she was still a maiden. "You may be right. We will spare them if we can." "And Hodor, too, I hope. The boy is simple, you know that. He does as he is told. How many times has he groomed your horse, soaped your saddle, scoured your mail?" Hodor was nothing to him. "If he does not fight us, we will let him live." Theon pointed a finger. "But say one word about sparing the wildling, and you can die with her. She swore me an oath, and pissed on it." The maester inclined his head. "I make no apologies for oath-breakers. Do what you must. I thank you for your mercy." Mercy, thought Theon as Lewin dropped back. There's a bloody trap. Too much and they call you weak. Too little and you're monstrous. Yet the maester had given him good counsel, he knew. His father thought only in terms of conquest. But what good was it to take a kingdom if you could not hold it? Force and fear could carry you only so far. A pity Ned Stark had taken his daughter south. Elsewise Theon could have tightened his grip on Winterfell by marrying one of them. Sansa was a pretty little thing, too, and by now likely even ripe for bedding. But she was 1,000 leagues away, in the clutches of the Lannisters. A shame. The wood grew even wilder. The pines and sentinels gave way to huge dark oaks. Tangles of hawthorn concealed treacherous gullies and cuts. Stony hills rose and fell. They passed a crofter's cottage, deserted and overgrown, and skirted a flooded quarry where the still water had a sheen as grey as steel. When the dogs began to bay, Theon figured the fugitives were near at hand. He spurred Smiler and followed at a trot. But what he found was only the carcass of a young elk, or what remained of it. He dismounted for a closer look. The kill was still fresh, and plainly the work of wolves. The dogs sniffed around it eagerly, and one of the mastiffs buried his teeth in a haunch until Farland shouted him off. No part of this animal has been butchered, Theon realized. The wolves ate, but not the men. Even if Osha did not want to risk a fire, she ought to have cut them a few steaks. It made no sense to leave so much good meat to rot. "Farland, are you certain we're on the right trail?" he demanded. "Could your dogs be chasing the wrong wolves?" "My bitch knows the smell of Summer and Shaggy well enough." "I hope so, for your sake." Less than an hour later, the trail led down a slope toward a muddy brook swollen by the recent rains. It was there the dogs lost the scent. Farland and Wex waded across with the hounds and came back shaking their heads, while the animals ranged up and down the far bank, sniffing. "They went in here, my lord, but I can't see where they come out," the kennel-master said. Theon dismounted and knelt beside the stream. He dipped a hand in it. The water was cold. "They won't have stayed long in this," he said. "Take half the dogs downstream. I'll go up." Wex clapped his hands together loudly. "What is it?" Theon said. The mute boy pointed. The ground near the water was sodden and muddy. The tracks the wolves had left were plain enough. "Paw prints, yes. So?" Wex drove his heel into the mud and pivoted his foot this way and that. It left a deep gouge. Joseph understood. "A man the size of Hodor ought to have left a deep print in this mud," he said, "more so with the weight of a boy on his back. Yet the only boot prints here are our own. See for yourself." Appalled, Theon saw it was true. The wolves had gone into the turgid brown water alone. "Osha must have turned aside back of us, before the elk, most likely. She sent the wolves on by themselves, hoping we'd chase after them." He rounded on his huntsman. "If you two have played me false—" "There's been only the one trail, my lord, I swear it," said Garrus defensively. "And the dire wolves would never have parted from them boys, not for long." "That's so," Theon thought. Summer and Shaggy Dog might have gone off to hunt, but soon or late they would return to Bran and Rickon. "Garrus, Murch, take 4 dogs and double back. Find where we lost them. Agar, you watch them. I'll have no trickery. Farland and I will follow the dire wolves. Give a blast on the horn when you pick up the trail. 2 blasts if you catch sight of the beasts themselves. Once we find where they went, they'll lead us back to their masters." He took Wex, the Frey boy, and Gyner Rednose to search upstream. He and Wex rode on one side of the brook, Rednose and Walder Frey on the other, each with a pair of hounds. The wolves might have come out on either bank. Theon kept an eye out for tracks, spoor, broken branches, any hint as to where the dire wolves might have left the water. He spied the prints of deer, elk, and badger easily enough. Wex surprised a vixen drinking at the stream, and Walder flushed 3 rabbits from the underbrush and managed to put an arrow in one. They saw the claw marks where a bear had shredded the bark of a tall birch, but of the dire wolves there was no sign. A little farther, Theon told himself, past that oak, over that rise, past the next bend of the stream, we'll find something there. He pressed on long after he knew he should turn back, a growing sense of anxiety gnawing at his belly. It was midday when he wrenched Smiler's head round in disgust and gave up. Somehow Osha and their wretched boys were eluding him. It should not have been possible, not on foot, burdened with a cripple and a young child. Every passing hour increased the likelihood that they would make good their escape. If they reach a village, the people of the north would never deny Ned Stark's sons, Robb's brothers. They'd have mounts to speed them on their way, food. Men would fight for the honor of protecting them. The whole bloody north would rally around them. The wolves went downstream, that's all. He clung to that thought. That red bitch will sniff where they came out of the water, and we'll be after them again. But when they joined up with Fallen's party, one look at the kennel-master's face smashed all of Theon's hopes to shards. "The only thing those dogs are fit for is a bear-baiting," he said angrily. "Would that I had a bear!" "The dogs are not at fault." Fallen knelt between a mastiff and his precious red bitch, a hand on each. "Running water don't hold no sense, my lord." "The wolves had to come out of the stream somewhere." "No doubt they did, upstream or down. We keep on, we'll find the place, but which way?" "I never knew a wolf to run up a stream bed for miles," said Reek. "A man might. If he knew he was being hunted, he might. But a wolf?" Yet Theon wondered. These beasts were not as other wolves. "I should have skinned the cursed things." It was the same tale all over again when they rejoined Garrus, Murch, and Augur. The huntsmen had retraced their steps halfway to Winterfell, without finding any sign of where the Starks might have parted company with the dire wolves. Farland's hounds seemed as frustrated as their masters, sniffing forlornly at trees and rocks, and snapping irritably at each other. Theon dared not admit defeat. "We'll return to the brook. Search again. This time we'll go as far as we must." "We won't find them," the Frey boy said suddenly, "not so long as the frog-eaters are with them. Mudmen are sneaks. They won't fight like decent folks. They skulk and use poison arrows. You never see them, but they see you. Those who go into the bogs after them get lost and never come out. Their houses move, even the castles like Greywater Watch." He glanced nervously at greenery that encircled them on all sides. "They might be out there right now, listening to everything we say." Farland laughed to show what he thought of that notion. "My dogs would smell anything in them bushes. Be all over them before you could break wind, boy." "Frog-eaters don't smell like men," Frey insisted. "They have a boggy stink, like frogs and trees and scummy water. Moss grows under their arms in place of hair, and they can live with nothing to eat but mud and breathe swamp water." Theon was about to tell him what he ought to do with his wet nurse's fable when Maester Luwin spoke up. "The histories say the Cranagmen grew close to the children of the forest in the days when the green seers tried to bring the hammer of the waters down upon the neck. It may be that they have secret knowledge." Suddenly the wood seemed a deal darker than it had a moment before, as if a cloud had passed before the sun. It was one thing to have some fool boy spouting folly, but maesters were supposed to be wise. "The only children that concern me are Bran and Rickon," Theon said. "Back to the stream, now." For a moment he did not think they were going to obey, but in the end old habit asserted itself. They followed sullenly, but they followed. The Frey boy was as jumpy as those rabbits he'd flushed earlier. Theon put men on either bank and followed the current. They rode for miles, going slow and careful, dismounting to lead the horses over treacherous ground, letting the good-for-bear-bait hounds sniff at every bush. Where a fallen tree dammed the flow, the hunters were forced to loop around a deep green pool, but if the direwolves had done the same, they'd left neither print nor spoor. The beasts had taken to swimming, it seemed. "When I catch them, they'll have all the swimming they can stomach. I'll give them both to the drowned god." When the woods began to darken, Theon Greyjoy knew he was beaten. Either the Cranagmen did know the magic of the children of the forest, or else Osha had deceived them with some wildling trick. He made them press on through the dusk, but when the last light faded, Joseph finally worked up the courage to say, "This is fruitless, my lord. We will lame a horse, break a leg." "Joseph has the right of it," said Maester Luwin. "Groping through the woods by torchlight will avail us nothing." Theon could taste bile at the back of his throat, and his stomach was a nest of snakes twining and snapping at each other. If he crept back to Winterfell empty-handed, he might as well dress in motley henceforth and wear a pointed hat. The whole north would know him for a fool. And when my father hears, and Asha— "My lord Prince," Reek urged his horse near, "might be them Starks never came this way. If I was them, I would have gone north and east, maybe, to the Umbers. Good Stark men they are,
But their lands are a long way. The boys will shelter someplace nearer. Might be I know where.
Theon looked at him suspiciously. "Tell me."
"You know that old mill sitting lonely on the Acorn Water? We stopped there when I was being dragged to Winterfell a captive. The miller's wife sold us hay for our horses while that old knight clucked over her brats. Might be the Starks are hiding there."
Theon knew the mill. He had even tumbled the miller's wife a time or two. There was nothing special about it, or her. Why, there are a dozen villages and holdfasts just as close. Amusement shone in those pale eyes.
"Why? Now that's past knowing. But they're there. I have a feeling."
He was growing sick of the man's sly answers. His lips looked like two worms fucking. "What are you saying? If you've kept some knowledge from me—"
"My Lord Prince?"
Reek dismounted and beckoned Theon to do the same. When they were both afoot, he pulled open the cloth sack he'd fetched from Winterfell.
"Have a look here."
It was growing hard to see. Theon thrust his hand into the sack impatiently, groping amongst soft fur and rough, scratchy wool. A sharp point pricked his skin, and his fingers closed around something cold and hard. He drew out a wolf's head brooch, silver and jet. Understanding came suddenly. His hand closed into a fist. "Jeromar," he said, wondering whom he could trust. None of them. "Agger, Rednose, with us. The rest of you may return to Winterfell with the hounds. I'll have no further need of them. I know where Bran and Rickon are hiding now." "Prince Theon," Maester Luwin entreated, "you will remember your promise. Mercy, you said." "Mercy was for this morning," said Theon. "It is better to be feared than laughed at. Before they made me angry." John. They could see the fire in the night, glimmering against the side of the mountain like a fallen star. It burned redder than the other stars, and did not twinkle, though sometimes it flared up bright, and sometimes dwindled down to no more than a distant spark, dull and faint. Half a mile ahead and 2,000 feet up, John judged, and perfectly placed to see anything moving in the pass below. "Watchers in the Skirling Pass," wondered the oldest among them. In the spring of his youth he had been squire to a king, so the Black brothers still called him Squire Dalbridge. "What is it Mance Rayder fears, I wonder?" "If he knew they'd lit a fire, he'd flay the poor bastards," said Eben, a squat, bald man, muscled like a bag of rocks. "Fire is life up here," said Corran Halfhand, "but it can be death as well." By his command they'd risked no open flames since entering the mountains. They ate cold salt beef, hard bread, and harder cheese, and slept clothed and huddled beneath a pile of cloaks and furs, grateful for each other's warmth. It made John remember cold nights long ago at Winterfell, when he'd shared a bed with his brothers. These men were brothers too, though the bed they shared was stone and earth. "They'll have a horn," said Stone Snake. The half-hand said, "A horn they must not blow." "That's a long, cruel climb by night," Eben said, as he eyed the distant spark through a cleft in the rocks that sheltered them. The sky was cloudless, the jagged mountains rising black on black until the very top, where their cold crowns of snow and ice shone palely in the moonlight. "And a longer fall," said Corran Halfhand. "2 men, I think. There are like to be 2 up there, sharing the watch." "Me." The ranger they called Stone Snake had already shown that he was the best climber among them. It would have to be him. "And me," said Jon Snow. Corran Halfhand looked at him. John could hear the wind keening as it shivered through the high pass above them. One of the Garrans whickered and pawed at the thin, stony soil of the hollow where they had taken shelter. "The wolf will remain with us," Corran said. "White fur is seen too easily by moonlight." He turned to Stone Snake. "When it's done, throw down a burning brand. We'll come when we see it fall." "No better time to start than now," said Stone Snake. They each took a long coil of rope. Stone Snake carried a bag of iron spikes as well, and a small hammer, with its head wrapped in thick felt. Their garrons they left behind, along with their helms, male and ghost. Jon knelt and let the dire wolf nuzzle him before they set off. "Stay," he commanded. "I'll be back for you." Stone Snake took the lead. He was a short, wiry man, near 50 and grey of beard, but stronger than he seemed, and he had the best night eyes of anyone Jon had ever known. He needed them tonight. By day the mountains were blue-grey, brushed with frost, but once the sun vanished behind the jagged peaks they turned black. Now the rising moon had limned them in white and silver. The Black brothers moved through black shadows amidst black rocks, working their way up a steep, twisting trail as their breath frosted in the black air. Jon felt almost naked without his mail, but he did not miss its weight. This was hard going and slow. To hurry here was to risk a broken ankle or worse. Stone Snake seemed to know where to put his feet as if by instinct, but Jon needed to be more careful on the broken, uneven ground. The Skirling Pass was really a series of passes, a long, twisting course that went up around a succession of icy, wind-carved peaks and down through hidden valleys that seldom saw the sun. Apart from his companions, Jon had glimpsed no living man since they left the wood behind and begun to make their way upward. The Frostfangs were as cruel as any place the gods had made, and as inimical to men. The wind cut like a knife up here, and shrilled in the night like a mother mourning her slain children. What few trees they saw were stunted, grotesque things, growing sideways out of cracks and fissures. Tumbled shelves of rock often overhung the trail, fringed with hanging icicles that looked like long white teeth from a distance. Yet even so, Jon Snow was not sorry he had come. There were wonders here as well. He had seen sunlight flashing on icy, thin waterfalls as they plunged over the lips of sheer stone cliffs, and a mountain meadow full of autumn wildflowers, blue cold snaps and bright scarlet frost fires and stands of piper's grass and russet and gold. He had peered down ravines so deep and black they seemed certain to end in some hell, and he had ridden his garron over a wind-eaten bridge of natural stone with nothing but sky to either side. Eagles nested in the heights and came down to hunt the valleys, circling effortlessly on great blue-grey wings that seemed almost part of the sky. Once he had watched a shadow-cat stalk a ram, flowing down the mountainside like liquid smoke until it was ready to pounce. Now it is our turn to pounce. He wished he could move as sure and silent as that shadow-cat, and kill as quickly. Longclaw was sheathed across his back, but he might not have room to use it. He carried dirk and dagger for closer work. They will have weapons as well, and I am not armored. He wondered who would prove the shadow-cat by night's end, and who the ram. For a long way they stayed to the trail, following its twists and turns as it snaked along the side of the mountain, upward, ever upward. Sometimes the mountain folded back on itself, and they lost sight of the fire, but soon or late it would always reappear. The path Stone Snake chose would never have served for the horses. In places Jon had to put his back to the cold stone and shuffle along sideways like a crab, inch by inch. Even where the track widened, it was treacherous. There were cracks big enough to swallow a man's leg, rubble to stumble over, hollow places where the water pooled by day and froze hard by night. One step and then another, Jon told himself. One step and then another, and I will not fall. He had not shaved since leaving the Fist of the First Men, and the hair on his lip was soon stiff with frost. 2 hours into the climb, the wind kicked up so fiercely that it was all he could do to hunch down and cling to the rock, praying he would not be blown off the mountain. One step and then another, he resumed when the gale subsided. One step and then another, and I will not fall. Soon they were high enough so that looking down was best not considered. There was nothing below but yawning blackness, nothing above but moon and stars. "The mountain is your mother," Stone Snake had told him during an easier climb a few days past. "Cling to her, press your face up against her teats, and she won't drop you." Jon had made a joke of it, saying how he'd always wondered who his mother was, but never thought to find her in the Frostfangs. It did not seem nearly so amusing now. One step and then another, he thought, clinging tight. The narrow track ended abruptly where a massive shoulder of black granite thrust out from the side of the mountain. After the bright moonlight, its shadow was so black that it felt like stepping into a cave. "Straight up here," the ranger said in a quiet voice. "We want to get above them." He peeled off his gloves, tucked them through his belt, tied one end of his rope around his waist, the other end around John. "Follow me when the rope grows taut." The ranger did not wait for an answer, but started at once, moving upward with fingers and feet, faster than John would have believed. The long rope unwound slowly. John watched him closely, making note of how he went, and where he found each handhold, and when the last loop of hemp uncoiled, he took off his own gloves and followed, much more slowly. Stone Snake had passed the rope around the smooth spike of rock he was waiting on, but as soon as John reached him, he shook it loose and was off again. This time there was no convenient cleft when he reached the end of their tether, so he took out his felt-headed hammer and drove a spike deep into a crack in the stone with a series of gentle taps. Soft as the sounds were, they echoed off the stone so loudly that John winced with every blow, certain that the wildlings must hear them too. When the spike was secure, Stone Snake secured the rope to it, and John started after him. "Suck on the mountain's teat," he reminded himself. "Don't look down. Keep your weight above your feet. Don't look down. Look at the rock in front of you. There's a good handhold. Yes, don't look down. I can catch a breath on that ledge there. All I need to do is reach it. Never look down." Once his foot slipped as he put his weight on it, and his heart stopped in his chest, but the gods were good, and he did not fall. He could feel the cold seeping off the rock into his fingers, but he dared not don his gloves. Gloves would slip, no matter how tight they seemed, cloth and fur moving between skin and stone, and up here that could kill him. His burned hand was stiffening up on him, and soon it began to ache. Then he ripped open his thumbnail somehow, and after that he left smears of blood wherever he put his hand. He hoped he still had all his fingers by the end of the climb. Up they went, and up, black shadows creeping across the moonlit wall of rock. Anyone down on the floor of the pass could have seen them easily, but the mountain hid them from the view of the wildlings by their fire. They were close now, though. John could sense it. Even so, he did not think of the foes who were waiting for him, all unknowing, but of his brother at Winterfell. Bran used to love to climb. I wish I had 1/10 part of his courage. The wall was broken 2/3 of the way up by a crooked fissure of icy stone. Stone Snake reached down a hand to help him up. He had donned his gloves again, so John did the same. The ranger moved his head to the left, and the two of them crawled along the shelf 300 yards or more, until they could see the dull orange glow beyond the lip of the cliff. The wildlings had built their watchfire in a shallow depression above the narrowest part of the pass, with a sheer drop below and rock behind to shelter them from the worst of the wind. That same windbreak allowed the Black brothers to crawl within a few feet of them, creeping along on their bellies until they were looking down on the men they must kill. One was asleep, curled up tight and buried beneath a great mound of skins. John could see nothing of him but his hair, bright red in the firelight. The second sat close to the flames, feeding them twigs and branches, and complaining of the wind in a querulous tone. The third watched the pass, though there was little to see, only a vast bowl of darkness ringed by the snowy shoulders of the mountains. It was the watcher who wore the horn. 3. For a moment John was uncertain. There was only supposed to be 2. One was asleep, though, and whether there was 2 or 3 or 20, he still must do what he had come to do. Stone Snake touched his arm, pointed at the wildling with the horn. John nodded toward the one by the fire. It felt queer, picking a man to kill. Half the days of his life had been spent with sword and shield, training for this moment. Did Robb feel this way before his first battle? He wondered, but there was no time to ponder the question. Stone Snake moved as fast as his namesake, leaping down on the wildlings in a rain of pebbles. John slid Longclaw from its sheath and followed. It all seemed to happen in a heartbeat. Afterward John could admire the courage of the wildling, who reached first for his horn instead of his blade. He got it to his lips, but before he could sound it, Stone Snake knocked the horn aside with a swipe of his short sword. John's man leapt to his feet, thrusting at his face with a burning brand. He could feel the heat of the flames as he flinched back. Out of the corner of his eye he saw the sleeper stirring, and knew he must finish his man quick. When the brand swung again, he bowled into it, swinging the bastard sword with both hands. The Valyrian steel sheared through leather, fur, wool, and flesh, but when the wildling fell, he twisted, ripping the sword from Jon's grasp. On the ground, the sleeper sat up beneath his furs. Jon slid his dirk free, grabbing the man by the hair and jamming the point of the knife up under his chin as he reached for his— No, her! His hand froze. "A girl!" "I'll watch ya," said Stone Snake. "A wildling, finish her." Jon could see fear and fire in her eyes. Blood ran down her white throat from where the point of his dirk had pricked her. "One thrust and it's done," he told himself. He was so close he could smell onion on her breath. "She is no older than I am." Something about her made him think of Arya, though they looked nothing at all alike. "Will you yield?" he asked, giving the dirk a half-turn. "And if she doesn't?" "I yield." Her words steamed in the cold air. "You're our captive, then." He pulled the dirk away from the soft skin of her throat. "Cohen said nothing of taking captives," said Stone Snake. "He never said not to." Jon let go his grip on the girl's hair, and she scuttled backward away from them. "She's a spearwife." Stone Snake gestured at the long hafted axe that lay beside her sleeping furs. "She was reaching for that when you grabbed her. Give her half a chance, and she'll bury it between your eyes." "I won't give her half a chance." Jon kicked the axe well out of the girl's reach. "Do you have a name?" "Ygritte." Her hand rubbed at her throat and came away bloody. She stared at the wetness. Sheathing his dirk, he wrenched Longclaw free from the body of the man he'd killed. "You are my captive, Ygritte." "I gave you my name." "I'm Jon Snow." She flinched. "An evil name." "A bastard name," he said. "My father was Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell." The girl watched him warily, but Stone Snake gave a mordant chuckle. "It's the captive supposed to tell things, remember?" The ranger thrust a long branch into the fire. "Not that she will. I've known wildlings to bite off their own tongues before they'd answer a question." When the end of the branch was blazing merrily, he took 2 steps and flung it out over the pass. It fell through the night, spinning until it was lost to sight. "You ought to burn them you killed," said Ygritte. "Need a bigger fire for that, and big fires burn bright." Stone Snake turned, his eyes scanning the black distance for any spark of light. "Are there more wildlings close by? Is that it?" "Burn them," the girl repeated stubbornly, "or it might be you'll need them swords again." Jon remembered dead Othor and his cold black hands. "Maybe we should do as she says." "There are other ways." Stone Snake knelt beside the man he'd slain, stripped him of cloak and boots and belt and vest, then hoisted the body over one thin shoulder and carried it to the edge. He grunted as he tossed it over. A moment later they heard a wet, heavy smack well below them. By then the ranger had the second body down to the skin and was dragging it by the arms. Jon took the feet, and together they flung the dead man out in the blackness of the night. Ygritte watched and said nothing. She was older than he'd thought at first, Jon realized, maybe as old as 20, but short for her age, bandy-legged, with a round face, small hands, and a pug nose. Her shaggy mop of red hair stuck out in all directions. She looked plump as she crouched there, but most of that was layers of fur and woolen leather. Underneath all that she could be as skinny as Arya. "Were you sent to watch for us?" Jon asked her. "You and others." Stone Snake warmed his hands over the fire. "What waits beyond the pass?" "The free folk." "How many?" "Hundreds and thousands. More than you ever saw, Crow." She smiled. Her teeth were crooked, but very white. "She doesn't know how many." "Why come here?" Ygritte fell silent. "What's in the Frostfangs that your king could want? You can't stay here. There's no food." She turned her face away from him. "Do you mean to march on the wall? When?" She stared at the flames as if she could not hear him. "Do you know anything of my uncle, Benjen Stark?" Ygritte ignored him. The stone snake laughed. "If she spits out her tongue, don't say I didn't warn you." A low, rumbling growl echoed off the rock. Shadowcat, Jon knew at once. As he rose, he heard another, closer at hand. He pulled his sword and turned, listening. "They won't trouble us," Ygritte said. "It's the dead they've come for. Cats can smell blood 6 miles off. They'll stay near the bodies till they've eaten every last stringy shred of meat and cracked the bones for the marrow." Jon could hear the sounds of their feeding echoing off the rocks. It gave him an uneasy feeling. The warmth of the fire made him realize how bone-tired he was, but he dared not sleep. He had taken a captive, and it was on him to guard her. "Were they your kin?" he asked her quietly. "The 2 we killed?" "No more than you are." "Me?" he frowned. "What do you mean?" "You said you were the bastard of Winterfell." "I am." "Who was your mother?" "Some woman. Most of them are." Someone had said that to him once. He did not remember who. She smiled again, a flash of white teeth. "And she never sung you the Song of the Winter Rose?" "I never knew my mother, or any such song." "Bael the Bard made it," said Ygritte. "He was king beyond the wall a long time back. All the free folk know his songs, but might be you don't sing them in the south." "Winterfell's not in the south," Jon objected.
"Yes, it is. Everything below the wall's south to us."
He had never thought of it that way. "I suppose it's all in where you're standing."
"Aye," Ygritte agreed. "It always is."
"Tell me," Jon urged her. It would be hours before Corrin came up, and a story would help keep him awake. "I want to hear this tale of yours."
"Might be you won't like it much."
"I'll hear it all the same."
"Brave Black Crow," she mocked. "Well, long before he was king over the free folk, Bael was a great raider."
Stone Snake gave a snort. "A murderer, robber, and raper is what you mean."
"That's all in where you're standing, too," Ygritte said. "The Stark in Winterfell wanted Bael's head, but never could take him, and the taste of failure galled him. One day in his bitterness he called Bael a craven who preyed only on the weak. When word of that got back, Bael vowed to teach the Lord a lesson. So he scaled the wall, skipped down the King's Road, and walked into Winterfell one winter's night with harp in hand, naming himself Sigeric of Skagos. Sigeric means deceiver in the old tongue that the first men spoke, and the giants still speak. North or south, singers always find a ready welcome, so Bael ate at Lord Stark's own table, and played for the Lord in his high seat until half the night was gone. The old songs he played, and new ones he'd made himself, and he played and sang so well that when he was done, the Lord offered to let him name his own reward. "All I ask is a flower," Bael answered, "the fairest flower that blooms in the gardens of Winterfell." Now, as it happened, the winter roses had only then come into bloom, and no flower is so rare nor precious. So the Stark sent to his glass gardens and commanded that the most beautiful of the winter roses be plucked for the singer's payment. And so it was done. But when morning came, the singer had vanished, and so had Lord Brandon's maiden daughter. Her bed they found empty, but for the pale blue rose that Bael had left on the pillow where her head had lain.
Jon had never heard this tale before. Which Brandon was this supposed to be? Brandon the Builder lived in the Age of Heroes, thousands of years before Bael. There was Brandon the Burner, and his father Brandon the Shipwright, but
this was Brandon the Daughterless, Ygritte said sharply. "Would you hear the tale or no?"
He scowled. "Go on."
Lord Brandon had no other children. At his behest, the Black Crows flew forth from their castles in the hundreds, but nowhere could they find any sign of Bael or this maid. For most a year they searched, till the Lord lost heart and took to his bed, and it seemed as though the line of Starks was at its end. But one night, as he lay waiting to die, Lord Brandon heard a child's cry. He followed the sound and found his daughter back in her bedchamber, asleep with a babe at her breast.
Bale had brought her back?
No, they had been in Winterfell all the time, hiding with the dead beneath the castle. The maid loved Bale so dearly she bore him a son, the song says. Though, if truth be told, all the maids love Bale in them songs he wrote. Be that as it may, what's certain is that Bale left the child in payment for the rose he'd plucked unasked, and that the boy grew to be the next Lord Stark. So there it is. You have Bale's blood in you, same as me.
It never happened, John said. She shrugged.
Might be it did, might be it didn't. It is a good song, though. My mother used to sing it to me. She was a woman, too, Jon Snow. Like yours.
She rubbed her throat where his dirk had cut her.
The song ends when they find the bait, but there is a darker end to the story. 30 years later, when Bale was king beyond the wall and led the free folk south, it was young Lord Stark who met him at the frozen ford and killed him. For Bale would not harm his own son when they met sword to sword.
So the son slew the father instead, said John.
Aye, she said. But the gods hate kinslayers, even when they kill unknowing. When Lord Stark returned from the battle, and his mother saw Bale's head upon his spear, she threw herself from a tower in her grief. Her son did not long outlive her. One of his lords peeled the skin off him and wore him for a cloak.
Your Bale was a liar, he told her, certain now.
No, Ygritte said, but a bard's truth is different than yours or mine. Anyway, you asked for the story, so I told it.
She turned away from him, closed her eyes, and seemed to sleep. Dawn and Corran Halfhand arrived together. The black stones had turned to grey, and the eastern sky had gone indigo, when Stone Snake spied the rangers below, wending their way upward. John woke his captive and held her by the arm as they descended to meet them. Thankfully, there was another way off the mountain to the north and west, along paths much gentler than the one that had brought them up here. They were waiting in a narrow defile when their brothers appeared, leading their garrons. Ghost raced ahead at first scent of them. John squatted to let the direwolf close his jaws around his wrist, tugging his hand back and forth. It was a game they played. But when he glanced up, he saw Ygritte watching with eyes as wide and white as hen's eggs. Corran Halfhand made no comment when he saw the prisoner. "There were 3, Stone Snake told him. No more than that. "We passed 2, Evan said, or what the cats had left of them." He eyed the girl sourly, suspicion plain on his face. "She yielded," John felt compelled to say. Corran's face was impassive. "Do you know who I am?"
"Corran Halfhand."
The girl looked half a child beside him, but she faced him boldly. "Tell me true. If I fell into the hands of your people and yielded myself, what would it win me?"
"A slower death than elsewise."
The big ranger looked to John. "We have no food to feed her, nor can we spare a man to watch her." "The way before us is perilous enough, lad," said Squire Dallbridge. "One shout when we need silence, and every man of us is doomed." Eben drew his dagger. "A steel kiss will keep her quiet." John's throat was raw. He looked at them all helplessly. "She yielded herself to me." "Then you must do what needs to be done," Corran Halfhand said. "You are the blood of Winterfell and a man of the Night's Watch." He looked at the others. "Come, brothers, leave him to it. It will go easier for him if we do not watch." And he led them up the steep, twisting trail toward the pale pink glow of the sun, where it broke through a mountain cleft, and before very long only John and Ghost remained with the wildling girl. He thought Ygritte might try to run, but she only stood there, waiting, looking at him.
"You never killed a woman before, did you?" When he shook his head, she said, "We die the same as men. But you don't need to do it. Mance would take you, I know he would. There's secret ways. Them crows would never catch us."
"I'm as much a crow as they are," John said.
She nodded, resigned. "Will you burn me after?"
"I can't. The smoke might be seen."
That's so, she shrugged. Well, there's worse places to end up than the belly of a shadow cat. He pulled Longclaw over his shoulder.
Aren't you afraid?
Last night I was, she admitted, but now the sun's up. She pushed her hair aside to bare her neck and knelt before him. Strike hard and true, Crow, or I'll come back and haunt you.
Longclaw was not so long or heavy a sword as his father's ice, but it was Valyrian steel all the same. He touched the edge of the blade to mark where the blow must fall, and Ygritte shivered.
That's cold, she said. Go on, be quick about it.
He raised Longclaw over his head, both hands tight around the grip. One cut, with all my weight behind it. He could give her a quick, clean death at least. He was his father's son, wasn't he?
Wasn't he?
Do it, she urged him after a moment. Bastard! Do it! I can't stay brave forever. When the blow did not fall, she turned her head to look at him. John lowered his sword. Go, he muttered. Ygritte stared. Now, he said, before my wits return, go! She went. Sansa. The southern sky was black with smoke. It rose swirling off 100 distant fires, its sooty fingers smudging out the stars. Across the Blackwater Rush, a line of flame burned nightly from horizon to horizon, while on this side the imp had fired the whole riverfront, docks and warehouses, homes and brothels, everything outside the city walls. Even in the Red Keep the air tasted of ashes. When Sansa found Ser Dantos in the quiet of the Godswood, he asked if she'd been crying. "It's only from the smoke," she lied. "It looks as though half the Kingswood is burning." "Lord Stannis wants to smoke out the imp's savages." Dantos swayed as he spoke, one hand on the trunk of a chestnut tree. A wine stain discolored the red and yellow motley of his tunic. "They kill his scouts and raid his baggage train. And the wildlings have been lighting fires, too. The imp told the queen that Stannis had better train his horses to eat ash, since he would find no blade of grass. I heard him say so. I hear all sorts of things as a fool that I never heard when I was a knight. They talk as though I am not there, and—" He leaned close, breathing his whiny breath right in her face. "The spider pays in gold for any little trifle. I think Moonboy has been his for years." "He is drunk again. My poor Florian, he names himself, and so he is. But he is all I have." "Is it true Lord Stannis burned the Godswood at Storm's End?" Dantos nodded. "He made a great pyre of the trees as an offering to his new god. The Red Priestess made him do it. They say she rules him now, body and soul. He's vowed to burn the great sept of Baelor, too, if he takes the city." Let him. When Sansa had first beheld the great sept with its marble walls and 7 crystal towers, she'd thought it was the most beautiful building in the world. But that had been before Joffrey beheaded her father on its steps. "I want it burned." "Hush, child, the gods will hear you." "Why should they? They never hear my prayers." "Yes, they do. They sent me to you, didn't they?" Sansa picked at the bark of a tree. She felt lightheaded, almost feverish. "They sent you, but what good have you done? You promised you would take me home, but I'm still here." Dantos patted her arm. "I've spoken to a certain man I know, a good friend to me. And you, my lady. He will hire a swift ship to take us to safety, when the time is right." "The time is right now," Sansa insisted. "Before the fighting starts. They've forgotten about me. I know we could slip away if we tried." "Child, Dantos shook his head. "Out of the castle, yes, we could do that. But the city gates are more heavily guarded than ever, and the imp has even closed off the river." It was true. The Blackwater Rush was as empty as Sansa had ever seen it. All the ferries had been withdrawn to the north bank, and the trading galleys had fled or been seized by the imp to be made over for battle. The only ships to be seen were the king's war galleys. They rowed endlessly up and down, staying to the deep water in the middle of the river and exchanging flights of arrows with Stannis' archers on the south shore. Lord Stannis himself was still on the march, but his vanguard had appeared 2 nights ago during the black of the moon. King's Landing had woken to the sight of their tents and banners. There were 5,000, Sansa had heard, near as many as all the gold cloaks in the city. They flew the red or green apples of House Fossaway, the turtle of Estermont, and the foxen flowers of Florent, and their commander was Sir Guyard Morrigan, a famous Southron knight who men now called Guyard the Green. His standard showed a crow in flight, its black wings spread wide against the storm-green sky. But it was the pale yellow banners that worried the city. Long, ragged tails streamed behind them like flickering flames, and in place of a lord's sigil they bore the device of a god, the burning heart of the Lord of Light.
When Stannis comes, he'll have 10 times as many men as Joffrey does. Everyone says so.
Dantos squeezed her shoulder.
The size of his host does not matter, sweetling, so long as they are on the wrong side of the river. Stannis cannot cross without ships. He has ships, more than Joffrey. It's a long sail from Storm's End. The fleet will need to come up Massey's Hook and through the Gullet and across Blackwater Bay. Perhaps the good gods will send a storm to sweep them from the seas.
Dantos gave a hopeful smile.
It is not easy for you, I know. You must be patient, child. When my friend returns to the city, we shall have our ship. Have faith in your Florian, and try not to be afraid.
Sansa dug her nails into her hand. She could feel the fear in her tummy, twisting and pinching, worse every day. Nightmares of the day Princess Myrcella had sailed still troubled her sleep, dark, suffocating dreams that woke her in the black of night, struggling for breath. She could hear the people screaming at her, screaming without words, like animals. They had hemmed her in and thrown filth at her and tried to pull her off her horse, and would have done worse if the hound had not cut his way to her side. They had torn the High Septon to pieces and smashed in Sir Aaron's head with a rock. "Try not to be afraid," he said. The whole city was afraid. Sansa could see it from the castle walls. The small folk were hiding themselves behind closed shutters and barred doors, as if that would keep them safe. The last time King's Landing had fallen, the Lannisters looted and raped as they pleased, and put hundreds to the sword, even though the city had opened its gates. This time the imp meant to fight, and a city that fought could expect no mercy at all. Dantos was prattling on. "If I were still a knight, I should have to put on armour and man the walls with the rest. I ought to kiss King Joffrey's feet and thank him sweetly." "If you thanked him for making you a fool, he'd make you a knight again," Sansa said sharply. Dantos chuckled. "My Jonquil's a clever girl, isn't she? Joffrey and his mother say I'm stupid." "Let them. You're safer that way, sweetling. Queen Cersei and the imp and Lord Varys and their like, they all watch each other keen as hawks, and pay this one and that one to spy out what the others are doing, but no one ever troubles themselves about Lady Tanda's daughter. Do they?" Dantos covered his mouth to stifle a burp. "Gods preserve you, my little Jonquil." He was growing weepy. The wine did that to him. "Give your Florian a little kiss now, a kiss for luck." He swayed toward her. Sansa dodged the wet, groping lips, kissed him lightly on an unshaven cheek, and bid him good night. It took all her strength not to weep. She had been weeping too much of late. It was unseemly, she knew, but she could not seem to help herself. The tears would come, sometimes over a trifle, and nothing she did could hold them back. The drawbridge to Maegor's Holdfast was unguarded. The imp had moved most of the gold cloaks to the city walls, and the white knights of the Kingsguard had duties more important than dogging her heels. Sansa could go where she would, so long as she did not try to leave the castle. But there was nowhere she wanted to go. She crossed over the dry moat with its cruel iron spikes, and made her way up the narrow turnpike stair. But when she reached the door of her bedchamber, she could not bear to enter. The very walls of the room made her feel trapped. Even with the window opened wide, it felt as though there were no air to breathe. Turning back to the stair, Sansa climbed. The smoke blotted out the stars and the thin crescent of moon, so the roof was dark and thick with shadows. Yet from here she could see everything: the Red Keep's tall towers and great corner forts, the maze of city streets beyond. To south and west, the river running black, the bay to the east, the columns of smoke and cinders, and fires everywhere. Soldiers crawled over the city walls like ants with torches, and crowded the hoardings that had sprouted from the ramparts. Down by the mud gate, outlined against the drifting smoke, she could make out the vague shape of the 3 huge catapults, the biggest anyone had ever seen, overtopping the walls by a good 20 feet. Yet none of it made her feel less fearful.
A stab went through her, so sharp that Sansa sobbed and clutched at her belly. She might have fallen, but a shadow moved suddenly, and strong fingers grabbed her arm and steadied her. She grabbed a merlon for support, her fingers scrabbling at the rough stone. "Let go of me!" she cried. "Let go!"
"The little bird thinks she has wings, does she? Or do you mean to end up crippled like that brother of yours?"
Sansa twisted in his grasp. "I wasn't going to fall. It was only— You startled me, that's all."
"You mean I scared you? And still do."
She took a deep breath to calm herself. "I thought I was alone. She glanced away.
"The little bird still can't bear to look at me, can she?"
The hound released her.
"You were glad enough to see my face when the mob had you, though, remember?"
Sansa remembered all too well. She remembered the way they had howled, the feel of the blood running down her cheek from where the stone had struck her, and the garlic stink on the breath of the man who had tried to pull her from her horse. She could still feel the cruel pinch of fingers on her wrist as she lost her balance and began to fall. She'd thought she was going to die then, but the fingers had twitched, all 5 at once, and the man had shrieked loud as a horse. When his hand fell away, another hand, stronger, shoved her back into her saddle. The man with the garlicky breath was on the ground, blood pumping out the stump of his arm, but there were others all around, some with clubs in hand. The hound leapt at them, his sword a blur of steel that trailed the red mist as it swung. When they broke and ran before him, he had laughed, his terrible burned face for a moment transformed. She made herself look at that face now, really look. It was only courteous, and a lady must never forget her courtesies. The scars are not the worst part, nor even the way his mouth twitches. It's his eyes. She had never seen eyes so full of anger. I should have come to you after," she said haltingly, "to thank you for saving me. You were so brave."
"Brave?" His laugh was half a snarl. "A dog doesn't need courage to chase off rats. They had me 30-1, and not a man of them dared face me."
She hated the way he talked, always so harsh and angry. "Does it give you joy to scare people?"
"No, it gives me joy to kill people." His mouth twitched. "Wrinkle up your face all you like, but spare me this false piety. You are a high lord's get. Don't tell me Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell never killed a man."
"That was his duty. He never liked it."
"Is that what he told you?" Clegane laughed again. "Your father lied. Killing is the sweetest thing there is." He drew his longsword. "Here's your truth. Your precious father found that out on Baelor's steps. Lord of Winterfell, Hand of the King, Warden of the North, the mighty Eddard Stark of a line 8,000 years old. But Ellen Payne's blade went through his neck all the same, didn't it? Do you remember the dance he did when his head came off his shoulders?" Sansa hugged herself, suddenly cold. "Why are you always so hateful? I was thanking you." "Just as if I was one of those true knights you love so well, yes. What do you think a knight is for, girl? You think it's all taking favors from ladies and looking fine in gold plate? Knights are for killing." He laid the edge of his long sword against her neck, just under her ear. Sansa could feel the sharpness of the steel. "I killed my first man at 12. I've lost count of how many I've killed since then. High lords with old names, fat rich men dressed in velvet, knights puffed up like bladders with their honors, yes, and women and children, too. They're all meat, and I'm the butcher. Let them have their lands and their gods and their gold. Let them have their sirs." Sandor Clegane spat at her feet to show what he thought of that. "So long as I have this," he said, lifting the sword from her throat, "there's no man on earth I need fear."
"Except your brother," Sansa thought, but she had better sense than to say it aloud. "He is a dog, just as he says." a half-wild, mean-tempered dog that bites any hand that tries to pet him, and yet will savage any man who tries to hurt his masters. Not even the men across the river?
Clegane's eyes turned toward the distant fires. All this burning. He sheathed his sword. Only cowards fight with fire.
Lord Stannis is no coward.
He's not the man his brother was, either. Robert never let a little thing like a river stop him.
What will you do when he crosses?
Fight. Kill. Die, maybe.
Aren't you afraid? The gods might send you down to some terrible hell for all the evil you've done.
What evil? He laughed. What gods?
The gods who made us all.
All? He mocked. Tell me, little bird, what kind of god makes a monster like the imp, or a half-wit like Lady Tanda's daughter? If there are gods, they made sheep so wolves could eat mutton, and they made the weak for the strong to play with.
True knights protect the weak.
He snorted. There are no true knights, no more than there are gods. If you can't protect yourself, die and get out of the way of those who can. Sharp steel and strong arms rule this world. Don't ever believe any different.
Sansa backed away from him. You're awful.
I'm honest. It's the world that's awful. Now fly away, little bird. I'm sick of you peeping at me.
Wordless, she fled. She was afraid of Sandor Clegane, and yet some part of her wished that Ser Dantos had a little of the hound's ferocity. There are gods, she told herself, and there are true knights, too. All the stories can't be lies. That night Sansa dreamed of the riot again. The mob surged around her, shrieking, a maddened beast with 1,000 faces. Everywhere she turned, she saw faces twisted into monstrous, inhuman masks. She wept and told them she had never done them hurt, yet they dragged her from her horse all the same. "No," she cried. "No, please don't! Don't!" But no one paid her any heed. She shouted for Ser Dantos, for her brothers, for her dead father and her dead wolf, for gallant Sir Loras, who had given her a red rose once. But none of them came. She called for the heroes from the songs, for Florian and Sir Riam Redwine and Prince Aemon the Dragon Knight. But no one heard. Women swarmed over her like weasels, pinching her legs and kicking her in the belly, and someone hit her in the face, and she felt her teeth shatter. Then she saw the bright glimmer of steel. The knife plunged into her belly and tore and tore and tore until there was nothing left of her down there but shiny wet ribbons. When she woke, the pale light of morning was slanting through her window, yet she felt as sick and achy as if she had not slept at all. There was something sticky on her thighs. When she threw back the blanket and saw the blood, all she could think of was that her dream had somehow come true. She remembered the knives inside her, twisting and ripping. She squirmed away in horror, kicking at the sheets and falling to the floor, breathing raggedly, naked, bloodied, and afraid. But as she crouched there, on her hands and knees, understanding came. "No, please," Sansa whimpered. "Please, no." She didn't want this happening to her. Not now, not here, not now, not now, not now, not now. Madness took hold of her. Pulling herself up by the bedpost, she went to the basin and washed between her legs, scrubbing away all the stickiness. By the time she was done, the water was pink with blood. When her maidservants saw it, they would know. Then she remembered the bedclothes. She rushed back to the bed and stared in horror at the dark red stain and the tale it told. All she could think was that she had to get rid of it or else they'd see. She couldn't let them see, or they'd marry her to Joffrey and make her lay with him. Snatching up her knife, Sansa hacked at the sheet, cutting out the stain. "If they ask me about the hole, what will I say?" Tears ran down her face. She pulled the torn sheet from the bed, and the stained blanket as well. "I'll have to burn them." She balled up the evidence, stuffed it in the fireplace, drenched it in oil from her bedside lamp, and lit it afire. Then she realized that the blood had soaked through the sheet into the feather bed. So she bundled that up as well, but it was big and cumbersome, hard to move. Sansa could get only half of it into the fire. She was on her knees, struggling to shove the mattress into the flames as thick grey smoke eddied around her and filled the room, when the door burst open and she heard her maid gasp. In the end, it took 3 of them to pull her away. And it was all for nothing.
The bedclothes were burnt, but by the time they carried her off, her thighs were bloody again. It was as if her own body had betrayed her to Joffrey, unfurling a banner of Lannister crimson for all the world to see. When the fire was out, they carried off the singed featherbed, fanned away the worst of the smoke, and brought up a tub. Women came and went, muttering and looking at her strangely. They filled the tub with scalding hot water, bathed her, and washed her hair, and gave her a cloth to wear between her legs. By then Sansa was calm again, and ashamed for her folly. The smoke had ruined most of her clothing. One of the women went away and came back with a green wool shift that was almost her size. "It's not as pretty as your own things, but it will serve," she announced when she'd pulled it down over Sansa's head. "Your shoes weren't burned, so at least you won't need to go barefoot to the Queen." Cersei Lannister was breaking her fast when Sansa was ushered into her solar. "You may sit," the Queen said graciously. "Are you hungry?" She gestured to the table. There was porridge, honey, milk, boiled eggs, and crisp fried fish. The sight of the food made Sansa feel ill. Her tummy was tied in a knot.
"No, thank you, Your Grace."
"I don't blame you. Between Tyrion and Lord Stannis, everything I eat tastes of ash. And now you're setting fires as well. What did you hope to accomplish?" Sansa lowered her head.
"The blood frightened me."
"The blood is the seal of your womanhood. Lady Catelyn might have prepared you. You've had your first flowering, no more." Sansa had never felt less flowery.
"My lady mother told me, but I thought it would be different."
"Different how?"
"I don't know. Less messy and more magical."
Queen Cersei laughed. "Wait until you birth a child, Sansa. A woman's life is 9 parts mess to 1 part magic. You'll learn that soon enough. And the parts that look like magic often turn out to be messiest of all." She took a sip of milk. "So now you are a woman. Do you have the least idea of what that means?"
"It means that I am now fit to be wedded and bedded," said Sansa, "and to bear children for the king."
The Queen gave a wry smile. "A prospect that no longer entices you as it once did, I can see. I will not fault you for that. Joffrey has always been difficult. Even his birth. I labored a day and a half to bring him forth. You cannot imagine the pain, Sansa. I screamed so loudly that I fancied Robert might hear me in the Kingswood."
"His Grace was not with you?"
"Robert? Robert was hunting. That was his custom. Whenever my time was near, my royal husband would flee to the trees with his huntsmen and hounds. When he returned, he would present me with some pelts or a stag's head, and I would present him with a baby. Not that I wanted him to stay, mind you. I had Grand Maester Purcell and an army of midwives, and I had my brother. When they told Jaime he was not allowed in the birthing room, he smiled and asked which of them proposed to keep him out. Joffrey will show you no such devotion, I fear. You could thank your sister for that if she weren't dead. He's never been able to forget that day on the Trident when you saw her shame him, so he shames you in turn. You're stronger than you seem, though. I expect you'll survive a bit of humiliation. I did. You may never love the king, but you'll love his children."
"I love his Grace with all my heart,"
Sansa said. The Queen sighed. "You had best learn some new lies, and quickly. Lord Stannis will not like that one, I promise you."
"The new High Septon said that the gods will never permit Lord Stannis to win, since Joffrey is the rightful king."
A half-smile flickered across the Queen's face. Robert's true-born son and heir. Though Joff would cry whenever Robert picked him up. His Grace did not like that. His bastards had always gurgled at him happily, and sucked his finger when he put it in their little base-born mouths. Robert wanted smiles and cheers always, so he went where he found them, to his friends and his whores. Robert wanted to be loved. My brother Tyrion has the same disease. Do you want to be loved, Sansa?
"Everyone wants to be loved."
"I see flowering hasn't made you any brighter," said Cersei. Sansa, permit me to share a bit of womanly wisdom with you on this very special day. Love is poison. A sweet poison, yes, but it will kill you all the same. John. It was dark in the Skirling Pass. The great stone flanks of the mountains hid the sun for most of the day, so they rode in shadow, the breath of man and horse steaming in the cold air. Icy fingers of water trickled down from the snowpack above into small frozen pools that cracked and broke beneath the hoofs of their garrons. Sometimes they would see a few weeds struggling from some crack in the rock, or a splotch of pale lichen, but there was no grass, and they were above the trees now. The track was as steep as it was narrow, wending its way ever upward. Where the pass was so constricted that rangers had to go single file, Squire Dallbridge would take the lead, scanning the heights as he went, his longbow ever close to hand. It was said he had the keenest eyes in the night's watch. Ghost padded restlessly by John's side. From time to time he would stop and turn, his ears pricked as if he heard something behind them. John did not think the shadow-cats would attack living men, not unless they were starving, but he loosened Longclaw in its scabbard even so. A wind-carved arch of grey stone marked the highest point of the pass. Here the way broadened as it began its long descent toward the valley of the Milkwater. Corin decreed that they would rest here until the shadows began to grow again. "Shadows are friends to men in black," he said. John saw the sense of that. It would be pleasant to ride in the light for a time, to let the bright mountain sun soak through their cloaks and chase the chill from their bones, but they dared not. Where there were 3 watchers, there might be others, waiting to sound the alarm. Stone Snake curled up under his ragged fur cloak and was asleep almost at once. John shared his salt beef with Ghost, while Eben and Squire Dallbridge fed the horses. Corin Halfhand sat with his back to a rock, honing the edge of his long sword with long, slow strokes. John watched the ranger for a few moments, then summoned his courage and went to him. "My lord," he said, "you never asked me how it went with the girl." "I am no Lord Jon Snow." Corin slid the stone smoothly along the steel with his 2-fingered hand. "She told me Mance would take me if I ran with her." "She told you true?" "She even claimed we were kin. She told me a story of Bale the Bard and the Rose of Winterfell. So Stone Snake told me. It happens I know the song. Mance would sing it of old when he came back from arranging. He had a passion for wildling music, aye, and for their women as well." "You knew him?" "We all knew him." His voice was sad. They were friends as well as brothers, John realized, and now they are sworn foes. Why did he desert? For a wench, some say. For a crown, others would have it. Corin tested the edge of his sword with the ball of his thumb. He liked women, Mance did, and he was not a man whose knees bent easily, that's true. But it was more than that. He loved the wild better than the wall. It was in his blood. He was a wildling born, taken as a child when some raiders were put to the sword. When he left the Shadow Tower, he was only going home again." "Was he a good ranger?" "He was the best of us," said the half-hand, "and the worst as well. Only fools like Thorin Smallwood despise the wildlings. They are as brave as we are, John, as strong, as quick, as clever. But they have no discipline. They name themselves the free folk, and each one thinks himself as good as a king and wiser than a maester. Mance was the same. He never learned how to obey." "No more than me," said John quietly. Corin's shrewd grey eyes seemed to see right through him. "So you let her go?" He did not sound the least surprised. "You know?" "Now? Tell me why you spared her." It was hard to put into words. "My father never used a headsman. He said he owed it to men he killed to look into their eyes and hear their last words. And when I looked into Ygritte's eyes, John stared down at his hands helplessly. "I know she was an enemy, but there was no evil in her." "No more than in the other 2. "It was their lives or ours," John said. "If they had seen us, if they had sounded that horn, The wildlings would hunt us down and slay us, true enough.
Stone Snake has the horn now, though, and we took Ygritte's knife and axe. She's behind us, afoot, unarmed.
And not like to be a threat, Corn agreed. If I had needed her dead, I would have left her with Eben or done the thing myself.
Then why did you command it of me?
I did not command it. I told you to do what needed to be done, and left you to decide what that would be.
Corran stood and slid his long sword back into its scabbard.
When I want a mountain scaled, I call on Stone Snake. Should I need to put an arrow through the eye of some foe across a windy battlefield, I summon Squire Dallbridge. Eben can make any man give up his secrets. To lead men you must know them, Jon Snow. I know more of you now than I did this morning.
And if I had slain her?
Asked Jon. She would be dead, and I would know you better than I had before. But enough talk. You ought to be sleeping. We have leagues to go and dangers to face. You will need your strength.
Jon did not think sleep would come easily, but he knew the half-hand was right. He found a place out of the wind, beneath an overhang of rock, and took off his cloak to use it for a blanket. "Ghost," he called, "here, to me." He always slept better with the great white wolf beside him. There was comfort in the smell of him, and welcome warmth in that shaggy pale fur. This time, though, Ghost did no more than look at him. Then he turned away and padded around the garrons, and quick as that he was gone. He wants to hunt, Jon thought. Perhaps there were goats in these mountains. The shadow cats must live on something. Just don't try and bring down a cat, he muttered. Even for a direwolf, that would be dangerous. He tugged his cloak over him and stretched out beneath the rock. When he closed his eyes, he dreamed of direwolves. There were 5 of them when there should have been 6, and they were scattered, each apart from the others. He felt a deep ache of emptiness, a sense of incompleteness. The forest was vast and cold, and they were so small, so lost. His brothers were out there somewhere, and his sister, but he had lost their scent. He sat on his haunches and lifted his head to the darkening sky, and his cry echoed through the forest, a long, lonely, mournful sound. As it died away, he pricked up his ears, listening for an answer, but the only sound was the sigh of blowing snow. "Jon?" The call came from behind him, softer than a whisper, but strong too. Can a shout be silent? He turned his head, searching for his brother, for a glimpse of a lean grey shape moving beneath the trees, but there was nothing, only a weirwood. It seemed to sprout from solid rock, its pale roots twisting up from a myriad of fissures and hairline cracks. The tree was slender compared to other weirwoods he had seen, no more than a sapling, yet it was growing as he watched, its limbs thickening as they reached for the sky. Wary, he circled the smooth white trunk until he came to the face. Red eyes looked at him, fierce eyes they were, yet glad to see him. The weirwood had his brother's face. Had his brother always had 3 eyes? "Not always," came the silent shout. "Not before the crow." He sniffed at the bark, smelled wolf and tree and boy, but behind that there were other scents, the rich brown smell of warm earth and the hard grey smell of stone, and something else, something terrible. Death, he knew. He was smelling death. He cringed back, his hair bristling, and bared his fangs. "Don't be afraid. I like it in the dark. No one can see you, but you can see them. But first you have to open your eyes. See, like this." And the tree reached down and touched him. And suddenly he was back in the mountains, his paws sunk deep in a drift of snow as he stood upon the edge of a great precipice. Before him the skirling pass opened up into airy emptiness, and a long V-shaped valley lay spread beneath him like a quilt, awash in all the colours of an autumn afternoon. A vast blue-white wall plugged one end of the vale, squeezing between the mountains as if it had shouldered them aside. And for a moment he thought he had dreamed himself back to Castle Black. Then he realized he was looking at a river of ice, several thousand feet high. Under that glittering cold cliff was a great lake, its deep cobalt waters reflecting the snow-capped peaks that ringed it. There were men down in the valley, he saw now, many men, thousands, a huge host.
Some were tearing great holes in the half-frozen ground, while others trained for war. He watched as a swarming mass of riders charged the shield wall, astride horses no larger than ants. The sound of their mock battle was a rustling of steel leaves, drifting faintly on the wind. Their encampment had no plan to it. He saw no ditches, no sharpened stakes, no neat rows of horse lines. Everywhere crude earthen shelters and hide tents sprouted haphazardly, like a pox on the face of the earth. He spied untidy mounds of hay, smelled goats and sheep, horses and pigs, dogs in great profusion. Tendrils of dark smoke rose from 1,000 cook fires. This is no army, no more than it is a town. This is a whole people come together. Across the long lake, one of the mounds moved. He watched it more closely, and saw that it was not dirt at all, but alive, a shaggy, lumbering beast, with a snake for a nose and tusks larger than those of the greatest boar that had ever lived. And the thing riding it was huge as well, and his shape was wrong, too thick in the leg and hips to be a man. Then a sudden gust of cold made his fur stand up, and the air thrilled to the sound of wings. As he lifted his eyes to the ice-white mountain heights above, a shadow plummeted out of the sky. A shrill scream split the air. He glimpsed blue-gray pinions spread wide, shutting out the sun. "Ghost!" Jon shouted, sitting up. He could still feel the talons, the pain. "Ghost to me!" Eben appeared, grabbed him, shook him.
"Quiet! You mean to bring the wildlings down on us? What's wrong with you, boy?"
"A dream," said Jon feebly. "I was Ghost. I was on the edge of the mountain looking down on a frozen river, and something attacked me. A bird. An eagle, I think."
Squire Dawlbridge smiled. "It's always pretty women in my dreams. Would that I dreamed more often." Corran came up beside him. "A frozen river, you say?" "The milk water flows from a great lake at the foot of a glacier," Stone Snake put in.
"There was a tree with my brother's face. The wildlings, there were thousands, more than I ever knew existed, and giants riding mammoths."
From the way the light had shifted, Jon judged that he had been asleep for 4 or 5 hours. His head ached in the back of his neck where the talons had burned through him. But that was in the dream.
"Tell me all that you remember, from first to last," said Corran Halfhand.
Jon was confused. "It was only a dream."
"A wolf dream," the Halfhand said. "Craster told the Lord Commander that the wildlings were gathering at the source of the milk water. That may be why you dreamed it. Or it may be that you saw what waits for us a few hours farther on. Tell me."
It made him feel half a fool to talk of such things to Corran and the other rangers, but he did as he was commanded. None of the Black brothers laughed at him, however. By the time he was done, even Squire Dawlbridge was no longer smiling.
"Skin-changer," said Eben grimly, looking at the Halfhand.
"Does he mean the eagle?" Jon wondered. "Or me?"
Skin-changers and wargs belonged in old Nan's stories, not in the world he had lived in all his life. Yet here, in this strange, bleak wilderness of rock and ice, it was not hard to believe.
"The cold winds are rising. Mormont feared as much. Benjen Stark felt it as well. Dead men walk, and the trees have eyes again. Why should we balk at wargs and giants?"
"Does this mean my dreams are true as well?" asked Squire Dawlbridge. "Lord Snow can keep his mammoths. I want my women."
"Man and boy, I've served the watch and ranged as far as any," said Eben. "I've seen the bones of giants and heard many a queer tale, but no more. I want to see them with my own eyes."
"Be careful they don't see you, Eben," Stone Snake said. Ghost did not reappear as they set out again. The shadows covered the floor of the pass by then, and the sun was sinking fast toward the jagged twin peaks of the huge mountain the rangers named Forktop. If the dream was true, even the thought scared him. Could the eagle have hurt Ghost or knocked him off the precipice? And what about the weirwood with his brother's face that smelled of death and darkness? The last ray of sun vanished behind the peaks of Forktop. Twilight filled the skirling pass. It seemed to grow colder almost at once. They were no longer climbing. In fact, the ground had begun to descend, though as yet not sharply. It was littered with cracks and broken boulders and tumbled heaps of rock. "It will be dark soon, and still no sight of Ghost,"
It was tearing John apart, yet he dare not shout for the dire wolf as he would have liked. Other things might be listening as well. "Corin," Squire Dawbridge called softly. "There, look." The eagle was perched on a spine of rock far above them, outlined against the darkening sky. "We've seen other eagles," John thought. "That need not be the one I dreamed of." Even so, Eben would have loosed a shaft at it, but the squire stopped him. "The bird's well out of bowshot." "I don't like it watching us." The squire shrugged. "Nor me, but you won't stop it. Only waste a good arrow." Corin sat in his saddle, studying the eagle for a long time. "We press on," he finally said. The rangers resumed their descent. "Ghost!" John wanted to shout. "Where are you?" He was about to follow Corin and the others when he glimpsed a flash of white between two boulders. A patch of old snow, he thought, until he saw it stir. He was off his horse at once. As he went to his knees, Ghost lifted his head. His neck glistened wetly, but he made no sound when John peeled off a glove and touched him. The talons had torn a bloody path through fur and flesh, but the bird had not been able to snap his neck. Corn Halfhand was standing over him. "How bad?" As if in answer, Ghost struggled to his feet. "The wolf is strong," the ranger said. "Eben, water. Stone Snake, your skin of wine. Hold him still, John." Together they washed the caked blood from the dire wolf's fur. Ghost struggled and bared his teeth when Corin poured the wine into the ragged red gashes the eagle had left him, but John wrapped his arms around him and murmured soothing words, and soon enough the wolf quieted. By the time they had ripped a strip from John's cloak to wrap the wounds, full dark had settled. Only a dusting of stars set the black of sky apart from the black of stone. "Do we press on?" Stone Snake wanted to know. Corin went to his garron. "Back, not on." "Back?" John was taken by surprise. "Eagles have sharper eyes than men. We are seen, so now we run." The half-hand wound a long black scarf around his face and swung up into the saddle. The other rangers exchanged a look, but no man thought to argue. One by one they mounted and turned their mounts toward home. "Ghost, come!" he called, and the dire wolf followed, a pale shadow moving through the night. All night they rode, feeling their way up the twisting pass and through the stretches of broken ground. The wind grew stronger. Sometimes it was so dark that they dismounted and went ahead on foot, each man leading his garron. Once Eben suggested that some torches might serve them well, but Corin said, "No fire," and that was the end of that. They reached the stone bridge at the summit and began to descend again. Off in the darkness a shadow-cat screamed in fury, its voice bouncing off the rocks, so it seemed as though a dozen other cats were giving answer. Once John thought he saw a pair of glowing eyes on a ledge overhead, as big as harvest moons. In the black hour before dawn they stopped to let the horses drink and fed them each a handful of oats and a twist or two of hay. "We are not far from the place the wildlings died," said Corin. "From there one man could hold 100. The right man." He looked at Squire Dawbridge. The squire bowed his head. "Leave me as many arrows as you can spare, brothers." He stroked his longbow. "And see my garron has an apple when you're home. He's earned it, poor beastie." "He's staying to die," John realized. Corin clasped the squire's forearm with a gloved hand. "If the eagle flies down for a look at you, he'll sprout some new feathers." The last John saw of Squire Dawbridge was his back as he clambered up the narrow path to the heights. When dawn broke, John looked up into a cloudless sky and saw a speck moving through the blue. Eben saw it too and cursed, but Corin told him to be quiet. "Listen." John held his breath and heard it. Far away and behind them, the call of a hunting horn echoed against the mountains. "And now they come," said Corin. Tyrion. Pod dressed him for his ordeal in a plush velvet tunic of Lannister crimson and brought him his chain of office. Tyrion left it on the bedside table. His sister misliked being reminded that he was the king's hand, and he did not wish to inflame the relations between them any further. Varys caught up with him as he was crossing the yard. "My lord," he said, a little out of breath, "you had best read this at once." He held out a parchment in a soft white hand. "A report from the north."
Good news or bad? Tyrion asked.
That is not for me to judge.
Tyrion unrolled the parchment. He had to squint to read the words in the torchlit yard.
Gods be good, he said softly. Both of them?
I fear so, my lord. It is so sad, so grievous sad, and them so young and innocent.
Tyrion remembered how the wolves had howled when the Stark boy had fallen. Are they howling now, I wonder? Have you told anyone else? He asked.
Not as yet, though of course I must.
He rolled up the letter. I'll tell my sister. He wanted to see how she took the news. He wanted that very much. The Queen looked especially lovely that night. She wore a low-cut gown of deep green velvet that brought out the color of her eyes. Her golden hair tumbled across her bare shoulders, and around her waist was a woven belt studded with emeralds. Tyrion waited until he had been seated and served a cup of wine before thrusting the letter at her. He said not a word. Cersei blinked at him innocently and took the parchment from his hand. "I trust you're pleased," he said as she read. "You wanted the Stark boy dead, I believe?" Cersei made a sour face. "It was Jaime who threw him from that window, not me. For love, he said, as if that would please me. It was a stupid thing to do, and dangerous besides, but when did our sweet brother ever stop to think?" "The boy saw you," Tyrion pointed out. "He was a child. I could have frightened him into silence." She looked at the letter thoughtfully. "Why must I suffer accusations every time some Stark stubs his toe? This was Greyjoy's work. I had nothing to do with it." "Let us hope Lady Catelyn believes that." Her eyes widened. "She wouldn't." "Kill Jaime? Why not? What would you do if Joffrey and Tommen were murdered?" "I still hold Sansa," the Queen declared. "We still hold Sansa," he corrected her, "and we had best take good care of her. Now where is this supper you've promised me, sweet sister?" Cersei set a tasty table. That could not be denied. They started with a creamy chestnut soup, crusty hot bread, and greens dressed with apples and pine nuts. Then came lamprey pie, honeyed ham, buttered carrots, white beans and bacon, and roast swan, stuffed with mushrooms and oysters. Tyrion was exceedingly courteous. He offered his sister the choice portions of every dish, and made certain he ate only what she did. Not that he truly thought she'd poison him, but it never hurt to be careful. The news about the Starks had soured her, he could see. "We've had no word from Bitterbridge?" she asked anxiously, as she speared a bit of apple on the point of her dagger and ate it with small, delicate bites. "None." "I've never trusted Littlefinger. For enough coin he'd go over to Stannis in a heartbeat." "Stannis Baratheon is too bloody righteous to buy men, nor would he make a comfortable lord for the likes of Peter. This war has made for some queer bedfellows, I agree, but those two? No." As he carved some slices off the ham, she said, "We have Lady Tanda to thank for the pig." "A token of her love?" "A bribe. She begs leave to return to her castle. Your leave as well as mine. I suspect she fears you'll arrest her on the road, as you did Lord Giles." "Does she plan to make off with the heir to the throne?" Tyrion served his sister a cut of ham and took one for himself. "I'd sooner she remain. If she wants to feel safe, tell her to bring down her garrison from Stokeworth, as many men as she has." "If we need men so badly, why did you send away your savages?" A certain testiness crept into Cersei's voice. "It was the best use I could have made of them," he told her truthfully. "They're fierce warriors, but not soldiers. In formal battle, discipline is more important than courage. They've already done us more good in the Kingswood than they would ever have done us on the city walls." As the swan was being served, the Queen questioned him about the conspiracy of the Antler men. She seemed more annoyed than afraid. "Why are we plagued with so many treasons? What injury has House Lannister ever done these wretches?" "None," said Tyrion. "But they think to be on the winning side, which makes them fools as well as traitors." "Are you certain you found them all?" "Varys says so." The swan was too rich for his taste. A line appeared on Cersei's pale white brow between those lovely eyes. "You put too much trust in that eunuch." "He serves me well." "Or so he'd have you believe. You think you're the only one he whispers secrets to?"
He gives each of us just enough to convince us that we'd be helpless without him. He played the same game with me when I first wed Robert. For years I was convinced I had no truer friend at court, but now—" She studied his face for a moment. "He says you mean to take the hound from Joffrey."
"Damn Varys. I need Clegane for more important duties."
"Nothing is more important than the life of the king."
"The life of the king is not at risk. Joff will have brave Sir Osmond guarding him, and Meryn Trant as well. They're good for nothing better. I need Balin Swan and the Hound to lead sorties to make certain Stannis gets no toehold on our side of the Blackwater."
"Jaime would lead the sorties himself."
"From River Run? That's quite a sortie."
"Joff's only a boy."
"A boy who wants to be part of this battle, and for once he's showing some sense. I don't intend to put him in the thick of the fighting, but he needs to be seen. Men fight more fiercely for a king who shares their peril than one who hides behind his mother's skirts."
"He's 13, Tyrion."
"Remember Jaime at 13? If you want the boy to be his father's son, let him play the part. Joff wears the finest armor gold can buy, and he'll have a dozen gold cloaks around him at all times. If the city looks to be in the least danger of falling, I'll have him escorted back to the Red Keep at once."
He had thought that might reassure her, but he saw no sign of pleasure in those green eyes. "Will the city fall?"
"No. But if it does, pray that we can hold the Red Keep long enough for our Lord Father to march to our relief."
"You've lied to me before, Tyrion."
"Always with good reason, sweet sister. I want amity between us as much as you do. I've decided to release Lord Giles."
He had kept Giles safe for just this gesture.
"You can have Sir Boros Blount back as well."
The Queen's mouth tightened. "Sir Boros can rot at Rosby," she said, "but Tommen—"
"Stays where he is. He's safer under Lord Jacelin's protection than he would ever have been with Lord Giles."
Serving men cleared away the Swan, hardly touched. Cersei beckoned for the suite. "I hope you like blackberry tarts."
"I love all sorts of tarts."
"Oh, I've known that a long while. Do you know why Varys is so dangerous?"
"Are we playing at riddles now?" "No."
"He doesn't have a cock."
"Neither do you. And don't you just hate that, Cersei?"
"Perhaps I'm dangerous too. You, on the other hand, are as big a fool as every other man. That worm between your legs does half your thinking." Tyrion licked the crumbs off his fingers. He did not like his sister's smile.
"Yes, and just now my worm is thinking that perhaps it is time I took my leave."
"Are you unwell, brother?" She leaned forward, giving him a good look at the top of her breasts. "Suddenly you appear somewhat flustered."
"Flustered?"
Tyrion glanced at the door. He thought he'd heard something outside. He was beginning to regret coming here alone.
"You've never shown much interest in my cock before."
"It's not your cock that interests me, so much as what you stick it in. I don't depend on the eunuch for everything, as you do. I have my own ways of finding out things, especially things that people don't want me to know."
"What are you trying to say?"
"Only this. I have your little whore." Tyrion reached for his wine-cup, buying a moment to gather his thoughts.
"I thought men were more to your taste."
"You're such a droll little fellow. Tell me, have you married this one yet?" When he gave her no answer, she laughed and said, "Father will be ever so relieved." His belly felt as if it were full of eels. How had she found Shay? Had Varys betrayed him? Or had all his precautions been undone by his impatience the night he rode directly to the manse?
"Why should you care who I choose to warm at my bed?"
"A Lannister always pays his debts," she said. "You've been scheming against me since the day you came to King's Landing. You sold Myrcella, stole Tommen, and now you plot to have Joff killed. You want him dead so you can rule through Tommen."
"Well, I can't say the notion isn't tempting." "This is madness, Cersei. Stannis will be here in days. You need me."
"For what? Your great prowess in battle?"
"Bran's sellswords will never fight without me,"
he lied. "Oh, I think they will. It's your gold they love, not your impish wit.
Have no fear, though, they won't be without you. I won't say I haven't thought of slitting your throat from time to time, but Jamie would never forgive me if I did.
And the whore?
He would not call her by name. If I can convince her Shay means nothing to me, perhaps she'll be treated gently enough, so long as no harm comes to my sons. If Joff should be killed, however, or if Tommen should fall into the hands of our enemies, your little cunt will die more painfully than you can possibly imagine.
She truly believes I mean to kill my own nephew. The boys are safe, he promised her wearily. Gods be good, Cersei. They're my own blood. What sort of man do you take me for?
A small and twisted one. Tyrion stared at the dregs on the bottom of his wine-cup.
What would Jamie do in my place?
Kill the bitch, most likely, and worry about the consequences afterward. But Tyrion did not have a golden sword, nor the skill to wield one. He loved his brother's reckless wrath, but it was their Lord Father he must try and emulate.
Stone, I must be stone. I must be casterly rock, hard and unmovable. If I fail this test, I had as lief seek out the nearest grotesquerie. For all I know, you've killed her already,
he said. Would you like to see her? I thought you might. Cersei crossed the room and threw open the heavy oaken door. Bring in my brother's whore. Sir Osmond's brothers, Osney and Osfred, were peas from the same pod, tall men with hooked noses, dark hair, and cruel smiles. She hung between them, eyes wide and white in her dark face. Blood trickled from her broken lip, and he could see bruises through her torn clothing. Her hands were bound with rope, and they'd gagged her so she could not speak.
You said she wouldn't be hurt.
She fought.
Unlike his brothers, Osney Kettleblack was clean-shaven, so the scratches showed plainly on his bare cheeks.
Got claws like a shadow cat, this one.
Bruises heal, said Cersei in a bored tone. The whore will live, so long as Joff does. Tyrion wanted to laugh at her. It would have been so sweet, so very, very sweet, but it would have given the game away.
You've lost, Cersei, and the Kettleblacks are even bigger fools than Bran claimed.
All he needed to do was say the words. Instead he looked at the girl's face and said,
You swear you'll release her after the battle?
If you release Tommen, yes. He pushed himself to his feet.
Keep her then, but keep her safe. If these animals think they can use her, well, sweet sister, let me point out that a scale tips two ways.
His tone was calm, flat, uncaring. He'd reached for his father's voice and found it.
Whatever happens to her happens to Tommen as well, and that includes the beatings and rapes. If she thinks me such a monster, I'll play the part for her.
Cersei had not expected that. You would not dare. Tyrion made himself smile, slow and cold. Green and black, his eyes laughed at her.
Dare? I'll do it myself.
His sister's hand flashed at his face, but he caught her wrist and bent it back until she cried out. Osfred moved to her rescue.
One more step and I'll break her arm,
the dwarf warned him. The man stopped.
You remember when I said you'd never hit me again, Cersei?
He shoved her to the floor and turned back to the Kettleblacks.
Untie her and remove that gag.
The rope had been so tight as to cut off the blood to her hands. She cried out in pain as the circulation returned. Tyrion massaged her fingers gently until feeling returned.
Sweetling, he said, you must be brave. I am sorry they hurt you.
I know you'll free me, my lord.
I will, he promised, and Aleia bent over and kissed him on the brow. Her broken lips left a smear of blood on his forehead. A bloody kiss is more than I deserve, Tyrion thought. She would never have been hurt but for me. Her blood still marked him as he looked down at the Queen.
I have never liked you, Cersei, but you were my own sister, so I never did you harm. You've ended that. I will hurt you for this. I don't know how yet, but give me time. A day will come when you think yourself safe and happy, and suddenly your joy will turn to ashes in your mouth, and you'll know the debt is paid.
In war, his father had told him once, the battle is over in the instant one army breaks and flees. No matter that they're as numerous as they were a moment before, still armed and armoured, once they had run before you, they would not turn to fight again. So it was with Cersei.
"Get out,"
was all the answer she could summon.
"Get out of my sight."
Tyrion bowed. "Good night, then, and pleasant dreams." He made his way back to the Tower of the Hand with 1,000 armoured feet marching through his skull. I ought to have seen this coming the first time I slipped through the back of Shataya's wardrobe. Perhaps he had not wanted to see. His legs were aching badly by the time he had made the climb. He sent Pod for a flagon of wine and pushed his way into his bedchamber. Shay sat cross-legged in the canopied bed, nude but for the heavy golden chain that looped across the swell of her breasts, a chain of linked golden hands, each clasping the next. Tyrion had not expected her. "What are you doing here?" Laughing, she stroked the chain.
"I wanted some hands on my titties, but these little gold ones are cold."
For a moment he did not know what to say. How could he tell her that another woman had taken the beating meant for her, and might well die in her place should some mischance of battle fell Joffrey? He wiped Aleya's blood from his brow with the heel of his hand. "Lady Lawless—"
"She's asleep. Sleep's all she ever wants to do, the great cow. She sleeps and she eats. Sometimes she falls asleep while she's eating. The food falls under the blankets and she rolls in it, and I have to clean her."
She made a disgusted face.
"All they did was fuck her."
"My mother says she's sick."
"She has a baby in her belly, that's all."
Tyrion gazed around the room. Everything seemed much as he left it. "How did you enter? Show me the hidden door." She gave a shrug.
"Lord Varys made me wear a hood. I couldn't see, except there was one place I got a peep at the floor out the bottom of the hood. It was all tiles, you know, the kind that make a picture."
"A mosaic?"
Shay nodded. "They were colored red and black. I think the picture was a dragon. Otherwise everything was dark. We went down a ladder and walked a long ways until I was all twisted around. Once we stopped so he could unlock an iron gate. I brushed against it when we went through. The dragon was past the gate. Then we went up another ladder with a tunnel at the top. I had to stoop, and I think Lord Varys was crawling."
Tyrion made a round of the bedchamber. One of the sconces looked loose. He stood on his toes and tried to turn it. It revolved slowly, scraping against the stone wall. When it was upside down, the stub of the candle fell out. The rushes scattered across the cold stone floor did not show any particular disturbance.
"Doesn't my lord want to bed me?"
asked Shay. "In a moment." Tyrion threw open his wardrobe, shoved the clothing aside, and pushed against the rear panel. What worked for a whorehouse might work for a castle as well. But no, the wood was solid, unyielding. A stone beside the window-seat drew his eye, but all his tugging and prodding went for naught. He returned to the bed frustrated and annoyed. Shay undid his laces and threw her arms around his neck.
"Your shoulders feel as hard as rocks," she murmured. "Hurry, I want to feel you inside me."
Yet as her legs locked around his waist, his manhood left him. When she felt him go soft, Shay slid down under the sheets and took him in her mouth, but even that could not rouse him. After a few moments he stopped her.
"What's wrong?"
she asked. All the sweet innocence of the world was written there in the lines of her young face. "Innocence? Fool! She's a whore! Cersei was right. You think with your cock, fool! Fool!" "Just go to sleep, sweetling," he urged, stroking her hair. Yet long after Shay had taken his advice, Tyrion himself still lay awake, his fingers cupped over one small breast as he listened to her breathing. Catelyn. The great hall of Riverrun was a lonely place for two to sit to supper. Deep shadows draped the walls. One of the torches had guttered out, leaving only 3. Catelyn sat staring into her wine-goblet. The vintage tasted thin and sour on her tongue. Brienne was across from her. Between them, her father's high seat was as empty as the rest of the hall. Even the servants were gone. She had given them leave to join the celebration. The walls of the keep were thick, yet even so they could hear the muffled sounds of revelry from the yard outside. Sir Desmond had brought 20 casks up from the cellars, and the small folk were celebrating Edmure's imminent return and Rob's conquest of the crag by hoisting horns of nut-brown ale. I cannot blame them, Catelyn thought. They do not know. And if they did, why should they care? They never knew my sons. Never watched Bran climb with their hearts in their throats. Pride and terror so mingled they seemed as one. Never heard him laugh, never smiled to see Rickon trying so fiercely to be like his older brothers. She stared at the supper set before her. Trout wrapped in bacon, salad of turnip greens and red fennel and sweetgrass, peas and onions and hot bread. Brienne was eating methodically, as if supper were another chore to be accomplished. I am become a sour woman, Catelyn thought. I take no joy in mead nor meat, and song and laughter have become suspicious strangers to me. I am a creature of grief and dust and bitter longings. There is an empty place within me where my heart was once. The sound of the other woman's eating had become intolerable to her. Brienne, I am no fit company. Go join the revels if you would. Drink a horn of ale and dance to Rymon's harping. I am not made for revels, my lady. Her big hands tore apart a heel of black bread. Brienne stared at the chunks as if she had forgotten what they were. If you command it, Catelyn could sense her discomfort. I only thought you might enjoy happier company than mine. I'm well content. The girl used the bread to sop up some of the bacon grease the trout had been fried in. There was another bird this morning. Catelyn did not know why she said it. The maester woke me at once. That was dutiful, but not kind at all. She had not meant to tell Brienne. No one knew but her and Maester Wyman, and she had meant to keep it that way until what? Foolish woman, will holding its secret in your heart make it any less true? If you never tell, never speak of it, will it become only a dream, less than a dream, a nightmare half-remembered? Oh, if only the gods would be so good. "Is it news of King's Landing?" asked Brienne. "Would that it was. The bird came from Castle Serwyn, from Sir Roderick, my castellan." Dark wings, dark words. He has gathered what power he could, and is marching on Winterfell to take the castle back. How unimportant all that sounded now. But he said... He wrote... He told me... My lady, what is it? Is it some news of your sons? Such a simple question that was. Would that the answer could be as simple. When Catelyn tried to speak, the words caught in her throat. I have no sons but Rob. She managed those terrible words without a sob, and for that much she was glad. Brienne looked at her with horror. My lady? Bran and Rickon tried to escape, but were taken at a mill on the Acorn Water. Theon Greyjoy has mounted their heads on the walls of Winterfell. Theon Greyjoy, who ate at my table since he was a boy of 10. I have said it. Gods forgive me. I have said it and made it true. Brienne's face was a watery blur. She reached across the table, but her fingers stopped short of Catelyn's, as if the touch might be unwelcome. There are no words, my lady, my good lady. Your sons, they're with the gods now. Are they? Catelyn said sharply. What god would let this happen? Rickon was only a baby. How could he deserve such a death? And Bran...
When I left the north, he had not opened his eyes since his fall. I had to go before he woke. Now I can never return to him, or hear him laugh again." She showed Brienne her palms, her fingers. "These scars. They sent a man to cut Bran's throat as he lay sleeping. He would have died then, and me with him, but Bran's wolf tore out the man's throat." That gave her a moment's pause. "I suppose Theon killed the wolves, too. He must have. Elsewise, I was certain the boys would be safe so long as the dire wolves were with them, like Robb with his grey wind. But my daughters have no wolves now." The abrupt shift of topic left Brienne bewildered. "Your daughters—" "Sansa was a lady at 3, always so courteous and eager to please. She loved nothing so well as tales of knightly valor. Men would say she had my look, but she will grow into a woman far more beautiful than I ever was. You can see that. I often sent away her maid so I could brush her hair myself. She had auburn hair, lighter than mine, and so thick and soft. The red in it would catch the light of the torches and shine like copper. And Arya, well, Ned's visitors would oft mistake her for a stable-boy if they rode into the yard unannounced. Arya was a trial, it must be said. Half a boy and half a wolf-pup. Forbid her anything, and it became her heart's desire. She had Ned's long face and brown hair that always looked as though a bird had been nesting in it. I despaired of ever making a lady of her. She collected scabs as other girls collect dolls, and would say anything that came into her head. I think she must be dead, too." When she said that, it felt as though a giant hand were squeezing her chest. "I want them all dead, Brienne. Theon Greyjoy first, then Jaime Lannister, and Cersei, and the imp, every one. But my girls will—" "The Queen, she has a little girl of her own," Brienne said awkwardly, "and sons, too, of an age with yours. When she hears, perhaps she may take pity and—" "Send my daughters back unharmed?" Catelyn smiled sadly. "There is a sweet innocence about you, child. I could wish— but no. Robb will avenge his brothers. Ice can kill as dead as fire. Ice was Ned's great sword, Valyrian steel marked with the ripples of 1,000 foldings, so sharp I feared to touch it. Robb's blade is dull as a cudgel compared to ice. It will not be easy for him to get Theon's head off, I fear. The Starks do not use headsmen. Ned always said that the man who passes the sentence should swing the blade, though he never took any joy in the duty. But I would. Oh, yes." She stared at her scarred hands, opened and closed them, then slowly raised her eyes. "I've sent him wine." "Wine?" Brienne was lost. "Robb? Or Theon Greyjoy?" "The Kingslayer." The ploy had served her well with Cleos Frey. "I hope you're thirsty, Jaime. I hope your throat is dry and tight. I would like you to come with me." "I am yours to command, my lady." "Good." Catelyn rose abruptly. "Stay, finish your meal in peace. I will send for you later. At midnight." "So late, my lady?" "The dungeons are windowless, 1 hour as much like another down there, and for me all hours are midnight." Her footsteps rang hollowly when Catelyn left the hall. As she climbed to Lord Hoster's solar, she could hear them outside shouting, "Tully!" and a cup to the brave young lord!" "My father is not dead,"
She wanted to shout down at them, "My sons are dead, but my father lives, damn you all, and he is your lord still." Lord Hoster was deep in sleep. "He had a cup of dream wine not so long ago, my lady," Maester Wyman said, "for the pain. He will not know you are here." "It makes no matter," Catelyn said. "He is more dead than alive, yet more alive than my poor sweet sons." "My lady, is there aught I might do for you? A sleeping draught, perhaps?" "Thank you, Maester, but no. I will not sleep away my grief. Bran and Rickon deserve better from me. Go and join the celebration. I will sit with my father for a time." "As you will, my lady." Wyman bowed and left her. Lord Hoster lay on his back, mouth open, his breath a faint whistling sigh. One hand hung over the edge of the mattress, a pale, frail, fleshless thing, but warm when she touched it. She slid her fingers through his and closed them. "No matter how tightly I hold him, I cannot keep him here," she thought sadly. "Let him go." Yet her fingers would not seem to unbend. "I have no one to talk with, father," she told him. "I pray, but the gods do not answer." Lightly she kissed his hand. The skin was warm, blue veins branching like rivers beneath his pale, translucent skin. Outside the greater rivers flowed, the Red Fork and the Tumblestone, and they would flow forever. But not so the rivers in her father's hand. Too soon that current would grow still. "Last night I dreamed of that time Lisa and I got lost while riding back from Seagard. Do you remember? That strange fog came up, and we fell behind the rest of the party. Everything was grey, and I could not see a foot past the nose of my horse. We lost the road. The branches of the trees were like long, skinny arms reaching out to grab us as we passed. Lisa started to cry, and when I shouted, the fog seemed to swallow the sound. But Peter knew where we were, and he rode back and found us. But there's no one to find me now, is there? This time I have to find our own way, and it is hard, so hard. I keep remembering the stark words. Winter has come, father. For me. For me. Robb must fight the Greyjoys now as well as the Lannisters. And for what? For a gold hat and an iron chair? Surely the land has bled enough. I want my girls back. I want Robb to lay down his sword and pick some homely daughter of Walder Frey to make him happy and give him sons. I want Bran and Rickon back. I want... Catelyn hung her head. I want, she said once more, and then her words were gone. After a time the candle guttered and went out. Moonlight slanted between the slats of the shutters, laying pale silvery bars across her father's face. She could hear the soft whisper of his laboured breathing, the endless rush of waters, the faint chords of some love song drifting up from the yard, so sad and sweet. "I loved a maid as red as autumn," Raymond sang, "with sunset in her hair." Catelyn never noticed when the singing ended. Hours had passed, yet it seemed only a heartbeat before Brienne was at the door. "My lady," she announced softly, "midnight has come." "Midnight has come, father," she thought, "and I must do my duty." She let go of his hand. The jailer was a furtive little man with broken veins in his nose. They found him bent over a tankard of ale and the remains of a pigeon pie, more than a little drunk. He squinted at them suspiciously. "Begging your forgiveness, my lady, but Lord Edmure says no one is to see the Kingslayer without a writing from him, with his seal upon it." "Lord Edmure? Has my father died and no one told me?" The jailer licked his lips. "No, my lady, not as I knows." "You will open the cell, or you will come with me to Lord Hoster's Solar and tell him why you saw fit to defy me." His eyes fell. "As my lady says." The keys were chained to the studded leather belt that girdled his waist. He muttered under his breath as he sorted through them, until he found the one that fit the door to the Kingslayer's cell. "Go back to your ale and leave us," she commanded. An oil lamp hung from a hook on the low ceiling. Catelyn took it down and turned up the flame. "Brienne, see that I am not disturbed." Nodding, Brienne took up a position just outside the cell, her hand resting on the pommel of her sword. "My lady will call if she has need of me." Catelyn shouldered aside the heavy wooden iron door and stepped into foul darkness. This was the bowels of River Run, and smelled the part. Old straw crackled underfoot. The walls were discoloured with patches of nitre. Through the stone she could hear the faint rush of the tumblestone. The lamplight revealed a pail overflowing with feces in one corner, and a huddled shape in another. The flagon of wine stood beside the door untouched. So much for that ploy. I ought to be thankful that the jailer did not drink it himself, I suppose. Jaime raised his hands to cover his face, the chains around his wrists clanking. "Lady Stark," he said in a voice hoarse with disuse, "I fear I am in no condition to receive you." "Look at me, sir." "The light hurts my eyes. A moment, if you would." Jaime Lannister had been allowed no razor since the night he was taken in the Whispering Wood, and a shaggy beard covered his face, once so like the Queen's. Glinting gold in the lamplight, the whiskers made him look like some great yellow beast, magnificent even in chains. His unwashed hair fell to his shoulders in ropes and tangles. The clothes were rotting on his body. His face was pale and wasted. And even so, the power and the beauty of the man were still apparent. "I see you had no taste for the wine I sent you." "Such sudden generosity seemed somewhat suspect." "I can have your head off any time I want. Why would I need to poison you?" "Death by poison can seem natural. Harder to claim that my head simply fell off." He squinted up from the floor, his cat-green eyes slowly becoming accustomed to the light. "I'd invite you to sit, but your brother has neglected to provide me a chair." "I can stand well enough." "Can you? You look terrible, I must say. Though perhaps it's just the light in here." He was fettered at wrist and ankle, each cuff chained to the others, so he could neither stand nor lie comfortably. The ankle chains were bolted to the wall. "Are my bracelets heavy enough for you, or did you come to add a few more? I'll rattle them prettily, if you like." "You brought this on yourself," she reminded him. "We granted you the comfort of a tower cell befitting your birth and station. You repaid us by trying to escape." "A cell is a cell. Some under Casterly Rock make this one seem a sunlit garden. One day, perhaps, I'll show them to you." "If he is cowed, he hides it well," Catelyn thought. "A man chained hand and foot should keep a more courteous tongue in his mouth, sir. I did not come here to be threatened." "No? Then surely it was to have your pleasure of me. It's said that widows grow weary of their empty beds. We of the King's Guard vow never to wed, but I suppose I could still service you if that's what you need. Pour us some of that wine and slip out of that gown, and we'll see if I'm up to it." Catelyn stared down at him in revulsion. Was there ever a man as beautiful or as vile as this one? "If you said that in my son's hearing, he would kill you for it." "Only so long as I was wearing these." Jaime Lannister rattled his chains at her. "We both know the boy is afraid to face me in single combat." "My son may be young, but if you take him for a fool, you are sadly mistaken." and it seems to me that you were not so quick to make challenges when you had an army at your back.
Did the old kings of winter hide behind their mother's skirts as well?
I grow weary of this, sir. There are things I must know.
Why should I tell you anything?
To save your life.
You think I fear death?
That seemed to amuse him. You should. Your crimes will have earned you a place of torment in the deepest of the seven hells, if the gods are just.
What gods are those, Lady Catelyn? The trees your husband prayed to? How well did they serve him when my sister took his head off?
Jaime gave a chuckle.
If there are gods, why is the world so full of pain and injustice?
Because of men like you.
There are no men like me. There's only me.
There is nothing here but arrogance and pride, and the empty courage of a madman. I am wasting my breath with this one. If there was ever a spark of honor in him, it is long dead. If you will not speak with me, so be it. Drink the wine or piss in it, sir. It makes no matter to me. Her hand was at the door-pull when he said,
Lady Stark.
She turned, waited.
Things go to rust in this damp, Jaime went on. Even a man's courtesies. Stay, and you shall have your answers. For a price.
He has no shame. Captives do not set prices.
Oh, you'll find mine modest enough. Your turnkey tells me nothing but vile lies, and he cannot even keep them straight. One day he says Cersei has been flayed, and the next it's my father. Answer my questions, and I'll answer yours.
Truthfully?
Oh, it's truth you want. Be careful, my lady. Tyrion says that people often claim to hunger for truth, but seldom like the taste when it's served up.
I am strong enough to hear anything you care to say.
As you will, then. But first, if you'd be so kind, the wine, my throat is raw.
Catelyn hung the lamp from the door and moved the cup and flagon closer. Jaime sloshed the wine around his mouth before he swallowed.
Sour and vile, he said, but it will do.
He put his back to the wall, drew his knees up to his chest, and stared at her.
Your first question, Lady Catelyn?
Not knowing how long this game might continue, Catelyn wasted no time. Are you Joffrey's father?
You would never ask unless you knew the answer.
I want it from your own lips.
He shrugged. Joffrey is mine, as are the rest of Cersei's brood, I suppose.
You admit to being your sister's lover?
I've always loved my sister. And you owe me 2 answers. Do all my kin still live?
Sir Stafford Lannister was slain at Oxcross, I am told. Jaime was unmoved.
Uncle Dolt, my sister called him. It's Cersei and Tyrion who concern me, as well as my lord father.
They live, all 3. But not long, if the gods are good. Jaime drank some more wine.
Ask your next.
Catelyn wondered if he would dare answer her next question, with anything but a lie. How did my son Bran come to fall?
I flung him from a window.
The easy way he said it took her voice away for an instant. If I had a knife, I would kill him now, she thought, until she remembered the girls. Her throat constricted as she said, You were a knight sworn to defend the weak and innocent.
He was weak enough, but perhaps not so innocent. He was spying on us.
Bran would not spy.
Then blame those precious gods of yours, who brought the boy to our window and gave him a glimpse of something he was never meant to see.
Blame the gods, she said, incredulous. Yours was the hand that threw him. You meant for him to die. His chains chinked softly.
I seldom fling children from towers to improve their health. Yes, I meant for him to die.
And when he did not, you knew your danger was worse than ever, so you gave your cat's paw a bag of silver to make certain Bran would never wake.
Did I now? Jaime lifted his cup and took a long swallow. "I won't deny we talked of it. But you were with the boy day and night. Your maester and Lord Eddard attended him frequently, and there were guards, even those damned dire wolves. It would have required cutting my way through half of Winterfell. And why bother, when the boy seemed like to die of his own accord? If you lie to me, this session is at an end." Catelyn held out her hands to show him her fingers and palms. "The man who came to slit Bran's throat gave me these scars. You swear you had no part in sending him?" "On my honor as a Lannister." "Your honor as a Lannister is worth less than this." She kicked over the waste-pail. Foul-smelling brown ooze crept across the floor of the cell, soaking into the straw. Jaime Lannister backed away from the spill as far as his chains would allow. "I may indeed have shit for honor, I won't deny it, but I have never yet hired anyone to do my killing. Believe what you will, Lady Stark, but if I had wanted your Bran dead, I would have slain him myself." "Gods be merciful. He's telling the truth." "If you did not send the killer, your sister did." "If so, I'd know. Cersei keeps no secrets from me." "Then it was the imp." "Tyrion is as innocent as your Bran. He wasn't climbing around outside of anyone's window, spying." "Then why did the assassin have his dagger?" "What dagger was this?" "It was so long," she said, holding her hands apart, "plain but finely made, with a blade of Valyrian steel and a dragon-bone hilt. Your brother won it from Lord Baelish at the tourney on Prince Joffrey's name-day." Lannister poured, drank, poured, and stared into his wine-cup. "This wine seems to be improving as I drink it. Imagine that. I seem to remember that dagger, now that you describe it. Won it, you say. How?" "Wagering on you when you tilted against the Knight of Flowers." Yet when she heard her own words, Catelyn knew she had gotten it wrong. No. Was it the other way? "Tyrion always backed me in the lists," Jaime said, "but that day Ser Loras unhorsed me. A mischance. I took the boy too lightly. But no matter. Whatever my brother wagered, he lost. But that dagger did change hands, I recall it now. Robert showed it to me that night at the feast. His Grace loved to salt my wounds, especially when drunk. And when was he not drunk?" Tyrion Lannister had said much the same thing as they rode through the Mountains of the Moon, Catelyn remembered. She had refused to believe him. Peter had sworn otherwise, Peter who had been almost a brother, Peter who loved her so much he fought a duel for her hand. And yet if Jaime and Tyrion told the same tale, what did that mean? The brothers had not seen each other since departing Winterfell more than a year ago. "Are you trying to deceive me? Somewhere there was a trap here." "I've admitted to shoving your precious urchin out a window. What would it gain me to lie about this knife?" He tossed down another cup of wine. "Believe what you will, I'm past caring what people say of me. And it's my turn. Have Robert's brothers taken the field?" "They have." "Now there's a niggardly response. Give me more than that, or your next answer will be as poor." "Stannis marches against King's Landing," she said grudgingly. "Renly is dead, murdered at Bitterbridge by his brother, through some black art I do not understand." "A pity," Jaime said. "I rather liked Renly, though Stannis is quite another tale." "What side have the Tyrells taken?" "Renly at first. Now I could not say." "Your boy must be feeling lonely." "Rob was 16 a few days past. A man grown and a king. He's won every battle he's fought. The last word we had from him, he had taken the crag from the Westerlings." "He hasn't faced my father yet, has he?" "When he does, he'll defeat him, as he did you." "He took me unawares, a craven's trick." "You dare talk of tricks? Your brother Tyrion sent us cutthroats in envoy's garb under a peace banner." "If it were one of your sons in this cell, wouldn't his brothers do as much for him?" "My son has no brothers," she thought, but she would not share her pain with a creature such as this. Jaime drank some more wine. "What's a brother's life when honor is at stake, eh?" Another sip. "Tyrion is clever enough to realize that your son will never consent to ransom me." Catelyn could not deny it. "Robb's bannermen would sooner see you dead. Rickard Karstark in particular. You slew 2 of his sons in the Whispering Wood." "The 2 with the white sunburst, were they?" Jaime gave a shrug. "If truth be told, it was your son that I was trying to slay. The others got in my way. I killed them in fair fight in the heat of battle. Any other knight would have done the same." "How can you still count yourself a knight, when you have forsaken every vow you ever swore?" Jaime reached for the flagon to refill his cup. "So many vows. They make you swear and swear. Defend the king, obey the king, keep his secrets, do his bidding, your life for his. But obey your father, love your sister, protect the innocent, defend the weak, respect the gods, obey the laws. It's too much. No matter what you do, you're forsaking one vow or the other." He took a healthy swallow of wine and closed his eyes for an instant, leaning his head back against the patch of nitre on the wall. "I was the youngest man ever to wear the white cloak." "And the youngest to betray all it stood for, Kingslayer." "Kingslayer," he pronounced carefully. "And such a king he was." He lifted his cup. "To Aerys Targaryen, the 2nd of his name, Lord of the 7 Kingdoms and Protector of the realm. And to the sword that opened his throat. A golden sword, don't you know? Until his blood ran red down the blade. Those are the Lannister colors, red and gold." As he laughed, she realized the wine had done its work. Jaime had drained most of the flagon, and he was drunk. "Only a man like you would be proud of such an act." "I told you there are no men like me. Answer me this, Lady Stark. Did your Ned ever tell you the manner of his father's death? Or his brother's?" "They strangled Brandon while his father watched, and then killed Lord Rickard as well. An ugly tale, and 16 years old. Why was he asking about it now?" "Killed, yes, but how?" "The cord of the axe, I suppose." Jaime took a swallow, wiped his mouth. "No doubt Ned wished to spare you. His sweet young bride, if not quite a maiden. Well, you wanted truth. Ask me. We made a bargain. I can deny you nothing. Ask." "Dead is dead. I do not want to know this." "Brandon was different from his brother, wasn't he? He had blood in his veins instead of cold water, more like me." "Brandon was nothing like you." "If you say so. You and he were to wed." "He was on his way to Riverrun when—" Strange how telling it still made her throat grow tight, after all these years. "When he heard about Lyanna, and went to King's Landing instead." It was a rash thing to do. She remembered how her own father had raged when the news had been brought to Riverrun. The gallant fool was what he called Brandon. Jaime poured the last half-cup of wine. "He rode into the Red Keep with a few companions, shouting for Prince Rhaegar to come out and die. But Rhaegar wasn't there. Aerys sent his guards to arrest them all for plotting his son's murder. The others were lords' sons too, it seems to me." "Ethan Glover was Brandon's squire," Catelyn said. "He was the only one to survive. The others were Geoffrey Mallister, Kyle Royce, and Elbert Arryn, John Arryn's nephew and heir." It was queer how she still remembered the names after so many years. Aerys accused them of treason and summoned their fathers to court to answer the charge, with the sons as hostages. When they came, he had them murdered without trial. Fathers and sons both. "There were trials, of a sort. Lord Rickard demanded trial by combat, and the king granted the request. Stark armored himself as for battle, thinking to duel one of the king's guard. Me, perhaps. Instead, they took him to the throne-room and suspended him from the rafters, while two of Arius's pyromancers kindled a blaze beneath him. The king told him that fire was the champion of House Targaryen. So all Lord Rickard needed to do to prove himself innocent of treason was, well, not burn. When the fire was blazing, Brandon was brought in. His hands were chained behind his back, and around his neck was a wet leathern cord attached to a device the king had brought from Tyrosh. His legs were left free, though, and his longsword was set down just beyond his reach. The pyromancers roasted Lord Rickard slowly, banking and fanning that fire carefully to get a nice even heat. His cloak caught first, and then his surcoat, and soon he wore nothing but metal and ashes. Next he would start to cook, Ares promised, unless his son could free him. Brandon tried, but the more he struggled, the tighter the cord constricted around his throat. In the end he strangled himself. As for Lord Rickard, the steel of his breastplate turned cherry red before the end, and his gold melted off his spurs and dripped down into the fire. I stood at the foot of the Iron Throne in my white armor and white cloak, filling my head with thoughts of Cersei. After, Gerald Hightower himself took me aside and said to me, "You swore a vow to guard the king, not to judge him." That was the White Bull, loyal to the end and a better man than me, all agree.
Ares. Catelyn could taste bile at the back of her throat. The story was so hideous, she suspected it had to be true. Ares was mad, the whole realm knew it. But if you would have me believe you slew him to avenge Brandon Stark,
I made no such claim. The Starks were nothing to me. I will say I think it passing odd that I am loved by one for a kindness I never did, and reviled by so many for my finest act. At Robert's coronation, I was made to kneel at the royal feet beside Grand Maester Pycelle and Varys the eunuch, so that he might forgive us our crimes before he took us into his service. As for your Ned, he should have kissed the hand that slew Ares, but he preferred to scorn the arse he found sitting on Robert's throne. I think Ned Stark loved Robert better than he ever loved his brother or his father, or even you, my lady. He was never unfaithful to Robert, was he?
Jaime gave a drunken laugh.
Come, Lady Stark, don't you find this all terribly amusing?
I find nothing about you amusing, Kingslayer.
That name again. I don't think I'll fuck you after all. Littlefinger had you first, didn't he? I never eat off another man's trencher. Besides, you're not half so lovely as my sister.
His smile cut.
I've never lain with any woman but Cersei. In my own way, I have been truer than your Ned ever was. Poor old dead Ned. So who has shit for honor now, I ask you? What was the name of that bastard he fathered?
Catelyn took a step backward. Brienne?
No, that wasn't it.
Jaime Lannister upended the flagon. A trickle ran down onto his face, bright as blood.
Snow, that was the one. Such a white name, like the pretty cloaks they give us in the King's Guard when we swear our pretty oaths.
Brienne pushed open the door and stepped inside the cell. You called, my lady? Give me your sword. Catelyn held out her hand.
Theon.
The sky was a gloom of cloud, the woods dead and frozen. Roots grabbed at Theon's feet as he ran, and bare branches lashed his face, leaving thin stripes of blood across his cheeks. He crashed through, heedless, breathless, icicles flying to pieces before him.
"Mercy!" he sobbed. From behind came a shuddering howl that curdled his blood. "Mercy, mercy!" When he glanced back over his shoulder, he saw them coming, great wolves the size of horses, with the heads of small children. "Oh, mercy, mercy!" Blood dripped from their mouths, black as pitch, burning holes in the snow where it fell. Every stride brought them closer. Theon tried to run faster, but his legs would not obey. The trees all had faces, and they were laughing at him, laughing, and the howl came again. He could smell the hot breath of the beasts behind him, a stink of brimstone and corruption. "They're dead, dead! I saw them killed!" He tried to shout. "I saw their heads dipped in tar!" But when he opened his mouth, only a moan emerged. And then something touched him, and he whirled, shouting. Flailing for the dagger he kept by his bedside, and managing only to knock it to the floor. Wex danced away from him. Reek stood behind the mute, his face lit from below by the candle he carried. "What?" Theon cried. "Mercy! What do you want? Why are you in my bedchamber? Why?" "My lord prince," said Reek, "your sister has come to Winterfell. You asked to be informed at once if she arrived." "Past time," Theon muttered, pushing his fingers through his hair. He had begun to fear that Asha meant to leave him to his fate. Mercy. He glanced outside the window, where the first vague light of dawn was just brushing the towers of Winterfell. "Where is she?" "Lauren took her and her men to the great hall to break their fast. Will you see her now?" "Yes." Theon pushed off the blankets. The fire had burned down to embers. "Wex, hot water." He could not let Asha see him disheveled and soaked with sweat. "Wolves with children's faces." He shivered. "Close the shutters." The bedchamber felt as cold as the dream forest had been. All his dreams had been cold of late, and each more hideous than the one before. Last night he had dreamed himself back in the mill again, on his knees dressing the dead. Their limbs were already stiffening, so they seemed to resist sullenly as he fumbled at them with half-frozen fingers, tugging up breeches and knotting laces, yanking fur-trimmed boots over their hard, unbending feet, buckling a studded leather belt around a waist no bigger than the span of his hands. "This was never what I wanted," he told them as he worked. "They gave me no choice." The corpses made no answer, but only grew colder and heavier. The night before it had been the miller's wife. Theon had forgotten her name, but he remembered her body. Soft, pillowy breasts and stretch marks on her belly, the way she clawed his back when he fucked her. Last night in his dream he had been in bed with her once again, but this time she had teeth above and below, and she tore out his throat even as she was gnawing off his manhood. It was madness. He'd seen her die, too. Jelmar had cut her down with one blow of his axe as she cried to Theon for mercy. "Leave me, woman. It was him who killed you, not me, and he's dead as well." At least Jelmar did not haunt Theon's sleep. The dream had receded by the time Wex returned with the water. Theon washed the sweat and sleep from his body and took his own good time dressing. Asha had let him wait long enough. Now it was her turn. He chose a satin tunic, striped black and gold, and a fine leather jerkin with silver studs, and only then remembered that his wretched sister put more stock in blades than beauty. Cursing, he tore off the clothes and dressed again in felted black wool and ring-mail. Around his waist he buckled sword and dagger, remembering the night she had humiliated him at his own father's table. Her sweet suckling babe, yes. Well, I have a knife too, and know how to use it. Last of all he donned his crown, a band of cold iron, slim as a finger, set with heavy chunks of black diamond and nuggets of gold. It was misshapen and ugly, but there was no help for that. Micken lay buried in the lich-yard, and the new smith was capable of little more than nails and horseshoes. Theon consoled himself with the reminder that it was only a prince's crown. He would have something much finer when he was crowned king. Outside his door, Reek waited with Erzin and Crom. Theon fell in with them. These days he took guards with him everywhere he went, even to the privy. Winterfell wanted him dead. The very night they had returned from Acorn Water, Jelmar the Grim had tumbled down some steps and broken his back. The next day, Ogger turned up with his throat slit, ear to ear. Gyner Rednose became so wary that he shunned wine, took to sleeping in Birnie, Coif, and Helm, and adopted the noisiest dog in the kennels to give him warning should anyone try to steal up on his sleeping place. All the same, one morning the castle woke to the sound of the little dog barking wildly. They found the pup racing around the well. and Red Nose floating in it, drowned.
He could not let the killings go unpunished. Farland was as likely a suspect as any, so Theon sat in judgment, called him guilty, and condemned him to death. Even that went sour. As he knelt to the block, the kennel-master said, "My Lord Eddard always did his own killings." Theon had to take the axe himself, or look a weakling. His hands were sweating, so that the shaft twisted in his grip as he swung, and the first blow landed between Farland's shoulders. It took 3 more cuts to hack through all that bone and muscle and sever the head from the body, and afterward he was sick, remembering all the times they'd sat over a cup of mead talking of hounds and hunting. "I had no choice," he wanted to scream at the corpse. "The Ironborn can't keep secrets. They had to die, and someone had to take the blame for it." He only wished he had killed him cleaner. Ned Stark had never needed more than a single blow to take a man's head. The killings stopped after Farland's death, but even so his men continued sullen and anxious. "They fear no foe in open battle," Black Lauren told him. "But it is another thing to dwell among enemies, never knowing if the washerwoman means to kiss you or kill you, or whether the serving boy is filling your cup with ale or bale. We would do well to leave this place." "I am the Prince of Winterfell," Theon had shouted. "This is my seat. No man will drive me from it. No, nor woman either." Asha. It was her doing. My own sweet sister made the others bugger her with a sword. She wanted him dead so she could steal his place as their father's heir. That was why she had let him languish here, ignoring the urgent commands he had sent her. He found her in the high seat of the Starks, ripping a capon apart with her fingers. The hall rang with the voices of her men, sharing stories with Theon's own as they drank together. They were so loud that his entrance went all but unnoticed. "Where are the rest?" he demanded of Reek. There were no more than 50 men at the trestle tables, most of them his. Winterfell's great hall could have seated 10 times the number. "This is the whole of the company, my lord prince." "The whole? How many men did she bring?" 20, by my count." Theon Greyjoy strode to where his sister was sprawled. Asha was laughing at something one of her men had said, but broke off at his approach. "Why, 'tis the Prince of Winterfell." She tossed a bone to one of the dogs sniffing about the hall. Under that hawk's beak of a nose her wide mouth twisted in a mocking grin. "Or is it Prince of Fools?" "Envy ill becomes a maid." Asha sucked grease from her fingers. A lock of black hair fell across her eyes. Her men were shouting for bread and bacon. They made a deal of noise, as few as they were. "Envy, Theon?" "What else would you call it? With 30 men I captured Winterfell in a night. You needed 1,000 in a moon's turn to take Deepwood Motte." "Well, I'm no great warrior like you, brother." She quaffed half a horn of ale and wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. "I saw the heads above your gates. Tell me true, which one gave you the fiercest fight, the cripple or the babe?" Theon could feel the blood rushing to his face. He took no joy from those heads, no more than he had in displaying the headless bodies of the children before the castle. Old Nan stood with her soft, toothless mouth opening and closing soundlessly, and Farland threw himself at Theon, snarling like one of his hounds. Erzin and Cadwell had to beat him senseless with the butts of their spears. "How did I come to this?" he remembered thinking as he stood over the fly-speckled bodies. Only Maester Luwin had the stomach to come near. Stone-faced, the small grey man had begged leave to sew the boys' heads back onto their shoulders, so they might be laid in the crypts below with the other Stark dead. "No," Theon had told him, "not the crypts."
"But why, my lord? Surely they cannot harm you now. It is where they belong, all the bones of the Starks."
"I said no." He needed the heads for the wall, but he had burned the headless bodies that very day in all their finery. Afterward he had knelt amongst the bones and ashes to retrieve a slag of melted silver and cracked jet. All that remained of the wolf's head brooch that had once been Bran's. He had it still. "I treated Bran and Rickon generously," he told his sister. "They brought their fate on themselves."
"As do we all, little brother."
His patience was at an end. How do you expect me to hold Winterfell if you bring me only 20 men?
10, Asha corrected. The others return with me. You wouldn't want your own sweet sister to brave the dangers of the wood without an escort, would you? There are dire wolves prowling the dark. She uncoiled from the great stone seat and rose to her feet. Come, let us go somewhere we can speak more privily. She was right, he knew, though it galled him that she would make that decision. I should never have come to the hall, he realized belatedly. I should have summoned her to me. It was too late for that now, however. Theon had no choice but to lead Asha to Ned Stark's solar. There, before the ashes of a dead fire, he blurted, "Dagmer's lost the fight at Torrent Square." "The old Catelyn broke his shield wall, yes," Asha said calmly. "What did you expect? This Sir Roderick knows the land intimately, as the Cleftjaw does not, and many of the Northmen were mounted. The Ironborn lack the discipline to stand a charge of armoured horse. Dagmer lives, be grateful for that much. He's leading the survivors back toward the stony shore."
She knows more than I do, Theon realized. That only made him angrier. The victory has given Leopold Tallheart the courage to come out from behind his walls and join Sir Roderick. And I've had reports that Lord Manderley has sent a dozen barges upriver packed with knights, war horses, and siege engines. The Umbers are gathering beyond the last river as well. I'll have an army at my gates before the moon turns, and you bring me only 10 men?
I need not have brought you any.
I commanded you.
Father commanded me to take Deepwood Motte, she snapped. He said nothing of me having to rescue my little brother.
Bugger Deepwood, he said. It's a wooden pisspot on a hill. Winterfell is the heart of the land, but how am I to hold it without a garrison?
You might have thought of that before you took it. Oh, it was cleverly done, I'll grant you. If only you'd had the good sense to raise the castle and carry the 2 little princelings back to Pike as hostages, you might have won the war in a stroke.
You'd like that, wouldn't you? To see my prize reduced to ruins and ashes?
Your prize will be the doom of you. Krakens rise from the sea, Theon, or did you forget that during your years among the wolves? Our strength is in our longships. My wooden pisspot sits close enough to the sea for supplies and fresh men to reach me whenever they are needful. But Winterfell is hundreds of leagues inland, ringed by woods, hills, and hostile holdfasts and castles. And every man in 1,000 leagues is your enemy now, make no mistake. You made certain of that when you mounted those heads on your gatehouse. Asha shook her head. How could you be such a bloody fool? Children, they defied me! He shouted in her face. And it was blood for blood besides, 2 sons of Eddard Stark to pay for Roderick and Marin. The words tumbled out heedlessly, but Theon knew at once that his father would approve. I've laid my brothers' ghosts to rest. Our brothers, Asha reminded him, with a half-smile that suggested she took his talk of vengeance well salted. Did you bring their ghosts from Pike, brother? And here I thought they haunted only father. When has a maid ever understood a man's need for revenge? Even if his father did not appreciate the gift of Winterfell, he must approve of Theon avenging his brothers. Asha snorted back a laugh. This Sir Roderick may well feel the same manly need. Did you think of that? You are blood of my blood, Theon, whatever else you may be. For the sake of the mother who bore us both, return to Deepwood Motte with me. Put Winterfell to the torch and fall back while you still can. No! Theon adjusted his crown. I took this castle, and I mean to hold it. His sister looked at him a long time. Then hold it you shall, she said, for the rest of your life. She sighed. I say it tastes like folly, but what would a shy maid know of such things? At the door she gave him one last mocking smile. You ought to know that's the ugliest crown I've ever laid eyes on. Did you make it yourself? She left him fuming, and lingered no longer than was needful to feed and water her horses. Half the men she'd brought returned with her, as threatened, riding out the same hunter's gate that Bran and Rickon had used for their escape. Theon watched them go from atop the wall. As his sister vanished into the mists of the Wolf's Wood, he found himself wondering why he had not listened and gone with her. Gone, has she? Reek was at his elbow. Theon had not heard him approach, nor smelled him either. He could not think of anyone he wanted to see less. It made him uneasy to see the man walking around breathing,
With what he knew, I should have had him killed after he did the others, he reflected, but the notion made him nervous. Unlikely as it seemed, Reek could read and write, and he was possessed of enough base cunning to have hidden an account of what they'd done.
My Lord Prince, if you'll pardon me saying, it's not right for her to abandon you. And 10 men, that won't be near enough.
I am well aware of that, Theon said. So was Asha.
Well, might be I could help you, said Reek. Give me a horse and bag of coin, and I could find you some good fellows.
Theon narrowed his eyes. How many?
100, might be. 200, maybe more.
He smiled, his pale eyes glinting.
I was born up north here. I know many a man, and many a man knows Reek.
200 men were not an army, but you didn't need thousands to hold a castle as strong as Winterfell. So long as they could learn which end of a spear did the killing, they might make all the difference. Do as you say, and you'll not find me ungrateful. You can name your own reward.
Well, my lord, I haven't had no woman since I was with Lord Ramsay, Reek said. I've had my eye on that Pala, and I hear she's already been had, so—
He had gone too far with Reek to turn back now. 200 men, and she's yours. But a man less, and you can go back to fucking pigs. Reek was gone before the sun went down, carrying a bag of stark silver and the last of Theon's hopes. Like as not, I'll never see the wretch again, he thought bitterly, but even so, the chance had to be taken. That night he dreamed of the feast Ned Stark had thrown when King Robert came to Winterfell. The hall rang with music and laughter, though the cold winds were rising outside. At first it was all wine and roast meat, and Theon was making japes and eyeing the serving girls and having himself a fine time, until he noticed that the room was growing darker. The music did not seem so jolly then. He heard discords and strange silences, and notes that hung in the air, bleeding. Suddenly the wine turned bitter in his mouth, and when he looked up from his cup, he saw that he was dining with the dead. King Robert sat with his guts spilling out on the table from the great gash in his belly, and Lord Eddard was headless beside him. Corpses lined the benches below, grey-brown flesh sloughing off their bones as they raised their cups to toast, worms crawling in and out of the holes that were their eyes. He knew them, every one. Jory Castle and Fat Tom, Porther and Cain and Hullen the Master of Horse, and all the others who had ridden south to King's Landing, never to return. Micken and Chael sat together, one dripping blood and the other water. Benford Tallheart and his wild hares filled most of a table. The miller's wife was there as well, and Farlin, even the wildling Theon had killed in the Wolfswood the day he had saved Bran's life. But there were others, with faces he had never known in life, faces he had seen only in stone. The slim, sad girl who wore a crown of pale blue roses and a white gown spattered with gore could only be Lyanna. Her brother Brandon stood beside her, and their father Lord Rickard just behind. Along the walls, figures half seen moved through the shadows, pale shades with long, grim faces. The sight of them sent fear shivering through Theon sharp as a knife. And then the tall doors opened with a crash, and a freezing gale blew down the hall, and Robb came walking out of the night. Grey Wind stalked beside, eyes burning, and man and wolf alike bled from 100 savage wounds. Theon woke with a scream, startling Wex so badly that the boy ran naked from the room. When his guards burst in with drawn swords, he ordered them to bring him the maester. By the time Lewin arrived, rumpled and sleepy, a cup of wine had steadied Theon's hands, and he was feeling ashamed of his panic. "A dream," he muttered. "That was all it was. It meant nothing." "Nothing," Lewin agreed solemnly. He left a sleeping draught, but Theon poured it down the privy shaft the moment he was gone. Lewin was a man as well as a maester, and the man had no love for him. "He wants me to sleep, yes. To sleep and never wake. He'd like that as much as Asha would." He sent for Kira, kicked shut the door, climbed on top of her, and fucked the wench with a fury he'd never known was in him. By the time he finished, she was sobbing, her neck and breasts covered with bruises and bite marks. Theon shoved her from the bed and threw her a blanket. "Get out." Yet even then he could not sleep. Come dawn, he dressed and went outside, to walk along the outer walls. A brisk autumn wind was swirling through the battlements. It reddened his cheeks and stung his eyes. He watched the forest go from grey to green below him as light filtered through the silent trees. On his left he could see tower-tops above the inner wall, their roofs gilded by the rising sun. The red leaves of the weirwood were a blaze of flame among the green. Ned Stark's tree, he thought, and Stark's wood, Stark's castle, Stark's sword, Stark's gods. This is their place, not mine. I am a Greyjoy of Pike, born to paint a crochan on my shield and sail the great salt sea. I should have gone with Arya. On their iron spikes atop the gatehouse, the heads waited. Theon gazed at them silently, while the wind tugged on his cloak with small ghostly hands. The miller's boys had been of an age with Bran and Rickon, alike in size and colouring, and once Reek had flayed the skin from their faces and dipped their heads in tar, it was easy to see familiar features in those misshapen lumps of rotting flesh. People were such fools. If we'd said they were rams' heads, they would have seen horns. Sansa. They had been singing in the sept all morning, since the first report of enemy sails had reached the castle. The sound of their voices mingled with the whicker of horses, the clank of steel, and the groaning hinges of the great bronze gates to make a strange and fearful music. In the sept they sing for the mother's mercy, but on the walls it's the warrior they pray to, and all in silence. She remembered how Septim Ordain used to tell them that the warrior and the mother were only two faces of the same great god. But if there is only one, whose prayers will be heard? Sir Meryn Trant held the blood bay for Joffrey to mount. Boy and horse alike wore gilded mail and enamelled crimson plate, with matching golden lions on their heads. The pale sunlight flashed off the golds and reds every time Joff moved, bright, shining, and empty, Sansa thought. The imp was mounted on a red stallion, armoured more plainly than the king in battle gear that made him look like a little boy dressed up in his father's clothes. But there was nothing childish about the battle-axe slung below his shield. Sir Mandon Moore rode at his side, white steel icy bright. When Tyrion saw her, he turned his horse her way. "Lady Sansa," he called from the saddle, "surely my sister has asked you to join the other high-born ladies in Maegor's?" "She has, my lord, but King Joffrey sent for me to see him off. I mean to visit the sept as well, to pray." "I won't ask for whom." His mouth twisted oddly. If that was a smile, it was the queerest she had ever seen. "This day may change all, for you as well as for House Lannister. I ought to have sent you off with Tommen now that I think on it. Still, you should be safe enough in Maegor's, so long as— "Sansa!" The boyish shout rang across the yard. Joffrey had seen her. "Sansa, here!" He calls me as if he were calling a dog, she thought. "His Grace has need of you," Tyrion Lannister observed. "We'll talk again after the battle, if the gods permit." Sansa threaded her way through a file of gold-cloaked spearmen as Joffrey beckoned her closer. "It will be battle soon. Everyone says so." "May the gods have mercy on us all." "My uncle's the one who will need mercy, but I won't give him any." Joffrey drew his sword. The pommel was a ruby cut in the shape of a heart, set between a lion's jaws. 3 fullers were deeply incised in the blade. "My new blade, Heart-Eater." He'd owned a sword named Lion's Tooth once, Sansa remembered. Arya had taken it from him and thrown it in a river. "I hope Stannis does the same with this one. It is beautifully wrought, your grace." "Bless my steel with a kiss." He extended the blade down to her. "Go on, kiss it." He had never sounded more like a stupid little boy. Sansa touched her lips to the metal, thinking that she would kiss any number of swords sooner than Joffrey. The gesture seemed to please him, though. He sheathed the blade with a flourish. "You'll kiss it again when I return, and taste my uncle's blood." "Only if one of your Kingsguard kills him for you." 3 of the white swords would go with Joffrey and his uncle, Sir Meryn, Sir Mandon, and Sir Osmond Kettleblack.
"Will you lead your knights into battle?" Sansa asked, hoping. "I would, but my uncle the imp says my Uncle Stannis will never cross the river. I'll command the 3 whores, though. I'm going to see to the traitors myself." The prospect made Joff smile. His plump pink lips always made him look pouty. Sansa had liked that once, but now it made her sick. "They say my brother Robb always goes where the fighting is thickest," she said recklessly, "though he's older than your grace, to be sure. A man grown." That made him frown. "I'll deal with your brother after I'm done with my traitor uncle. I'll gut him with Heart-Eater, you'll see." He wheeled his horse about and spurred toward the gate. Sir Meryn and Sir Osmond fell in to his right and left, the gold cloaks following 4 abreast. The imp and Sir Mandon Moore brought up the rear. The guards saw them off with shouts and cheers. When the last was gone, a sudden stillness settled over the yard, like the hush before a storm. Through the quiet, the singing pulled at her. Sansa turned toward the sept. 2 stable-boys followed, and one of the guards whose watch was ended. Others fell in behind them. Sansa had never seen the sept so crowded, nor so brightly lit. Great shafts of rainbow-colored sunlight slanted down through the crystals in the high windows, and candles burned on every side, their little flames twinkling like stars. The Mother's altar and the warriors swam in light, but Smith and crone and maid and father had their worshippers as well, and there were even a few flames dancing below the stranger's half-human face. For what was Stannis Baratheon, if not the stranger come to judge them? Sansa visited each of the 7 in turn, lighting a candle at each altar, and then found herself a place on the benches between a wizened old washerwoman and a boy no older than Rickon, dressed in the fine linen tunic of a knight's son. The old woman's hand was bony and hard with callus, the boy's small and soft, but it was good to have someone to hold on to. The air was hot and heavy, smelling of incense and sweat, crystal-kissed and candle-bright. It made her dizzy to breathe it. She knew the hymn. Her mother had taught it to her once, a long time ago in Winterfell. She joined her voice to theirs. "Gentle Mother, font of mercy, save our sons from war, we pray. Stay the swords and stay the arrows, let them know a better day. Gentle Mother, strength of women, help our daughters through this fray. Soothe the wrath and tame the fury, teach us all a kinder way." Across the city, thousands had jammed into the great sept of Baelor on Visenya's hill, and they would be singing too, their voices swelling out over the city, across the river, and up into the sky. "Surely the gods must hear us," she thought. Sansa knew most of the hymns, and followed along on those she did not know as best she could. She sang along with grizzled old serving-men and anxious young wives, with serving girls and soldiers, cooks and falconers, knights and knaves, squires and spit-boys and nursing mothers. She sang with those inside the castle walls and those without, sang with all the city. She sang for mercy, for the living and the dead alike, for Bran and Rickon and Robb, for her sister Arya and her bastard brother Jon Snow, away off on the wall. She sang for her mother and her father, for her grandfather Lord Hoster and her uncle Edmure Tully, for her friend Jane Poole, for old drunken King Robert, for Septa Mordane and Sir Dantos and Jory Castle and Maester Luwin, for all the brave knights and soldiers who would die today, and for the children and the wives who would mourn them, and finally, toward the end, she even sang for Tyrion the imp and for the hound. "He is no true knight, but he saved me all the same," she told the mother. "Save him if you can, and gentle the rage inside him." But when the Septon climbed on high and called upon the gods to protect and defend their true and noble king, Sansa got to her feet. The aisles were jammed with people. She had to shoulder through while the Septon called upon the smith to lend strength to Joffrey's sword and shield, the warrior to give him courage, the father to defend him in his need. "Let his sword break and his shield shatter," Sansa thought coldly as she shoved out through the doors. "Let his courage fail him and every man desert him." A few guards paced along on the gatehouse battlements, but otherwise the castle seemed empty. Sansa stopped and listened. Away off she could hear the sounds of battle. The singing almost drowned them out, but the sounds were there if you had the ears to hear.
The deep moan of war horns, the creak and thud of catapults flinging stones, the splashes and splinterings, the crackle of burning pitch and thrum of scorpions loosing their yard-long iron-headed shafts, and beneath it all the cries of dying men. It was another sort of song, a terrible song. Sansa pulled the hood of her cloak up over her ears and hurried toward Maegor's holdfast, the castle within a castle where the Queen had promised they would all be safe. At the foot of the drawbridge she came upon Lady Tanda and her 2 daughters. Felice had arrived yesterday from Castle Stokeworth with a small troop of soldiers. She was trying to coax her sister onto the bridge, but Lawless clung to her maid, sobbing, "I don't want to, I don't want to, I don't want to." "The battle is begun," Lady Tanda said in a brittle voice. "I don't want to, I don't want to." There was no way Sansa could avoid them. She greeted them courteously. "May I be of help?" Lady Tanda flushed with shame. "No, my lady, but we thank you kindly. You must forgive my daughter. She has not been well." "I don't want to." Lawless clutched at her maid, a slender, pretty girl with short, dark hair, who looked as though she wanted nothing so much as to shove her mistress into the dry moat, onto those iron spikes. "Please, please, I don't want to." Sansa spoke to her gently.
"We'll all be thrice protected inside, and there's to be food and drink and song as well."
Lawless gaped at her, mouth open. She had dull brown eyes that always seemed to be wet with tears.
"I don't want to."
"You have to," her sister Felice said sharply,
"and that is the end of it. Shay, help me."
They each took an elbow, and together half dragged and half carried Lawless across the bridge. Sansa followed with their mother.
"She's been sick,"
Lady Tanda said. If a babe can be termed a sickness, Sansa thought. It was common gossip that Lawless was with child. The 2 guards at the door wore the lion-crested helms and crimson cloaks of House Lannister, but Sansa knew they were only dressed-up sellswords. Another sat at the foot of the stair. A real guard would have been standing, not sitting on a step with his halberd across his knees, but he rose when he saw them and opened the door to usher them inside. The Queen's ballroom was not a tenth the size of the castle's great hall, only half as big as the small hall in the Tower of the Hand, but it could still seat 100, and it made up in grace what it lacked in space. Beaten silver mirrors backed every wall sconce, so the torches burned twice as bright. The walls were panelled in richly carved wood, and sweet-smelling rushes covered the floors. From the gallery above drifted down the merry strains of pipes and fiddle. A line of arched windows ran along the south wall, but they had been closed off with heavy draperies. Thick velvet hangings admitted no threat of light, and would muffle the sound of prayer and war alike. "It makes no matter," Sansa thought. "The war is with us." Almost every high-born woman in the city sat at the long trestle tables, along with a handful of old men and young boys. The women were wives, daughters, mothers, and sisters. Their men had gone out to fight Lord Stannis. Many would not return. The air was heavy with the knowledge. As Joffrey's betrothed, Sansa had the seat of honor on the Queen's right hand. She was climbing the dais when she saw the man standing in the shadows by the back wall. He wore a long hauberk of oiled black mail, and held his sword before him, her father's great sword, ice, near as tall as he was. Its point rested on the floor, and his hard, bony fingers curled around the cross-guard on either side of the grip. Sansa's breath caught in her throat. Sir Ilyn Payne seemed to sense her stare. He turned his gaunt, pox-ravaged face toward her.
"What is he doing here?"
she asked Osfrid Kettleblack. He captained the Queen's new Red Cloak Guard. Osfrid grinned. "Her Grace expects she'll have need of him before the night's done." Sir Ilyn was the King's justice. There was only one service he might be needed for. Whose head does she want?
"All rise for Her Grace Cersei of House Lannister, Queen Regent and Protector of the Realm," the royal steward cried.
Cersei's gown was snowy linen, white as the cloaks of the King's Guard. Her long, dagged sleeves showed a lining of gold satin. Masses of bright yellow hair tumbled to her bare shoulders in thick curls. Around her slender neck hung a rope of diamonds and emeralds. The white made her look strangely innocent, almost maidenly. but there were points of colour on her cheeks. "Be seated," the Queen said when she had taken her place on the dais, "and be welcome." Osfrid Kettleblack held her chair. A page performed the same service for Sansa. "You look pale, Sansa," Cersei observed. "Is your red flower still blooming?" "Yes." "How apt. The men will bleed out there, and you in here." The Queen signalled for the first course to be served. "Why is Sir Ilyn here?" Sansa blurted out. The Queen glanced at the mute headsman. "To deal with treason, and to defend us if need be. He was a knight before he was a headsman." She pointed her spoon toward the end of the hall, where the tall wooden doors had been closed and barred. "When the axes smash down those doors, you may be glad of him." "I would be gladder if it were the Hound," Sansa thought. Harsh as he was, she did not believe Sandor Clegane would let any harm come to her. "Won't your guards protect us?" "And who will protect us from my guards?" The Queen gave Osfrid a sideways look. "Loyal sellswords are rare as virgin whores. If the battle is lost, my guards will trip on those crimson cloaks in their haste to rip them off. They'll steal what they can and flee, along with the serving men, washerwomen, and stable-boys, all out to save their own worthless hides. Do you have any notion what happens when a city is sacked, Sansa?" "No, you wouldn't, would you? All you know of life you learned from singers. And there's such a dearth of good sacking songs." "True knights would never harm women and children." The words rang hollow in her ears even as she said them. "True knights." The Queen seemed to find that wonderfully amusing. "No doubt you're right. So why don't you just eat your broth like a good girl, and wait for Simeon Star-Eyes and Prince Aemon the Dragon Knight to come rescue you, sweetling? I'm sure it won't be very long now." Davos. Blackwater Bay was rough and choppy, whitecaps everywhere. Black Betha rode the flood tide, her sail cracking and snapping at each shift of wind. Wraith and Lady Marya sailed beside her, no more than 20 yards between their hulls. His sons could keep a line. Davos took pride in that. Across the sea war horns boomed. Deep, throaty moans, like the calls of monstrous serpents, repeated ship to ship. "Bring down the sail," Davos commanded. "Lower mast! Oarsmen, to your oars!" His son Mathos relayed the commands. The deck of Black Betha churned as crewmen ran to their tasks, pushing through the soldiers who always seemed to be in the way, no matter where they stood. Sir Imry had decreed that they would enter the river on oars alone, so as not to expose their sails to the scorpions and spitfires on the walls of King's Landing. Davos could make out Fury well to the southeast, her sails shimmering golden as they came down, the crowned stag of Baratheon blazoned on the canvas. From her decks, Stannis Baratheon had commanded the assault on Dragonstone 16 years before, but this time he had chosen to ride with his army, trusting Fury and the command of his fleet to his wife's brother Sir Imry, who'd come over to his cause at Storm's End with Lord Alistair and all the other Florents. Davos knew Fury as well as he knew his own ships. Above her 300 oars was a deck given over wholly to scorpions, and topside she mounted catapults fore and aft, large enough to fling barrels of burning pitch. A most formidable ship, and very swift as well, although Sir Imry had packed her bow to stern with armoured knights and men-at-arms, at some cost to her speed. The war horns sounded again, commands drifting back from the Fury. Davos felt a tingle in his missing fingertips. "Out oars!" he shouted. "Form line!" 100 blades dipped down into the water as the oarmaster's drum began to boom. The sound was like the beating of a great slow heart, and the oars moved at every stroke, 100 men pulling as one. Wooden wings had sprouted from the Wraith and Lady Marya as well. The 3 galleys kept pace, their blades churning the water. "Slow cruise!" Davos called. Lord Valarion's silver-hulled Pride of Driftmark had moved into her position to port of Wraith, and Bold Laughter was coming up fast, but Harridan was only now getting her oars into the water, and Seahorse was still struggling to bring down her mast. Davos looked astern. Yes, there, far to the south, that could only be Swordfish, lagging as ever. She dipped 200 oars and mounted the largest ram in the fleet, though Davos had grave doubts about her captain. He could hear soldiers shouting encouragement to each other across the water. They'd been little more than ballast since Storm's End, and were eager to get at the foe, confident of victory. In that they were of one mind with their admiral, Lord High Captain Sir Emery Florent. 3 days past he had summoned all his captains to a war council aboard the Fury, while the fleet lay anchored at the mouth of the Windwater, in order to acquaint them with his dispositions. Davos and his sons had been assigned a place in the second line of battle, well out on the dangerous starboard wing. "A place of honor," Allard had declared, well satisfied with the chance to prove his valor. "A place of peril," his father had pointed out. His sons had given him pitying looks, even young Marek. "The Onion Knight has become an old woman," he could hear them thinking, still a smuggler at heart. Well, the last was true enough. He would make no apologies for it. Seaworth had a lordly ring to it, but down deep he was still Davos of Flea-Bottom, coming home to his city on its 3 high hills. He knew as much of ships and sails and shores as any man in the 7 kingdoms, and had fought his share of desperate fights sword to sword on a wet deck. But to this sort of battle he came a maiden, nervous and afraid. Smugglers do not sound war horns and raise banners. When they smell danger they raise sail and run before the wind. Had he been admiral, he might have done it all differently. For a start, he would have sent a few of his swiftest ships to probe upriver and see what awaited them, instead of smashing in headlong. When he had suggested as much to Sir Emery, the Lord High Captain had thanked him courteously, but his eyes were not as polite. "Who is this low-born craven?" those eyes asked. "Is he the one who bought his knighthood with an onion?" With 4 times as many ships as the boy king, Sir Emery saw no need for caution or deceptive tactics. He had organized the fleet into 10 lines of battle, each of 20 ships. The first 2 lines would sweep up the river to engage and destroy Joffrey's little fleet, or the boys' toys, as Sir Emery dubbed them, to the mirth of his lordly captains. Those that followed would land companies of archers and spearmen beneath the city walls, and only then join the fight on the river. The smaller, slower ships to the rear would ferry over the main part of Stannis' host from the south bank, protected by Salladhor Saan and his Lysini, who would stand out in the bay in case the Lannisters had other ships hidden up along the coast, poised to sweep down on their rear. To be fair, there was reason for Sir Emery's haste. The winds had not used them kindly on the voyage up from Storm's End. They had lost 2 cogs to the rocks of Shipbreaker Bay on the very day they set sail, a poor way to begin. One of the Mirish galleys had foundered in the Straits of Tarth, and a storm had overtaken them as they were entering the gullet, scattering the fleet across half the narrow sea. All but 12 ships had finally regrouped behind the sheltering spine of Massey's Hook, in the calmer waters of Blackwater Bay, but not before they had lost considerable time. Stannis would have reached the Rush days ago. The King's Road ran from Storm's End straight to King's Landing, a much shorter route than by sea, and his host was largely mounted. Near 20,000 knights, light horse, and free riders. Renly's unwilling legacy to his brother. They would have made good time, but armoured destriers and 12-foot lances would avail them little against the deep waters of the Blackwater Rush and the high stone walls of the city. Stannis would be camped with his lords on the south bank of the river, doubtless seething with impatience and wondering what Sir Emery had done with his fleet. Off Merling Rock 2 days before, they had sighted a half-dozen fishing skiffs. The fisher-folk had fled before them, but one by one they had been overtaken and boarded. "A small spoon of victory is just the thing to settle the stomach before battle," Sir Emery had declared happily. "It makes the men hungry for a larger helping." But Davos had been more interested in what the captives had to say about the defences at King's Landing. The dwarf had been busy building some sort of boom to close off the mouth of the river, though the fishermen differed as to whether the work had been completed or not. He found himself wishing it had. If the river was closed to them, Sir Emery would have no choice but to pause and take stock. The sea was full of sound, shouts and calls, war horns and drums and the trill of pipes, the slap of wood on water as thousands of oars rose and fell. "Keep line!" Davos shouted. A gust of wind tugged at his old green cloak. A jerkin of boiled leather and a pot-helm at his feet were his only armour. At sea, heavy steel was as like to cost a man his life as to save it, he believed. Sir Emery and the other high-born captains did not share his view. They glittered as they paced their decks. Harridan and Seahorse had slipped into their places now, and Lord Celticar's red claw beyond them. To starboard of Allard's Lady Marya were the 3 galleys that Stannis had seized from the unfortunate Lord Sunglass, Piety, Prayer, and Devotion, their decks crawling with archers. Even Swordfish was closing, lumbering and rolling through a thickening sea under both oars and sail. A ship of that many oars ought to be much faster, Davos reflected with disapproval. It's that ram she carries. It's too big. She has no balance. The wind was gusting from the south, but under oars it made no matter. They would be sweeping in on the flood tide, but the Lannisters would have the river current to their favor, and the Blackwater rush flowed strong and swift where it met the sea. The first shock would inevitably favor the foe. We are fools to meet them on the Blackwater, Davos thought. In any encounter on the open sea, their battle lines would envelop the enemy fleet on both flanks, driving them inward to destruction. On the river, though, the numbers and weight of Sir Emry's ships would count for less. They could not dress more than 20 ships abreast, lest they risk tangling their oars and colliding with each other. Beyond the line of warships, Davos could see the red keep up on Aegon's high hill, dark against a lemon sky, with the mouth of the rush opening out below. Across the river, the south shore was black with men and horses, stirring like angry ants as they caught sight of the approaching ships. Stannis would have kept them busy building rafts and fletching arrows, yet even so the waiting would have been a hard thing to bear. Trumpets sounded from among them, tiny and brazen, soon swallowed by the roar of 1,000 shouts. Davos closed his stubby hand around the pouch that held his finger-bones, and mouthed a silent prayer for luck. Fury herself would centre the first line of battle, flanked by the Lord Steffan and the Stag of the Sea, each of 200 oars. On the port and starboard wings were the hundreds: Lady Hara, Brightfish, Laughing Lord, Sea-Demon, Horned Honour, Ragged Jenna, Trident 3, Swift Sword, Princess Rhaenys, Dog's Nose, Sceptre, Faithful, Red Raven, Queen Alysanne, Cat, Courageous, and Dragon's Bane. From every stern streamed the fiery heart of the Lord of Light, red and yellow and orange. Behind Davos and his sons came another line of hundreds, commanded by knights and lordly captains, and then the smaller, slower, Myrish contingent, none dipping more than 80 oars. Farther back would come the sailed ships, carracks and lumbering crate cogs, and last of all Salladhor Saan and his proud Valyrian, a towering 300, paced by the rest of his galleys with their distinctive striped hulls. The flamboyant Lysini princeling had not been pleased to be assigned the rearguard, but it was clear that Sir Emry trusted him no more than Stannis did. Too many complaints and too much talk of the gold he was owed. Davos was sorry none the less. Salladhor Saan was a resourceful old pirate, and his crews were born seamen, fearless in a fight. They were wasted in the rear. "Ow!" The call rolled across white caps and churning oars from the forecastle of the Fury. Sir Emry was sounding the attack. "Ow! Ow!" Swordfish had joined the line at last, though she still had her sail raised. "Fast, crews!" Davos barked. The drum began to beat more quickly, and the stroke picked up, the blades of the oars cutting water. Splash, whoosh, splash, whoosh, splash, whoosh. On deck, soldiers banged sword against shield, while archers quietly strung their bows and pulled the first arrow from the quivers at their belts. The galleys of the first line of battle obscured his vision, so Davos paced the deck, searching for a better view. He saw no sign of any boom. The mouth of the river was open, as if to swallow them all. Except... In his smuggling days, Davos had often jested that he knew the waterfront at King's Landing a deal better than the back of his hand, since he had not spent a good part of his life sneaking in and out of the back of his hand. The squat towers of raw new stone that stood opposite one another at the mouth of the Blackwater might mean nothing to Sir Emry Florent, but to him it was as if 2 extra fingers had sprouted from his knuckles. Shading his eyes against the westering sun, he peered at those towers more closely. They were too small to hold much of a garrison. The one on the north bank was built against the bluff, with the red keep frowning above. Its counterpart on the south shore had its footing in the water. They dug a cut through the bank, he knew at once. That would make the tower very difficult to assault. Attackers would need to wade through the water or bridge the little channel. Stannis had posted bowmen below to fire up at the defenders whenever one was rash enough to lift his head above the ramparts, but otherwise had not troubled. Something flashed down low where the dark water swirled around the base of the tower. It was sunlight on steel, and it told Davos Seaworth all he needed to know. A chain boom. And yet they have not closed the river against us. Why? He could make a guess at that as well. But there was no time to consider the question. A shout went up from the ships ahead, and the war horns blew again. The enemy was before them. Between the flashing oars of Sceptre and Faithful, Davos saw a thin line of galleys drawn across the river, the sun glinting off the gold paint that marked their hulls. He knew those ships as well as he knew his own. When he had been a smuggler, he'd always felt safer, knowing whether the sail on the horizon marked a fast ship or a slow one, and whether her captain was a young man hungry for glory or an old one serving out his days. "Ahoo!" the war horns called. "Battle speed!" Davos shouted. On port and starboard he heard Dale and Allard giving the same command. Drums began to beat furiously, oars rose and fell, and Black Betha surged forward. When he glanced toward Wraith, Dale gave him a salute. Swordfish was lagging once more, wallowing in the wake of the smaller ships to either side. Elsewise the line was straight as a shield wall. The river that had seemed so narrow from a distance now stretched wide as a sea, but the city had grown gigantic as well. Glowering down from Aegon's high hill, the Red Keep commanded the approaches. Its iron-crowned battlements, massive towers, and thick red walls gave it the aspect of a ferocious beast hunched above river and streets. The bluffs on which it crouched were steep and rocky, spotted with lichen and gnarled, thorny trees. The fleet would have to pass below the castle to reach the harbor and city beyond. The first line was in the river now, but the enemy galleys were backing water. "They mean to draw us in. They want us jammed close, constricted, no way to sweep around their flanks. And with that boom behind us." He paced his deck, craning his neck for a better look at Joffrey's fleet. The boy's toys included the ponderous God's Grace, he saw, the old slow Prince Aemon, the Lady of Silk and her sister Lady's Shame, Wildwind, Kingslander, Whiteheart, Lance, Seaflower. But where was the Lion Star? Where was the beautiful Lady Lyanna that King Robert had named in honor of the maid he'd loved and lost? And where was King Robert's hammer? She was the largest war galley in the royal fleet, 400 oars, the only warship the boy king owned capable of overmatching fury. By rights, she should have formed the heart of any defense. Davos tasted a trap, yet he saw no sign of any foes sweeping in behind them, only the great fleet of Stannis Baratheon in their ordered ranks, stretching back to the watery horizon. Will they raise the chain and cut us in two? He could not see what good that would serve. The ships left out in the bay could still land men north of the city, a slower crossing, but safer. A flight of flickering orange birds took wing from the castle, 20 or 30 of them. Pots of burning pitch arcing out over the river, trailing threads of flame. The waters ate most, but a few found the decks of galleys in the first line of battle, spreading flame when they shattered. Men-at-arms were scrambling on Queen Alisanne's deck, and he could see smoke rising from 3 different spots on Dragonsbane, nearest the bank. By then a second flight was on its way, and arrows were falling as well, hissing down from the archers' nests that studded the towers above. A soldier tumbled over Cat's gunwale, crashed off the oars, and sank. The first man to die today, Davos thought, but he will not be the last. Atop the Red Keep's battlements streamed the Boy King's banners, the crowned stag of Baratheon on its gold field, the Lion of Lannister on crimson. More pots of pitch came flying. Davos heard men shriek as fire spread across Courageous. Her oarsmen were safe below, protected from missiles by the half-deck that sheltered them, but the men-at-arms crowded topside were not so fortunate. The starboard wing was taking all the damage, as he had feared. "It will be our turn soon," he reminded himself, uneasy. Black Betha was well in range of the firepots, being the 6th ship out from the north bank. To starboard she had only Allard's Lady Marya, the ungainly swordfish, so far behind now that she was nearer the 3rd line than the 2nd, and Piety, prayer, and devotion, who would need all the godly intervention they could get, placed as vulnerably as they were. As the second line swept past the twin towers, Davos took a closer look. He could see 3 links of a huge chain snaking out from a hole no bigger than a man's head and disappearing under the water. The towers had a single door, set a good 20 feet off the ground. Bowmen on the roof of the northern tower were firing down at prayer and devotion. The archers on devotion fired back, and Davos heard a man scream as the arrows found him. "Captain, sir!" His son Mathos was at his elbow. "Your helm!" Davos took it with both hands and slid it over his head. The pot-helm was visorless. He hated having his vision impeded. By then the pitch-pots were raining down around them. He saw one shatter on the deck of Lady Marya, but Allard's crew quickly beat it out. To port, war horns sounded from the Pride of Driftmark. The oars flung up sprays of water with every stroke. The yard-long shaft of a scorpion came down not 2 feet from Mathos and sank into the wood of the deck, thrumming. Ahead, the first line was within bow-shot of the enemy. Flights of arrows flew between the ships, hissing like striking snakes. South of the Blackwater, Davos saw men dragging crude rafts toward the water, while ranks and columns formed up beneath 1,000 streaming banners. The fiery heart was everywhere, though the tiny black stag imprisoned in the flames was too small to make out. "We should be flying the crowned stag," he thought. The stag was King Robert's sigil. The city would rejoice to see it. This stranger's standard serves only to set men against us. He could not behold the fiery heart without thinking of the shadow Melisandre had birthed in the gloom beneath Storm's End. "At least we fight this battle in the light, with the weapons of honest men," he told himself. The Red Woman and her dark children would have no part of it. Stannis had shipped her back to Dragonstone with his bastard nephew, Edric Storm. His captains and bannermen had insisted that a battlefield was no place for a woman. Only the Queen's men had dissented, and then not loudly. All the same, the king had been on the point of refusing them, until Lord Bryce-Carron said, "Your Grace, if the sorceress is with us. Afterward men will say it was her victory, not yours. They will say you owe your crown to her spells." That had turned the tide. Davos himself had held his tongue during the arguments, but if truth be told, he had not been sad to see the back of her. He wanted no part of Melisandre or her god. To starboard, Devotion drove toward shore, sliding out a plank. Archers scrambled into the shallows, holding their bows high over their heads to keep the strings dry. They splashed ashore on the narrow strand beneath the bluffs. Rocks came bouncing down from the castle to crash among them, and arrows and spears as well, but the angle was steep and the missiles seemed to do little damage. Prayer landed 24 yards upstream, and Piety was slanting toward the bank, when the defenders came pounding down the riverside, the hoofs of their war horses sending up gouts of water from the shallows. The knights fell among the archers like wolves among chickens, driving them back toward the ships and into the river before most could notch an arrow. Men-at-arms rushed to defend them with spear and axe, and in 3 heartbeats the scene had turned to blood-soaked chaos. Davos recognized the dog's head helm of the Hound. A white cloak streamed from his shoulders as he rode his horse up the plank onto the deck of Prayer, hacking down anyone who blundered within reach. Beyond the castle, King's Landing rose on its hills behind the encircling walls. The riverfront was a blackened desolation. The Lannisters had burned everything and pulled back within the mudgate. The charred spars of sunken hulks sat in the shallows, forbidding access to the long stone quays. "We shall have no landing there." He could see the tops of 3 huge trebuchets behind the mudgate. High on Visenya's hill, sunlight blazed off the 7 crystal towers of the great sept of Baelor. Davos never saw the battle joined, but he heard it, a great rending crash as 2 galleys came together. He could not say which 2. Another impact echoed over the water an instant later, and then a third. Beneath the screech of splintering wood he heard the deep thrum-thump of the Fury's fore-catapult. Stag of the Sea split one of Joffrey's galleys clean in 2, but Dog's Nose was afire, and Queen Alysanne was locked between Lady of Silk and Lady's Shame, her crew fighting the boarders rail to rail. Directly ahead, Davos saw the enemy's Kingslander drive between Faithful and Scepter. The former slid her starboard oars out of the way before impact, but Scepter's portside oars snapped like so much kindling as Kingslander raked along her side. "Loose!" Davos commanded, and his bowmen sent a withering rain of shafts across the water. He saw Kingslander's captain fall and tried to recall the man's name. Ashore, the arms of the great trebuchets rose 1, 2, 3, and 100 stones climbed high into the yellow sky. Each one was as large as a man's head. When they fell, they sent up great gouts of water, smashed through oak planking, and turned living men into bone and pulp and gristle. All across the river the first line was engaged. Grappling hooks were flung out, iron rams crashed through wooden hulls, boarders swarmed, flights of arrows whispered through each other in the drifting smoke, and men died. But so far none of his. Black Betha swept upriver, the sound of her oarmaster's drum thundering in her captain's head, as he looked for a likely victim for her ram. The beleaguered Queen Alysanne was trapped between 2 Lannister warships. The 3 made fast by hooks and lines. "Ramming speed!" Davos shouted. The drum beats blurred into a long, fevered hammering, and Black Betha flew, the water turning white as milk as it parted for her prow. Allard had seen the same chance. Lady Marya ran beside them. The first line had been transformed into a confusion of separate struggles. The 3 tangled ships loomed ahead, turning, their decks a red chaos as men hacked at each other with sword and axe. "A little more," Davos Seaworth beseeched the warrior. "Bring her around a little more. Show me her broadside." The warrior must have been listening. Black Betha and Lady Marya slammed into the side of Lady Shame within an instant of each other, ramming her fore and aft with such force that men were thrown off the deck of Lady of Silk 3 boats away. Davos almost bit his tongue off when his teeth jarred together. He spat out blood. "Next time close your mouth, you fool." 40 years at sea, and yet this was the first time he'd rammed another ship. His archers were loosing arrows at will. "Backwater," he commanded. When Black Betha reversed her oars, the river rushed into the splintered hole she left, and Lady Shame fell to pieces before his eyes, spilling dozens of men into the river. Some of the living swam, some of the dead floated. The ones in heavy mail and plate sank to the bottom, the quick and the dead alike. The pleas of drowning men echoed in his ears. A flash of green caught his eye, ahead and off to port, and a nest of writhing emerald serpents rose burning and hissing from the stern of Queen Alysanne. An instant later Davos heard the dread cry of "Wildfire!" He grimaced. Burning pitch was one thing, wildfire quite another. Evil stuff, and well-nigh unquenchable. Smother it under a cloak, and the cloak took fire. Slap at a fleck of it with your palm, and your hand was aflame. "Piss on wildfire, and your cock burns off," old seamen liked to say. Still, Sir Imry had warned them to expect a taste of the alchemist's vile substance. Fortunately, there were few true pyromancers left. "They will soon run out," Sir Imry had assured them. Davos reeled off commands. One bank of oars pushed off while the other backed water, and the galley came about. Lady Marya had won clear too, and a good thing. The fire was spreading over Queen Alysanne and her foes faster than he would have believed possible. Men wreathed in green flame leapt into the water, shrieking like nothing human. On the walls of King's Landing spitfires were belching death, and the great trebuchets behind the mud gate were throwing boulders. One the size of an ox crashed down between Black Betha and Wraith, rocking both ships and soaking every man on deck. Another, not much smaller, found bold laughter. The Valarian galley exploded like a child's toy dropped from a tower, spraying splinters as long as a man's arm. Through black smoke and swirling green fire, Davos glimpsed a swarm of small boats bearing down river. A confusion of ferries and wherries, barges, skiffs, rowboats, and hulks that looked too rotten to float. It stank of desperation. Such driftwood could not turn the tide of a fight, only get in the way. The lines of battle were hopelessly ensnarled, he saw. Off to port, Lord Stefan, Ragged Jenna, and Swift Sword had broken through and were sweeping upriver. The starboard wing was heavily engaged, however, and the centre had shattered under the stones of those trebuchets, some captains turning downstream, others veering to port, anything to escape that crushing rain. Fury had swung her aft catapult to fire back at the city, but she lacked the range. The barrels of pitch were shattering under the walls. Sceptre had lost most of her oars, and Faithful had been rammed and was starting to list. He took Black Betha between them and struck a glancing blow at Queen Circe's ornate carved and gilded pleasure barge, laden with soldiers instead of sweetmeats now. The collision spilled a dozen of them into the river, where Betha's archers picked them off as they tried to stay afloat. Mathos's shout alerted him to the danger from port. One of the Lannister galleys was coming about to ram. "Hard to starboard!" Davos shouted. His men used their oars to push free of the barge, while others turned the galley so her prow faced the onrushing White Hart. For a moment he feared he'd been too slow, that he was about to be sunk, but the current helped swing Black Betha, and when the impact came it was only a glancing blow, the two hulls scraping against each other, both ships snapping oars. A jagged piece of wood flew past his head, sharp as any spear. Davos flinched. "Board her!" he shouted. Grappling lines were flung. He drew his sword and led them over the rail himself. The crew of the White Hart met them at the rail, but Black Betha's men-at-arms swept over them in a screaming steel tide. Davos fought through the press, looking for the other captain, but the man was dead before he reached him. As he stood over the body, someone caught him from behind with an axe, but his helm turned the blow, and his skull was left ringing when it might have been split. Dazed, it was all he could do to roll. His attacker charged, screaming. Davos grasped his sword in both hands and drove it up point first into the man's belly. One of his crewmen pulled him back to his feet. "Captain, sir, the Hart is ours." It was true, Davos saw. Most of the enemy were dead, dying, or yielded. He took off his helm, wiped blood from his face, and made his way back to his own ship, trotting carefully on boards slimy with men's guts. Mathos lent him a hand to help him back over the rail. For those few instants, Black Betha and White Hart were the calm eye in the midst of the storm. Queen Alysanne and Lady of Silk, still locked together, were a raging green inferno, drifting down river and dragging pieces of Lady Shame. One of the Mirish galleys had slammed into them and was now afire as well. Cat was taking on men from the fast-sinking Courageous. The captain of the Dragonsbane had driven her between two keys, ripping out her bottom. Her crew poured ashore with the archers and men-at-arms to join the assault on the walls. Red Raven, rammed, was slowly listing. Stag of the Sea was fighting fires and borders both, but the fiery heart had been raised over Joffrey's loyal man. Fury, her proud bow smashed in by a boulder, was engaged with Godsgrace. He saw Lord Valarion's Pride of Driftmark crash between two Lannister river-runners, overturning one and lighting the other up with fire arrows. On the south bank, knights were leading their mounts aboard the cogs, and some of the smaller galleys were already making their way across, laden with men-at-arms. They had to thread cautiously between sinking ships and patches of drifting wildfire. The whole of King Stannis' fleet was in the river now, save for Salador San's Lassigny. Soon enough they would control the Blackwater. Sir Henry will have his victory, Davos thought, and Stannis will bring his host across, but gods be good the cost of this. "Captain, sir!" Mathos touched his shoulder. It was Swordfish, her two banks of oars lifting and falling. She had never brought down her sails, and some burning pitch had caught in her rigging. The flame spread as Davos watched, creeping out over ropes and sails until she trailed a head of yellow flame. Her ungainly iron ram, fashioned after the likeness of the fish from which she took her name, parted the surface of the river before her. Directly ahead, drifting toward her and swinging around to present a tempting plump target, was one of the Lannister hulks, floating low in the water. Slow green blood was leaking out between her boards. When he saw that, Davos Seaworth's heart stopped beating. "No," he said. "No! No!" Above the roar and crash of battle, no one heard him but Mathos. Certainly the captain of the Swordfish did not, intent as he was on finally spearing something with his ungainly fat sword. The Swordfish went to battle speed. Davos lifted his maimed hand to clutch the leather pouch that held his finger bones. With a grinding, splintering, tearing crash, Swordfish split the rotted hulk asunder. She burst like an overripe fruit, but no fruit had ever screamed that shattering wooden scream. From inside her, Davos saw green gushing from 1,000 broken jars, poison from the entrails of a dying beast, glistening, shining, spreading across the surface of the river. "Backwater!" he roared. "Away! Get us off her! Backwater! Backwater!" The grappling lines were cut, and Davos felt the deck move under his feet as Black Betha pushed free of White Hart. Her oars slid down into the water. Then he heard a short, sharp whoof, as if someone had blown in his ear. Half a heartbeat later came the roar. The deck vanished beneath him, and black water smashed him across the face, filling his nose and mouth. He was choking, drowning. Unsure which way was up, Davos wrestled the river in blind panic until suddenly he broke the surface. He spat out water, sucked in air, grabbed hold of the nearest chunk of debris, and held on. Swordfish and the hulk were gone. Blackened bodies were floating downstream beside him, and choking men clinging to bits of smoking wood. 50 feet high, a swirling demon of green flame danced upon the river. It had 12 hands, and each a whip, and whatever they touched burst into fire. He saw Black Betha burning, and Whiteheart, and Loyal Man to either side, Piety, Cat, Courageous, Sceptre, Red Raven, Harridan, Faithful, Fury, they had all gone up. Kingslander and God's Grace as well. The demon was eating his own. Lord Valarion's shining pride of Driftmark was trying to turn, but the demon ran a lazy green finger across her silvery oars, and they flared up like so many tapers. For an instant she seemed to be stroking the river with two banks of long, bright torches. The current had him in its teeth by then, spinning him around and around. He kicked to avoid a floating patch of wildfire. My sons, Davos thought, but there was no way to look for them amidst the roaring chaos. Another hulk, heavy with wildfire, went up behind him. The black water itself seemed to boil in its bed, and burning spars and burning men and pieces of broken ships filled the air. I'm being swept out into the bay. It wouldn't be as bad there. He ought to be able to make shore. He was a strong swimmer. Salladhor Saan's galleys would be out in the bay as well. Sir Imry had commanded them to stand off. And then the current turned him about again, and Davos saw what awaited him downstream. The chain! God save us, they've raised the chain! Where the river broadened out into Blackwater Bay, the boom stretched taut, a bare 2 or 3 feet above the water. Already a dozen galleys had crashed into it, and the current was pushing others against them. Almost all were aflame, and the rest soon would be. Davos could make out the striped hulls of Salladhor Saan's ships beyond, but he knew he would never reach them. A wall of red-hot steel, blazing wood, and swirling green flame stretched before him. The mouth of the Blackwater rush had turned into the mouth of hell. Tyrion. Motionless as a gargoyle, Tyrion Lannister hunched on one knee atop a merlin. Beyond the mud gate and the desolation that had once been the fish market and wharves, the river itself seemed to have taken fire. Half of Stannis' fleet was ablaze, along with most of Joffrey's. The kiss of wildfire turned proud ships into funeral pyres, and men into living torches. The air was full of smoke and arrows and screams. Downstream, commoners and high-born captains alike could see the hot green death swirling toward their rafts and carracks and ferries, borne on the current of the Blackwater. The long white oars of the Mirish galleys flashed like the legs of maddened centipedes as they fought to come about, but it was no good. The centipedes had no place to run. A dozen great fires raged under the city walls, where casks of burning pitch had exploded, but the wildfire reduced them to no more than candles in a burning house, their orange and scarlet pennons fluttering insignificantly against the jade holocaust. The low clouds caught the color of the burning river and roofed the sky in shades of shifting green, eerily beautiful. A terrible beauty, like dragon fire. Tyrion wondered if Aegon the Conqueror had felt like this as he flew above his field of fire. The furnace wind lifted his crimson cloak and beat at his bare face, yet he could not turn away. He was dimly aware of the gold cloaks cheering from the hoardings. He had no voice to join them. It was a half-victory. It will not be enough. He saw another of the hulks he'd stuffed full of King Aerys' fickle fruits engulfed by the hungry flames. A fountain of burning jade rose from the river, the blast so bright he had to shield his eyes. Plumes of fire, 30 and 40 feet high, danced upon the waters, crackling and hissing. For a few moments they washed out the screams. There were hundreds in the water, drowning or burning or doing a little of both. Do you hear them shrieking, Stannis? Do you see them burning? This is your work as much as mine. Somewhere in that seething mass of men south of the Blackwater, Stannis was watching too, Tyrion knew. He'd never had his brother Robert's thirst for battle. He would command from the rear, from the reserve, much as Lord Tywin Lannister was wont to do. Like as not, he was sitting a war-horse right now, clad in bright armor, his crown upon his head. A crown of red gold, Varys says, its points fashioned in the shapes of flames. "My ships!" Joffrey's voice cracked as he shouted up from the wall-walk, where he huddled with his guards behind the ramparts. The golden circlet of kingship adorned his battle-helm. "My king's land is burning! Queen Cersei, Loyal Man! Look, that sea-flower there!" He pointed with his new sword out to where the green flames were licking at Seaflower's golden hull and creeping up her oars. Her captain had turned her upriver, but not quickly enough to evade the wildfire. She was doomed, Tyrion knew. There was no other way. If we had not come forth to meet them, Stannis would have sensed the trap. An arrow could be aimed, and a spear, even a stone from a catapult, but wildfire had a will of its own. Once loosed, it was beyond the control of mere men. "It could not be helped," he told his nephew. "Our fleet was doomed in any case." Even from atop the Merlin. He had been too short to see over the ramparts, so he'd had them boost him up. The flames and smoke and chaos of battle made it impossible for Tyrion to see what was happening down-river under the castle, but he had seen it 1,000 times in his mind's eye. Bran would have whipped the oxen into motion the moment Stannis' flagship passed under the Red Keep. The chain was ponderous heavy, and the great winches turned but slowly, creaking and rumbling. The whole of the usurper's fleet would have passed by the time the first glimmer of metal could be seen beneath the water. The links would emerge dripping wet, some glistening with mud, link by link by link, until the whole great chain stretched taut. King Stannis had rowed his fleet up the Blackwater, but he would not row out again. Even so, some were getting away. A river's current was a tricky thing, and the wildfire was not spreading as evenly as he had hoped. The main channel was all aflame, but a good many of the mermen had made for the south bank and looked to escape unscathed, and at least 8 ships had landed under the city walls. Landed erect, but it comes to the same thing. They've put men ashore. Worse, a good part of the south wing of the enemy's first 2 battle lines had been well upstream of the Inferno when the hulks went up. Stannis would be left with 30 or 40 galleys, at a guess, more than enough to bring his whole host across once they had regained their courage. That might take a bit of time. Even the bravest would be dismayed after watching 1,000 or so of his fellows consumed by wildfire. Helene said that sometimes the substance burned so hot that flesh melted like tallow. Yet even so, Tyrion had no illusions where his own men were concerned. If the battle looks to be going sour, they'll break, and they'll break bad. Dacelyn Bywater had warned him, so the only way to win was to make certain the battle stayed sweet, start to finish. He could see dark shapes moving through the charred ruins of the riverfront wharves. Time for another sortie, he thought. Men were never so vulnerable as when they first staggered ashore. He must not give the foe time to form up on the north bank. He scrambled down off the Merlin. "Tell Lord Dacelyn we've got enemy on the riverfront," he said to one of the runners Bywater had assigned him. To another he said, "Bring my compliments to Sir Arnold, and ask him to swing the hawse 30 degrees west." The angle would allow them to throw farther, if not as far out into the water. "Mother promised I could have the horse," Joffrey said. Tyrion was annoyed to see that the king had lifted the visor of his helm again. Doubtless the boy was cooking inside all that heavy steel, but the last thing he needed was some stray arrow punching through his nephew's eye. He clanged the visor shut. "Keep that closed, your grace. Your sweet person is precious to us all. And you don't want to spoil that pretty face, either. The whores are yours." It was as good a time as any. Flinging more fire-pots down onto burning ships seemed pointless. Joff had the antlermen trussed up naked in the square below, antlers nailed to their heads. When they'd been brought before the Iron Throne for justice, he had promised to send them to Stannis. The man was not as heavy as a boulder or a cask of burning pitch, and could be thrown a deal farther. Some of the gold cloaks had been wagering on whether the traitors would fly all the way across the Blackwater. "Be quick about it, your grace," he told Joffrey. "We'll want the trebuchets throwing stones again soon enough. Even wildfire does not burn forever." Joffrey hurried off happy, escorted by Sir Meryn, but Tyrion caught Sir Osmond by the wrist before he could follow. "Whatever happens, keep him safe and keep him there. Is that understood?" "As you command," Sir Osmond smiled amiably. Tyrion had warned Trant and Kettleblack what would happen to them should any harm come to the king, and Joffrey had a dozen veteran goldcloaks waiting at the foot of the steps. "I'm protecting your wretched bastard as well as I can, Cersei," he thought bitterly. "See you do the same for Alea." No sooner was Joff off than a runner came panting up the steps. "My lord, hurry!" He threw himself to one knee. "They've landed men on the tourney grounds, hundreds. They're bringing a ram up to the King's Gate." Tyrion cursed and made for the steps with a rolling waddle. Podrick Payne waited below with their horses. They galloped off down River Row, Pod and Sir Mandan Moore coming hard behind him. The shuttered houses were steeped in green shadow, but there was no traffic to get in their way. Tyrion had commanded that the street be kept clear, so the defenders could move quickly from one gate to the next. Even so, by the time they reached the King's Gate, he could hear a booming crash of wood on wood that told him the battering ram had been brought into play. The groaning of the great hinges sounded like the moans of a dying giant. The gatehouse square was littered with the wounded, but he saw lines of horses as well, not all of them hurt, and sellswords and gold cloaks enough to form a strong column. "Form up!" he shouted as he leapt to the ground. The gate moved under the impact of another blow. "Who commands here? You're going out!" "No." A shadow detached itself from the shadow of the wall to become a tall man in dark grey armour. Sandor Clegane wrenched off his helm with both hands and let it fall to the ground. The steel was scorched and dented, the left ear of the snarling hound sheared off. A gash above one eye had sent a wash of blood down across the hound's old burn scars, masking half his face. "Yes!" Tyrion faced him. Clegane's breath came ragged. "Bugger that! And you!" A sellsword stepped up beside him. "We've been out 3 times. Half our men are killed or hurt, wildfire bursting all around us, horses screaming like men and men like horses. Do you think we hired you to fight an attorney? Shall I bring you a nice iced milk and a bowl of raspberries? No? Then get on your fucking horse. You too, dog." The blood on Clegane's face glistened red, but his eyes showed white. He drew his longsword. He is afraid, Tyrion realized, shocked. The hound is frightened. He tried to explain their need. "They've taken a ram to the gate. You can hear them. We need to disperse them." "Open the gates. When they rush inside, surround them and kill them." The hound thrust the point of his longsword into the ground and leaned upon the pommel, swaying. "I've lost half my men, horse as well. I'm not taking more into that fire." Sir Mandan Moore moved to Tyrion's side, immaculate in his enamelled white plate. "The King's hand commands you." "Bugger the King's hand!" Where the hound's face was not sticky with blood, it was pale as milk. "Someone bring me a drink." A gold-cloak officer handed him a cup. Clegane took a swallow, spit it out, flung the cup away. "Water! Fuck your water! Bring me wine!" He is dead on his feet. Tyrion could see it now. The wound, the fire. He's done. I need to find someone else. But who? Sir Mandan? He looked at the men and knew it would not do. Clegane's fear had shaken them. Without a leader they would refuse as well, and Sir Mandan— a dangerous man, Jaime said, yes, but not a man other men would follow. In the distance Tyrion heard another great crash. Above the walls the darkening sky was awash with sheets of green and orange light. How long could the gate hold? "This is madness," he thought, "but sooner madness than defeat. Defeat is death and shame." "Very well, I'll lead the sortie." If he thought that would shame the hound back to valor, he was wrong. Clegane only laughed. "You?" Tyrion could see the disbelief on their faces. "Me. Sir Mandan, you'll bear the King's banner. Pod, my helm." The boy ran to obey. The hound leaned on that notched and blood-streaked sword and looked at him with those wide, white eyes. Sir Mandan helped Tyrion mount up again. "Form up!" he shouted. His big red stallion wore crennet and chamfon. Crimson silk draped his hindquarters over a coat of mail. The high saddle was gilded. Podrick Payne handed up helm and shield, the heavy oak emblazoned with a golden hand on red, surrounded by small golden lions. He walked his horse in a circle, looking at the little force of men. Only a handful had responded to his command, no more than 20. They sat their horses with eyes as white as the hound's. He looked contemptuously at the others, the knights and sellswords who had ridden with Clegane. "They say I'm half a man," he said. "What does that make the lot of you?" That shamed them well enough. A knight mounted, helmetless, and rode to join the others. A pair of sellswords followed. Then more. The King's Gate shuddered again. In a few moments the size of Tyrion's command had doubled. He had them trapped. If I fight, they must do the same, or they are less than dwarfs. "You won't hear me shout out Joffrey's name," he told them. "You won't hear me yell for Casterly Rock either. This is your city Stannis means to sack, and that's your gate he's bringing down.
So come with me and kill the son of a bitch!"
Tyrion unsheathed his axe, wheeled the stallion around, and trotted toward the sallyport. He thought they were following, but never dared to look. Sansa. The torches shimmered brightly against the hammered metal of the wall sconces, filling the queen's ballroom with silvery light. Yet there was still darkness in that hall. Sansa could see it in the pale eyes of Sir Ilyn Payne, who stood by the back door still as stone, taking neither food nor wine. She could hear it in Lord Giles's racking cough, and the whispered voice of Osney Kettleblack when he slipped in to bring Cersei the tidings. Sansa was finishing her broth when he came the first time, entering through the back. She glimpsed him talking to his brother Osfrid. Then he climbed the dais and knelt beside the high seat, smelling of horse, 4 long, thin scratches on his cheek crusted with scabs, his hair falling down past his collar and into his eyes. For all his whispering, Sansa could not help but hear. "The fleets are locked in battle. Some archers got ashore, but the hounds cut them to pieces, your grace. Your brother's raising his chain. I heard the signal. Some drunkards down to Freebottom are smashing doors and climbing through windows. Lord Bywaters sent the gold cloaks to deal with them. Baelor's sept is jammed full, everyone praying." "And my son?" "The king went to Baelor's to get the High Septon's blessing. Now he's walking the walls with a hand, telling the men to be brave, lifting their spirits, as it were." Cersei beckoned to her page for another cup of wine, a golden vintage from the arbour, fruity and rich. The queen was drinking heavily, but the wine only seemed to make her more beautiful. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes had a bright, feverish heat to them as she looked down over the hall. "Eyes of wildfire," Sansa thought. Musicians played, jugglers juggled. Moonboy lurched about the hall on stilts, making mock of everyone, while Sir Dantos chased serving-girls on his broomstick horse. The guests laughed, but it was a joyless laughter, the sort of laughter that can turn into sobbing in half a heartbeat. Their bodies are here, but their thoughts are on the city walls, and their hearts as well. After the broth came a salad of apples, nuts, and raisins. At any other time it might have made a tasty dish, but tonight all the food was flavoured with fear. Sansa was not the only one in the hall without an appetite. Lord Giles was coughing more than he was eating. Lallis Stokeworth sat hunched and shivering, and the young bride of one of Sir Lancel's knights began to weep uncontrollably. The queen commanded Maester Franken to put her to bed with a cup of dream wine. "Tears," she said scornfully to Sansa as the woman was led from the hall. "The woman's weapon, my lady mother used to call them. The man's weapon is a sword. And that tells us all you need to know, doesn't it?" "Men must be very brave, though," said Sansa, "to ride out and face swords and axes, everyone trying to kill you. Jaime told me once that he only feels truly alive in battle and in bed." She lifted her cup and took a long swallow. Her salad was untouched. "I would sooner face any number of swords than sit helpless like this, pretending to enjoy the company of this flock of frightened hens." "You asked them here, your grace." "Certain things are expected of a queen. They will be expected of you, should you ever wed Joffrey. Best learn." The queen studied the wives, daughters, and mothers who filled the benches. "Of themselves the hens are nothing, but their cocks are important for one reason or another, and some may survive this battle. So it behooves me to give their women my protection. If my wretched dwarf of a brother should somehow manage to prevail, they will return to their husbands and fathers full of tales about how brave I was, how my courage inspired them and lifted their spirits, how I never doubted our victory, even for a moment." "And if the castle should fall?" "You'd like that, wouldn't you?" Cersei did not wait for a denial. "If I'm not betrayed by my own guards, I may be able to hold here for a time. Then I can go to the walls and offer to yield to Lord Stannis in person. That will spare us the worst. But if Maegor's holdfast should fall before Stannis can come up, why then most of my guests are in for a bit of rape, I'd say. And you should never rule out mutilation, torture, and murder at times like these." Sansa was horrified. "These are women, unarmed and gently born." "Their birth protects them," Cersei admitted, "though not as much as you'd think. Each one's worth a good ransom. But after the madness of battle, soldiers often seem to want flesh more than coin. Even so, a golden shield is better than none. Out in the streets the women won't be treated near as tenderly, nor will our servants. Pretty things like that serving wench of Lady Tanda's could be in for a lively night, but don't imagine the old and the infirm and the ugly will be spared. Enough drink will make blind washer-women and reeking pig-girls seem as comely as you, sweetling.
Me?
Try not to sound so like a mouse, Sansa. You're a woman now, remember, and betrothed to my firstborn. The Queen sipped at her wine. Were it anyone else outside the gates, I might hope to beguile him. But this is Stannis Baratheon. I'd have a better chance of seducing his horse. She noticed the look on Sansa's face and laughed. Have I shocked you, my lady? She leaned close. You little fool. Tears are not a woman's only weapon. You've got another one between your legs, and you'd best learn to use it. You'll find men use their swords freely enough. Both kinds of swords. Sansa was spared the need to reply when two kettle-blacks re-entered the hall. Sir Osmond and his brothers had become great favourites about the castle. They were always ready with a smile and a jest, and got on with grooms and huntsmen as well as they did with knights and squires. With the serving wenches they got on best of all, it was gossiped. Of late Sir Osmond had taken Sandor Clegane's place by Joffrey's side, and Sansa had heard the women at the washing-well saying he was as strong as the Hound, only younger and faster. If that was so, she wondered why she had never once heard of these kettle-blacks before Sir Osmond was named to the Kingsguard. Osney was all smiles as he knelt beside the Queen. "The hulks have gone up, your Grace. The whole Blackwater's awash with wildfire. 100 ships burning, maybe more." "And my son?" "He's at the Mudgate with a hand in the Kingsguard, your Grace. He spoke to the archers on the hoardings before and gave them a few tips on handling a crossbow, he did. All agree he's a right brave boy." "He'd best remain a right live boy." Cersei turned to his brother Osfrid, who was taller, sterner, and wore a drooping black moustache. "Yes?" Osfrid had donned a steel half-helm over his long black hair, and the look on his face was grim. "Your Grace," he said quietly, "the boys caught a groom and 2 maidservants trying to sneak out a postern with 3 of the king's horses." "The knight's first traitors," the Queen said, "but not the last, I fear. Have Sir Ilyn see to them, and put their heads on pikes outside the stables as a warning." As they left, she turned to Sansa. "Another lesson you should learn, if you hope to sit beside my son. Be gentle on a night like this, and you'll have treasons popping up all about you like mushrooms after a hard rain. The only way to keep your people loyal is to make certain they fear you more than they do the enemy." "I will remember, your Grace," said Sansa, though she had always heard that love was a surer route to the people's loyalty than fear. "If I am ever a queen, I'll make them love me." Crab-claw pies followed the salad. Then came mutton roasted with leeks and carrots, served in trenchers of hollowed bread. Lallis ate too fast, got sick, and retched all over herself and her sister. Lord Giles coughed, drank, and passed out. The Queen gazed down in disgust to where he sprawled with his face in his trencher and his hand in a puddle of wine. The gods must have been mad to waste manhood on the likes of him, and I must have been mad to demand his release. Osfrid Kettleblack returned, crimson cloak swirling. "There's folks gathering in the square, your Grace, asking to take refuge in the castle. Not a mob, rich merchants and the like." "Command them to return to their homes," the Queen said. "If they won't go, have our crossbowmen kill a few. No sorties. I won't have the gates opened for any reason." "As you command." He bowed and moved off. The Queen's face was hard and angry. "Would that I could take a sword to their necks myself." Her voice was starting to slur. "When we were little, Jamie and I were so much alike that even our Lord Father could not tell us apart. Sometimes, as a lark, we would dress in each other's clothes and spend a whole day each as the other. Yet even so, when Jamie was given his first sword, there was none for me. 'What do I get?' I remember asking. We were so much alike, I could never understand why they treated us so differently. Jaime learned to fight with sword and lance and mace, while I was taught to smile and sing and please. He was heir to Casterly Rock, while I was to be sold to some stranger like a horse, to be ridden whenever my new owner liked, beaten whenever he liked, and cast aside in time for a younger filly. Jaime's lot was to be glory and power, while mine was birth and moonblood. "But you were queen of all the 7 kingdoms," Sansa said. "When it comes to swords, a queen is only a woman after all." Cersei's wine cup was empty. The page moved to fill it again, but she turned it over and shook her head. "No more. I must keep a clear head." The last course was goat cheese served with baked apples. The scent of cinnamon filled the hall as Osney Kettleblack slipped in to kneel once more between them. "Your Grace," he murmured, "Stannis has landed men on the tourney grounds, and there's more coming across. The Mudgate's under attack, and they've brought a ram to the King's Gate. The imp's gone out to drive them off." "That will fill them with fear," the Queen said dryly. "He hasn't taken Joff, I hope." "No, your Grace. The King's with my brother at the horse, flinging antlermen into the river." "With the Mudgate under assault? Folly! Tell Sir Osmond I want him out of there at once. It's too dangerous. Fetch him back to the castle."
"The imp said—"
"It's what I said that ought concern you." Cersei's eyes narrowed. "Your brother will do as he's told, or I'll see to it that he leads the next sortie himself, and you'll go with him." After the meal had been cleared away, many of the guests asked leave to go to the sept. Cersei graciously granted their request. Lady Tanda and her daughters were among those who fled. For those who remained, a singer was brought forth to fill the hall with the sweet music of the high harp. He sang of Jonquil and Florian, of Prince Aemon, the Dragon Knight, and his love for his brother's queen, of Nymeria's 10,000 ships. They were beautiful songs, but terribly sad. Several of the women began to weep, and Sansa felt her own eyes growing moist. "Very good, dear." The Queen leaned close. "You want to practice those tears. You'll need them for King Stannis." Sansa shifted nervously. "Your Grace?" "Oh, spare me your hollow courtesies. Matters must have reached a desperate strait out there if they need a dwarf to lead them. So you might as well take off your mask. I know all about your little treasons in the Godswood." "The Godswood? Don't look at Sir Dantos. Don't, Sansa told herself. "She doesn't know. No one knows. Dantos promised me. My Florian would never fail me. I've done no treasons. I only visit the Godswood to pray."
"For Stannis, or your brother, it's all the same. Why else seek your father's gods? You're praying for our defeat. What would you call that, if not treason?"
"I pray for Joffrey," she insisted nervously.
"Why, because he treats you so sweetly?"
The Queen took a flagon of sweet plum wine from a passing serving-girl and filled Sansa's cup. "Drink," she commanded coldly. "Perhaps it will give you the courage to deal with truth for a change." Sansa lifted the cup to her lips and took a sip. The wine was cloyingly sweet, but very strong. "You can do better than that," Cersei said. "Drain the cup, Sansa. Your queen commands you." It almost gagged her, but Sansa emptied the cup, gulping down the thick, sweet wine until her head was swimming. "More?" Cersei asked. "No, please." The Queen looked displeased. "When you asked about Sir Ilyn earlier, I lied to you. Would you like to hear the truth, Sansa? Would you like to know why he's really here?" She did not dare answer, but it did not matter. The Queen raised a hand and beckoned, never waiting for a reply. Sansa had not even seen Sir Ilyn return to the hall, but suddenly there he was, striding from the shadows behind the dais, as silent as a cat. He carried ice unsheathed. Her father had always cleaned the blade in the Godswood after he took a man's head, Sansa recalled. But Sir Ilyn was not so fastidious. There was blood drying on the rippling steel, the red already fading to brown. "Tell Lady Sansa why I keep you by us," said Cersei. Sir Ilyn opened his mouth and emitted a choking rattle. His pox-scarred face had no expression. "He's here for us, he says," the Queen said. "Stannis may take the city, and he may take the throne. But I will not suffer him to judge me.
I do not mean for him to have us alive.
Us?
You heard me. So perhaps you had best pray again, Sansa, and for a different outcome. The Starks will have no joy from the fall of House Lannister, I promise you." She reached out and touched Sansa's hair, brushing it lightly away from her neck. Tyrion. The slot in his helm limited Tyrion's vision to what was before him, but when he turned his head he saw 3 galleys beached on the tourney grounds, and a 4th, larger than the others, standing well out into the river, firing barrels of burning pitch from a catapult. "Wedge!" Tyrion commanded, as his men streamed out of the sally-port. They formed up in spearhead with him at the point. Sir Mandon Moore took the place to his right, flames shimmering against the white enamel of his armour, his dead eyes shining passionlessly through his helm. He rode a coal-black horse, barded all in white, with the pure white shield of the Kingsguard strapped to his arm. On the left, Tyrion was surprised to see Podrick Payne, a sword in his hand. "You're too young," he said at once. "Go back." "I'm your squire, my lord." Tyrion could spare no time for argument. "With me, then. Stay close." He kicked his horse into motion. They rode knee to knee, following the line of the looming walls. Joffrey's standard streamed crimson and gold from Sir Mandon's staff, stag and lion dancing hoof to paw. They went from a walk to a trot, wheeling wide around the base of the tower. Arrows darted from the city walls, while stones spun and tumbled overhead, crashing down blindly onto earth and water, steel and flesh. Ahead loomed the King's Gate and a surging mob of soldiers wrestling with a huge ram, a shaft of black oak with an iron head. Archers off the ships surrounded them, loosing their shafts at whatever defenders showed themselves on the gatehouse walls. "Lances!" Tyrion commanded. He sped to a canter. The ground was sodden and slippery, equal parts mud and blood. His stallion stumbled over a corpse, his hooves sliding and churning the earth, and for an instant Tyrion feared his charge would end with him tumbling from the saddle before he even reached the foe. But somehow he and his horse both managed to keep their balance. Beneath the gate men were turning, hurriedly trying to brace for the shock. Tyrion lifted his axe and shouted, "King's Landing!" Other voices took up the cry, and now the arrowhead flew, a long scream of steel and silk, pounding hooves and sharp blades kissed by fire. Sir Mandon dropped the point of his lance at the last possible instant, and drove Joffrey's banner through the chest of a man in a studded jerkin, lifting him full off his feet before the shaft snapped. Ahead of Tyrion was a knight whose surcoat showed a fox peering through a ring of flowers. Florent was his first thought, but Helmus ran a close second. He smashed the man in the face with all the weight of axe and arm and charging horse, taking off half his head. The shock of impact numbed his shoulder. Shagga would laugh at me, he thought, riding on. A spear thudded against his shield. Pod galloped beside him, slashing down at every foe they passed. Dimly he heard cheers from the men on the walls. The battering ram crashed down into the mud, forgotten in an instant, as its handlers fled or turned to fight. Tyrion rode down an archer, opened a spearman from shoulder to armpit, glanced a blow off a swordfish-crested helm. At the ram his big red reared, but the black stallion leapt the obstacle smoothly, and Sir Mandon flashed past him, death in snow-white silk. His sword sheared off limbs, cracked heads, broke shields asunder, though few enough of the enemy had made it across the river with shields intact. Tyrion urged his mount over the ram. Their foes were fleeing. He moved his head right to left and back again, but saw no sign of Podrick Payne. An arrow clattered against his cheek, missing his eye slit by an inch. His jolt of fear almost unhorsed him. If I'm to sit here like a stump, I had as well paint a target on my breastplate. He spurred his horse back into motion, trotting over and around a scatter of corpses. Downriver the black water was jammed with the hulks of burning galleys. Patches of wildfire still floated atop the water, sending fiery green plumes swirling 20 feet into the air. They had dispersed the men on the battering ram, but he could see fighting all along the riverfront. Sir Balin Swan's men, most like, or Lancel's, trying to throw the enemy back into the water as they swarmed ashore off the burning ships. "We'll ride for the Mudgate," he commanded. Sir Mandon shouted, "The Mudgate!" and they were off again. "King's Landing!" his men cried raggedly, and "Half-man! Half-man!" He wondered who had taught them that. Through the steel and padding of his helm he heard anguished screams, the hungry crackle of flame, the shuddering of war-horns, and the brazen blast of trumpets. Fire was everywhere. Gods be good, no wonder the hound was frightened. It's the flames he fears.
A splintering crash rang across the black water as a stone the size of a horse landed square amidships on one of the galleys. Ours or theirs? Through the roiling smoke he could not tell. His wedge was gone. Every man was his own battle now. I should have turned back, he thought, riding on. The axe was heavy in his fist. A handful still followed him, the rest dead or fled. He had to wrestle his stallion to keep his head to the east. The big destrier liked fire no more than Sandor Clegane had, but the horse was easier to cow. Men were crawling from the river, men burned and bleeding, coughing up water, staggering, most dying. He led his troop among them, delivering quicker, cleaner deaths to those strong enough to stand. The war shrank to the size of his eye-slit. Knights twice his size fled from him, or stood and died. They seemed little things and fearful. "Lannister!" he shouted, slaying. His arm was red to the elbow, glistening in the light off the river. When his horse reared again, he shook his axe at the stars and heard them call out, "Half-man! Half-man!" Tyrion felt drunk. The battle fever. He had never thought to experience it himself, though Jaime had told him of it often enough. How time seemed to blur and slow and even stop, how the past and the future vanished until there was nothing but the instant, how fear fled, and thought fled, and even your body. You don't feel your wounds then, or the ache in your back from the weight of the armor, or the sweat running down into your eyes. You stop feeling, you stop thinking, you stop being you. There is only the fight, the foe, this man, and then the next, and the next, and the next. And you know they are afraid and tired, but you're not, you're alive, and death is all around you, but their swords move so slowly you can dance through them laughing. Battle fever. I am half a man and drunk with slaughter. Let them kill me if they can. They tried. Another spearman ran at him. Tyrion lopped off the head of his spear, then his hand, then his arm, trotting around him in a circle. An archer, Bolus, thrust at him with an arrow, holding it as if it were a knife. The destrier kicked at the man's thigh to send him sprawling, and Tyrion barked laughter. He rode past a banner planted in the mud, one of Stannis's fiery hearts, and chopped the staff in two with a swing of his axe. A knight rose up from nowhere to hack at his shield with a two-handed greatsword, again and again, until someone thrust a dagger under his arm. One of Tyrion's men, perhaps, he never saw. "I yield, sir!" a different knight called out, farther down the river. "Yield! Sir Knight, I yield to you! My pledge, here, here!" The man lay in a puddle of black water, offering up a lobstered gauntlet in token of submission. Tyrion had to lean down to take it from him. As he did, a pot of wildfire burst overhead, spraying green flame. In the sudden stab of light he saw that the puddle was not black, but red. The gauntlet still had the knight's hand in it. He flung it back. "Yield!" the man sobbed hopelessly, helplessly. Tyrion reeled away. A man-at-arms grabbed the bridle of his horse and thrust at Tyrion's face with a dagger. He knocked the blade aside and buried the axe in the nape of the man's neck. As he was wresting it free, a blaze of white appeared at the edge of his vision. Tyrion turned, thinking to find Sir Mandon Moore beside him again, but this was a different white knight. Sir Balin Swan wore the same armor, but his horse trappings bore the battling black and white swans of his house. "He's more a spotted knight than a white one," Tyrion thought inanely. Every bit of Sir Balin was spattered with gore and smudged by smoke. He raised his mace to point down-river. Bits of brain and bone clung to its head. "My lord, look!" Tyrion swung his horse about to peer down the Blackwater. The current still flowed black and strong beneath, but the surface was a roil of blood and flame. The sky was red and orange and garish green. "What?" he said. Then he saw. Steel-clad men-at-arms were clambering off a broken galley that had smashed into a pier. "So many! Where are they coming from?" Squinting into the smoke and glare, Tyrion followed them back out into the river. 20 galleys were jammed together out there, maybe more. It was hard to count. Their oars were crossed, their hulls locked together with grappling lines. They were impaled on each other's rams, tangled in webs of fallen rigging. One great hulk floated hull-up between two smaller ships. Wrecks, but packed so closely that it was possible to leap from one deck to the other, and so cross the Blackwater. Hundreds of Stannis Baratheon's boldest were doing just that. Tyrion saw one great fool of a knight trying to ride across, urging a terrified horse over gunwales and oars, across tilting decks slick with blood and crackling with green fire. "We made them a bloody bridge," he thought in dismay. Parts of the bridge were sinking, and other parts were afire, and the whole thing was creaking and shifting, and like to burst asunder at any moment. But that did not seem to stop them. "Those are brave men," he told Sir Balin in admiration. "Let's go kill them." He led them through the guttering fires and the soot and ash of the river-front, pounding down a long stone quay with his own men and Sir Balin's behind him. Sir Mandan fell in with them, his shield a ragged ruin. Smoke and cinders swirled through the air, and the foe broke before their charge, throwing themselves back into the water, knocking over other men as they fought to climb up. The foot of the bridge was a half-sunken enemy galley, with dragon's bane painted on her prow, her bottom ripped out by one of the sunken hulks Tyrion had placed between the quays. A spearman, wearing the red crab badge of House Celtigar, drove the point of his weapon up through the chest of Balin Swan's horse before he could dismount, spilling the knight from the saddle. Tyrion hacked the man's head as he flashed by, and by then it was too late to rein up. His stallion leapt from the end of the quay and over a splintered gunwale, landing with a splash and a scream in ankle-deep water. Tyrion's axe went spinning, followed by Tyrion himself, and the deck rose up to give him a wet smack. Madness followed. His horse had broken a leg and was screaming horribly. Somehow he managed to draw his dagger and slit the poor creature's throat. The blood gushed out in a scarlet fountain, drenching his arms and chest. He found his feet again and lurched to the rail, and then he was fighting, staggering and splashing across crooked decks awash with water. Men came at him. Some he killed, some he wounded, and some went away, but always there were more. He lost his knife and gained a broken spear. He could not have said how. He clutched it and stabbed, shrieking curses. Men ran from him, and he ran after them, clambering up over the rail to the next ship, and then the next. His two white shadows were always with him, Balin Swan and Mandan Moor, beautiful in their pale plate. Surrounded by a circle of Velaryon spearmen, they fought back to back. They made battle as graceful as a dance. His own killing was a clumsy thing. He stabbed one man in the kidney when his back was turned, and grabbed another by the leg and upended him into the river. Arrows hissed past his head and clattered off his armor. One lodged between shoulder and breastplate, but he never felt it. A naked man fell from the sky and landed on the deck, body bursting like a melon dropped from a tower. His blood spattered through the slit of Tyrion's helm. Stones began to plummet down, crashing through the decks and turning men to pulp, until the whole bridge gave a shudder and twisted violently underfoot, knocking him sideways. Suddenly the river was pouring into his helm. He ripped it off and crawled along the listing deck until the water was only neck-deep. A groaning filled the air like the death-cries of some enormous beast. The ship, he had time to think. The ship's about to tear loose. The broken galleys were ripping apart, the bridge breaking apart. No sooner had he come to that realization than he heard a sudden crack, loud as thunder. The deck lurched beneath him, and he slid back down into the water. The list was so steep he had to climb back up, hauling himself along a snapped line inch by bloody inch. Out of the corner of his eye he saw the hulk they'd been tangled with drifting downstream with the current, spinning slowly as men leapt over her side. Some wore Stannis's flaming heart, some Joffrey's stag and lion, some other badges, but it seemed to make no matter. Fires were burning upstream and down. On one side of him was a raging battle, a great confusion of bright banners waving above a sea of struggling men, shield walls forming and breaking, mounted knights cutting through the press, dust and mud and blood and smoke. On the other side, the Red Keep loomed high on its hill, spitting fire. They were on the wrong sides, though. For a moment Tyrion thought he was going mad, that Stannis and the castle had traded places. How could Stannis cross to the north bank? Belatedly he realized that the deck was turning, and somehow he had gotten spun about. So castle and battle had changed sides. Battle? What battle? If Stannis hasn't crossed, who is he fighting? Tyrion was too tired to make sense of it. His shoulder ached horribly, and when he reached up to rub it he saw the arrow, and remembered, I have to get off this ship. Downstream was nothing but a wall of fire, and if the wreck broke loose, the current would take him right into it. Someone was calling his name faintly through the din of battle. Tyrion tried to shout back, Here, I'm here, help me! His voice sounded so thin he could scarcely hear himself. He pulled himself up the slanting deck and grabbed for the rail. The hull slammed into the next galley over and rebounded so violently he was almost knocked into the water. Where had all his strength gone? It was all he could do to hang on. My lord, take my hand! My lord Tyrion! There on the deck of the next ship, across a widening gulf of black water, stood Sir Mandan Moor, a hand extended. Yellow and green fire shone against the white of his armor, and his lobstered gauntlet was sticky with blood, but Tyrion reached for it all the same, wishing his arms were longer. It was only at the very last, as their fingers brushed across the gap, that something niggled at him. Sir Mandan was holding out his left hand. Why,
Was that why he reeled backward? Or did he see the sword after all? He would never know. The point slashed just beneath his eyes, and he felt its cold, hard touch, and then a blaze of pain. His head spun around as if he'd been slapped. The shock of the cold water was a second slap, more jolting than the first. He flailed for something to grab onto, knowing that once he went down he was not like to come back up. Somehow his hand found the splintered end of a broken oar. Clutching it tight as a desperate lover, he shinnied up foot by foot. His eyes were full of water, his mouth was full of blood, and his head throbbed horribly. Gods give me strength to reach the deck. There was nothing else, only the oar, the water, the deck. Finally he rolled over the side and lay breathless and exhausted, flat on his back. Balls of green and orange flame crackled overhead, leaving streaks between the stars. He had a moment to think how pretty it was, before Sir Mandan blocked out the view. The night was a white steel shadow, his eyes shining darkly behind his helm. Tyrion had no more strength than a rag doll. Sir Mandan put the point of his sword to the hollow of his throat and curled both hands around the hilt. And suddenly he lurched to the left, staggering into the rail. Wood split, and Sir Mandan Moore vanished with a shout and a splash. An instant later the hulls came slamming together again, so hard the deck seemed to jump. Then someone was kneeling over him. "Jamie," he croaked, almost choking on the blood that filled his mouth. Who else would save him, if not his brother? "Be still, my lord. You're hurt bad." A boy's voice. That makes no sense, thought Tyrion. It sounded almost like Pod. Sansa. When Sir Lancel Lannister told the Queen that the battle was lost, she turned her empty wine-cup in her hands and said, "Tell my brother, sir." Her voice was distant, as if the news were of no great interest to her. "Your brother's likely dead." Sir Lancel's surcoat was soaked with the blood seeping out under his arm. When he had arrived in the hall, the sight of him had made some of the guests scream. "He was on the bridge of boats when it broke apart, we think. Sir Mandan's likely gone as well, and no one can find the hound. Gods be damned, Cersei, why did you have them fetch Joffrey back to the castle? The gold cloaks are throwing down their spears and running, hundreds of them. When they saw the king leaving, they lost all heart. The whole Blackwater's awash with wrecks and fire and corpses. But we could have held if—" Osney Kettleblack pushed past him. "There's fighting on both sides of the river now, your grace. It may be that some of Stannis' lords are fighting each other. No one's sure. It's all confused over there. The hound's gone, no one knows where, and Sir Balon's fallen back inside the city. The riverside's theirs. They're ramming at the King's Gate again, and Sir Lancel's right. Your men are deserting the walls and killing their own officers. There's mobs at the Iron Gate and the Gate of the Gods fighting to get out, and Flea Bottom's one great drunken riot."
Gods be good, Sansa thought. It is happening. Joffrey's lost his head, and so have I.
She looked for Sir Ilyn, but the king's justice was not to be seen.
I can feel him, though. He's close. I'll not escape him. He'll have my head.
Strangely calm, the Queen turned to his brother Osfrid. "Raise the drawbridge and bar the doors. No one enters or leaves Magors without my leave." "What about them women who went to pray?" "They chose to leave my protection. Let them pray. Perhaps the gods will defend them. Where's my son?" "The castle gatehouse. He wanted to command the crossbowmen. There's a mob howling outside, half of them gold cloaks, who came with him when we left the Mudgate." "Bring him inside Magors, now." "Now!" Lancel was so angry he forgot to keep his voice down. Heads turned toward them as he shouted, "We'll have the Mudgate all over again. Let him stay where he is. He's the king." "He's my son." Cersei Lannister rose to her feet. "You claim to be a Lannister as well, cousin. Prove it. Osfrid, why are you standing there? Now means today." Osfrid Kettleblack hurried from the hall, his brother with him. Many of the guests were rushing out as well. Some of the women were weeping, some praying. Others simply remained at the tables and called for more wine. "Cersei," Sir Lancel pleaded, "if we lose the castle, Joffrey will be killed in any case. You know that. Let him stay. I'll keep him by me, I swear." "Get out of my way." Cersei slammed her open palm into his wound. Sir Lancel cried out in pain and almost fainted as the Queen swept from the room. She spared Sansa not so much as a glance. "She's forgotten me. Sir Ilyn will kill me, and she won't even think about it." "Oh, gods!" an old woman wailed. "We're lost! The battle's lost! She's running!" Several children were crying. They can smell the fear. Sansa found herself alone on the dais. Should she stay here, or run after the Queen and plead for her life? She never knew why she got to her feet, but she did. "Don't be afraid," she told them loudly. "The Queen has raised the drawbridge. This is the safest place in the city. There's thick walls, the moat, the spikes." "What's happened?" demanded a woman she knew slightly, the wife of a lesser lordling. "What did Osney tell her? Is the king hurt? Has the city fallen?" "Tell us!" someone else shouted. One woman asked about her father, another her son. Sansa raised her hands for quiet. "Joffrey's come back to the castle. He's not hurt. They're still fighting, that's all I know. They're fighting bravely. The Queen will be back soon." The last was a lie, but she had to soothe them. She noticed the fools standing under the galley. "Moon Boy, make us laugh!" Moon Boy did a cartwheel and vaulted on top of a table. He grabbed up 4 wine cups and began to juggle them. Every so often one of them would come down and smash him in the head. A few nervous laughs echoed through the hall. Sansa went to Sir Lancel and knelt beside him. His wound was bleeding afresh where the Queen had struck him. "Madness!" he gasped. "Gods, the imp was right, "Help him," Sansa commanded 2 of the serving men. One just looked at her and ran, flagon and all. Other servants were leaving the hall as well, but she could not help that. Together Sansa and the serving man got the wounded knight back on his feet. "Take him to Maester Franken." Lancel was one of them, yet somehow she still could not bring herself to wish him dead. "I am soft and weak and stupid, just as Joffrey says. I should be killing him, not helping him." The torches had begun to burn low, and 1 or 2 had flickered out. No one troubled to replace them. Cersei did not return. Sir Dantos climbed the dais while all eyes were on the other fool. "Go back to your bedchamber, sweet Jonquil," he whispered. "Lock yourself in. You'll be safer there. I'll come for you when the battle's done." "Someone will come for me," Sansa thought, "but would it be you, or would it be Sir Ilyn?" For a mad moment she thought of begging Dantos to defend her. He had been a knight too, trained with a sword, and sworn to defend the weak. No, he has not the courage or the skill. I would only be killing him as well. It took all the strength she had in her to walk slowly from the Queen's ballroom when she wanted so badly to run. When she reached the steps, she did run, up and around until she was breathless and dizzy. One of the guards knocked into her on the stair. A jeweled wine cup and a pair of silver candlesticks spilled out of the crimson cloak he'd wrapped them in, and went clattering down the steps. He hurried after them, paying Sansa no mind once he decided she was not going to try and take his loot. Her bedchamber was black as pitch. Sansa barred the door and fumbled through the dark to the window. When she ripped back the drapes, her breath caught in her throat. The southern sky was a swirl with glowing, shifting colors, the reflections of the great fires that burned below. Baleful green tides moved against the bellies of the clouds, and pools of orange light spread out across the heavens. The reds and yellows of common flame warred against the emeralds and jades of wildfire, each color flaring and then fading, birthing armies of short-lived shadows to die again an instant later. Green dawns gave way to orange dusks in half a heartbeat. The air itself smelled burnt, the way a soup kettle sometimes smelled if it was left on the fire too long and all the soup boiled away. Embers drifted through the night air like swarms of fireflies. Sansa backed away from the window, retreating toward the safety of her bed. "I'll go to sleep," she told herself, "and when I wake it will be a new day and the sky will be blue again. The fighting will be done, and someone will tell me whether I'm to live or die." "Lady," she whimpered softly, wondering if she would meet her wolf again when she was dead. Then something stirred behind her, and a hand reached out of the dark and grabbed her wrist. Sansa opened her mouth to scream, but another hand clamped down over her face, smothering her. His fingers were rough and calloused and sticky with blood. "Little bird, I knew you'd come." The voice was a drunken rasp. Outside, a swirling lance of jade light spit at the stars, filling the room with green glare. She saw him for a moment, all black and green, the blood on his face dark as tar, his eyes glowing like a dog's in the sudden glare. Then the light faded, and he was only a hulking darkness in a stained white cloak. "If you scream, I'll kill you, believe that." He took his hand from her mouth. Her breath was coming ragged. The hound had a flagon of wine on her bedside table. He took a long pull.
Don't you want to ask who's winning the battle, little bird?
Who?
she said, too frightened to defy him.
The hound laughed. I only know who's lost. Me.
He is drunker than I've ever seen him. He was sleeping in my bed. What does he want here? What have you lost?
All.
The burnt half of his face was a mask of dried blood.
Bloody dwarf. Should have killed him years ago.
He's dead, they say.
Dead? No, bugger that. I don't want him dead.
He cast the empty flagon aside.
I want him burned. If the gods are good, they'll burn him. But I won't be here to see. I'm going.
Going?
She tried to wriggle free, but his grasp was iron.
The little bird repeats whatever she hears. Going, yes.
Where will you go?
Away from here. Away from the fires. Go out the iron gate, I suppose. North somewhere, anywhere.
He won't get out, Sansa said. The Queen's closed up Magor's, and the city gates are shut as well.
Not to me. I have the white cloak. And I have this.
He patted the pommel of his sword.
The man who tries to stop me is a dead man, unless he's on fire.
He laughed bitterly.
Why did you come here?
You promised me a song, little bird. Have you forgotten?
She didn't know what he meant. She couldn't sing for him now, here, with the sky a swirl with fire and men dying in their hundreds and their thousands.
I can't, she said. Let me go. You're scaring me.
Everything scares you. Look at me. Look at me.
The blood masked the worst of his scars, but his eyes were white and wide and terrifying. The burnt corner of his mouth twitched and twitched again. Sansa could smell him, a stink of sweat and sour wine and stale vomit, and over it all the reek of blood, blood, blood.
I could keep you safe, he rasped. They're all afraid of me. No one would hurt you again, or I'd kill them.
He yanked her closer, and for a moment she thought he meant to kiss her. He was too strong to fight. She closed her eyes, wanting it to be over, but nothing happened.
Still can't bear to look, can you?
She heard him say. He gave her arm a hard wrench, pulling her around and shoving her down onto the bed.
I'll have that song. Florian and Jonquil, you said.
His dagger was out, poised at her throat.
Sing, little bird. Sing for your little life.
Her throat was dry and tight with fear, and every song she had ever known had fled from her mind.
Please don't kill me,
she wanted to scream. Please don't. She could feel him twisting the point, pushing it into her throat, and she almost closed her eyes again, but then she remembered. It was not the song of Florian and Jonquil, but it was a song. Her voice sounded small and thin and tremulous in her ears.
Gentle Mother, font of mercy, save our sons from war, we pray. Stay the swords and stay the arrows, let them know a better day. Gentle Mother, strength of women, help our daughters through this fray. Soothe the wrath and tame the fury, teach us all a kinder way.
She had forgotten the other verses. When her voice trailed off, she feared he might kill her, but after a moment the hound took the blade from her throat, never speaking. Some instinct made her lift her hand and cup his cheek with her fingers. The room was too dark for her to see him, but she could feel the stickiness of the blood, and a wetness that was not blood.
Little bird,
he said once more, his voice raw and harsh as steel on stone. Then he rose from the bed. Sansa heard cloth ripping, followed by the softer sound of retreating footsteps. When she crawled out of bed, long moments later, she was alone. She found his cloak on the floor, twisted up tight, the white wool stained by blood and fire. The sky outside was darker by then, with only a few pale green ghosts dancing against the stars. A chill wind was blowing, banging the shutters. Sansa was cold. She shook out the torn cloak and huddled beneath it on the floor, shivering. How long she stayed there she could not have said, but after a time she heard a bell ringing, far off across the city. The sound was a deep-throated bronze booming, coming faster with each knell. Sansa was wondering what it might mean, when a second bell joined in, and a third, their voices calling across the hills and hollows, the alleys and towers, to every corner of King's Landing. She threw off the cloak and went to her window. The first faint hint of dawn was visible in the east, and the Red Keep's own bells were ringing now, joining in the swelling river of sound that flowed from the 7 crystal towers of the great sept of Baelor. They had rung the bells when King Robert died, she remembered, but this was different. No slow, dolorous death knell, but a joyful thunder. She could hear men shouting in the streets as well, and something that could only be cheers. It was Ser Dantos who brought her the word. He staggered through her open door, wrapped her in his flabby arms, and whirled her around and around the room, whooping so incoherently that Sansa understood not a word of it. He was as drunk as the hound had been, but in him it was a dancing, happy drunk. She was breathless and dizzy when he let her down.
"What is it?" She clutched at a bedpost. "What's happened? Tell me."
"It's done! 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 The city is saved! Lord Stannis is dead! Lord Stannis is fled! No one knows, no one cares! His host is broken! The danger's done! Slaughtered, scattered, or gone over, they say! Oh, the bright banners! The banners! Jonquil, the banners! Do you have any wine? We ought to drink to this day. Yes, it means you're saved, don't you see? Tell me what's happened."
Sansa shook him. Ser Dantos laughed and hopped from one leg to the other, almost falling.
"They came up through the ashes while the river was burning. The river, Stannis was neck-deep in the river, and they took him from the rear. Oh, to be a knight again, to have been part of it! His own men hardly fought, they say. Some ran, but more bent the knee and went over, shouting for Lord Renly. What must Stannis have thought when he heard that? I had it from Osney Kettleblack, who had it from Sir Osmond, but Sir Balon's back now, and his men say the same, and the gold cloaks as well. We're delivered, sweetling! They came up the Rose Road and along the river bank, through all the fields Stannis had burned, the ashes puffing up around their boots and turning all their armour grey. But oh, the banners must have been bright, the Golden Rose and Golden Lion and all the others, the Marbrand tree and the Rowan, Tarley's huntsman and Redwine's grapes and Lady Oakhart's leaf. All the Westermen, all the power of Highgarden and Casterly Rock. Lord Tywin himself had their right wing on the north side of the river, with Randall Tarley commanding the centre and Mace Tyrrell the left. But the vanguard won the fight. They plunged through Stannis like a lance through a pumpkin, every man of them howling like some demon in steel. And do you know who led the vanguard? Do you? Do you?
"Rob?"
It was too much to be hoped, but
it was Lord Renly! Lord Renly in his green armour, with the fire shimmering off his golden antlers. Lord Renly, with his tall spear in his hand. They say he killed Sir Guyard Morrigan himself in single combat, and a dozen other great knights as well. It was Renly! It was Renly! It was Renly! Oh, the banners, darling Sansa! Oh, to be a knight!"
Daenerys. She was breaking her fast on a bowl of cold shrimp and persimmon soup when Eyre brought her a Carthene gown, an airy confection of ivory samite patterned with seed pearls. "Take it away," Dany said. "The docks are no place for ladies' finery." If the milkmen thought her such a savage, she would dress the pot for them. When she went to the stables, she wore faded sans-silk pants and woven grass sandals. Her small breasts moved freely beneath a painted Dothraki vest, and a curved dagger hung from her medallion belt. Cheeky had braided her hair Dothraki-fashioned, and fastened a silver bell to the end of the braid. "I have won no victories," she tried telling her handmaid when the bell tinkled softly. Cheeky disagreed. "You burned the Magi in their house of dust and sent their souls to hell." "That was Drogon's victory, not mine," Dany wanted to say, but she held her tongue. The Dothraki would esteem her all the more for a few bells in her hair. She chimed as she mounted her silver mare, and again with every stride, but neither Ser Jorah nor her blood riders made mention of it. To guard her people and her dragons in her absence, she chose Rokharo. Juggo and Aggo would ride with her to the waterfront. They left the marble palaces and fragrant gardens behind, and made their way through a poorer part of the city, where modest brick houses turned blind walls to the street. There were fewer horses and camels to be seen, and a dearth of palanquins, but the streets teemed with children, beggars, and skinny dogs the color of sand. Pale men in dusty linen skirts stood beneath arched doorways to watch them pass.
They know who I am, and they do not love me,
Dany could tell from the way they looked at her. Sir Jorah would sooner have tucked her inside her palanquin, safely hidden behind silken curtains, but she refused him. She had reclined too long on satin cushions, letting oxen bear her hither and yon. At least when she rode, she felt as though she was getting somewhere. It was not by choice that she sought the waterfront. She was fleeing again. Her whole life had been one long flight, it seemed. She had begun running in her mother's womb, and never once stopped. How often had she and Viserys stolen away in the black of night, a bare step ahead of the usurper's hired knives? But it was run or die. Xaro had learned that Pyat Pri was gathering the surviving warlocks together to work ill on her. Dany had laughed when he told her. "Was it not you who told me warlocks were no more than old soldiers, vainly boasting of forgotten deeds and lost prowess?" Xaro looked troubled. "And so it was then, but now I am less certain. It is said that the glass candles are burning in the house of Urathon Nightwalker, that have not burned in 100 years. Ghost grass grows in the garden of Gehenna. Phantom tortoises have been seen carrying messages between the windowless houses on Warlock's Way, and all the rats in the city are chewing off their tails. The wife of Mathos Malarawan, who once mocked a warlock's drab, moth-eaten robe, has gone mad and will wear no clothes at all. Even fresh-washed silks make her feel as though 1,000 insects were crawling on her skin. And blind Sebastian, the eater of eyes, can see again, or so his slaves do swear. A man must wonder," he sighed. "These are strange times in Qarth, and strange times are bad for trade. It grieves me to say so, yet it might be best if you left Qarth entirely, and sooner rather than later." Xaro stroked her fingers reassuringly. "You need not go alone, though. You have seen dark visions in the Palace of Dust, but Xaro has dreamed brighter dreams. I see you happily abed, with our child at your breast. Sail with me around the Jade Sea, and we can yet make it so. It is not too late. Give me a son, my sweet song of joy."
"Give you a dragon, you mean? I will not wed you, Xaro."
His face had grown cold at that. "Then go."
"But where?"
"Somewhere far from here."
Well, perhaps it was time. The people of Khalasar had welcomed the chance to recover from the ravages of the Red Waste, but now that they were plump and rested once again, they began to grow unruly. Dothraki were not accustomed to staying long in one place. They were a warrior people, not made for cities. Perhaps she had lingered in Qarth too long, seduced by its comforts and its beauties. It was a city that always promised more than it would give you, it seemed to her, and her welcome here had turned sour since the House of the Undying had collapsed in a great gout of smoke and flame. Overnight the Qartheen had come to remember that dragons were dangerous. No longer did they vie with each other to give her gifts. Instead, the Tourmaline Brotherhood had called openly for her expulsion, and the ancient guild of Spicers for her death. It was all Xaro could do to keep the 13 from joining them. "But where am I to go?" Sir Jorah proposed that they journey farther east, away from her enemies in the 7 kingdoms. Her blood riders would sooner have returned to their great grass sea, even if it meant braving the Red Waste again. Dany herself had toyed with the idea of settling in Vaes Taloro until her dragons grew great and strong, but her heart was full of doubts. Each of these felt wrong somehow, and even when she decided where to go, the question of how she would get there remained troublesome. Xaro Jean Daxos would be no help to her, she knew that now. For all his professions of devotion, he was playing his own game, not unlike Pyat Pri. The night he asked her to leave, Dany had begged one last favour of him. "An army, is it?" Xaro asked. "A kettle of gold? A galley, perhaps?" Dany blushed. She hated begging. "A ship, yes." Xaro's eyes had glittered as brightly as the jewels in his nose. "I am a trader, Khaleesi, so perhaps we should speak no more of giving, but rather of trade. For one of your dragons you shall have 10 of the finest ships in my fleet. You need only say that one sweet word." "No," she said. "Alas," Xaro sobbed, "that was not the word I meant." Would you ask a mother to sell one of her children?
Why ever not? They can always make more. Mothers sell their children every day.
Not the mother of dragons.
Not even for 20 ships?
Not for 100.
His mouth curled downward. I do not have 100. But you have 3 dragons. Grant me 1 for all my kindnesses. You will still have 2 and 30 ships as well.
30 ships would be enough to land a small army on the shore of Westeros. But I do not have a small army. How many ships do you own, Xaro?
83, if one does not count my pleasure barge.
And your colleagues in the 13?
Among us all, perhaps 1,000.
And the Spicers and the Tourmaline Brotherhood?
Their trifling fleets are of no account.
Even so, she said. Tell me.
12 or 1,300 for the Spicers, no more than 800 for the Brotherhood.
And the Ashai, the Bravosi, the Summer Islanders, the Ibanese, and all the other peoples who sail the Great Salt Sea, how many ships do they have, altogether?
Many and more, he said irritably. What does this matter?
I am trying to set a price on one of the 3 living dragons in the world. Dany smiled at him sweetly. It seems to me that 1/3 of all the ships in the world would be fair.
Xaro's tears ran down his cheeks on either side of his jewel-encrusted nose.
Did I not warn you not to enter the Palace of Dust? This is the very thing I feared. The whispers of the warlocks have made you as mad as Malarawan's wife. 1/3 of all the ships in the world? Pah! Pah, I say. Pah!
Dany had not seen him since. His seneschal brought her messages, each cooler than the last. She must quit his house. He was done feeding her and her people. He demanded the return of his gifts, which she had accepted in bad faith. Her only consolation was that at least she'd had the great good sense not to marry him. The warlocks whispered of 3 treasons, once for blood, and once for gold, and once for love. The first traitor was surely Mirri Maz Dur, who had murdered Khal Drogo and their unborn son to avenge her people. Could Pyat Pri and Xaro Juan Daxos be the second and the third? She did not think so. What Pyat did was not for gold, and Xaro had never truly loved her. The streets grew emptier as they passed through a district given over to gloomy stone warehouses. Aggo went before her, and Jogo behind, leaving Ser Jorah Mormont at her side. Her bell rang softly, and Dany found her thoughts returning to the Palace of Dust once more, as the tongue returns to a space left by a missing tooth. Child of 3, they had called her, daughter of death, slayer of lies, bride of fire. So many 3s. 3 fires, 3 mounts to ride, 3 treasons. The dragon has 3 heads, she sighed. Do you know what that means, Jorah?
Your Grace, the sigil of House Targaryen is a 3-headed dragon, red on black.
I know that, but there are no 3-headed dragons.
The 3 heads were Aegon and his sisters.
Visenya and Rhaenys, she called. I am descended from Aegon and Rhaenys through their son Enos and their grandson Jaehaerys.
Blue lips speak only lies. Isn't that what Xaro told you? Why do you care what the warlocks whispered? All they wanted was to suck the life from you. You know that now.
Perhaps, she said reluctantly. Yet the things I saw—
A dead man in the prow of a ship, a blue rose, a banquet of blood. What does any of it mean, Khaleesi? A mummer's dragon, you said. What is a mummer's dragon, pray?
A cloth dragon on poles, Dany explained. Mummers used them in their follies to give the heroes something to fight.
Ser Jorah frowned.
Dany could not let it go. His is the song of ice and fire, my brother said. I'm certain it was my brother, not Viserys, Rhaegar. He had a harp with silver strings.
Ser Jorah's frown deepened until his eyebrows came together.
Prince Rhaegar played such a harp, he conceded. You saw him?
She nodded. There was a woman in a bed with a babe at her breast. My brother said the babe was the prince that was promised and told her to name him Aegon.
Prince Aegon was Rhaegar's heir by Elia of Dorne, Ser Jorah said. But if he was this prince that was promised, the promise was broken along with his skull when the Lannisters dashed his head against the wall.
I remember, Dany said sadly. They murdered Rhaegar's daughter as well, the little princess. Rhaenys, she was named, like Aegon's sister. There was no Visenya, but he said the dragon has 3 heads. What is the song of ice and fire?
It's no song I've ever heard.
I went to the warlocks hoping for answers, but instead they've left me with 100 new questions."
Then there were people in the streets once more.
"Make way!"
Argo shouted, while Jogo sniffed at the air suspiciously.
"I smell it, Khaleesi," he called. "The poison water."
The Dothraki distrusted the sea and all that moved upon it. Water that a horse could not drink was water they wanted no part of. "They will learn," Dany resolved. "I braved their sea with Khal Drogo. Now they can brave mine." Karth was one of the world's great ports, its great sheltered harbour a riot of colour and clangor and strange smells. Wine-sinks, warehouses, and gaming dens lined the streets, cheek by jowl with cheap brothels and the temples of peculiar gods. Cut-purses, cut-throats, spell-sellers, and money-changers mingled with every crowd. The waterfront was one great marketplace where the buying and selling went on all day and all night, and goods might be had for a fraction of what they cost at the bazaar, if a man did not ask where they came from. Wizened old women, bent like hunchbacks, sold flavoured waters and goat's milk from glazed ceramic jugs strapped to their shoulders. Seamen from 100 nations wandered amongst the stalls, drinking spiced liquors and trading jokes in queer-sounding tongues. The air smelled of salt and frying fish, of hot tar and honey, of incense and oil and sperm. Aggo gave an urchin a copper for a skewer of honey-roasted mice, and nibbled them as he rode. Jogo bought a handful of fat white cherries. Elsewhere they saw beautiful bronze daggers for sale, dried squids and carved onyx, a potent magical elixir made of virgin's milk and shade of the evening, even dragon's eggs, which looked suspiciously like painted rocks. As they passed the long stone quays reserved for the ships of the 13, she saw chests of saffron, frankincense, and pepper being offloaded from Xaro's ornate vermilion kiss. Beside her, casks of wine, bales of sour-leaf, and pallets of striped hides were being trundled up the gangplank onto the Bride and Azure, to sail on the evening tide. Farther along, a crowd had gathered around the Spicer galley Sunblaze to bid on slaves. It was well known that the cheapest place to buy a slave was right off the ship, and the banners floating from her masts proclaimed that the Sunblaze had just arrived from Astapor on Slaver's Bay. Dany would get no help from the 13, the Tourmaline Brotherhood, or the ancient Guild of Spicers. She rode her silver past several miles of their quays, docks, and storehouses, all the way out to the far end of the horseshoe-shaped harbour, where the ships from the Summer Islands, Westeros, and the 9 free cities were permitted to dock. She dismounted beside a gaming pit where a basilisk was tearing a big red dog to pieces amidst a shouting ring of sailors. "Aggo, Jogo, you will guard the horses while Ser Jorah and I speak to the captains?"
"As you say, Khaleesi. We will watch you as you go."
It was good to hear men speaking Valyrian once more, and even the common tongue, Dany thought as they approached the first ship. Sailors, dock-workers, and merchants alike gave way before her, not knowing what to make of this slim young girl with silver-gold hair who dressed in the Dothraki fashion and walked with a knight at her side. Despite the heat of the day, Ser Jorah wore his green wool surcoat over chainmail, the black bear of Mormont sewn on his chest. But neither her beauty nor his size and strength would serve with the men whose ships they needed.
"You require passage for 100 Dothraki? All their horses, yourself, and this knight, and 3 dragons?" said the captain of the great cog Ardent Friend before he walked away laughing. When she told Lysini on the trumpeter that she was Daenerys Stormborn, Queen of the 7 Kingdoms, he gave her a dead-faced look, and said, "Aye, and I'm Lord Tywin Lannister, and shit gold every night." The cargo-master of the Mirish galley, Silken Spirit, opined that dragons were too dangerous at sea, where any stray breath of flame might set the rigging afire. The owner of Lord Pharaoh's belly would risk dragons, but not Dothraki. "I'll have no such godless savages in my belly, I'll not." The 2 brothers who captained the sister ships Quicksilver and Greyhound seemed sympathetic, and invited them into the cabin for a glass of Arbor Red. They were so courteous that Dany was hopeful for a time. But in the end the price they asked was far beyond her means, and might have been beyond Xaro's. Pinch-Bottom Peto and Slow-Eyed Maid were too small for her needs. Bravo was bound for the Jade Sea, and Magister Manolo scarce looked seaworthy.
As they made their way toward the next key, Ser Jorah laid a hand against the small of her back. "Your Grace, you are being followed. No, do not turn." He guided her gently toward a brass-seller's booth. "This is a noble work, my queen," he proclaimed loudly, lifting a large platter for her inspection. "See how it shines in the sun." The brass was polished to a high sheen. Dany could see her face in it, and when Ser Jorah angled it to the right, she could see behind her. "I see a fat brown man and an older man with a staff. Which is it?" "Both of them," Ser Jorah said. "They have been following us since we left Quicksilver." The ripples in the brass stretched the strangers queerly, making one man seem long and gaunt, the other immensely squat and broad. "A most excellent brass, great lady," the merchant exclaimed. "Bright as the sun, and for the mother of dragons only 30 honours." The platter was worth no more than 3. "Where are my guards?" Dany declared. "This man is trying to rob me." For Jorah she lowered her voice and spoke in the common tongue. "They may not mean me ill. Men have looked at women since time began. Perhaps it is no more than that." The brass-seller ignored their whispers. 30, and did I say 30? Such a fool I am. The price is 20 honours. "All the brass in this booth is not worth 20 honours, Dany told him as she studied the reflections. The old man had the look of Westeros about him, and the brown-skinned one must weigh 20 stone. The usurper offered a lordship to the man who kills me, and these two are far from home. Or could they be creatures of the warlocks, meant to take me unawares?"
10, Khaleesi, because you are so lovely. Use it for a looking-glass. Only brass this fine could capture such beauty."
"It might serve to carry night soil. If you threw it away, I might pick it up, so long as I did not need to stoop. But pay for it?" Dany shoved the platter back into his hands. "Worms have crawled up your nose and eaten your wits."
8 honours, he cried. "My wives will beat me and call me fool, but I am a helpless child in your hands. Come, 8, that is less than it is worth. What do I need with dull brass when Zaro Jean Daxos feeds me off plates of gold?"
As she turned to walk off, Dany let her glance sweep over the strangers. The brown man was near as wide as he'd looked in the platter, with a gleaming bald head and the smooth cheeks of a eunuch. A long, curving arak was thrust through the sweat-stained yellow silk of his belly-band. Above the silk he was naked, but for an absurdly tiny iron-studded vest. Old scars crisscrossed his tree-trunk arms, huge chest, and massive belly, pale against his nut-brown skin. The other man wore a traveller's cloak of undyed wool, the hood thrown back. Long white hair fell to his shoulders, and a silky white beard covered the lower half of his face. He leaned his weight on a hardwood staff as tall as he was. Only fools would stare so openly, if they meant me harm. All the same, it might be prudent to head back toward Jogo and Ago. "The old man does not wear a sword," she said to Jorah in the common tongue, as she drew him away. The brass merchant came hopping after them. 5 honours! For 5 it is yours! It was meant for you!" Ser Jorah said, "A hardwood staff can crack a skull as well as any mace." 4! I know you want it!" He danced in front of them, scampering backward as he thrust the platter at their faces. "Do they follow?" "Lift that up a little higher," the knight told the merchant. "Yes, the old man pretends to linger at a potter's stall, but the brown one has eyes only for you." 2 honours! 2! 2! The merchant was panting heavily from the effort of running backward. "Pay him before he kills himself," Dany told Ser Jorah, wondering what she was going to do with a huge brass platter. She turned back as he reached for his coins, intending to put an end to this mummer's farce. The blood of the dragon would not be herded through the bazaar by an old man and a fat eunuch. A Carthene stepped into her path. "Mother of dragons, for you." He knelt and thrust a jewel-box into her face. Dany took it almost by reflex. The box was carved wood, its mother-of-pearl lid inlaid with jasper and chalcedony. "You are too generous." She opened it. Within was a glittering green scarab, carved from onyx and emerald. "Beautiful," she thought. "This will help pay for our passage." As she reached inside the box, the man said, "I am so sorry." But she hardly heard. The scarab unfolded with a hiss. Dany caught a glimpse of a malign black face, almost human, and an arched tail dripping venom. And then the box flew from her hand in pieces, turning end over end. Sudden pain twisted her fingers. As she cried out and clutched her hand, the brass merchant let out a shriek. A woman screamed, and suddenly the Cartheen were shouting and pushing each other aside. Ser Jorah slammed past her, and Dany stumbled to one knee. She heard the hiss again. The old man drove the butt of his staff into the ground. Aggo came riding through an egg-seller's stall and vaulted from his saddle. Jogo's whip cracked overhead. Ser Jorah slammed the eunuch over the head with a brass platter. Sailors and whores and merchants were fleeing or shouting, or both. "Your Grace, 1,000 pardons." The old man knelt. "It's dead. Did I break your hand?" She closed her fingers, wincing. "I don't think so." "I had to knock it away," he started, but her blood riders were on him before he could finish. Aggo kicked his staff away, and Jogo seized him round the shoulders, forced him to his knees, and pressed a dagger to his throat.
"Khaleesi, we saw him strike you. Would you see the colour of his blood?"
"Release him." Dany climbed to her feet. "Look at the bottom of his staff, blood of my blood." Ser Jorah had been shoved off his feet by the eunuch. She ran between them as Arak and Longsword both came flashing from their sheaths. "Put down your steel! Stop it!"
"Your Grace?" Mormont lowered his sword only an inch. "These men attacked you."
"They were defending me." Dany snapped her hand to shake the sting from her fingers. "It was the other one, the Cartheen." When she looked around, he was gone. "He was a sorrowful man. There was a manticore in that jewel box he gave me. This man knocked it out of my hand." The brass merchant was still rolling on the ground. She went to him and helped him to his feet. "Were you stung?" "No, good lady," he said, shaking, "or else I would be dead. But it touched me, hey! When it fell from the box, it landed on my arm." He had soiled himself, she saw, and no wonder. She gave him a silver for his trouble, and sent him on his way before she turned back to the old man with the white beard. "Who is it that I owe my life to?" "You owe me nothing, Your Grace. I am called Arstan, though Belwas named me Whitebeard on the voyage here." Though Jogo had released him, the old man remained on one knee. Aggo picked up his staff, turned it over, cursed softly in Dothraki, scraped the remains of the manticore off on a stone, and handed it back. "And who is Belwas?" she asked. The huge brown eunuch swaggered forward, sheathing his arak.
"I am Belwas, strong Belwas. They named me in the fighting pits of Meereen. Never did I lose."
He slapped his belly, covered with scars.
"I let each man cut me once before I kill him. Count the cuts, and you will know how many strong Belwas has slain."
Dany had no need to count his scars. There were many she could see at a glance. "And why are you here, strong Belwas?"
"From Meereen I am sold to Qohor, and then to Pentos and the fat man with sweet stink in his hair. He it was who sent strong Belwas back across the sea, and old Whitebeard to serve him."
The fat man, with sweet stink in his hair. "Illyrio?" she said. "You were sent by Magister Illyrio?"
"We were, Your Grace," old Whitebeard replied. "The Magister begs your kind indulgence for sending us in his stead, but he cannot sit a horse as he did in his youth, and sea travel upsets his digestion.
Earlier he had spoken in the Valyrian of the Free Cities, but now he changed to the common tongue.
"I regret if we caused you alarm. If truth be told, we were not certain. We expected someone more
regal." Dany laughed. She had no dragon with her, and her raiment was hardly queenly. "You speak the common tongue well, Arstan. Are you of Westeros?"
"I am. I was born on the Dornish marches, Your Grace. As a boy I squired for a knight of Lord Swan's household."
He held the tall staff upright beside him like a lance in need of a banner.
"Now I squire for Belwas."
"A bit old for such, aren't you?"
Sir Jorah had shouldered his way to her side, holding the brass platter awkwardly under his arm. Belwas's hard head had left it badly bent. "Not too old to serve my liege, Lord Mormont."
"You know me as well?"
"I saw you fight a time or two. At Lannisport, where you near unhorsed the Kingslayer. And on Pike, there as well. You do not recall, Lord Mormont?" Sir Jorah frowned.
"Your face seems familiar, but there were hundreds at Lannisport and thousands on Pike. And I am no lord. Bear Island was taken from me. I am but a knight."
"A knight of my Queensguard," Dany took his arm, "and my true friend and good counsellor." She studied Arstan's face. He had a great dignity to him, a quiet strength she liked. "Rise, Arstan Whitebeard. Be welcome, strong Belwas. Sir Jorah, you know, Co-Ago and Co-Jogo are blood of my blood. They crossed the Red Waste with me and saw my dragons born."
"Horseboys," Belwas grinned toothily. "Belwas has killed many horseboys in the fighting pits. They jingle when they die."
Ago's Arak leapt to his hand. "Never have I killed a fat brown man. Belwas will be the first." "Sheathe your steel, blood of my blood," said Dany. "This man comes to serve me. Belwas, you will accord all respect to my people, or you will leave my service sooner than you'd wish, and with more scars than when you came." The gap-toothed smile faded from the giant's broad brown face, replaced by a confused scowl. Men did not often threaten Belwas, it would seem, and less so girls a third his size. Dany gave him a smile to take a bit of the sting from the rebuke. "Now, tell me, what would Magister Illyrio have of me, that he would send you all the way from Pentos?"
"He would have dragons," said Belwas gruffly, "and the girl who makes them. He would have you."
"Belwas has the truth of us, your grace," said Arstan. "We were told to find you and bring you back to Pentos. The 7 kingdoms have need of you. Robert the usurper is dead, and the realm bleeds. When we set sail from Pentos, there were 4 kings in the land, and no justice to be had." Joy bloomed in her heart, but Dany kept it from her face. "I have 3 dragons," she said, "and more than 100 in my Khalasar, with all their goods and horses."
"It is no matter," boomed Belwas. "We take all. The fat man hires 3 ships for his little silver-hair queen."
"It is so, your grace," Arstan Whitebeard said. "The great cog, Sedulian, is berthed at the end of the quay, and the galleys Summerson and Joso's Prank are anchored beyond the breakwater." 3 heads has the dragon, Dany thought, wondering. "I shall tell my people to make ready to depart at once, but the ships that bring me home must bear different names."
"As you wish," said Arstan. "What names would you prefer?"
"Vagar," Daenerys told him, "Meraxes, and Balerion. Paint the names on their hulls in golden letters 3 feet high, Arstan. I want every man who sees them to know that dragons are returned." Arya. The heads had been dipped in tar to slow the rot. Every morning when Arya went to the well to draw fresh water for Roose Bolton's basin, she had to pass beneath them. They faced outward, so she never saw their faces, but she liked to pretend that one of them was Joffrey's. She tried to picture how his pretty face would look dipped in tar. "If I was a crow, I could fly down and peck off his stupid, fat, pouty lips." The heads never lacked for attendants. The carrion crows wheeled about the gatehouse in raucous unkindness, and quarrelled upon the ramparts over every eye, screaming and cawing at each other, and taking to the air whenever a sentry passed along the battlements. Sometimes the maester's ravens joined the feast as well, flapping down from the rookery on wide black wings. When the ravens came, the crows would scatter, only to return the moment the larger birds were gone. "Do the ravens remember Maester Tothmere?" Arya wondered.
Are they sad for him? When they quark at him, do they wonder why he doesn't answer? Perhaps the dead could speak to them in some secret tongue the living could not hear. Tothmuir had been sent to the axe for dispatching birds to Casterly Rock and King's Landing the night Harrenhal had fallen, Lucan the armourer for making weapons for the Lannisters, Goodwife Hara for telling Lady Went's household to serve them, the steward for giving Lord Tywin the keys to the treasure vault. The cook was spared, some said because he'd made the weasel soup, but stocks were hammered together for pretty Pia and the other women who'd shared their favours with Lannister soldiers. Stripped and shaved, they were left in the middle ward beside the bear pit, free for the use of any man who wanted them. 3 Frey men-at-arms were using them that morning as Arya went to the well. She tried not to look, but she could hear the men laughing. The pail was very heavy, once full. She was turning to bring it back to Kingspire when Goodwife Amabel seized her arm. The water went sloshing over the side onto Amabel's legs. "You did that on purpose!" the woman screeched. "What do you want?" Arya squirmed in her grasp. Amabel had been half-crazed since they'd cut Hara's head off. "See there?" Amabel pointed across the yard at Pia. "When this Northman falls, you'll be where she is." "Let me go!" She tried to wrench free, but Amabel only tightened her fingers. "He will fall, too. Harrenhal pulls them all down in the end. Lord Tywin's won now. He'll be marching back with all his power, and then it will be his turn to punish the disloyal. And don't think he won't know what you did." The old woman laughed. "I may have a turn at you myself. Hara had an old broom. I'll save it for you. The handle's cracked and splintery." Arya swung the bucket. The weight of the water made it turn in her hands, so she didn't smash Amabel's head in, as she wanted, but the woman let go of her anyway when the water came out and drenched her. "Don't ever touch me," Arya shouted, "or I'll kill you. You get away." Sopping, Goodwife Amabel jabbed a thin finger at the flayed man on the front of Arya's tunic. "You think you're safe with that little bloody man on your teat, but you're not. The Lannisters are coming. See what happens when they get here." 3/4 of the water had splashed out on the ground, so Arya had to return to the well. "If I told Lord Bolton what she said, her head would be up next to Hara's before it got dark," she thought as she drew up the bucket again. She wouldn't, though. Once, when there had been only half as many heads, Gendry had caught Arya looking at them. "Admiring your work?" he asked. He was angry because he'd liked Lucan, she knew, but it still wasn't fair. "It's Steel Shanks Walton's work," she said defensively, "and the mummers and Lord Bolton." "And who gave us all them? You and your weasel soup." Arya punched his arm. "It was just hot broth. You hated Sir Amory, too." "I hate this lot worse. Sir Amory was fighting for his lord, but the mummers are sellswords and turncloaks. Half of them can't even speak the common tongue. Septon Ut likes little boys. Qyburn does black magic, and your friend Biter eats people." The worst thing was, she couldn't even say he was wrong. The brave companions did most of the foraging for Harrenhal, and Roose Bolton had given them the task of rooting out Lannisters. Vargo Hoad had divided them into 4 bands, to visit as many villages as possible. He led the largest group himself, and gave the others to his most trusted captains. She had heard Rorge laughing over Lord Vargo's way of finding traitors. All he did was return to places he had visited before under Lord Tywin's banner, and seize those who had helped him. Many had been bought with Lannister silver, so the mummers often returned with bags of coin, as well as baskets of heads. "A riddle!" Shagwell would shout gleefully. "If Lord Bolton's goat eats the man who fed Lord Lannister's goat, how many goats are there?" "1," Arya said when he asked her. "Now there's a weasel clever as a goat," the fool tittered. Rorge and Biter were as bad as the others. Whenever Lord Bolton took a meal with the garrison, Arya would see them there among the rest. Biter gave off a stench like bad cheese, so the brave companions made him sit down near the foot of the table, where he could grunt and hiss to himself and tear his meat apart with fingers and teeth. He would sniff at Arya when she passed, but it was Rorge who scared her most. He sat up near faithful Ursawick, but she could feel his eyes crawling over her as she went about her duties. Sometimes she wished she had gone off across the narrow sea with Jaqen H'ghar.
She still had the stupid coin he'd given her, a piece of iron no larger than a penny and rusted along the rim. One side had writing on it, queer words she could not read. The other showed a man's head, but so worn that all his features had rubbed off.
He said it was of great value, but that was probably a lie, too, like his name and even his face.
That made her so angry that she threw the coin away, but after an hour she got to feeling bad and went and found it again, even though it wasn't worth anything. She was thinking about the coin as she crossed the flowstone yard, struggling with the weight of the water in her pail. "Nan," a voice called out, "put down that pail and come help me." Elmar Frey was no older than she was, and short for his age besides. He had been rolling a barrel of sand across the uneven stone, and was red-faced from exertion. Arya went to help him. Together they pushed the barrel all the way to the wall and back again, then stood it upright. She could hear the sand shifting around inside as Elmar pried open the lid and pulled out a chainmail hauberk. "Do you think it's clean enough?" As Roose Bolton's squire, it was his task to keep his mail shiny bright.
"You need to shake out the sand. There's still spots of rust, see?" She pointed. "You'd best do it again."
"You do it." Elmar could be friendly when he needed help, but afterward he would always remember that he was a squire, and she was only a serving girl. He liked to boast how he was the son of the Lord of the Crossing, not a nephew or a bastard or a grandson, but a true-born son, and on account of that he was going to marry a princess. Arya didn't care about his precious princess, and didn't like him giving her commands.
"I have to bring my lord water for his basin. He's in his bedchamber, being leeched. Not the regular black leeches, but the big pale ones."
Elmar's eyes got as big as boiled eggs. Leeches terrified him, especially the big pale ones that looked like jelly until they filled up with blood.
"I forgot. You're too skinny to push such a heavy barrel." "I forgot. You're stupid."
Arya picked up the pail.
"Maybe you should get leeched, too. There's leeches in the neck as big as pigs."
She left him there with his barrel. The Lord's bedchamber was crowded when she entered. Qyburn was in attendance, and Dewar Walton in his mail shirt and greaves, plus a dozen Freys, all brothers, half-brothers, and cousins. Roose Bolton lay abed, naked. Leeches clung to the inside of his arms and legs and dotted his pallid chest, long, translucent things that turned a glistening pink as they fed. Bolton paid them no more mind than he did Arya.
"We must not allow Lord Tywin to trap us here at Harrenhal,"
Sir Aenys Frey was saying as Arya filled the wash-basin. A grey, stooped giant of a man with watery red eyes and huge gnarled hands, Sir Aenys had brought 1,500 Frey swords south to Harrenhal, yet it often seemed as if he were helpless to command even his own brothers.
"The castle is so large it requires an army to hold it, and once surrounded we cannot feed an army. Nor can we hope to lay in sufficient supplies. The country is ash, the villages given over to wolves, the harvest burnt or stolen. Autumn is on us, yet there is no food in store and none being planted. We live on forage, and if the Lannisters deny that to us, we will be down to rats and shoe-leather in a moon's turn."
"I do not mean to be besieged here." Roose Bolton's voice was so soft that men had to strain to hear it, so his chambers were always strangely hushed. "What then?" demanded Sir Jared Frey, who was lean, balding, and pockmarked. "Is Edmure Tully so drunk on his victory that he thinks to give Lord Tywin battle in the open field?"
"If he does, he'll beat them," Arya thought. "He'll beat them as he did on the Red Fork, you'll see."
Unnoticed, she went to stand by Qyburn. "Lord Tywin is many leagues from here," Bolton said calmly. "He has many matters yet to settle at King's Landing. He will not march on Harrenhal for some time." Sir Aenys shook his head stubbornly.
"You do not know the Lannisters as we do, my lord. King Stannis thought that Lord Tywin was 1,000 leagues away as well, and it undid him."
The pale man in the bed smiled faintly as the leeches nursed of his blood. "I am not a man to be undone, sir."
"Even if Riverrun marshals all its strength, and the young wolf wins back from the west, how can we hope to match the numbers Lord Tywin can send against us? When he comes, he will come with far more power than he commanded on the Green Fork. Highgarden has joined itself to Joffrey's cause, I remind you."
"I had not forgotten." "I have been Lord Tywin's captive once," said Sir Hostine, a husky man with a square face who was said to be the strongest of the Freys. "I have no wish to enjoy Lannister hospitality again." Sir Harris Haig, who was a Frey on his mother's side, nodded vigorously. "If Lord Tywin could defeat a seasoned man like Stannis Baratheon, what chance would our boy-king have against him?" He looked round to his brothers and cousins for support, and several of them muttered agreement. "Someone must have the courage to say it," Sir Hostine said. "The war is lost. King Robb must be made to see that." Roose Bolton studied him with pale eyes. "His Grace has defeated the Lannisters every time he has faced them in battle." "He has lost the North," insisted Hostine Frey. "He has lost Winterfell. His brothers are dead." For a moment Arya forgot to breathe. Dead? Bran and Rickon dead? What does he mean? What does he mean about Winterfell? Joffrey could never take Winterfell, never. Robb would never let him. Then she remembered that Robb was not at Winterfell. He was away in the west, and Bran was crippled, and Rickon only 4. It took all her strength to remain still and silent, the way Syrio Forel had taught her, to stand there like a stick of furniture. She felt tears gathering in her eyes and willed them away. "It's not true. It can't be true. It's just some Lannister lie." "Had Stannis won, all might have been different," Ronell Rivers said wistfully. He was one of Lord Walder's bastards. "Stannis lost," Sir Hostine said bluntly. "Wishing it were otherwise will not make it so. King Robb must make his peace with the Lannisters. He must put off his crown and bend the knee, little as he may like it." "And who will tell him so?" Roose Bolton smiled. "It is a fine thing to have so many valiant brothers in such troubled times. I shall think on all you've said." His smile was dismissal. The Freys made their courtesies and shuffled out, leaving only Qyburn, Steelshanks Walton, and Arya. Lord Bolton beckoned her closer. "I am bled sufficiently. Nan, you may remove the leeches." "At once, my lord." It was best never to make Roose Bolton ask twice. Arya wanted to ask him what Sir Hostine had meant about Winterfell, but she dared not. "I'll ask Elmar," she thought. "Elmar will tell me." The leeches wriggled slowly between her fingers as she plucked them carefully from the lord's body, their pale bodies moist to the touch and distended with blood. "They're only leeches," she reminded herself. "If I closed my hand, they'd squish between my fingers." "There is a letter from your lady wife." Qyburn pulled a roll of parchment from his sleeve. Though he wore maester's robes, there was no chain about his neck. It was whispered that he had lost it for dabbling in necromancy. "You may read it," Bolton said. The Lady Walder wrote from the twins almost every day, but all the letters were the same. "I pray for you morn, noon, and night, my sweet lord," she wrote, "and count the days until you share my bed again. Return to me soon, and I will give you many true-born sons to take the place of your dear Domeric and rule the Dreadfort after you." Arya pictured a plump pink baby in a cradle, covered with plump pink leeches. She brought Lord Bolton a damp washcloth to wipe down his soft, hairless body. "I will send a letter of my own," he told the one-time maester. "To the Lady Walder?" "To Sir Helman Tallheart." A rider from Sir Helman had come 2 days past. Tallheart men had taken the castle of the Darries, accepting the surrender of its Lannister garrison after a brief siege. "Tell him to put the captives to the sword and the castle to the torch, by command of the king. Then he is to join forces with Robert Glover and strike east toward Duskendale. Those are rich lands and hardly touched by the fighting. It is time they had a taste. Glover has lost a castle and Tallheart a son. Let them take their vengeance on Duskendale." "I shall prepare the message for your seal, my lord." Arya was glad to hear that the castle of the Darries would be burned. That was where they'd brought her when she'd been caught after her fight with Joffrey, and where the queen had made her father kill Sansa's wolf. "It deserves to burn." She wished that Robert Glover and Sir Helman Tallhard would come back to Harrenhal, though. They had marched too quickly before she'd been able to decide whether to trust them with her secret. "I will hunt today," Roose Bolton announced, as Qyburn helped him into a quilted jerkin. "Is it safe, my lord?" Qyburn asked. "Only 3 days past, Septon Ut's men were attacked by wolves. They came right into his camp, not 5 yards from the fire, and killed 2 horses." "It is wolves I mean to hunt. I can scarcely sleep at night for the howling." Bolton buckled on his belt, adjusting the hang of sword and dagger. "It's said that dire wolves once roamed the north in great packs of 100 or more, and feared neither man nor mammoth, but that was long ago, and in another land. It is queer to see the common wolves of the south so bold. Terrible times breed terrible things, my lord." Bolton showed his teeth in something that might have been a smile. "Are these times so terrible, mister? The summer is gone, and there are 4 kings in the realm." "1 king may be terrible, but 4—" He shrugged. "Nan, my fur cloak." She brought it to him. "My chambers will be clean and orderly upon my return," he told her as she fastened it, "and tend to Lady Walder's letter."
"As you say, my lord."
The lord and maester swept from the room, giving her not so much as a backward glance. When they were gone, Arya took the letter and carried it to the hearth, stirring the logs with a poker to wake the flames anew. She watched the parchment twist, blacken, and flare up.
"If the Lannisters hurt Bran and Rickon, Robb will kill them every one. He'll never bend the knee, never, never, never. He's not afraid of any of them."
Curls of ash floated up the chimney. Arya squatted beside the fire, watching them rise through a veil of hot tears.
"If Winterfell is truly gone, is this my home now? Am I still Arya, or only Nan the serving girl, for forever and forever and forever?"
She spent the next few hours tending to the lord's chambers. She swept out the old rushes and scattered fresh sweet-smelling ones, laid a fresh fire in the hearth, changed the linens and fluffed the feather-bed, emptied the chamber-pots down the privy-shaft and scrubbed them out, carried an armload of soiled clothing to the washerwomen, and brought up a bowl of crisp autumn pears from the kitchen. When she was done with the bedchamber, she went down half a flight of stairs to do the same in the great solar, a spare, draughty room as large as the halls of many a smaller castle. The candles were down to stubs, so Arya changed them out. Under the windows was a huge oaken table where the lord wrote his letters. She stacked the books, changed the candles, put the quills and inks and sealing-wax in order. A large, ragged sheepskin was tossed across the papers. Arya had started to roll it up when the colours caught her eye. The blue of lakes and rivers, the red dots where castles and cities could be found, the green of woods. She spread it out instead. "The lands of the Trident," said the ornate script beneath the map. The drawing showed everything from the neck to the Blackwater Rush.
"There's Harrenhal at the top of the big lake," she realized. "But where's River Run?"
Then she saw.
It's not so far.
The afternoon was still young by the time she was done, so Arya took herself off to the Godswood. Her duties were lighter as Lord Bolton's cupbearer than they had been under Wyse or even Pink-Eye, though they required dressing like a page and washing more than she liked. The hunt would not return for hours, so she had a little time for her needlework. She slashed at birch leaves till the splintery point of the broken broomstick was green and sticky.
"Sir Gregor," she breathed, "Dunsin, Polliver, Wrath the Sweetling."
She spun and leapt and balanced on the balls of her feet, darting this way and that, knocking pine-cones flying.
"The Tickler!"
she called out one time.
"The Hound!"
The next.
"Sir Ilyn, Sir Meryn, Queen Circe!"
The bole of an oak loomed before her, and she lunged to drive her point through it, grunting,
"Joffrey, Joffrey, Joffrey!"
Her arms and legs were dappled by sunlight and the shadows of leaves. A sheen of sweat covered her skin by the time she paused. The heel of her right foot was bloody where she'd skinned it, so she stood one-legged before the heart-tree and raised her sword in salute.
"Valar Morghulis,"
she told the old gods of the north. She liked how the words sounded when she said them. As Arya crossed the yard to the bath-house, she spied a raven circling down toward the rookery, and wondered where it had come from and what message it carried.
"Might be it's from Rob, come to say it wasn't true about Bran and Rickon."
She chewed on her lip, hoping.
"If I had wings, I could fly back to Winterfell and see for myself. And if it was true, I'd just fly away, fly up past the moon and the shining stars, and see all the things in old Nan's stories, dragons and sea monsters and the Titan of Davos. Maybe I wouldn't ever fly back, unless I wanted to."
The hunting party returned near evenfall with 9 dead wolves. 7 were adults, big grey-brown beasts, savage and powerful, their mouths drawn back over long yellow teeth by their dying snarls. But the other 2 had only been pups. Lord Bolton gave orders for the skins to be sewn into a blanket for his bed.
"Cubs still have that soft fur, my lord," one of his men pointed out. "Make you a nice warm pair of gloves."
Bolton glanced up at the banners waving above the gatehouse towers.
"As the Starks are wont to remind us, winter is coming. Have it done."
When he saw Arya looking on, he said,
"Nan, I'll want a flagon of hot spice wine. I took a chill in the woods. See that it doesn't get cold. I'm of a mind to sup alone. Barley bread, butter and boar."
"At once, my lord."
That was always the best thing to say. Hot Pie was making oatcakes when she entered the kitchen. 3 other cooks were boning fish, while a spit boy turned a boar over the flames.
"My lord wants a supper and hot spice wine to wash it down," Arya announced, "and he doesn't want it cold."
One of the cooks washed his hands, took out a kettle, and filled it with a heavy, sweet red. Hot Pie was told to crumble in the spices as the wine heated. Arya went to help.
"I can do it," he said sullenly. "I don't need you to show me how to spice wine." "He hates me too, or else he's scared of me."
She backed away, more sad than angry. When the food was ready, the cooks covered it with a silver cover and wrapped the flagon in a thick towel to keep it warm. Dusk was settling outside. On the walls the crows muttered round the heads like courtiers round a king. One of the guards held the door to Kingspire.
"Hope that's not weasel soup," he jested.
Roose Bolton was seated by the hearth, reading from a thick leather-bound book when she entered.
"Light some candles,"
he commanded her as he turned a page. "It grows gloomy in here." She placed the food at his elbow and did as he bid her, filling the room with flickering light and the scent of cloves. Bolton turned a few more pages with his finger, then closed the book and placed it carefully in the fire. He watched the flames consume it, pale eyes shining with reflected light. The old dry leather went up with a whoosh, and the yellow pages stirred as they burned, as if some ghost were reading them.
"I will have no further need of you tonight," he said, never looking at her.
She should have gone, silent as a mouse, but something had hold of her.
"My lord," she asked, "will you take me with you when you leave Harrenhal?"
He turned to stare at her, and from the look in his eyes it was as if his supper had just spoken to him.
"Did I give you leave to question me, Nan?"
"No, my lord."
She lowered her eyes.
"You should not have spoken, then, should you?"
"No, my lord."
For a moment he looked amused.
"I will answer you just this once.
I mean to give Harrenhal to Lord Vargo when I return to the north. You will remain here with him."
"But I don't—"
she started. He cut her off. "I am not in the habit of being questioned by servants, Nan. Must I have your tongue out?" He would do it as easily as another man might cuff a dog, she knew.
"No, my lord."
"Then I'll hear no more from you?"
"No, my lord."
"Go, then. I shall forget this insolence." Arya went, but not to her bed. When she stepped out into the darkness of the yard, the guard on the door nodded at her and said, "Storm coming. Smell the air?" The wind was gusting, flames swirling off the torches mounted atop the walls beside the rows of heads. On her way to the Godswood she passed the Wailing Tower, where once she had lived in fear of Whis. The Freys had taken it for their own since Harrenhal's fall. She could hear angry voices coming from a window, many men talking and arguing all at once. Elmar was sitting on the steps outside alone. "What's wrong?" Arya asked him when she saw the tears shining on his cheeks.
"My princess," he sobbed. "We've been dishonored. Inys says there was a bird from the twins. My lord father says I'll need to marry someone else or be a septon."
A stupid princess, she thought. That's nothing to cry over. My brothers might be dead, she confided. Elmar gave her a scornful look. No one cares about a serving girl's brothers. It was hard not to hit him when he said that. I hope your princess dies, she said, and ran off before he could grab her. In the godswood she found her broomstick sword where she had left it, and carried it to the heart-tree. There she knelt. Red leaves rustled. Red eyes peered inside her. The eyes of the gods. Tell me what to do, you gods, she prayed. For a long moment there was no sound but the wind and the water and the creak of leaf and limb. And then, far, far off, beyond the godswood and the haunted towers and the immense stone walls of Harrenhal, from somewhere out in the world, came the long, lonely howl of a wolf. Goose prickles rose on Arya's skin, and for an instant she felt dizzy. Then, so faintly, it seemed as if she heard her father's voice. When the snows fall and the white winds blow, the lone wolf dies, but the pack survives, he said. But there is no pack, she whispered to the weirwood. Bran and Rickon were dead. The Lannisters had Sansa. Jon had gone to the war. I'm not even me now. I'm Nan. You are Arya of Winterfell, daughter of the North. You told me you could be strong. You have the wolf blood in you. The wolf blood. Arya remembered now. I'll be as strong as Robb. I said I would. She took a deep breath, then lifted the broomstick in both hands and brought it down across her knee. It broke with a loud crack, and she threw the pieces aside. I am a dire wolf, and done with wooden teeth. That night she lay in her narrow bed upon the scratchy straw, listening to the voices of the living and the dead whisper and argue as she waited for the moon to rise. They were the only voices she trusted any more. She could hear the sound of her own breath, and the wolves as well, a great pack of them now. They are closer than the one I heard in the godswood, she thought. They are calling to me. Finally she slipped from under the blanket, wriggled into a tunic, and padded barefoot down the stairs. Roose Bolton was a cautious man, and the entrance to Kingspire was guarded day and night, so she had to slip out of a narrow cellar window. The yard was still, the great castle lost in haunted dreams. Above, the wind keened through the wailing tower. At the forge she found the fires extinguished and the doors closed and barred. She crept in a window, as she had once before. Gendry shared a mattress with 2 other apprentice-smiths. She crouched in the loft for a long time, before her eyes adjusted enough for her to be sure that he was the one on the end. Then she put a hand over his mouth and pinched him. His eyes opened. He could not have been very deeply asleep. "Please," she whispered. She took her hand off his mouth and pointed. For a moment she did not think he understood, but then he slid out from under the blankets. Naked, he padded across the room, shrugged into a loose, rough-spun tunic, and climbed down from the loft after her. The other sleepers did not stir. "What do you want now?" Gendry said in a low, angry voice. "A sword." "Black Thumb keeps all the blades locked up. I told you that 100 times. Is this for Lord Leech?" "For me. Break the lock with your hammer." "Don't break my hand," he grumbled. "Or worse." "Not if you run off with me." "Run, and they'll catch you and kill you." "They'll do you worse. Lord Bolton is giving Harrenhal to the Bloody Mummers. He told me so." Gendry pushed black hair out of his eyes. "So?" She looked right at him, fearless. "So when Vargo Hoat's the Lord, he's going to cut off the feet of all the servants to keep them from running away, the smiths too." "That's only a story," he said scornfully. "No, it's true. I heard Lord Vargo say so," she lied. "He's going to cut 1 foot off everyone. The left one.
Go to the kitchens and wake Hot Pie. He'll do what you say. We'll need bread or oat cakes or something. You get the swords, and I'll do the horses. We'll meet near the postern in the east wall, behind the Tower of Ghosts. No one ever comes there.
I know that gate. It's guarded, same as the rest.
So? You won't forget the swords?
I never said I'd come.
No, but if you do, you won't forget the swords?
He frowned. No, he said at last. I guess I won't. Arya re-entered Kingspire the same way she had left it, and stole up the winding steps, listening for footfalls. In her cell she stripped to the skin and dressed herself carefully, in 2 layers of small clothes, warm stockings, and her cleanest tunic. It was Lord Bolton's livery. On the breast was sewn his sigil, the flayed man of the Dreadfort. She tied her shoes, threw a wool cloak over her skinny shoulders, and knotted it under her throat. Quiet as a shadow, she moved back down the stairs. Outside the Lord's Solar she paused to listen at the door, easing it open slowly when she heard only silence. The sheepskin map was on the table, beside the remains of Lord Bolton's supper. She rolled it up tight and thrust it through her belt. He'd left his dagger on the table as well, so she took that too, just in case Gendry lost his courage. A horse neighed softly as she slipped into the darkened stables. The grooms were all asleep. She prodded one with her toe until he sat up groggily and said, "What?" "Lord Bolton requires 3 horses saddled and bridled." The boy got to his feet, pushing straw from his hair. "What? At this hour? Horses, you say?" He blinked at the sigil on her tunic. "What's he want horses for, in the dark?"
"Lord Bolton is not in the habit of being questioned by servants."
She crossed her arms. The stable-boy was still looking at the flayed man. He knew what it meant.
3, you say?" 1, 2, 3. Hunting horses, fast and surefoot.
Arya helped him with the bridles and saddles, so he would not need to wake any of the others. She hoped they would not hurt him afterward, but she knew they probably would. Leading the horses across the castle was the worst part. She stayed in the shadow of the curtain wall whenever she could, so the sentries walking their rounds on the ramparts above would have needed to look almost straight down to see her.
"And if they do, what of it? I'm my lord's own cup-bearer."
It was a chill, dank autumn night. Clouds were blowing in from the west, hiding the stars, and the Wailing Tower screamed mournfully at every gust of wind.
"It smells like rain."
Arya did not know whether that would be good or bad for their escape. No one saw her, and she saw no one, only a grey and white cat creeping along atop the God's Wood wall. It stopped and spit at her, waking memories of the Red Keep and her father and Syrio Forel.
"I could catch you if I wanted," she called to it softly. "But I have to go, cat."
The cat hissed again and ran off. The Tower of Ghosts was the most ruinous of Harrenhal's 5 immense towers. It stood dark and desolate behind the remains of a collapsed sept where only rats had come to prey for near 300 years. It was there she waited to see if Gendry and Hot Pie would come. It seemed as though she waited a long time. The horses nibbled at the weeds that grew up between the broken stones, while the clouds swallowed the last of the stars. Arya took out the dagger and sharpened it to keep her hands busy. Long, smooth strokes, the way Syrio had taught her. The sound calmed her. She heard them coming long before she saw them. Hot Pie was breathing heavily, and once he stumbled in the dark, barked his shin, and cursed loud enough to wake half of Harrenhal. Gendry was quieter, but the swords he was carrying rang together as he moved.
"Here I am."
She stood.
"Be quiet, or they'll hear you."
The boys picked their way toward her over tumbled stones. Gendry was wearing oiled chainmail under his cloak, she saw, and he had his blacksmith's hammer slung across his back. Hot Pie's red, round face peered out from under a hood. He had a sack of bread dangling from his right hand and a big wheel of cheese under his left arm. "There's a guard on that postern," said Gendry quietly. "I told you there would be."
"You stay here with the horses," said Arya. "I'll get rid of him. Come quick when I call."
Gendry nodded. Hot Pie said,
"Hoot like an owl when you want us to come." "I'm not an owl," said Arya. "I'm a wolf. I'll howl." Alone she slid through the shadow of the Tower of Ghosts.
She walked fast to keep ahead of her fear, and it felt as though Syrio Forel walked beside her, and Yoren, and Jaqen Hagar, and Jon Snow. She had not taken the sword Gendry had brought her, not yet. For this the dagger would be better. It was good and sharp. This postern was the least of Harrenhal's gates, a narrow door of stout oak studded with iron nails, set in an angle of the wall between a defensive tower. Only one man was set to guard it, but she knew there would be sentries up in that tower as well, and others nearby walking the walls. Whatever happened, she must be quiet as a shadow.
He must not call out.
A few scattered raindrops had begun to fall. She felt one land on her brow and run slowly down her nose. She made no effort to hide, but approached the guard openly, as if Lord Bolton himself had sent her. He watched her come, curious as to what might bring a page here at this black hour. When she got closer, she saw that he was a Northman, very tall and thin, huddled in a ragged fur cloak. That was bad. She might have been able to trick a Frey or one of the brave companions, but the Dreadfort men had served Roose Bolton their whole life, and they knew him better than she did.
If I tell him I am Arya Stark, and command him to stand aside?
No, she dare not. He was a Northman, but not a Winterfell man. He belonged to Roose Bolton. When she reached him, she pushed back her cloak so he would see the flayed man on her breast.
Lord Bolton sent me.
At this hour? Why for? She could see the gleam of steel under the fur, and she did not know if she was strong enough to drive the point of the dagger through chainmail.
His throat. It must be his throat. But he's too tall. I'll never reach it.
For a moment she did not know what to say. For a moment she was a little girl again, and scared, and the rain on her face felt like tears.
He told me to give all his guards a silver piece for their good service.
The words seemed to come out of nowhere. Silver, you say? He did not believe her, but he wanted to. Silver was silver, after all. Give it over, then. Her fingers dug down beneath her tunic and came out clutching the coin Jaqen had given her. In the dark the iron could pass for tarnished silver. She held it out, and let it slip through her fingers. Cursing her softly, the man went to a knee to grope for the coin in the dirt, and there was his neck right in front of her. Arya slid her dagger out and drew it across his throat as smooth as summer silk. His blood covered her hands in a hot gush, and he tried to shout, but there was blood in his mouth as well.
Valar Morghulis,
she whispered, as he died. When he stopped moving, she picked up the coin. Outside the walls of Harrenhal, a wolf howled long and loud. She lifted the bar, set it aside, and pulled open the heavy oak door. By the time Hot Pie and Gendry came up with the horses, the rain was falling hard.
"You killed him,"
Hot Pie gasped.
"What did you think I would do?"
Her fingers were sticky with blood, and the smell was making her mare skittish.
"It's no matter," she thought,
swinging up into the saddle.
"The rain will wash them clean again."
Sansa. The throne-room was a sea of jewels, furs, and bright fabrics. Lords and ladies filled the back of the hall and stood beneath the high windows, jostling like fishwives on a dock. The denizens of Joffrey's court had striven to outdo each other today. Chalabar Show was all in feathers, a plumage so fantastic and extravagant that he seemed like to take flight. The High Septon's crystal crown fired rainbows through the air every time he moved his head. At the council table, Queen Cersei shimmered in a cloth of gold gown slashed in burgundy velvet, while beside her Varys fussed and simpered in a lilac brocade. Moonboy and Ser Dantos wore new suits of motley, clean as a spring morning. Even Lady Tanda and her daughters looked pretty in matching gowns of turquoise silk and vair, and Lord Giles was coughing into a square of scarlet silk trimmed with golden lace. King Joffrey sat above them all, amongst the blades and barbs of the Iron Throne. He was in crimson samite, his black mantle studded with rubies, on his head his heavy golden crown. Squirming through a press of knights, squires, and rich townfolk, Sansa reached the front of the gallery just as a blast of trumpets announced the entry of Lord Tywin Lannister. He rode his war-horse down the length of the hall and dismounted before the Iron Throne.
Sansa had never seen such armor, all burnished red steel, inlaid with golden scroll-work and ornamentation. His rondels were sunbursts. The roaring lion that crowned his helm had ruby eyes, and the lioness on each shoulder fastened a cloth of gold cloak so long and heavy that it draped the hindquarters of his charger. Even the horse's armor was gilded, and his bardings were shimmering crimson silk, emblazoned with a lion of Lannister.
The Lord of Casterly Rock made such an impressive figure that it was a shock when his destrier dropped a load of dung right at the base of the throne. Joffrey had to step gingerly around it as he descended to embrace his grandfather and proclaim him savior of the city. Sansa covered her mouth to hide a nervous smile. Joff made a show of asking his grandfather to assume governance of the realm, and Lord Tywin solemnly accepted the responsibility. "Until your grace does come of age." Then Squires removed his armor, and Joff fastened the hand's chain of office around his neck. Lord Tywin took a seat at the council table beside the Queen. After the destrier was led off and his homage removed, Cersei nodded for the ceremonies to continue. A fanfare of brazen trumpets greeted each of the heroes as he stepped between the great oaken doors. Heralds cried his name and deeds for all to hear, and the noble knights and high-born ladies cheered as lustily as cutthroats at a cockfight. Pride of place was given to Mace Tyrell, the Lord of Highgarden, a once powerful man gone to fat, yet still handsome. His sons followed him in, Sir Loras and his older brother, Sir Garland the Gallant, the three dressed alike in green velvet trimmed with sable. The king descended the throne once more to greet them, a great honor. He fastened about the throat of each a chain of roses wrought in soft yellow gold, from which hung a golden disk with a lion of Lannister picked out in rubies. "The roses support the lion, as the might of Highgarden supports the realm," proclaimed Joffrey. "If there is any boon you would ask of me, ask, and it shall be yours." "And now it comes," thought Sansa. "Your Grace," said Sir Loras, "I beg the honor of serving in your Kingsguard, to defend you against your enemies." Joffrey drew the Knight of Flowers to his feet and kissed him on his cheek. "Done, brother." Lord Tyrell bowed his head. "There is no greater pleasure than to serve the King's grace. If I was deemed worthy to join your royal council, you would find none more loyal or true." Joff put a hand on Lord Tyrell's shoulder and kissed him when he stood. "Your wish is granted." Sir Garland Tyrell, 5 years senior to Sir Loras, was a taller, bearded version of his more famous younger brother. He was thicker about the chest and broader at the shoulders, and though his face was comely enough, he lacked Sir Loras's startling beauty. "Your Grace," Garland said when the king approached him, "I have a maiden sister, Margaery, the delight of our house. She was wed to Renly Baratheon, as you know, but Lord Renly went to war before the marriage could be consummated, so she remains innocent. Margaery has heard tales of your wisdom, courage, and chivalry, and has come to love you from afar. I beseech you to send for her, to take her hand in marriage, and to wed your house to mine for all time." King Joffrey made a show of looking surprised. "Sir Garland, your sister's beauty is famed throughout the 7 kingdoms, but I am promised to another. A king must keep his word." Queen Cersei got to her feet in a rustle of skirts. "Your Grace, in the judgment of your small council, it would be neither proper nor wise for you to wed the daughter of a man beheaded for treason, a girl whose brother is in open rebellion against the throne even now. Sire, your councillors beg you, for the good of your realm, set Sansa Stark aside. The Lady Margaery will make you a far more suitable queen." Like a pack of trained dogs, the lords and ladies in the hall began to shout their pleasure. "Margaery!" they called. "Give us Margaery!" and "No traitor queens! Tyrell! Tyrell!" Joffrey raised a hand. "I would like to heed the wishes of my people, mother, but I took a holy vow." The High Septon stepped forward. "Your Grace, the gods hold betrothal solemn, but your father, King Robert of blessed memory, made this pact before the stalks of Winterfell had revealed their falseness. Their crimes against the realm have freed you from any promise you might have made. So far as the faith is concerned, there is no valid marriage contract twixt you and Sansa Stark." A tumult of cheering filled the throne-room, and cries of "Margaery! Margaery!" erupted all around her. Sansa leaned forward, her hands tight around the gallery's wooden rail. She knew what came next, but she was still frightened of what Joffrey might say, afraid that he would refuse to release her even now, when his whole kingdom depended upon it. She felt as if she were back again on the marble steps outside the great sept of Baelor, waiting for her prince to grant her father mercy, and instead hearing him command Ilyn Payne to strike off his head.
"Please," she prayed fervently, "make him say it, make him say it."
Lord Tywin was looking at his grandson. Joff gave him a sullen glance, shifted his feet, and helped Sir Garland Tyrell to rise. "The gods are good. I am free to heed my heart. I will wed your sweet sister, and gladly, sir." He kissed Sir Garland on a bearded cheek as the cheers rose all around them. Sansa felt curiously light-headed. "I am free." She could feel eyes upon her. "I must not smile," she reminded herself. The Queen had warned her, no matter what she felt inside, the face she showed the world must look distraught. "I will not have my son humiliated," Cersei said. "Do you hear me?"
"Yes. But if I am not to be queen, what will become of me?"
"That will need to be determined. For the moment you shall remain here at court as our ward."
"I want to go home."
The Queen was irritated by that. "You should have learned by now none of us get the things we want."
"I have, though," Sansa thought. "I am free of Joffrey. I will not have to kiss him, nor give him my maidenhood, nor bear him children. Let Margaery Tyrell have all that, poor girl."
By the time the outburst died down, the Lord of Highgarden had been seated at the council table, and his sons had joined the other knights and lordlings beneath the windows. Sansa tried to look forlorn and abandoned, as other heroes of the Battle of the Blackwater were summoned forth to receive their rewards. Paxter Redwine, Lord of the Arbor, marched down the length of the hall, flanked by his twin sons, Hara and Slobber, the former limping from a wound taken in the battle. After them followed Lord Mathis Rowan in a snowy doublet with a great tree worked upon the breast in gold thread. Lord Randall Tarley, lean and balding, a greatsword across his back and a jewelled scabbard. Sir Kevin Lannister, a thick-set balding man with a close-trimmed beard. Sir Adam Marbrand, coppery hair streaming to his shoulders. The great western lords, Liddon, Crakehall, and Brax. Next came 4 of lesser birth who had distinguished themselves in the fighting. The one-eyed knight, Sir Philip Foote, who had slain Lord Bryce Caron in single combat. The free-rider, Lothar Brune, who'd cut his way through 100 Fossaway men-at-arms to capture Sir John of the Green Apple and kill Sir Brian and Sir Edward of the Red, thereby winning himself the name Lothar Appleader. Willett, a grizzled man-at-arms in the service of Sir Harris Swift, who'd pulled his master from beneath his dying horse and defended him against a dozen attackers, and a downy-cheeked squire named Josmin Peckleton, who had killed 2 knights, wounded a third, and captured 2 more, though he could not have been more than 14. Willett was borne in on a litter, so grievous were his wounds. Sir Kevin had taken a seat beside his brother Lord Tywin. When the heralds had finished telling of each hero's deeds, he rose. "It is his Grace's wish that these good men be rewarded for their valour. By his decree, Sir Philip shall henceforth be Lord Philip of House Foote, and to him shall go all the lands, rights, and incomes of House Caron. Lothar Brune to be raised to the estate of knighthood, and granted land and keep in the Riverlands at war's end. To Josmin Peckleton a sword and suit of plate, his choice of any war-horse in the royal stables, and knighthood as soon as he shall come of age. And lastly, for Goodman Willett, a spear with a silver-banded haft, a hauberk of new-forged ring-mail, and a full helm with visor. Further, the Goodman's sons shall be taken into the service of House Lannister at Casterly Rock, the elder as a squire, and the younger as a page, with a chance to advance to knighthood if they serve loyally and well. To all this the king's hand and the small council consent. The captains of the king's warships, Wild Wind, Prince Aemon, and River Arrow, were honored next, along with some under-officers from God's Grace, Lance, Lady of Silk, and Ram's Head. As near as Sansa could tell, their chief accomplishment had been surviving the battle on the river, a feat that few enough could boast. Helene the Pyromancer and the masters of the Alchemists' Guild received the king's thanks as well, and Helene was raised to the style of lord, though Sansa noted that neither lands nor castle accompanied the title, which made the alchemist no more a true lord than Varys was. A more significant lordship, by far, was granted to Sir Lancel Lannister. Joffrey awarded him the lands, castle, and rights of House Darry, whose last child lord had perished during the fighting in the Riverlands, leaving no true-born heirs of lawful Darry blood, but only a bastard cousin. Sir Lancel did not appear to accept the title. The talk was his wound might cost him his arm or even his life. The imp was said to be dying as well, from a terrible cut to the head. When the herald called, "Lord Peter Baelish," he came forth dressed all in shades of rose and plum, his cloak patterned with mockingbirds. She could see him smiling as he knelt before the Iron Throne. He looked so pleased. Sansa had not heard of Littlefinger doing anything especially heroic during the battle, but it seemed he was to be rewarded all the same. Sir Kevin got back to his feet. "It is the wish of the King's Grace that his loyal counsellor, Peter Baelish, be rewarded for faithful service to crown and realm. Be it known that Lord Baelish is granted the castle of Harrenhal, with all its attendant lands and incomes, there to make his seat and rule henceforth as Lord Paramount of the Trident. Peter Baelish and his sons and grandsons shall hold and enjoy these honours until the end of time, and all the lords of the Trident shall do him homage as their rightful liege. The King's hand and the small council consent." On his knees, Littlefinger raised his eyes to King Joffrey. "I thank you humbly, your grace. I suppose this means I'll need to see about getting some sons and grandsons." Joffrey laughed, and the court with him. "Lord Paramount of the Trident," Sansa thought, "and Lord of Harrenhal as well." She did not understand why that should make him so happy. The honours were as empty as the title granted to Helene the Pyromancer. Harrenhal was cursed, everyone knew that, and the Lannisters did not even hold it at present. Besides, the lords of the Trident were sworn to Riverrun and House Tully, and to the king in the north. They would never accept Littlefinger as their liege. Unless they are made to. Unless my brother and my uncle and my grandfather are all cast down and killed. The thought made Sansa anxious, but she told herself she was being silly. Robb has beaten them every time. He'll beat Lord Baelish too, if he must. More than 600 new knights were made that day. They had held their vigil in the great sept of Baelor all through the night, and crossed the city barefoot that morning to prove their humble hearts. Now they came forward dressed in shifts of undyed wool to receive their knighthoods from the King's Guard. It took a long time, since only 3 of the brothers of the White Sword were on hand to dub them. Mandon Moore had perished in the battle. The Hound had vanished. Ares Oakheart was in Dorne with Princess Myrcella, and Jaime Lannister was Robb's captive. So the King's Guard had been reduced to Balon Swan, Meryn Trant, and Osmond Kettleblack. Once knighted, each man rose, buckled on his sword-belt, and stood beneath the windows. Some had bloody feet from their walk through the city, but they stood tall and proud all the same, it seemed to Sansa. By the time all the new knights had been given their sers, the hall was growing restive, and none more so than Joffrey. Some of those in the gallery had begun to slip quietly away, but the notables on the floor were trapped, unable to depart without the king's leave. Judging by the way he was fidgeting atop the Iron Throne, Joff would willingly have granted it. But the day's work was far from done, for now the coin was turned over, and the captives were ushered in. There were great lords and noble knights in that company, too. Sour old Lord Celtigar, the Red Crab, Sir Bonifer the Good, Lord Estermont, more ancient even than Celtigar, Lord Varner, who hobbled the length of the hall on a shattered knee, but would accept no help, Sir Mark Mullendore, grey-faced, his left arm gone to the elbow, fierce Red Ronnet of Griffinroost, Sir Dermot of the Rainwood, Lord Willem and his sons Joshua and Elias, Sir John Fossaway, Sir Timon the Scrapesword, Oran, the bastard of Driftmark, Lord Stedman, called Pennylover, hundreds of others. Those who had changed their allegiance during the battle needed only to swear fealty to Joffrey. But the ones who had fought for Stannis until the bitter end were compelled to speak. Their words decided their fate. If they begged forgiveness for their treasons and promised to serve loyally henceforth, Joffrey welcomed them back into the king's peace and restored them to all their lands and rights. A handful remained defiant, however. "Do not imagine this is done, boy," warned one, the bastard son of some Florent or other. "The Lord of Light protects King Stannis, now and always. All your swords and all your scheming shall not save you when his hour comes." "Your hour is come right now." Joffrey beckoned to Sir Ilan Payne to take the man out and strike his head off. But no sooner had that one been dragged away than a knight of solemn mien, with a fiery heart on his surcoat, shouted out, "Stannis is the true king! A monster sits the Iron Throne, an abomination born of incest!" "Be silent!" Sir Kevin Lannister bellowed. The knight raised his voice instead. "Joffrey is the black worm eating the heart of the realm. Darkness was his father and death his mother. Destroy him before he corrupts you all. Destroy them all, Queen Whore and King Worm, vile dwarf and whispering spider, the false flowers. Save yourselves!" One of the gold cloaks knocked the man off his feet, but he continued to shout, "The scouring fire will come! King Stannis will return!" Joffrey lurched to his feet. "I'm king! Kill him now! I command it!" He chopped down with his hand, a furious, angry gesture, and screeched in pain when his arm brushed against one of the sharp metal fangs that surrounded him. The bright crimson samite of his sleeve turned a darker shade of red as his blood soaked through it. "Mother!" he wailed. With every eye on the king, somehow the man on the floor wrested a spear away from one of the gold cloaks and used it to push himself back to his feet. "The throne denies him!" he cried. "He is no king!" Cersei was running toward the throne, but Lord Tywin remained still as stone. He had only to raise a finger, and Sir Meryn Trant moved forward with drawn sword. The end was quick and brutal. The gold cloaks seized the knight by the arms. "No, king!" he cried again, as Sir Meryn drove the point of his long sword through his chest. Joff fell into his mother's arms. 3 maesters came hurrying forward to bundle him out through the king's door. Then everyone began talking at once. When the gold cloaks dragged off the dead man, he left a trail of bright blood across the stone floor. Lord Baelish stroked his beard, while Varys whispered in his ear. "Will they dismiss us now?" Sansa wondered. A score of captives still waited, though whether to pledge fealty or shout curses, who could say? Lord Tywin rose to his feet. "We continue," he said in a clear, strong voice that silenced the murmurs. "Those who wish to ask pardon for their treasons may do so. We will have no more follies." He moved to the Iron Throne, and there seated himself on a step, a mere 3 feet off the floor. The light outside the windows was fading by the time the session drew to a close. Sansa felt limp with exhaustion as she made her way down from the gallery. She wondered how badly Joffrey had cut himself. They say the Iron Throne can be perilous cruel to those who were not meant to sit it. Back in the safety of her own chambers, she hugged a pillow to her face to muffle a squeal of joy.
"Oh, gods be good! He did it! He put me aside in front of everyone!"
When a serving girl brought her supper, she almost kissed her. There was hot bread and fresh churned butter, a thick beef soup, capon and carrots, and peaches and honey. "Even the food tastes sweeter," she thought. Come dark, she slipped into a cloak and left for the Godswood. Sir Osmond Kettleblack was guarding the drawbridge in his white armour. Sansa tried her best to sound miserable as she bid him a good evening. From the way he leered at her, she was not sure she had been wholly convincing. Dantos waited in the leafy moonlight.
"Why so sad, face?"
Sansa asked him gaily.
"You were there, you heard. Joff put me aside. He's done with me."
He took her hand.
"Oh, Jonquil, my poor Jonquil, you do not understand. Done with you? They've scarcely begun."
Her heart sank.
"What do you mean?"
"The Queen will never let you go, never. You are too valuable a hostage, and Joffrey, sweetling, he is still king. If he wants you in his bed, he will have you. Only now it will be bastards he plants in your womb instead of true-born sons."
"No,"
Sansa said, shocked.
"He let me go.
Sir Dantos planted a slobbery kiss on her ear. "Be brave. I swore to see you home, and now I can. The day has been chosen."
"When?" Sansa asked. "When will we go?"
"The night of Joffrey's wedding, after the feast. All the necessary arrangements have been made. The Red Keep will be full of strangers. Half the court will be drunk, and the other half will be helping Joffrey bed his bride. For a little while you will be forgotten, and the confusion will be our friend."
"The wedding won't be for a moon's turn yet. Marguerite Tyrell is at Highgarden. They've only now sent for her."
"You've waited so long. Be patient a while longer. Here, I have something for you." Sir Dantos fumbled in his pouch and drew out a silvery spider-web, dangling it between his thick fingers. It was a hair-net of fine spun silver, the strands so thin and delicate the net seemed to weigh no more than a breath of air when Sansa took it in her fingers. Small gems were set wherever two strands crossed, so dark they drank the moonlight.
"What stones are these?"
"Black amethysts from Ashai, the rarest kind, a deep, true purple by daylight."
"It's very lovely," Sansa said, thinking, "it is a ship I need, not a net for my hair."
"Lovelier than you know, sweet child. It's magic, you see. It's justice you hold. It's vengeance for your father."
Dantos leaned close and kissed her again.
"It's home."
Theon. Maester Luwin came to him when the first scouts were seen outside the walls.
"My lord prince," he said, "you must yield."
Theon stared at the platter of oak cakes, honey, and blood sausage they'd brought him to break his fast. Another sleepless night had left his nerves raw, and the very sight of food sickened him. "There has been no reply from my uncle?"
"None," the maester said, "nor from your father on pike."
"Send more birds."
"It will not serve. By the time the birds reach—"
"Send them!" Knocking the platter of food aside with a swipe of his arm, he pushed off the blankets and rose from Ned Stark's bed, naked and angry. "Or do you want me dead? Is that it, Luwin? The truth now?"
The small grey man was unafraid. "My order serves."
"Yes, but whom?"
"The realm," Maester Luwin said, "and Winterfell. Theon, once I taught you sums and letters, history and warcraft, and might have taught you more had you wished to learn. I will not claim to bear you any great love, no, but I cannot hate you either. Even if I did, so long as you hold Winterfell, I am bound by oath to give you counsel. So now I counsel you to yield."
Theon stooped to scoop a puddled cloak off the floor, shook off the rushes, and draped it over his shoulders. "A fire. I'll have a fire in clean garb. Where's Wex? I'll not go to my grave in dirty clothes."
"You have no hope of holding here," the maester went on. "If your lord father meant to send you aid, he would have done so by now. It is the neck that concerns him. The battle for the north will be fought amidst the ruins of Moat Cailin."
"That may be so," said Theon, "and so long as I hold Winterfell, Sir Roderick and Stark's lords bannermen cannot march south to take my uncle in the rear."
"I am not so innocent of warcraft as you think, old man.
I have food enough to stand a year's siege, if need be."
"There will be no siege. Perhaps they will spend a day or two fashioning ladders and tying grapnels to the ends of ropes, but soon enough they will come over your walls in 100 places at once. You may be able to hold the keep for a time, but the castle will fall within the hour. You would do better to open your gates and ask for—"
"Mercy? I know what kind of mercy they have for me."
"There is a way."
"I am iron-born," Theon reminded him. "I have my own way. What choice have they left me? No, don't answer. I've heard enough of your counsel. Go and send those birds as I commanded, and tell Lauren I want to see him, and Wex as well. I'll have my mail scoured clean and my garrison assembled in the yard."
For a moment he thought the maester was going to defy him, but finally Luwin bowed stiffly.
"As you command."
They made a pitifully small assembly. The ironmen were few, the yard large.
"The Northmen will be on us before nightfall," he told them. "Sir Roderick Castle and all the lords who have come to his call. I will not run from them. I took this castle, and I mean to hold it.
to live or die as Prince of Winterfell. But I will not command any man to die with me. If you leave now, before Sir Roderick's main force is upon us, there's still a chance you may win free." He unsheathed his long sword and drew a line in the dirt. "Those who would stay and fight, step forward." No one spoke. The men stood in their mail and fur and boiled leather, as still as if they were made of stone. A few exchanged looks. Erzin shuffled his feet. Dyke Harlaw hawked and spat. A finger of wind ruffled Endahar's long fair hair. Theon felt as though he were drowning. "Why am I surprised?" he thought bleakly. His father had forsaken him, his uncles, his sister, even that wretched creature Reek. Why should his men prove any more loyal? There was nothing to say, nothing to do. He could only stand there beneath the great grey walls and the hard white sky, sword in hand, waiting. Wex was the first to cross the line. 3 quick steps, and he stood at Theon's side, slouching. Shamed by the boy, Black Lauren followed, all scowls. "Who else?" he demanded. Red Rolf came forward. Crom. Werlag. Timor and his brothers. Ulf the Ill. Harrig Sheepstealer. 4 Harlaws and 2 Botleys. Kennid the Whale was the last. 17 in all. Erzin was among those who did not move, and Stig, and every man of the 10 that Asha had brought from Deepwood Motte. "Go, then," Theon told them. "Run to my sister. She'll give you all a warm welcome, I have no doubt." Stig had the grace at least to look ashamed. The rest moved off without a word. Theon turned to the 17 who remained. "Back to the walls. If the gods should spare us, I shall remember every man of you." Black Lauren stayed when the others had gone. "The castle folk will turn on us soon as the fight begins. I know that. What would you have me do?" "Put them out," said Lauren. "Every one." Theon shook his head. "Is the noose ready?" "It is. You mean to use it?" "Do you know a better way?" "Aye. I'll take my axe and stand on that drawbridge and let them come try me. 1 at a time, 2, 3, it makes no matter. None will pass the moat while I still draw breath." "He means to die," thought Theon. "It's not victory he wants, it's an end worthy of a song. Well, use the noose." "As you say," Lauren replied, contempt in his eyes. Wex helped garb him for battle. Beneath his black surcoat and golden mantle was a shirt of well-oiled ringmail, and under that a layer of stiff boiled leather. Once armed and armored, Theon climbed the watchtower at the angle where the eastern and southern walls came together to have a look at his doom. The Northmen were spreading out to encircle the castle. It was hard to judge their numbers. 1,000 at least, perhaps twice that many. Against 17. They'd brought catapults and scorpions. He saw no siege towers rumbling up the King's Road, but there was timber enough in the Wolfswood to build as many as were required. Theon studied their banners through Maester Lewin's Mirish lens tube. The Serwyn battle-axe flapped bravely wherever he looked, and there were tall heart trees as well, and mermen from White Harbour. Less common were the sigils of Flint and Karstark. Here and there he even saw the bull moose of the Hornwoods. But no Glovers, Asha saw to them. No Boltons from the Dreadfort. No Umbers come down from the shadow of the wall. Not that they were needed. Soon enough the boy Clay Serwyn appeared before the gates, carrying a peace banner on a tall staff, to announce that Sir Roderick Castle wished to parley with Theon Turncloak. Turncloak. The name was bitter as bile. He had gone to Pike to lead his father's longships against Lannisport, he remembered. "I shall be out shortly," he shouted down. "Alone." Black Lauren disapproved. "Only blood can wash out blood," he declared. "Knights may keep their truces with other knights, but they are not so careful of their honor when dealing with those they deem outlaw." Theon bristled. "I am the Prince of Winterfell and heir to the Iron Islands. Now go find the girl and do as I told you." Black Lauren gave him a murderous look. "Aye, Prince." "He's turned against me too," Theon realized. Of late it seemed to him as if the very stones of Winterfell had turned against him. If I die friendless and abandoned. What choice did that leave him but to live? He rode to the gatehouse with his crown on his head. A woman was drawing water from the well, and Gage, the cook, stood in the door of the kitchens. They hid their hatred behind sullen looks and faces blank as slate, yet he could feel it all the same. When the drawbridge was lowered, a chill wind sighed across the moat. The touch of it made him shiver. It is the cold, nothing more, Theon told himself. A shiver, not a tremble. Even brave men shiver. Into the teeth of that wind he rode, under the portcullis, over the drawbridge. The outer gate swung open to let him pass. As he emerged beneath the walls, he could sense the boys watching from the empty sockets where their eyes had been. Sir Roderick waited in the market astride his dappled gelding. Beside him the dire wolf of Stark flapped from a staff borne by young Clay Serwyn. They were alone in the square, though Theon could see archers on the roofs of surrounding houses, spearmen to his right, and to his left a line of mounted knights beneath the merman and trident of House Manderley. Every one of them wants me dead. Some were boys he'd drunk with, diced with, even wenched with. But that would not save him if he fell into their hands. Sir Roderick, Theon reined to a halt. It grieves me that we must meet as foes. My own grief is that I must wait a while to hang you. The old knight spat on to the muddy ground. Theon, turncloak. I am a Greyjoy of Pike, Theon reminded him. The cloak my father swaddled me in bore a kraken, not a dire wolf. For 10 years you have been a ward of Stark. Hostage and prisoner, I call it. Then perhaps Lord Eddard should have kept you chained to a dungeon wall. Instead he raised you among his own sons, the sweet boys you have butchered, and to my undying shame I trained you in the arts of war. Would that I had thrust a sword through your belly instead of placing one in your hand. I came out to parley, not to suffer your insults. Say what you have to say, old man. What would you have of me? 2 things, the old man said. Winterfell and your life. Command your men to open the gates and lay down their arms. Those who murdered no children shall be free to walk away, but you shall be held for King Robb's justice. May the gods take pity on you when he returns. Robb will never look on Winterfell again, Theon promised. He will break himself on Moat Cailin as every Southron army has done for 10,000 years. We hold the north now, sir. You hold 3 castles, replied Sir Roderick, and this one I mean to take back, turncloak. Theon ignored that. Here are my terms. You have until evenfall to disperse. Those who swear fealty to Balon Greyjoy as their king and to myself as Prince of Winterfell will be confirmed in their rights and properties and suffer no harm. Those who defy us will be destroyed. Young Serwyn was incredulous. Are you mad, Greyjoy? Sir Roderick shook his head. Only vain, lad. Theon has always had too lofty an opinion of himself, I fear. The old man jabbed a finger at him. Do not imagine that I need wait for Robb to fight his way up the neck to deal with the likes of you. I have near 2,000 men with me, and if the tales be true, you have no more than 50. 17, in truth. Theon made himself smile. I have something better than men. And he raised a fist over his head, the signal Black Lauren had been told to watch for. The walls of Winterfell were behind him, but Sir Roderick faced them squarely and could not fail to see. Theon watched his face. When his chin quivered under those stiff white whiskers, he knew just what the old man was seeing. He is not surprised, he thought with sadness, but the fear is there. This is craven, Sir Roderick said. To use a child so... This is despicable. I know, said Theon. It's a dish I tasted myself, or have you forgotten? I was 10 when I was taken from my father's house to make certain he would raise no more rebellions. It is not the same. Theon's face was impassive. The noose I wore was not made of hempen rope, that's true enough, but I felt it all the same, and it chafed, Sir Roderick. It chafed me raw. He had never quite realized that until now, but as the words came spilling out he saw the truth of them. No harm was ever done you, and no harm will be done your Beth, so long as you...
Sir Roderick never gave him the chance to finish. "Viper!" the knight declared, his face red with rage beneath those white whiskers. "I gave you the chance to save your men and die with some small shred of honor, turncloak. I should have known that was too much to ask of a child-killer." His hand went to the hilt of his sword. "I ought cut you down here and now and put an end to your lies and deceits. By the gods, I should!"
Theon did not fear a doddering old man, but those watching archers and that line of knights were a different matter. If the swords came out, his chances of getting back to the castle alive were small to none.
"Forswear your oath and murder me, and you will watch your little Beth strangle at the end of a rope."
Sir Roderick's knuckles had gone white, but after a moment he took his hand off the sword hilt.
"Truly I have lived too long." "I will not disagree, sir. Will you accept my terms?" "I have a duty to Lady Catelyn and House Stark." "And your own house? Beth is the last of your blood." The old knight drew himself up straight. "I offer myself in my daughter's place. Release her and take me as your hostage. Surely the Castellan of Winterfell is worth more than a child." "Not to me." "A valiant gesture, old man, but I am not that great a fool." "Not to Lord Manderley or Leopold Tallheart either, I'd wager. Your sorry old skin is worth no more to them than any other man's. No, I'll keep the girl, and keep her safe, so long as you do as I've commanded you. Her life is in your hands." "Gods be good, Theon! How can you do this? You know I must attack, have sworn—" "If this host is still in arms before my gate when the sun sets, Beth will hang," said Theon. "Another hostage will follow her to the grave at first light, and another at sunset. Every dawn and every dusk will mean a death until you are gone. I have no lack of hostages." He did not wait for a reply, but wheeled Smiler around and rode back toward the castle. He went slowly at first, but the thought of those archers at his back soon drove him to a canter. The small heads watched him come from their spikes, their tarred and flayed faces looming larger with every yard. Between them stood little Beth Castle, noosed and crying. Theon put his heel into Smiler and broke into a hard gallop. Smiler's hooves clattered on the drawbridge like drum-beats. In the yard he dismounted and handed his reins to Wex. "It may stay, then," he told Black Lauren. "We'll know by sunset. Take the girl in till then, and keep her somewhere safe." Under the layers of leather, steel, and wool he was slick with sweat. "I need a cup of wine. A vat of wine would do even better." A fire had been laid in Ned Stark's bedchamber. Theon sat beside it and filled a cup with a heavy-bodied red from the castle vaults, a wine as sour as his mood. "They will attack," he thought gloomily, staring at the flames. "Sir Roderick loves his daughter, but he is still Castellan, and most of all a knight." Had it been Theon with a noose around his neck and Lord Balin commanding the army without, the war-horns would already have sounded the attack, he had no doubt. He should thank the gods that Sir Roderick was not iron-born. The men of the Green Lands were made of softer stuff, though he was not certain they would prove soft enough. If the old man gave the command to storm the castle regardless, Winterfell would fall. Theon entertained no delusions on that count. His 17 might kill 3, 4, 5 times their own number, but in the end they would be overwhelmed. Theon stared at the flames over the rim of his wine-goblet, brooding on the injustice of it all. "I rode beside Robb Stark in the Whispering Wood," he muttered. He had been frightened that night, but not like this. It was one thing to go into battle surrounded by friends, and another to perish alone and despised. "Mercy," he thought miserably. When the wine brought no solace, Theon sent Wex to fetch his bow and took himself to the old inner ward. There he stood, loosing shaft after shaft at the archery butts until his shoulders ached and his fingers were bloody, pausing only long enough to pull the arrows from the targets for another round. "I saved Bran's life with his bow," he reminded himself. "Would that I could save my own." Women came to the well, but did not linger. Whatever they saw on Theon's face sent them away quickly. Behind him the broken tower stood, its summit as jagged as a crown where fire had collapsed the upper stories long ago. As the sun moved, the shadow of the tower moved as well, gradually lengthening, a black arm reaching out for Theon Greyjoy. By the time the sun touched the wall, he was in its grasp. "If I hang the girl The Northmen will attack at once, he thought as he loosed a shaft. If I do not hang her, they will know my threats are empty. He knocked another arrow to his bow. There is no way out, none. If you had 100 archers as good as yourself, you might have a chance to hold the castle, a voice said softly. When he turned, Maester Luwin was behind him. Go away, Theon told him. I have had enough of your counsel. And life? Have you had enough of that, my lord prince? He raised the bow. One more word, and I'll put this shaft through your heart. You won't. Theon bent the bow, drawing the grey goose feathers back to his cheek. Care to make a wager? I am your last hope, Theon. I have no hope, he thought. Yet he lowered the bow half an inch and said, I will not run. I do not speak of running. Take the black. The Night's Watch? Theon let the bow unbend slowly and pointed the arrow at the ground. Sir Roderick has served House Stark all his life, and House Stark has always been a friend to the Watch. He will not deny you. Open your gates, lay down your arms, accept his terms, and he must let you take the black. A brother of the Night's Watch. It meant no crown, no sons, no wife. But it meant life, and life with honor. Ned Stark's own brother had chosen the Watch, and Jon Snow as well. I have black garb aplenty, once I tear the crocans off. Even my horse is black. I could rise high in the Watch, Chief of Rangers, likely even Lord Commander. Let Arya keep the bloody islands, they're as dreary as she is. If I served at Eastwatch, I could command my own ship, and there's fine hunting beyond the wall. As for women, what wildling woman wouldn't want a prince in her bed? A slow smile crept across his face. A black cloak can't be turned. I'd be as good as any man. Prince Theon! The sudden shout shattered his daydream. Crom was loping across the ward. The Northmen! He felt a sudden, sick sense of dread. Is it the attack? Maester Luwin clutched his arm. There's still time. Raise a peace banner. They're fighting, Crom said urgently. More men came up, hundreds of them, and at first they made to join the others, but now they've fallen on them. Is it Arya? Had she come to save him after all? But Crom gave a shake of his head. No, these are Northmen, I tell you, with a bloody man on their banner. The flayed man of the Dread Fort. Reek had belonged to the Bastard of Bolton before his capture, Theon recalled. It was hard to believe that a vile creature like him could sway the Boltons to change their allegiance, but nothing else made sense. I'll see this for myself, Theon said. Maester Luwin trailed after him. By the time they reached the battlements, dead men and dying horses were strewn about the market square outside the gates. He saw no battle lines, only a swirling chaos of banners and blades. Shouts and screams rang through the cold autumn air. Sir Roderick seemed to have the numbers, but the Dreadfort men were better led, and had taken the others unawares. Theon watched them charge and wheel and charge again, chopping the larger force to bloody pieces every time they tried to form up between the houses. He could hear the crash of iron axe heads on oaken shields over the terrified trumpeting of a maimed horse. The inn was burning, he saw. Black Lauren appeared beside him and stood silently for a time. The sun was low in the west, painting the fields and houses all a glowing red. A thin, wavering cry of pain drifted over the walls, and a war-horn sounded off beyond the burning houses. Theon watched a wounded man drag himself painfully across the ground, smearing his life's blood in the dirt as he struggled to reach the well that stood at the center of the market square. He died before he got there. He wore a leather jerkin and conical half-helm, but no badge to tell which side he'd fought on. The crows came in the blue dust with the evening stars. The Dothraki believe the stars are spirits of the valiant dead, Theon said. Maester Luwin had told him that a long time ago. Dothraki? The horse lords across the narrow sea. Oh, them. Black Lauren frowned through his beard. Savages believe all manner of foolish things. As the night grew darker and the smoke spread, it was harder to make out what was happening below. But the din of steel gradually diminished to nothing, and the shouts and war-horns gave way to moans and piteous wailing. Finally a column of mounted men rode out of the drifting smoke. At their head was a knight in dark armor. His rounded helm gleamed a sullen red, and a pale pink cloak streamed from his shoulders. Outside the main gate he reined up, and one of his men shouted for the castle to open.
"Are you friend or foe?"
Black Lauren bellowed down.
"Would a foe bring such fine gifts?"
Red Helm waved a hand, and 3 corpses were dumped in front of the gates. A torch was waved above the bodies, so the defenders upon the walls might see the faces of the dead.
"The old Castellan,"
said Black Lauren.
"with Leopold Tallheart and Clay Serwyn."
The boy lord had taken an arrow in the eye, and Sir Roderick had lost his left arm at the elbow. Maester Lewin gave a wordless cry of dismay, turned away from the battlements, and fell to his knees sick.
"The great pig Manderley was too craven to leave White Harbour, or we would have brought him as well,"
shouted Red Helm.
I am saved, Theon thought.
So why did he feel so empty? This was victory, sweet victory, the deliverance he had prayed for. He glanced at Maester Lewin. To think how close I came to yielding and taking the black.
"Open the gates for our friends."
Perhaps tonight Theon would sleep without fear of what his dreams might bring. The Dreadfort men made their way across the moat and through the inner gates. Theon descended with Black Lauren and Maester Lewin to meet them in the yard. Pale red pennons trailed from the ends of a few lances, but many more carried battle-axes and great swords, and shields hacked half to splinters.
"How many men did you lose?"
Theon asked Red Helm as he dismounted.
20 or 30.
The torchlight glittered off the tipped enamel of his visor. His helm and gorget were wrought in the shape of a man's face and shoulders, skinless and bloody, mouth open in a silent howl of anguish.
"Sir Roderick had you 5 to 1.
Aye, but he thought us friends. A common mistake. When the old fool gave me his hand, I took half his arm instead. Then I let him see my face." The man put both hands to his helm and lifted it off his head, holding it in the crook of his arm. "Reek," Theon said, disquieted. "How did a serving man get such fine armor?" The man laughed. "The wretch is dead." He stepped closer. "The girl's fault. If she had not run so far, his horse would not have lamed, and we might have been able to flee. I gave him mine when I saw the riders from the ridge. I was done with her by then, and he liked to take his turn while they were still warm. I had to pull him off her and shove my clothes into his hands, calfskin boots and velvet doublet, silver-chased sword-belt, even my sable cloak. 'Ride for the Dreadfort,' I told him. 'Bring all the help you can. Take my horse, he's swifter, and here, wear the ring my father gave me, so they'll know you came for me.' He learned better than to question me. By the time they put that arrow through his back, I'd smeared myself with the girl's filth and dressed in his rags. They might have hanged me anyway, but it was the only chance I saw." He rubbed the back of his hand across his mouth. "And now, my sweet prince, there was a woman promised me if I brought 200 men. Well, I brought 3 times as many, and no green boys nor field hands neither, but my father's own garrison." Theon had given his word. This was not the time to flinch. Pay him his pound of flesh and deal with him later. "Harrig," he said, "go to the kennels and bring Paula out for—" "Ramsay." There was a smile on his plump lips, but none in those pale, pale eyes. "Snow. My wife called me before she ate her fingers, but I say Bolton." His smile curdled. "So you'd offer me a kennel girl for my good service, is that the way of it?" There was a tone in his voice Theon did not like, no more than he liked the insolent way the Dreadfort men were looking at him.
"She was what was promised."
"She smells of dog shit. I've had enough of bad smells, as it happens. I think I'll have your bed-warmer instead. What do you call her? Kira?"
"Are you mad?"
Theon said angrily.
"I'll have you—"
The bastard's backhand caught him square, and his cheekbone shattered with a sickening crunch beneath the lobstered steel. The world vanished in a red roar of pain. Some time later Theon found himself on the ground. He rolled onto his stomach and swallowed a mouthful of blood. "Close the gates!" he tried to shout, but it was too late. The Dreadfort men had cut down Red Rolf and Kenned, and more were pouring through, a river of mail and sharp swords. There was a ringing in his ears, and horror all around him. Black Lauren had his sword out, but there were already 4 of them pressing in on him. He saw Ulf go down with a crossbow bolt through the belly as he ran for the great hall. Maester Lewin was trying to reach him when a knight on a war-horse planted a spear between his shoulders, then swung back to ride over him. Another man whipped a torch round and round his head, and then lofted it toward the thatched roof of the stables. "Save me the Freys!" the bastard was shouting as the flames roared upward, "and burn the rest! Burn it all!" The last thing Theon Greyjoy saw was Smiler, kicking free of the burning stables, with his mane ablaze, screaming, rearing. Tyrion. He dreamed of a cracked stone ceiling and the smells of blood and shit and burnt flesh. The air was full of acrid smoke. Men were groaning and whimpering all around him, and from time to time a scream would pierce the air, thick with pain. When he tried to move, he found that he had fouled his own bedding. The smoke in the air made his eyes water. Am I crying? He must not let his father see. He was a Lannister of Casterly Rock. A lion. I must be a lion. Live a lion. Die a lion. He hurt so much, though. Too weak to groan, he lay in his own filth and shut his eyes. Nearby, someone was cursing the gods in a heavy, monotonous voice. He listened to the blasphemies and wondered if he was dying. After a time, the room faded. He found himself outside the city, walking through a world without color. Ravens soared through a gray sky on wide black wings, while carrion crows rose from their feasts in furious clouds wherever he set his steps. White maggots burrowed through black corruption. The wolves were gray, and so were the Silent Sisters. Together they stripped the flesh from the fallen. There were corpses strewn all over the tourney fields. The sun was a hot white penny, shining down upon the grey river as it rushed around the charred bones of sunken ships. From the pyres of the dead rose black columns of smoke and white-hot ashes. My work, thought Tyrion Lannister. They died at my command. At first there was no sound in the world, but after a time he began to hear the voices of the dead, soft and terrible. They wept and moaned, they begged for an end to pain, they cried for help, and wanted their mothers. Tyrion had never known his mother. He wanted Shay, but she was not there. He walked alone amidst grey shadows, trying to remember. The Silent Sisters were stripping the dead men of their armor and clothes. All the bright dyes had leached out from the surcoats of the slain. They were garbed in shades of white and grey, and their blood was black and crusty. He watched their naked bodies lifted by arm and leg, to be carried swinging to the pyres to join their fellows. Metal and cloth were thrown in the back of a white wooden wagon, pulled by 2 tall black horses. So many dead, so very many. Their corpses hung limply, their faces slack or stiff or swollen with gas, unrecognizable, hardly human. The garments the sisters took from them were decorated with black hearts, grey lions, dead flowers, and pale, ghostly stags. Their armor was all dented and gashed, the chain-mail riven, broken, slashed. Why did I kill them all? He had known once, but somehow he had forgotten. He would have asked one of the Silent Sisters, but when he tried to speak he found he had no mouth. Smooth, seamless skin covered his teeth. The discovery terrified him. How could he live without a mouth? He began to run. The city was not far. He would be safe inside the city, away from all these dead. He did not belong with the dead. He had no mouth, but he was still a living man. No, a lion, and alive. But when he reached the city walls, the gates were shut against him. It was dark when he woke again. At first he could see nothing, but after a time the vague outlines of a bed appeared around him. The drapes were drawn, but he could see the shape of carved bedposts, and the droop of the velvet canopy over his head. Under him was the yielding softness of a feather bed, and the pillow beneath his head was goose down. My own bed. I am in my own bed, in my own bedchamber. It was warm inside the drapes, under the great heap of furs and blankets that covered him. He was sweating. Fever, he thought groggily. He felt so weak, and the pain stabbed through him when he struggled to lift his hand. He gave up the effort. His head felt enormous, as big as the bed, too heavy to raise from the pillow. His body he could scarcely feel at all. How did I come here? He tried to remember. The battle came back in fits and flashes. The fight along the river, the knight who'd offered up his gauntlet, the bridge of ships. Sir Mandan. He saw the dead, empty eyes, the reaching hand, the green fire shining against the white enamel plate. Fear swept over him in a cold rush. Beneath the sheets he could feel his bladder letting go. He would have cried out if he'd had a mouth. No, that was the dream, he thought, his head pounding. Help me! Someone help me! Jamie! Shay! Mother! Someone! Taisha! No one heard. No one came. Alone in the dark, he fell back into piss-scented sleep. He dreamed his sister was standing over his bed, with their Lord Father beside her, frowning. It had to be a dream, since Lord Tywin was 1,000 leagues away, fighting Robb Stark in the west. Others came and went as well. Varys looked down on him and sighed, but Littlefinger made a quip. Bloody treacherous bastard, Tyrion thought venomously. We sent you to Bitterbridge, and you never came back. Sometimes he could hear them talking to one another, but he did not understand the words. Their voices buzzed in his ears like wasps muffled in thick felt. He wanted to ask if they'd won the battle. We must have, else I'd be ahead on a spike somewhere. If I live, we won. He did not know what pleased him more, the victory, or the fact he had been able to reason it out. His wits were coming back to him, however slowly. That was good. His wits were all he had. The next time he woke, the draperies had been pulled back, and Podrick Payne stood over him with a candle. When he saw Tyrion open his eyes, he ran off. "No, don't go! Help me! Help!" he tried to call, but the best he could do was a muffled moan. "I have no mouth." He raised a hand to his face, his every movement pained and fumbling. His fingers found stiff cloth, where they should have found flesh, lips, teeth. Linen. The lower half of his face was bandaged tightly, a mask of hardened plaster, with holes for breathing and feeding. A short while later, Pod reappeared. This time a stranger was with him, a maester, chained and robed. "My lord, you must be still," the man murmured. "You are grievous hurt. You will do yourself great injury. Are you thirsty?" He managed an awkward nod. The maester inserted a curved copper funnel through the feeding hole over his mouth and poured a slow trickle down his throat. Tyrion swallowed, scarcely tasting. Too late he realized the liquid was milk of the poppy. By the time the maester removed the funnel from his mouth, he was already spiraling back to sleep. This time he dreamed he was at a feast, a victory feast in some great hall. He had a high seat on the dais, and men were lifting their goblets and hailing him as hero. Marillion was there, the singer who'd journeyed with them through the mountains of the moon. He played his wood-harp and sang of the imp's daring deeds. Even his father was smiling with approval. When the song was over, Jaime rose from his place, commanded Tyrion to kneel, and touched him first on one shoulder and then on the other with his golden sword, and he rose up a knight. Shay was waiting to embrace him. She took him by the hand, laughing and teasing, calling him her Giant of Lannister. He woke in darkness to a cold, empty room. The draperies had been drawn again. Something felt wrong. Turned around, though he could not have said what. He was alone once more. Pushing back the blankets, he tried to sit, but the pain was too much, and he soon subsided, breathing raggedly. His face was the least part of it. His right side was one huge ache, and a stab of pain went through his chest whenever he lifted his arm. What's happened to me? Even the battle seemed half a dream when he tried to think back on it. I was hurt more badly than I knew. Sir Mandan. The memory frightened him, but Tyrion made himself hold it, turn it in his head, stare at it hard. He tried to kill me, no mistake. That part was not a dream. He would have cut me in half if Pod had not— Pod? Where's Pod? Gritting his teeth, he grabbed hold of the bed-hangings and yanked. The drapes ripped free of the canopy overhead and tumbled down, half on the rushes and half on him. Even that small effort had dizzied him. The room whirled around him, all bare walls and dark shadows, with a single narrow window. He saw a chest he'd owned, an untidy pile of his clothing, his battered armor. This is not my bedchamber, he realized, not even the Tower of the Hand. Someone had moved him. His shout of anger came out as a muffled moan. They have moved me here to die, he thought as he gave up the struggle and closed his eyes once more. The room was dank and cold, and he was burning. He dreamed of a better place, a snug little cottage by the sunset sea. The walls were lopsided and cracked, and the floor had been made of packed earth, but he had always been warm there, even when they let the fire go out. She used to tease me about that, he remembered. I never thought to feed the fire.
That had always been a servant's task. "We have no servants," she would remind me, and I would say, "You have me, I'm your servant," and she would say, "A lazy servant." "What do they do with lazy servants in Casterly Rock, my lord?" And he would tell her, "They kiss them." That would always make her giggle. "They do not either. They beat them, I bet," she would say. But he would insist, "No, they kiss them, just like this." He would show her how. "They kiss their fingers first, every one, and they kiss their wrists, yes, and inside their elbows. Then they kiss their funny ears. All our servants have funny ears. Stop laughing. And they kiss their cheeks, and they kiss their noses with a little bump in them. There, so, like that. And they kiss their sweet brows, and their hair, and their lips, their mouths, so." They would kiss for hours, and spend whole days doing no more than lolling in bed, listening to the waves and touching each other. Her body was a wonder to him, and she seemed to find delight in his. Sometimes she would sing to him, "I loved a maid as fair as summer, with sunlight in her hair." "I love you, Tyrion," she would whisper before they went to sleep at night. "I love your lips. I love your voice and the words you say to me, and how you treat me gentle. I love your face." "My face?" Yes, I love your hands and how you touch me. Your cock, I love your cock. I love how it feels when it's in me." "It loves you too, my lady."
"I love to say your name, Tyrion Lannister. It goes with mine, not the Lannister, t'other part. Tyrion and Tysha, Tysha and Tyrion. Tyrion, my lord Tyrion."
Lies, he thought, all feigned, all for gold. She was a whore, Jaime's gift, my lady of the lie. Her face seemed to fade away, dissolving behind a veil of tears, but even after she was gone he could still hear the faint, far-off sound of her voice calling his name. "My lord, can you hear me? My lord? Tyrion, my lord? My lord?" Through a haze of poppied sleep he saw a soft pink face leaning over him. He was back in the dank room with the torn bed-hangings, and the face was wrong, not hers, too round, with a brown fringe of beard. "Do you thirst, my lord? I have your milk, your good milk. You must not fight. No, don't try to move. You need your rest." He had the copper funnel in one damp pink hand and a flask in the other. As the man leaned close, Tyrion's fingers slid underneath his chain of many metals, grabbed, pulled. The maester dropped the flask, spilling milk of the poppy all over the blanket. Tyrion twisted until he could feel the links digging into the flesh of the man's fat neck. "No more," he croaked, so hoarse he was not certain he had even spoken. But he must have, for the maester choked out a reply. "Unhand, please, my lord. Need your milk. The pain. The chain. Don't unhand. No." The pink face was beginning to purple when Tyrion let go. The maester reeled back, sucking in air. His reddened throat showed deep white gouges where the links had pressed. His eyes were white, too. Tyrion raised a hand to his face and made a ripping motion over the hardened mask. And again, and again. You want the bandages off, is that it?" the maester said at last. "But I am not to. That would be most unwise, my lord. You are not yet healed. The queen would—" The mention of his sister made Tyrion growl. "Are you one of hers, then?" He pointed a finger at the maester, then coiled his hand into a fist. Crushing, choking, a promise, unless the fool did as he was bid. Thankfully he understood. I will do as my lord commands, to be sure, but this is unwise. Your wounds—" "Do it!" Louder that time. Bowing, the man left the room, only to return a few moments later, bearing a long knife with a slender saw-tooth blade, a basin of water, a pile of soft cloths, and several flasks. By then Tyrion had managed to squirm backward a few inches, so he was half sitting against his pillow. The maester bade him be very still as he slid the tip of the knife in under his chin, beneath the mask. "A slip of the hand here, and Cersei will be free of me," he thought. He could feel the blade sawing through the stiffened linen, only inches above his throat. Fortunately, this soft pink man was not one of his sister's braver creatures. After a moment he felt cool air on his cheeks. There was pain as well, but he did his best to ignore that. The maester discarded the bandages, still crusty with potion.
Be still now. I must wash out the wound. His touch was gentle, the water warm and soothing. The wound, Tyrion thought, remembering a sudden flash of bright silver that seemed to pass just below his eyes. This is like to sting some, the maester warned as he wet a cloth with wine that smelled of crushed herbs. It did more than sting. It traced a line of fire all the way across Tyrion's face and twisted a burning poker up his nose. His fingers clawed the bedclothes, and he sucked in his breath, but somehow he managed not to scream. The maester was clucking like an old hen. It would have been wiser to leave the mask in place until the flesh had knit, my lord. Still, it looks clean. Good, good. When we found you down in that cellar among the dead and dying, your wounds were filthy. One of your ribs was broken. Doubtless you can feel it. The blow of some mace, perhaps, or a fall. It's hard to say. And you took an arrow in the arm, there where it joins the shoulder. It showed signs of mortification, and for a time I feared you might lose the limb, but we treated it with boiling wine and maggots, and now it seems to be healing clean.
Name,
Tyrion breathed up at him.
Name.
The maester blinked. Why, you are Tyrion Lannister, my lord, brother to the queen. Do you remember the battle? Sometimes with head wounds?
Your name.
His throat was raw, and his tongue had forgotten how to shape the words. I am Maester Balabar.
Balabar,
Tyrion repeated.
Bring me looking glass.
My lord, the maester said, I would not counsel. That might be unwise, as it were. Your wound—
Bring it,
he had to say. His mouth was stiff and sore, as if a punch had split his lip.
And drink. Wine, no puppy.
The maester rose, flush-faced, and hurried off. He came back with a flagon of pale amber wine and a small silvered-looking glass in an ornate golden frame. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he poured half a cup of wine and held it to Tyrion's swollen lips. The trickle went down cool, though he could hardly taste it.
More,
he said when the cup was empty. Maester Balabar poured again. By the end of the second cup, Tyrion Lannister felt strong enough to face his face. He turned over the glass, and did not know whether he ought to laugh or cry. The gash was long and crooked, starting a hair under his left eye and ending on the right side of his jaw. 3/4 of his nose was gone, and a chunk of his lip. Someone had sewn the torn flesh together with catgut, and their clumsy stitches were still in place across the seam of raw, red, half-healed flesh.
Pretty,
he croaked, flinging the glass aside. He remembered now. The bridge of boats, Ser Mandan Moor, a hand, a sword coming at his face. If I had not pulled back, that cut would have taken off the top of my head. Jaime had always said that Ser Mandan was the most dangerous of the King's Guard, because his dead, empty eyes gave no hint to his intentions. I should never have trusted any of them. He'd known that Sir Meryn and Sir Boros were his sisters, and Sir Osmond later, but he had let himself believe that the others were not wholly lost to honour. Cersei must have paid him to see that I never came back from the battle. Why else? I never did Ser Mandan any harm that I know of. Tyrion touched his face, plucking at the proud flesh with blunt, thick fingers. Another gift from my sweet sister. The maester stood beside the bed like a goose about to take flight. My lord, there will most like be a scar.
Most like?
His snort of laughter turned into a wince of pain. There would be a scar, to be sure. Nor was it likely that his nose would be growing back any time soon. It was not as if his face had ever been fit to look at.
Teach me not to play with axes.
His grin felt tight.
Where are we? What place?
It hurt to talk, but Tyrion had been too long in silence. You are in Maegor's holdfast, my lord, a chamber over the Queen's ballroom. Her Grace wanted you kept close, so she might watch over you herself.
I'll wager she did. Return me, Tyrion commanded. Own bed. Own chambers.
Where I will have my own men about me, and my own maester, too, if I find one I can trust. Your own? My lord, that would not be possible. The king's hand has taken up residence in your former chambers.
I am king's hand.
He was growing exhausted by the effort of speaking and confused by what he was hearing. Maester Balabar looked distressed.
No, my lord, You were wounded near death. Your lord father has taken up those duties now. Lord Tywin, he—
Here?
Since the night of the battle, Lord Tywin saved us all. The small folk say it was King Renly's ghost, but wiser men know better. It was your father and Lord Tyrell, with a Knight of Flowers and Lord Littlefinger. They rode through the ashes and took the usurper Stannis in the rear. It was a great victory, and now Lord Tywin has settled into the Tower of the Hand to help his grace set the realm to rights. Gods be praised.
Gods be praised, Tyrion repeated hollowly. His bloody father and bloody Littlefinger, and Renly's ghost? I want— Who do I want? He could not tell Pink Balabar to fetch him Shay. Who could he send for? Who could he trust? Varys? Bran? Sir Jacelyn?
My squire, he finished. Pod Payne.
It was Pod on the bridge of boats. The lad saved thy life.
The boy? The odd boy?
Odd boy. Podrick Payne. You go. Send him.
As you will, my lord.
Maester Balabar bobbed his head and hurried out. Tyrion could feel the strength seeping out of him as he waited. He wondered how long he had been here asleep. Cersei would have me sleep forever, but I won't be so obliging. Podrick Payne entered the bedchamber, timid as a mouse.
My lord?
He crept close to the bed.
How can a boy so bold in battle be so frightened in a sick room? Tyrion wondered.
I meant to stay by you, but the maester sent me away.
Send him away. Hear me. Talks hard. Need dream wine. Dream wine. Not milk of the poppy. Go to Franken. Franken, not Balabar. Watch him make it. Bring it here.
Pod stole a glance at Tyrion's face and just as quickly averted his eyes.
Well, I cannot blame him for that. I want, Tyrion went on, mine own guard. Bran. Where's Bran?
They made him a knight.
Even frowning hurt.
Find him. Bring him.
As you say, my lord. Bran.
Tyrion seized the lad's wrist.
Sir Mandan?
The boy flinched.
Never meant to...
Dead? Your son? Dead?
He shuffled his feet, sheepish.
Drowned.
Good. Say nothing. Of him. Of me. Any of it. Nothing.
By the time his squire left, the last of Tyrion's strength was gone as well. He lay back and closed his eyes. Perhaps he would dream of Tysha again.
I wonder how she'd like my face now, he thought bitterly.
John. When Corran Halfhand told him to find some brush for a fire, John knew their end was near.
It will be good to feel warm again, if only for a little while,
he told himself while he hacked bare branches from the trunk of a dead tree. Ghost sat on his haunches watching, silent as ever.
Will he howl for me when I'm dead, as Bran's wolf howled when he fell? John wondered. Will Shaggy Dog howl far off in Winterfell, and Grey Wind in Nymeria, wherever they might be?
The moon was rising behind one mountain and the sun sinking behind another, as John struck sparks from flint and dagger, until finally a wisp of smoke appeared. Corran came and stood over him as the first flame rose up flickering from the shavings of bark and dead dry pine needles.
"As shy as a maid on her wedding night," the big ranger said in a soft voice, "and near as fair. Sometimes a man forgets how pretty a fire can be."
He was not a man you'd expect to speak of maids and wedding nights. So far as John knew, Corran had spent his whole life in the watch. Did he ever love a maid, or have a wedding? He could not ask. Instead, he fanned the fire. When the blaze was all a-crackle, he peeled off his stiff gloves to warm his hands, and sighed, wondering if ever a kiss had felt as good. The warmth spread through his fingers like melting butter. The half-hand eased himself to the ground and sat cross-legged by the fire, the flickering light playing across the hard plains of his face. Only the two of them remained, of the 5 rangers who had fled the Skirling Pass, back into the blue-grey wilderness of the Frost-Fangs. At first, John had nursed the hope that Squire Dallbridge would keep the wildlings bottled up in the pass. But when they'd heard the call of a far-off horn, every man of them knew the squire had fallen. Later they spied the eagle soaring through the dusk on great blue-grey wings, and Stone Snake unslung his bow, but the bird flew out of range before he could so much as string it. Ebbin spat and muttered darkly of wargs and skin-changers. They glimpsed the eagle twice more the day after, and heard the hunting horn behind them echoing against the mountains. Each time it seemed a little louder, a little closer. When night fell, the half-hand told Ebbin to take the squire's garron as well as his own, and ride east for Mormont with all haste, back the way they had come. The rest of them would draw off the pursuit.
"Send John," Ebbin had urged. "He can ride as fast as me."
"John has a different part to play."
"He is half a boy still."
"No," said Corran. "He is a man of the night's watch." When the moon rose, Ebbin parted from them. Stone Snake went east with him a short way, then doubled back to obscure their tracks, and the 3 who remained set off toward the southwest. After that, the days and nights blurred one into the other. They slept in their saddles and stopped only long enough to feed and water the garrons, then mounted up again. Over bare rock they rode, through gloomy pine forests and drifts of old snow, over icy ridges and across shallow rivers that had no names. Sometimes Corran or Stone Snake would loop back to sweep away their tracks, but it was a futile gesture. They were watched. At every dawn and every dusk they saw the eagle soaring between the peaks, no more than a speck in the vastness of the sky. They were scaling a low ridge between 2 snow-capped peaks when a shadow cat came snarling from its lair, not 10 yards away. The beast was gaunt and half-starved, but the sight of it sent Stone Snake's mare into a panic. She reared and ran, and before the ranger could get her back under control, she had stumbled on the steep slope and broken a leg. Ghost ate well that day, and Corran insisted that the rangers mix some of the garrons' blood with their oats to give them strength. The taste of that foul porridge almost choked John, but he forced it down. They each got a dozen strips of raw stringy meat from the carcass to chew on as they rode, and left the rest for the shadow cats. There was no question of riding double. Stone Snake offered to lay in wait for the pursuit and surprise them when they came. Perhaps he could take a few of them with him down to hell. Corran refused.
"If any man in the night's watch can make it through the Frost-Fangs alone and afoot, it is you, brother. You can go over mountains that a horse must go around. Make for the fist. Tell Mormont what John saw and how. Tell him that the old powers are waking, that he faces giants and wargs and worse. Tell him that the trees have eyes again." He has no chance, John thought, when he watched Stone Snake vanish over a snow-covered ridge, a tiny black bug crawling across a rippling expanse of white. After that, every night seemed colder than the night before, and more lonely. Ghost was not always with them, but he was never far either. Even when they were apart, John sensed his nearness. He was glad for that. The half-hand was not the most companionable of men. Corran's long grey braid swung slowly with the motion of his horse. Often they would ride for hours without a word spoken, the only sounds the soft scrape of horseshoes on stone and the keening of the wind, which blew endlessly through the heights. When he slept he did not dream, not of wolves, nor his brothers, nor anything. Even dreams cannot live up here, he told himself.
"Is your sword sharp, Jon Snow?" asked Corran Half-Hand across the flickering fire.
"My sword is Valyrian steel. The old bear gave it to me."
"Do you remember the words of your vow?"
"Yes."
They were not words a man was like to forget. Once said, they could never be unsaid. They changed your life forever. "Say them again with me, Jon Snow."
"If you like."
Their voices blended as one beneath the rising moon, while Ghost listened and the mountains themselves bore witness. "Night gathers, and now my watch begins. It shall not end until my death. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, father no children. I shall wear no crowns and win no glory. I shall live and die at my post. I am the sword in the darkness. I am the watcher on the walls. I am the fire that burns against the cold, the light that brings the dawn, the horn that wakes the sleepers, the shield that guards the realms of men. I pledge my life and honor to the night's watch, for this night and all the nights to come." When they were done, there was no sound but the faint crackle of the flames and a distant sigh of wind. John opened and closed his burnt fingers, holding tight to the words in his mind, praying that his father's gods would give him the strength to die bravely when his hour came. It would not be long now. The Garrans were near the end of their strength. Corin's mount would not last another day, John suspected. The flames were burning low by then, the warmth fading. "The fire will soon go out," Corin said, "but if the wall should ever fall, all the fires will go out." There was nothing John could say to that. He nodded. "We may escape them yet," the ranger said, "or not. I'm not afraid to die." It was only half a lie. "It may not be so easy as that, John." He did not understand. "What do you mean?" "If we are taken, you must yield." "Yield?" He blinked in disbelief. The wildlings did not make captives of the men they called the Crows. They killed them, except for— "They only spare oath-breakers, those who join them like Mance Rayder." "And you." "No." He shook his head. "Never. I won't." "You will. I command it of you." "Command it? But—" "Our honor means no more than our lives, so long as the realm is safe. Are you a man of the Night's Watch?" "Yes, but—" "There is no but, Jon Snow. You are or you are not." Jon sat up straight. "I am." "Then hear me. If we are taken, you will go over to them, as the wildling girl you captured once urged you. They may demand that you cut your cloak to ribbons, that you swear them an oath on your father's grave, that you curse your brothers and your lord commander. You must not balk, whatever is asked of you. Do as they bid you. But in your heart, remember who and what you are. Ride with them, eat with them, fight with them, for as long as it takes, and watch." "For what?" Jon asked. "Would that I knew," said Corin. "Your wolf saw their diggings in the valley of the Milkwater. What did they seek in such a bleak and distant place? Did they find it? That is what you must learn before you return to Lord Mormont and your brothers. That is the duty I lay on you, Jon Snow." "I'll do as you say," Jon said reluctantly. "But you will tell them, won't you? The old bear, at least? You'll tell him that I never broke my oath." Corin half-hand gazed at him across the fire, his eyes lost in pools of shadow. "When I see him next, I swear it." He gestured to the fire. "More wood. I want it bright and hot." Jon went to cut more branches, snapping each one in two before tossing it into the flames. The tree had been dead a long time, but it seemed to live again in the fire, as fiery dancers woke within each stick of wood to whirl and spin in their glowing gowns of yellow, red, and orange. "Enough," Corin said abruptly. "Now we ride." "Ride?" It was dark beyond the fire, and the night was cold. "Ride where?" "Back." Corin mounted his weary Garran one more time. "The fire will draw them past, I hope. Come, brother." Jon pulled on his gloves again and raised his hood. Even the horses seemed reluctant to leave the fire. The sun was long gone, and only the cold, silver shine of the half-moon remained to light their way over the treacherous ground that lay behind them. He did not know what Corin had in mind, but perhaps it was a chance. He hoped so. "I do not want to play the oath-breaker, even for good reason." They went cautiously, moving as silent as man and horse could move, retracing their steps until they reached the mouth of a narrow defile where an icy little stream emerged from between two mountains. Jon remembered the place. They had watered the horses here before the sun went down. "The water's icing up," Corin observed as he turned aside. "Else we'd ride in the stream bed. But if we break the ice, they'll like to see. Keep close to the cliffs. There's a crook a half-mile on that will hide us." He rode into the defile. Jon gave one last wistful look to their distant fire and followed. The farther in they went, the closer the cliffs pressed to either side. They followed the moonlit ribbon of stream back toward its source.
Icicles bearded its stony banks, but John could still hear the sound of rushing water beneath the thin, hard crust. A great jumble of fallen rock blocked their way, part way up, where a section of the cliff face had fallen, but the sure-footed little Garans were able to pick their way through. Beyond, the walls pinched in sharply, and the stream led them to the foot of a tall, twisting waterfall. The air was full of mist, like the breath of some vast, cold beast. The tumbling waters shone silver in the moonlight. John looked about in dismay. There is no way out. He and Corin might be able to climb the cliffs, but not with the horses. He did not think they would last long afoot. "Quickly now," the half-hand commanded. The big man on the small horse rode over the ice-slick stones right into the curtain of water, and vanished. When he did not reappear, John put his heels into his horse and went after. His Garan did his best to shy away. The falling water slapped at them with frozen fists, and the shock of the cold seemed to stop John's breath. Then he was through, drenched and shivering, but through. The cleft in the rock was barely large enough for man and horse to pass, but beyond the walls opened up, and the floor turned to soft sand. John could feel the spray freezing in his beard. Ghost burst through the waterfall in an angry rush, shook droplets from his fur, sniffed at the darkness suspiciously, then lifted a leg against one rocky wall. Corin had already dismounted. John did the same. "You knew this place was here." "When I was no older than you, I heard a brother tell how he followed a shadow cat through these falls." He unsaddled his horse, removed her bit and bridle, and ran his fingers through her shaggy mane. "There is a way through the heart of the mountain. Come dawn, if they have not found us, we will press on." "The first watch is mine, brother." Corin seated himself on the sand, his back to a wall, no more than a vague black shadow in the gloom of the cave. Over the rush of falling waters, John heard a soft sound of steel on leather that could only mean that the half-hand had drawn his sword. He took off his wet cloak, but it was too cold and damp here to strip down any further. Ghost stretched out beside him and licked his glove before curling up to sleep. John was grateful for his warmth. He wondered if the fire was still burning outside, or if it had gone out by now. If the wall should ever fall, all the fires will go out. The moon shone through the curtain of falling water to lay a shimmering pale stripe across the sand, but after a time that too faded and went dark. Sleep came at last, and with it nightmares. He dreamed of burning castles and dead men rising unquiet from their graves. It was still dark when Corin woke him. While the half-hand slept, John sat with his back to the cave wall, listening to the water and waiting for the dawn. At break of day they each chewed a half-frozen strip of horse-meat, then saddled their Garans once again and fastened their black cloaks around their shoulders. During his watch the half-hand had made a half-dozen torches, soaking bundles of dry moss with the oil he carried in his saddle-bag. He lit the first one now and led the way down into the dark, holding the pale flame up before him. John followed with the horses. The stony path twisted and turned, first down, then up, then down more steeply. In spots it grew so narrow it was hard to convince the Garans they could squeeze through. "By the time we come out we will have lost them," he told himself as they went. "Not even an eagle can see through solid stone. We will have lost them, and we will ride hard for the fist and tell the old bear all we know." But when they emerged back into the light long hours later, the eagle was waiting for them, perched on a dead tree 100 feet up the slope. Ghost went bounding up the rocks after it, but the bird flapped its wings and took to the air. Corin's mouth tightened as he followed its flight with his eyes. "Here is as good a place as any to make a stand," he declared. "The mouth of the cave shelters us from above, and they cannot get behind us without passing through the mountain. Is your sword sharp, Jon Snow?" "Yes," he said. "We'll feed the horses. They've served us bravely, poor beasts." John gave his Garan the last of the oats and stroked his shaggy mane, while Ghost prowled restlessly amongst the rocks. He pulled his gloves on tighter and flexed his burnt fingers. "I am the shield that guards the realms of men." A hunting horn echoed through the mountains, and a moment later John heard the baying of hounds. "They will be with us soon," announced Corin. "Keep your wolf in hand." "Ghost, to me," John called. The dire wolf returned reluctantly to his side, tail held stiffly behind him.
The wildlings came boiling over a ridge not half a mile away. Their hounds ran before them, snarling grey-brown beasts with more than a little wolf in their blood. Ghost bared his teeth, his fur bristling. "Easy," John murmured. "Stay." Overhead he heard a rustle of wings. The eagle landed on an outcrop of rock and screamed in triumph. The hunters approached warily, perhaps fearing arrows. John counted 14, with 8 dogs. Their large, round shields were made of skins stretched over woven wicker and painted with skulls. About half of them hid their faces behind crude helms of wood and boiled leather. On either wing, archers notched shafts to the strings of small wooden horn bows, but did not loose. The rest seemed to be armed with spears and mauls. One had a chipped stone axe. They wore only what bits of armor they had looted from dead rangers or stolen during raids. Wildlings did not mine or smelt, and there were few smiths and fewer forges north of the wall. Corin drew his longsword. The tale of how he had taught himself to fight with his left hand after losing half of his right was part of his legend. It was said that he handled the blade better now than he ever had before. John stood shoulder to shoulder with the big ranger and pulled a long claw from its sheath. Despite the chill in the air, sweat stung his eyes. 10 yards below the cave mouth the hunters halted. Their leader came on alone, riding a beast that seemed more goat than horse, from the sure-footed way it climbed the uneven slope. As man and mount grew nearer, John could hear them clattering. Both were armored in bones. Cow bones, sheep bones, the bones of goats and aurochs and elk, the great bones of the hairy mammoths, and human bones as well. "Rattleshirt," Corin called down, icy polite. "To crows I be the Lord of Bones." The rider's helm was made from the broken skull of a giant, and all up and down his arms bear claws had been sewn to his boiled leather. Corin snorted. "I see no lord. Only a dog dressed in chicken bones who rattles when he rides." The wildling hissed in anger, and his mount reared. He did rattle. John could hear it. The bones were strung together loosely, so they clacked and clattered when he moved. "It's your bones I'll be rattling soon, half-hand. I'll boil the flesh off you and make a byrnie from your ribs. I'll carve your teeth to cast me runes, and eat me oaten porridge from your skull. If you want my bones, come get them." That Rattleshirt seemed reluctant to do. His numbers meant little in the close confines of the rocks where the Black Brothers had taken their stand. To winkle them out of the cave, the wildlings would need to come up 2 at a time. But another of his company edged a horse up beside him, one of the fighting women called Spearwives. "We are 4 and 10 to 2, crows, and 8 dogs to your wolf," she called. "Fight or run, you are ours." "Show them," commanded Rattleshirt. The woman reached into a blood-stained sack and drew out a trophy. Evan had been bald as an egg, so she dangled the head by an ear. "He died brave," she said. "But he died," said Rattleshirt. "Same like you." He freed his battle-axe, brandishing it above his head. Good steel it was, with a wicked gleam to both blades. Evan was never a man to neglect his weapons. The other wildlings crowded forward beside him, yelling taunts. A few chose John for their mockery. "Is that your wolf, boy?" a skinny youth called, unlimbering a stone flail. "He'll be my cloak before the sun is down." On the other side of the line, another spearwife opened her ragged furs to show John a heavy white breast. "Does the baby want his mamma? Come have a suck of this, boy." The dogs were barking too. "They would shame us into folly." Corin gave John a long look. "Remember your orders." "Belike we need to flush the crows," Rattleshirt bellowed over the clamor. "Feather them!" "No!" The word burst from John's lips before the bowman could loose. He took 2 quick steps forward. "We yield!" "They warned me bastard blood was craven," he heard Corin Half-Hand say coldly behind him. "I see it is so. Run to your new masters, coward." Face reddening, John descended the slope to where Rattleshirt sat his horse. The wildling stared at him through the eye-holes of his helm and said, "The free folk have no need of cravens." "He is no craven." One of the archers pulled off her sewn sheepskin helm and shook out a head of shaggy red hair. "This is the bastard of Winterfell, who spared me. Let him live." John met Ygritte's eyes and had no words.
"Let him die," insisted the Lord of Bones. "The Black Crow's a tricksy bird. I trust him not."
On a rock above them the eagle flapped its wings and split the air with a scream of fury.
"The bird hates you, Jon Snow," said Ygritte, "and well he might. He was a man before you killed him."
"I did not know," said Jon truthfully, trying to remember the face of the man he had slain in the pass. "You told me Mance would take me."
"And he will," Ygritte said.
"Mance is not here," said Rattleshirt. "Ragwile got him."
The big spearwife narrowed her eyes and said,
"If the Crow would join the Free Folk, let him show us his prowess and prove the truth of him."
"I'll do whatever you ask." The words came hard, but Jon said them. Rattleshirt's bone armor clattered loudly as he laughed.
"And kill the half-hand, bastard."
"As if he could," said Corrin.
"Turn, Snow, and die."
And then Corrin's sword was coming at him, and somehow Longclaw leapt upward to block. The force of impact almost knocked the bastard blade from Jon's hand, and sent him staggering backward. "You must not balk whatever is asked of you." He shifted to a two-hand grip, quick enough to deliver a stroke of his own, but the big ranger brushed it aside with contemptuous ease. Back and forth they went, black cloaks swirling, the youth's quickness against the savage strength of Corrin's left-hand cuts. The half-hand's longsword seemed to be everywhere at once, raining down from one side and then the other, driving him where he would, keeping him off balance. Already he could feel his arms growing numb. Even when Ghost's teeth closed savagely around the ranger's calf, somehow Corrin kept his feet. But in that instant, as he twisted, the opening was there. Jon planted and pivoted. The ranger was leaning away, and for an instant it seemed that Jon's slash had not touched him. Then a string of red tears appeared across the big man's throat, bright as a ruby necklace, and the blood gushed out of him, and Corrin Halfhand fell. Ghost's muzzle was dripping red, but only the point of the bastard blade was stained. The last half-inch. Jon pulled the direwolf away and knelt with one arm around him. The light was already fading in Corrin's eyes. "Sharp," he said, lifting his maimed fingers. Then his hand fell, and he was gone. He knew, he thought numbly. He knew what they would ask of me. He thought of Samwell Tarly then, of Gren and Dolorous Ed, of Pip and Toad back at Castle Black. Had he lost them all, as he had lost Bran and Rickon and Robb? Who was he now? What was he?
"Get him up!"
Rough hands dragged him to his feet. Jon did not resist.
"Do you have a name?"
Ygritte answered for him.
"His name is Jon Snow. He is Eddard Stark's blood of Winterfell."
Ragwile laughed.
"Who would have thought it? Corrin Halfhand slain by some lordling's byblow." "Got him."
That was Rattleshirt, still a horse. The eagle flew to him and perched atop his bony helm, screeching.
"He yielded,"
Ygritte reminded them.
"Aye, and slew his brother,"
said a short, homely man in a rust-eaten iron half-helm. Rattleshirt rode closer, bones clattering.
"The wolf did his work for him. It were foully done. The half-hand's death was mine."
"We all saw how eager you were to take it," mocked Ragwile.
"He is a warg," said the Lord of Bones, "and a crow. I like him not."
"A warg he may be," Ygritte said, "but that has never frightened us."
Others shouted agreement. Behind the eye-holes of his yellowed skull, Rattleshirt's stare was malignant, but he yielded grudgingly. "These are a free folk indeed," thought Jon. They burned Corrin Halfhand where he'd fallen, on a pyre made of pine needles, brush, and broken branches. Some of the wood was still green, and it burned slow and smoky, sending a black plume up into the bright, hard blue of the sky. Afterward, Rattleshirt claimed some charred bones, while the others threw dice for the ranger's gear. Ygritte won his cloak. "Will we return by the Skirling Pass?" Jon asked her. He did not know if he could face those heights again, or if his Garren could survive a second crossing.
"No," she said. "There's nothing behind us."
The look she gave him was sad.
"By now Mance is well down the Milkwater, marching on your wall."
Bran. The ashes fell like a soft grey snow. He padded over dry needles and brown leaves to the edge of the wood where the pines grew thin. Beyond the open fields he could see the great piles of man rock stark against the swirling flames. The wind blew hot and rich with a smell of blood and burnt meat. So strong he began to slaver. Yet as one smell drew them onward, others warned them back. He sniffed at the drifting smoke. Men, many horses, and fire, fire, fire. No smell was more dangerous, not even the hard, cold smell of iron, the stuff of man-claws and hard skin. The smoke and ash clouded his eyes, and in the sky he saw a great winged snake, whose roar was a river of flame. He bared his teeth, but then the snake was gone. Behind the cliffs, tall fires were eating up the stars. All through the night the fires crackled, and once there was a great roar and a crash that made the earth jump under his feet. Dogs barked and whined, and horses screamed in terror. Howls shuddered through the night, the howls of the man-pack, wails of fear and wild shouts, laughter and screams. No beast was as noisy as man. He pricked up his ears and listened, and his brother growled at every sound. They prowled under the trees as a piney wind blew ashes and embers through the sky. In time the flames began to dwindle, and then they were gone. The sun rose grey and smoky that morning. Only then did he leave the trees, stalking slow across the fields. His brother ran with him, drawn to the smell of blood and death. They padded silent through the dens the men had built of wood and grass and mud. Many and more were burned, and many and more were collapsed. Others stood as they had before. Yet nowhere did they see or scent a living man. Crows blanketed the bodies and leapt into the air, screeching when his brother and he came near. The wild dogs slunk away before them. Beneath the great grey cliffs a horse was dying noisily, struggling to rise on a broken leg and screaming when he fell. His brother circled round him, then tore out his throat while the horse kicked feebly and rolled his eyes. When he approached the carcass, his brother snapped at him and laid back his ears, and he cuffed him with a forepaw and bit his leg. They fought amidst the grass and dirt and falling ashes beside the dead horse, until his brother rolled on his back in submission, tail tucked low. One more bite at his upturned throat. Then he fed, and let his brother feed, and licked the blood off his black fur. The dark place was pulling at him by then, the house of whispers where all men were blind. He could feel its cold fingers on him. The stony smell of it was a whisper up the nose. He struggled against the pull. He did not like the darkness. He was wolf. He was hunter and stalker and slayer, and he belonged with his brothers and sisters in the deep woods, running free beneath the starry sky. He sat on his haunches, raised his head, and howled. "I will not go," he cried. "I am wolf. I will not go." Yet even so the darkness thickened until it covered his eyes and filled his nose and stopped his ears. So he could not see or smell or hear or run, and the grey cliffs were gone, and the dead horse was gone, and his brother was gone, and all was black and still, and black and cold, and black and dead, and black. "Bran," a voice was whispering softly. "Bran, come back now, Bran. Bran." He closed his third eye and opened the other two, the old two, the blind two. In the dark place all men were blind, but someone was holding him. He could feel arms around him, the warmth of a body snuggled close. He could hear Hodor singing, "Hodor, Hodor, Hodor," quietly to himself. "Bran," it was Mira's voice. "You were thrashing, making terrible noises. What did you see?" "Winterfell." His tongue felt strange and thick in his mouth. "One day when I come back, I won't know how to talk any more." "It was Winterfell. It was all on fire. There were horse smells and steel and blood. They killed everyone, Mira." He felt her hand on his face, stroking back his hair. "You're all sweaty," she said. "Do you need a drink?" "A drink," he agreed. She held a skin to his lips, and Bran swallowed so fast the water ran out of the corner of his mouth. He was always weak and thirsty when he came back, and hungry, too. He remembered the dying horse, the taste of blood in his mouth, the smell of burnt flesh in the morning air. "How long?" 3 days, said Jojen. The boy had come up soft-foot, or perhaps he had been there all along. In this blind, black world, Bran could not have said.
We were afraid for you."
"I was with Summer,"
Bran said.
"Too long. You'll starve yourself. Mira dribbled a little water down your throat, and we smeared honey on your mouth, but it is not enough." "I ate," said Bran. "We ran down an elk and had to drive off a tree cat that tried to steal him."
The cat had been tan and brown, only half the size of the direwolves, but fierce. He remembered the musky smell of him, and the way he had snarled down at them from the limb of the oak.
"The wolf ate," Jojen said, "not you. Take care, Bran. Remember who you are."
He remembered who he was all too well. Bran the boy, Bran the broken.
Better Bran the beastling.
Was it any wonder he would sooner dream his summer dreams, his wolf dreams? Here in the chill, damp darkness of the tomb, his third eye had finally opened. He could reach summer whenever he wanted, and once he had even touched Ghost and talked to Jon, though maybe he had only dreamed that. He could not understand why Jojen was always trying to pull him back now. Bran used the strength of his arms to squirm to a sitting position.
"I have to tell Osha what I saw. Is she here? Where did she go?"
The wildling woman herself gave answer. "Nowhere, my lord. I've had my fill of blundering in the black." He heard the scrape of a heel on stone, turned his head toward the sound, but saw nothing. He thought he could smell her, but he wasn't sure. All of them stank alike, and he did not have Summer's nose to tell one from the other. "Last night I pissed on a king's foot," Osha went on. "Might be it was morning, who can say? I was sleeping, but now I'm not." They all slept a lot, not only Bran. There was nothing else to do. Sleep and eat and sleep again, and sometimes talk a little, but not too much, and only in whispers, just to be safe. Osha might have liked it better if they had never talked at all, but there was no way to quiet Rickon, or to stop Hodor from muttering, "Hodor, Hodor, Hodor," endlessly to himself.
"Osha," Bran said, "I saw Winterfell burning."
Off to his left he could hear the soft sound of Rickon's breathing. "A dream," said Osha.
"A wolf dream," said Bran. "I smelled it, too. Nothing smells like fire or blood."
"Whose blood?"
"Men, horses, dogs, everyone. We have to go see."
"This scrawny skin of mine's the only one I got," said Osha. "That squid prince catches hold of me, they'll strip it off my back with a whip."
Mira's hand found Bran's in the darkness and gave his fingers a squeeze.
"I'll go if you're afraid."
Bran heard fingers fumbling at leather, followed by the sound of steel on flint. Then again a spark flew, caught. Osha blew softly. A long, pale flame awoke, stretching upward like a girl on her toes. Osha's face floated above it. She touched the flame with the head of a torch. Bran had to squint as the pitch began to burn, filling the world with orange glare. The light woke Rickon, who sat up yawning. When the shadows moved, it looked for an instant as if the dead were rising as well. Lyanna and Brandon, Lord Rickard Stark their father, Lord Edwyle his father, Lord Willem and his brother Artos the Implacable, Lord Donner and Lord Beren and Lord Rodwell, One-Eyed Lord Jonel, Lord Barth and Lord Brandon and Lord Cregan, who had fought the Dragon Knight. On their stone chairs they sat with stone wolves at their feet. This was where they came when the warmth had seeped out of their bodies. This was the dark hall of the dead, where the living feared to tread. And in the mouth of the empty tomb that waited for Lord Eddard Stark, beneath his stately granite likeness, the 6 fugitives huddled round their little cache of bread and water and dried meat. "Little enough left," Osha muttered as she blinked down on their stores. "I'd need to go up soon to steal food in any case. We'd be down to eating Hodor." "Hodor," Hodor said, grinning at her.
"Is it day or night up there?" Osha wondered. "I've lost all count of such."
"Day,"
Bran told her. "But it's dark from all the smoke." "My lord is certain?"
Never moving his broken body, he reached out all the same, and for an instant he was seeing double. There stood Osha holding the torch, and Mira and Jojen and Hodor, and the double row of tall granite pillars and long dead lords behind them stretching away into darkness. But there was Winterfell as well, grey with drifting smoke, the massive oak and iron gates charred and askew, the drawbridge down in a tangle of broken chains and missing planks. Bodies floated in the moat, islands for the crows.
"Certain,"
he declared. Osha chewed on that a moment.
"I'll risk a look, then. I want the lot of you close behind. Mira, get Bran's basket."
"Are we going home?"
Rickon asked excitedly.
I want my horse, and I want apple cakes and butter and honey and Shaggy. Are we going where Shaggy Dog is?
Yes, Bran promised, but you have to be quiet. Mira strapped the wicker basket to Hodor's back and helped lift Bran into it, easing his useless legs through the holes. He had a queer flutter in his belly. He knew what awaited them above, but that did not make it any less fearful. As they set off, he turned to give his father one last look, and it seemed to Bran that there was a sadness in Lord Eddard's eyes, as if he did not want them to go. "We have to," he thought. "It's time." Osha carried her long oaken spear in one hand and the torch in the other. A naked sword hung down her back, one of the last to bear Micken's mark. He had forged it for Lord Eddard's tomb, to keep his ghost at rest. But with Micken slain and the Iron Men guarding the armory, good steel had been hard to resist, even if it meant grave-robbing. Mira had claimed Lord Rickard's blade, though she complained that it was too heavy. Brandon took his namesake's, the sword made for the uncle he had never known. He knew he would not be much use in a fight, but even so the blade felt good in his hand. But it was only a game, and Bran knew it. Their footsteps echoed through the cavernous crypts. The shadows behind them swallowed his father, as the shadows ahead retreated to unveil other statues. No mere lords, these, but the old kings in the north. On their brows they wore stone crowns. Torrhen Stark, the king who knelt. Edwin, the Spring King. Theon Stark, the Hungry Wolf. Brandon the Burner and Brandon the Shipwright. Jorah and Jonas. Brandon the Bad. Walton the Moon King. Ederion the Bridegroom. Aeron, Benjen the Sweet, and Benjen the Bitter. King Edric Snowbeard. Their faces were stern and strong, and some of them had done terrible things, but they were Starks, every one, and Bran knew all their tales. He had never feared the crypts. They were part of his home and who he was, and he had always known that one day he would lie here too. But now he was not so certain. "If I go up, will I ever come back down? Where will I go when I die?" "Wait," Osha said when they reached the twisting stone stairs that led up to the surface, and down to the deeper levels where kings more ancient still sat their dark thrones. She handed Mira the torch. "I'll grope my way up." For a time they could hear the sound of her footfalls, but they grew softer and softer until they faded away entirely. "Hodor," said Hodor nervously. Bran had told himself 100 times how much he hated hiding down here in the dark, how much he wanted to see the sun again, to ride his horse through wind and rain. But now that the moment was upon him, he was afraid. He'd felt safe in the darkness. When you could not even find your own hand in front of your face, it was easy to believe that no enemies could ever find you either. And the Stone Lords had given him courage. Even when he could not see them, he had known they were there. It seemed a long while before they heard anything again. Bran had begun to fear that something had happened to Osha. His brother was squirming restlessly.
"I want to go home,"
he said loudly. Hodor bobbed his head and said, "Hodor." Then they heard the footsteps again, growing louder, and after a few minutes Osha emerged into the light, looking grim. "Something is blocking the door. I can't move it." "Hodor can move anything," said Bran. Osha gave the huge stable-boy an appraising look. "Might be he can. Come on, then." The steps were narrow, so they had to climb in single file. Osha led. Behind came Hodor, with Bran crouched low on his back so his head wouldn't hit the ceiling. Mira followed with a torch, and Jojen brought up the rear, leading Rickon by the hand. Around and around they went, and up and up. Bran thought he could smell smoke now, but perhaps that was only the torch. The door to the crypts was made of ironwood. It was old and heavy, and lay at a slant to the ground. Only one person could approach it at a time. Osha tried once more when she reached it, but Bran could see that it was not budging. "Let Hodor try." They had to pull Bran from his basket first, so he would not get squished. Mira squatted beside him on the steps, one arm thrown protectively across his shoulders, as Osha and Hodor traded places. "Open the door, Hodor," Bran said. The huge stable-boy put both hands flat on the door, pushed, and grunted. "Hodor!" He slammed a fist against the wood, and it did not so much as jump. "Hodor!" "Use your back," urged Bran, "and your legs." Turning, Hodor put his back to the wood and shoved. Again. "Hodor!" He put one foot on a higher step so he was bent under the slant of the door and tried to rise. This time the wood groaned and creaked. "Hodor!
The other foot came up a step, and Hodor spread his legs apart, braced and straightened. His face turned red, and Bran could see cords in his neck bulging as he strained against the weight above him. "Hodor! Hodor! 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 Hodor!" From above came a dull rumble. Then suddenly the door jerked upward, and a shaft of daylight fell across Bran's face, blinding him for a moment. Another shove brought the sound of shifting stone, and then the way was open. Osha poked her spear through and slid out after it, and Rickon squirmed through Mira's legs to follow. Hodor shoved the door open all the way and stepped to the surface. The reeds had to carry Bran up the last few steps. The sky was a pale grey, and smoke eddied all around them. They stood in the shadow of the first keep, or what remained of it. One whole side of the building had torn loose and fallen away. Stone and shattered gargoyles lay strewn across the yard. "They fell just where I did," Bran thought when he saw them. Some of the gargoyles had broken into so many pieces it made him wonder how he was alive at all. Nearby some crows were pecking at a body crushed beneath the tumbled stone, but he lay face down, and Bran could not say who he was. The first keep had not been used for many hundreds of years, but now it was more of a shell than ever. The floors had burned inside it, and all the beams. Where the wall had fallen away, they could see right into the rooms, even into the privy. Yet behind, the broken tower still stood, no more burned than before. Jojen Reed was coughing from the smoke. "Take me home," Rickon demanded. "I want to be home." Hodor stomped in a circle. "Hodor," he whimpered in a small voice. They stood huddled together with ruin and death all around them.
"We made noise enough to wake a dragon," Osha said, "but there's no one come. The castle's dead and burned, just as Bran dreamed. But we had best—" She broke off suddenly at a noise behind them and whirled with her spear at the ready. Two lean, dark shapes emerged from behind the broken tower, padding slowly through the rubble. Rickon gave a happy shout of "Shaggy!" and the black direwolf came bounding toward him. Summer advanced more slowly, rubbed his head up against Bran's arm, and licked his face. "We should go," said Jojen. "So much death will bring other wolves besides Summer and Shaggy Dog, and not all on 4 feet. "Aye, soon enough," Osha agreed. "But we need food, and there may be some survived this. Stay together. Mira, keep your shield up and guard our backs." It took the rest of the morning to make a slow circuit of the castle. The great granite walls remained, blackened here and there by fire, but otherwise untouched. But within, all was death and destruction. The doors of the great hall were charred and smouldering, and inside the rafters had given way, and the whole roof had crashed down onto the floor. The green and yellow panes of the glass gardens were all in shards. The trees and fruits and flowers torn up or left exposed to die. Of the stables, made of wood and thatch, nothing remained but ashes, embers, and dead horses. Bran thought of his dancer and wanted to weep. There was a shallow, steaming lake beneath the library tower, and hot water gushing from a crack in its side. The bridge between the bell tower and the rookery had collapsed into the yard below, and Maester Luwin's turret was gone. They saw a dull red glow shining up through the narrow cellar windows beneath the great keep, and a second fire still burning in one of the storehouses. Osha called softly through the blowing smoke as they went, but no one answered. They saw one dog worrying at a corpse, but he ran when he caught the scents of the direwolves. The rest had been slain in the kennels. The maester's ravens were paying court to some of the corpses, while the crows from the broken tower attended others. Bran recognized Poxy Tim, even though someone had taken an axe to his face. One charred corpse, outside the ashen shell of Mother's Sept, sat with his arms drawn up and his hands balled into hard black fists, as if to punch anyone who dared approach him. "If the gods are good," Osha said in a low, angry voice, "the others will take them that did this work." "It was Theon," Bran said blackly. "No, look." She pointed across the yard with her spear. "That's one of his iron men. And there. And that's Greyjoy's war-horse, see? The black one with the arrows in him." She moved among the dead, frowning. "And here's Black Lauren." He had been hacked and cut so badly that his beard looked a reddish-brown now. "Took a few with him, he did." Osha turned over one of the other corpses with her foot. "There's a badge. A little man, all red." "A flayed man of the Dreadfort," said Bran. Summer howled and darted away. "The gods would.
Mira Reed ran after the direwolf, her shield and frog spear to hand. The rest of them trailed after, threading their way through smoke and fallen stones. The air was sweeter under the trees. A few pines along the edge of the wood had been scorched, but deeper in the damp soil and greenwood had defeated the flames. "There is a power in living wood," said Jojen Reed, almost as if he knew what Bran was thinking. "A power strong as fire." On the edge of the black pool, beneath the shelter of the heart-tree, Maester Luwin lay on his belly in the dirt. A trail of blood twisted back through damp leaves where he had crawled. Summer stood over him, and Bran thought he was dead at first, but when Mira touched his throat, the maester moaned. "Hodor," Hodor said mournfully. "Hodor." Gently they eased Luwin onto his back. He had grey eyes and grey hair, and once his robes had been grey as well, but they were darker now, where the blood had soaked through. "Bran," he said softly, when he saw him sitting tall on Hodor's back. "And Rickon, too." He smiled. "The gods are good. I knew." "Knew?" said Bran uncertainly. "The legs, I could tell. The clothes fit, but the muscles in his legs. Poor lad." He coughed, and blood came up from inside him. "You vanished. In the woods. How, though?" "We never went," said Bran. "Well, only to the edge, and then doubled back. I sent the wolves on to make a trail, but we hid in Father's tomb." "The crypts," Luwin chuckled, a froth of blood on his lips. When the maester tried to move, he gave a sharp gasp of pain. Tears filled Bran's eyes. When a man was hurt, you took him to the maester, but what could you do when your maester was hurt? "We'll need to make a litter to carry him," said Osha. "No use," said Luwin. "I'm dying, woman." "You can't," said Rickon angrily. "No, you can't." Beside him, Shaggy Dog bared his teeth and growled. The maester smiled. "Hush now, child. I'm much older than you. I can die as I please." "Hodor, down," said Bran. Hodor went to his knees beside the maester. "Listen," Luwin said to Osha. "The princes, Robb's heirs, not together. Do you hear?" The wildling woman leaned on her spear. "Aye, safer apart. But where to take them? I'd thought might be these Serwins." Maester Luwin shook his head, though it was plain to see what the effort cost him. "Serwyn boys dead. Sir Roderick, Leopold, Tallheart, Lady Hornwood, all slain. Deepwood fallen. Moat Catelyn, soon Torrhen Square. Ironmen on the stony shore. And east, the bastard of Bolton." "Then where?" asked Osha. "White Harbour, the Umbers, I do not know. War everywhere, each man against his neighbour, and winter coming. Such folly, such black, mad folly." Maester Luwin reached up and grasped Bran's forearm, his fingers closing with a desperate strength. "You must be strong now. Strong." "I will be," Bran said, though it was hard. "Sir Roderick killed and Maester Luwin? Everyone. "Good," the maester said. "A good boy. Your father's son, Bran. Now, go." Osha gazed up at the weirwood, at the red face carved in the pale trunk. "And leave you for the gods?" "I beg." The maester swallowed. A drink of water, and another boon, if you would." "Aye," she turned to Mira. "Take the boys." Jojen and Mira led Rickon out between them. Hodor followed. Low branches whipped at Bran's face as they pushed between the trees, and the leaves brushed away his tears. Osha joined them in the yard a few moments later.
She said no word of Maester Lewin. "Hodor must stay with Bran to be his legs," the wildling woman said briskly. "I will take Rickon with me."
"We'll go with Bran," said Jojen Reed.
"Aye, I thought you might," said Osha. "Believe I'll try the East Gate and follow the King's Road a ways."
"We'll take the Hunter's Gate," said Mira.
"Hodor," said Hodor.
They stopped at the kitchens first. Osha found some loaves of burned bread that were still edible, and even a cold roast fowl that she ripped in half. Mira unearthed a crock of honey and a big sack of apples. Outside they made their farewells. Rickon sobbed and clung to Hodor's leg until Osha gave him a smack with the butt end of her spear. Then he followed her quick enough. Shaggy Dog stalked after them. The last Bran saw of them was the dire wolf's tail as it vanished behind the broken tower. The iron portcullis that closed the Hunter's Gate had been warped so badly by heat it could not be raised more than a foot. They had to squeeze beneath its spikes one by one.
"Will we go to your Lord Father?"
Bran asked as they crossed the drawbridge between the walls.
"To Greywater Watch?"
Mira looked to her brother for the answer.
"Our road is north,"
Jojen announced. At the edge of the Wolf's Wood, Bran turned in his basket for one last glimpse of the castle that had been his life. Wisps of smoke still rose into the grey sky, but no more than might have risen from Winterfell's chimneys on a cold autumn afternoon. Soot stains marked some of the arrow loops, and here and there a crack or a missing merlin could be seen in the curtain wall, but it seemed little enough from this distance. Beyond, the tops of the keeps and towers still stood as they had for hundreds of years, and it was hard to tell that the castle had been sacked and burned at all.
"The stone is strong," Bran told himself. "The roots of the trees go deep, and under the ground the kings of winter sit their thrones. So long as those remained, Winterfell remained. It was not dead, just broken. Like me, he thought. I'm not dead either."
Appendix. The Kings and Their Courts. The King on the Iron Throne. Joffrey Baratheon, the first of his name, a boy of 13 years, the eldest son of King Robert I Baratheon and Queen Cersei of House Lannister. His mother, Queen Cersei, Queen Regent and Protector of the Realm. His sister, Princess Myrcella, a girl of 9. His brother, Prince Tommen, a boy of 8, heir to the Iron Throne. His uncles on his father's side, Stannis Baratheon, Lord of Dragonstone, styling himself King Stannis I. Renly Baratheon, Lord of Storm's End, styling himself King Renly I. His uncles on his mother's side, Sir Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer, Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, a captive at River Run. Tyrion Lannister, acting hand of the king. Tyrion's squire, Podrick Payne. Tyrion's guards and sworn swords, Bronn, a sellsword, black of hair and heart. Shagga, son of Dolph, of the Stonecrows. Timett, son of Timett, of the Burned Men. Chella, daughter of Chake, of the Blackears. Cron, son of Calor, of the Moon Brothers. Tyrion's concubine, Shay, a camp follower, 18. His small council, Grand Maester Pycelle. Lord Peter Baelish, called Littlefinger, Master of Coin. Lord Janos Slynt, Commander of the City Watch of King's Landing, the Goldcloaks. Varys, a eunuch, called the Spider, Master of Whisperers. His Kingsguard, Sir Jaime Lannister, called the Kingslayer, Lord Commander, a captive at River Run. Sandor Clegane, called the Hound. Sir Boros Blount, Sir Meryn Trant, Sir Aras Oakhart, Sir Preston Greenfield, Sir Mandon Moore. His court and retainers, Sir Ilyn Payne, the King's Justice, a headsman. Vylar, captain of the Lannister household guards at King's Landing, the Redcloaks. Sir Lancel Lannister, formerly squire to King Robert, recently knighted. Tyrek Lannister, formerly squire to King Robert. Sir Arran Santaker, Master-at-Arms. Sir Balin Swan, second son to Lord Gullion Swan of Stonehelm. Lady Ermesand Hayford, a babe at the breast. Sir Dantos Hollard, called the Red, a drunk. Jalabar Sho, an exiled prince from the Summer Isles. Moonboy, a jester and fool. Lady Tonda Stokeworth. Felice, her elder daughter. Lawless, her younger daughter, a maiden of 33 years. Lord Giles Rosby. Sir Horace Redwine and his twin, Sir Hobber Redwine, sons of the Lord of the Arbor. The people of King's Landing. The City Watch, the Goldcloaks. Janos Slint, Lord of Harrenhal, Lord Commander. Morris, his eldest son and heir. Allard Deem, Slint's chief sergeant. Sir Jacelyn Bywater, called Ironhand, captain of the Rivergate. Haleen the Pyromancer, a wisdom of the Guild of Alchemists. Chataya, owner of an expensive brothel. Aleia, Dancy, Marie, some of her girls. Tobho Mott, a master armourer. Solarion, a master armourer. Ironbelly, a blacksmith. Lothar Brune, a free-rider. Sir Osmond Kettleblack, a hedge knight of unsavoury reputation. Osfrid and Osney Kettleblack, his brothers. Simon Silvertongue, a singer. King Joffrey's banner shows the crowned stag of Baratheon, black on gold, and the lion of Lannister, gold on crimson, combatant. The King in the Narrow Sea. Stannis Baratheon, the first of his name, the older of King Robert's brothers, formerly Lord of Dragonstone, second-born son of Lord Steffon Baratheon and Lady Cassana of House Estermont. His wife, Lady Selyse of House Florent. Shireen, their only child, a girl of 10. His uncle and cousins, Sir Lomas Estermont, an uncle. His son, Sir Andrew Estermont, a cousin. His court and retainers, Maester Cresson, healer and tutor, an old man. Maester Pylos, his young successor. Septon Bar. Sir Axel Florent, castellan of Dragonstone and uncle to Queen Selyse. Patchface, a lackwit fool. Lady Melisandre of Ashai, called the Red Woman, a priestess of R'hllor, the Heart of Fire. Sir Davos Seaworth, called the Onion Knight and sometimes Shorthand, once a smuggler, captain of Black Betha. His wife Marya, a carpenter's daughter. Their 7 sons, Dale, captain of the Wraith. Allard, captain of the Lady Marya. Mathos, second of Black Betha. Marek, Ormaster of Fury. Devon, squire to King Stannis. Stannis, a boy of 9 years. Steffan, a boy of 6 years. Brian Faring, squire to King Stannis. His lords bannermen and sworn swords. Ardrian Celtigar, lord of Claw Isle, an old man. Monford Valarion, lord of the Tides and master of Driftmark. Durham Bar Emmon, lord of Sharppoint, a boy of 14 years. Gunser Sunglass, lord of Sweetport Sound. Sir Hubert Ramton, Salador San, of the free city of Lys, styled Prince of the Narrow Sea. Morosh the Merman, a Sell-Sail admiral. King Stannis has taken for his banner the fiery heart of the Lord of Light, a red heart surrounded by orange flames upon a bright yellow field. Within the heart is pictured the crowned stag of House Baratheon, in black. The King in Highgarden. Renly Baratheon, the first of his name, the younger of King Robert's brothers, formerly Lord of Storm's End, third-born son of Lord Steffan Baratheon and Lady Cassana of House Estermont. His new bride, Lady Margaery of House Tyrell, a maid of 15 years. His uncle and cousins, Sir Eldon Estermont, an uncle. Sir Eldon's son, Sir Aemon Estermont, a cousin. Sir Aemon's son, Sir Alan Estermont. His lords bannermen, Mace Tyrell, Lord of Highgarden and Hand of the King. Randall Tarley, Lord of Hornhill. Mathis Rowan, Lord of Golden Grove. Bryce Caron, Lord of the Marches. Shira Errol, Lady of Haystack Hall. Arwen Oakhart, Lady of Old Oak. Alistair Florent, Lord of Brightwater Keep. Lord Selwyn of Tarth, called the Evenstar. Leighton Hightower, Voice of Old Town, Lord of the Port. Lord Stephen Varner. His Rainbow Guard, Sir Loras Tyrrell, the Knight of Flowers, Lord Commander. Lord Bryce Caron, the Orange. Sir Guyard Morrigan, the Green. Sir Parman Crane, the Purple. Sir Robar Royce, the Red. Sir Emin Cui, the Yellow. Brienne of Tarth, the Blue, also called Brienne the Beauty, daughter to Lord Selwyn the Evenstar. His Knights and Sworn Swords, Sir Courtenay Penrose, Castellan of Storm's End. Sir Courtenay's ward, Edric Storm, a bastard son of King Robert by Lady Delena of House Florent. Sir Donald Swan, heir to Stonehelm. Sir John Fossaway, of the Green Apple Fossaways. Sir Brian Fossaway, Sir Tanton Fossaway, and Sir Edward Fossaway, of the Red Apple Fossaways. Sir Colin of Greenpools. Sir Mark Mullendore. Red Ronnet, the Knight of Griffin's Roost. His household, Maester Jern, counsellor, healer, and tutor. King Renly's banner is the crowned stag of House Baratheon of Storm's End, black upon a gold field, the same banner flown by his brother King Robert. The King in the North. Robb Stark, Lord of Winterfell and King in the North, eldest son of Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell, and Lady Catelyn of House Tully, a boy of 15 years. His direwolf, Greywind. His mother, Lady Catelyn of House Tully. His siblings, Princess Sansa, a maid of 12. Sansa's direwolf, Lady, killed at Castle Darry. Princess Arya, a girl of 10. Arya's direwolf, Nymeria, driven off a year past. Prince Brandon, called Bran, heir to Winterfell and the North, a boy of 8. Bran's direwolf, Summer. Prince Rickon, a boy of 4. Rickon's direwolf, Shaggy Dog. His half-brother, Jon Snow, a bastard of 15 years, a man of the Night's Watch. Jon's direwolf, Ghost. His uncles and aunts, Brandon Stark, Lord Eddard's elder brother, slain at the command of King Aerys II Targaryen. Benjen Stark, Lord Eddard's younger brother, a man of the Night's Watch, lost beyond the wall. Lisa Arryn, Lady Catelyn's younger sister, widow of Lord John Arryn, Lady of the Eyrie. Sir Edmure Tully, Lady Catelyn's younger brother, heir to Riverrun. Sir Brynden Tully, called the Blackfish, Lady Catelyn's uncle. His sworn swords and battle companions. Theon Greyjoy, Lord Eddard's ward, heir to Pike and the Iron Islands. Hallis Mullen, captain of guards for Winterfell. Jax Quent Shad, guardsman under Mullen's command. Sir Wendell Manderley, second son to the Lord of White Harbour. Patrick Mallister, heir to Seaguard. Daisy Mormont, eldest daughter of Lady Mage and heir to Bear Island. John Umber, called the Small John. Robin Flint, Sir Perwyn Frey, Lucas Blackwood, his squire Oliver Frey, 18, the household at Riverrun. Maester Vyman, counsellor, healer, and tutor. Sir Desmond Grell, master-at-arms. Sir Robin Ryger, captain of the guard. Lutherides Wayne, steward of Riverrun. Rymond the Rhymer, a singer. The household at Winterfell. Maester Lewin, counsellor, healer, and tutor. Sir Roderick Castle, master-at-arms. Beth, his young daughter. Walder Frey, called Big Walder, a ward of Lady Catelyn, 8 years of age. Walder Frey, called Little Walder, a ward of Lady Catelyn, also 8. Septon Chael, keeper of the Castle Sept and Library. Joseph, master of horse. Bandy and Shira, his twin daughters. Farlin, kennel-master. Paula, a kennel girl. Old Nan, storyteller, once a wet nurse, now very aged. Hodor, her great-grandson, a simple-minded stable-boy. Gage, the cook. Turnip, a pot-girl and scullion. Osha, a wildling woman taken captive in the Wolf's Wood, serving as kitchen drudge. Micken, smith and armourer. Hayhead, Skittrick, Poxy Tim, Alebelly, guardsman. Callan, Tom, children of guardsmen. His lords bannermen and commanders, with Rob at Riverrun, John Umber, called the Great John. Rickard Karstark, Lord of Karhold. Golbart Glover of Deepwood Motte. Mage Mormont, Lady of Bear Island. Sir Stevron Frey, eldest son of Lord Walder Frey and heir to the twins. Sir Stevron's eldest son, Sir Ryman Frey. Sir Ryman's son, Black Walder Frey. Martin Rivers, a bastard son of Lord Walder Frey. With Roose Bolton's host of the twins. Roose Bolton, Lord of the Dreadfort, commanding the larger part of the northern host. Robert Glover, of Deepwood Motte. Walder Frey, Lord of the Crossing. Sir Helman Tallheart of Torrens Square. Sir Anise Frey. Prisoners of Lord Tywin Lannister. Lord Medgar Serwyn. Harryon Karstark, sole surviving son of Lord Rickard. Sir Willis Manderley, heir to White Harbour. Sir Jared Frey, Sir Hostine Frey, Sir Danwell Frey, and their bastard half-brother Ronel Rivers. In the field or at their own castles. Lyman Darry, a boy of 8. Shella Whent, Lady of Harrenhal, dispossessed of her castle by Lord Tywin Lannister. Jason Mallister, Lord of Seaguard. Jonos Bracken, Lord of the Stonehedge. Tytos Blackwood, Lord of Raventree. Lord Carol Vance. Sir Mark Piper. Sir Hallman Page. His Lord Bannerman and Castellans in the north. Wyman Manderley, Lord of White Harbour. Howland Reed of Greywater Watch, a Cranigman. Howland's daughter Mira, a maid of 15. Howland's son Jojen, a boy of 13. Lady Danella Hornwood, a widow and grieving mother. Clay Serwyn, Lord Medgar's heir, a boy of 14. Leopold Tallheart, younger brother to Sir Helman, Castellan of Torrens Square. Leopold's wife, Berena of House Hornwood. Leopold's son, Brandon, a boy of 14. Leopold's son, Beren, a boy of 10. Sir Helman's son, Benfred, heir to Torrens Square. Sir Helman's daughter, Edara, a maid of 9. Lady Sybil, wife to Robert Glover, holding Deepwood Motte in his absence. Robert's son, Gawain, 3, heir to Deepwood. Robert's daughter, Irina, a babe of 1. Lawrence Snow, a bastard son of Lord Hornwood, aged 12, ward of Golbart Glover. Moors Crowfood and Hother Horsebane of House Umber, uncles to the Great John. Lady Lyessa Flint, mother to Robin. Andrew Locke, Lord of Oldcastle, an old man. The banner of the king in the north remains as it has for thousands of years, the grey dire wolf of the Starks of Winterfell, running across an ice-white field. The Queen across the water. Daenerys Targaryen, called Daenerys Stormborn, the Unburnt, mother of dragons, Khaleesi of the Dothraki, and first of her name, sole surviving child of King Aerys II Targaryen by his sister-wife, Queen Rhaella, a widow at 14 years. Her new-hatched dragons, Drogon, Viserion, Rhaegal. Her brothers, Rhaegar, Prince of Dragonstone and heir to the Iron Throne, slain by King Robert on the Trident. Rhaenys, Rhaegar's daughter by Elijah of Dorne, murdered during the sack of King's Landing. Aegon, Rhaegar's son by Elijah of Dorne, murdered during the sack of King's Landing. Viserys, styling himself King Viserys, the third of his name, called the Beggar King, slain in Vaes Dothrak by the hand of Khal Drogo. Her husband, Drogo, a Khal of the Dothraki, died of wounds gone bad. Rhaego, stillborn son of Daenerys and Khal Drogo, slain in the womb by Mirri Maz Duur. Her Queensguard, Sir Jorah Mormont, an exile knight, once Lord of Bear Island. Jogo, Co and Bloodrider, the whip. Ago, Co and Bloodrider, the bow. Rakaro, Co and Bloodrider, the arak. Her handmaids, Iri, a Dothraki girl. Jiki, a Dothraki girl. Doria, a Lysini slave, formerly a whore. The three Seekers, Zaro Jean Daxos, a merchant prince of Karth. Pyat Pri, a warlock of Karth. Quaith, a masked shadowbinder of Ashai. Illyrio Mopatis, a magister of the free city of Pentos, who arranged to wed Daenerys to Khal Drogo and conspired to restore Viserys to the Iron Throne. The banner of the Targaryens is the banner of Aegon the Conqueror, who conquered 6 of 7 kingdoms, founded the dynasty, and made the Iron Throne from the swords of his conquered enemies, a 3-headed dragon, red on black. Other houses, great and small. House Arryn. House Arryn declared for none of the rival claimants at the outbreak of the war, and kept its strength back to protect the Eyrie and the Vale of Arryn. The Arryn sigil is the moon and falcon, white upon a sky-blue field. Their Arryn words are, as high as honour. Robert Arryn, Lord of the Eyrie, Defender of the Vale, Warden of the East, a sickly boy of 8 years. His mother, Lady Lisa, of House Tully, 3rd wife and widow of Lord John Arryn, late hand of the king, and sister to Catelyn Stark. His household: Maester Coleman, counsellor, healer, and tutor. Sir Marwyn Belmore, captain of guards. Lord Nestor Royce, high steward of the Vale. Lord Nestor's son, Sir Albar. Maya Stone, a bastard girl in his service, natural daughter of King Robert. Mord, a brutal jailer. Marillion, a young singer. His lords bannermen, suitors, and retainers: Lord Yon Royce, called Bronze Yon. Lord Yon's eldest son, Sir Andar. Lord Yon's 2nd son, Sir Robar, in service to King Renly. Robar the Red of the Rainbow Guard. Lord Yon's youngest son, Sir Waymar, a man of the Night's Watch lost beyond the wall. Lord Nestor Royce, brother of Lord Yon, high steward of the Vale. Lord Nestor's son and heir, Sir Albar. Lord Nestor's daughter, Miranda. Sir Lynn Corbray, a suitor to Lady Lisa. Michael Redfort, his squire. Lady Anya Wainwood. Lady Anya's eldest son and heir, Sir Morton, a suitor to Lady Lisa. Lady Anya's 2nd son, Sir Donal, the Knight of the Gate. Eon Hunter, Lord of Longbow Hall, an old man and a suitor to Lady Lisa. House Florent. The Florents of Brightwater Keep are sworn bannermen to Highgarden, and followed the Tyrells in declaring for King Renly. They also kept a foot in the other camp, however, since Stannis's queen is a Florent, and her uncle the Castellan of Dragonstone. The sigil of House Florent shows a fox head in a circle of flowers. Alistair Florent, Lord of Brightwater. His wife, Lady Melara, of House Crane. Their children: Aelkine, heir to Brightwater. Melissa, wed to Lord Randall Tarley. Rhea, wed to Lord Leighton Hightower. His siblings: Sir Axel, Castellan of Dragonstone. Sir Ryam, died in a fall from a horse. Sir Ryam's daughter, Queen Selyse, wed to King Stannis. Sir Ryam's eldest son and heir, Sir Imry. Sir Ryam's 2nd son, Sir Erin. Sir Colin, Colin's daughter, Delena, wed to Sir Hospen Norcross. Delena's son, Edric Storm, a bastard fathered by King Robert. Delena's son, Alistair Norcross. Delena's son, Renly Norcross. Colin's son, Maester Omer, in service at Old Oak. Colin's son, Merrill, a squire on the Arbour. His sister, Rylene, wed to Sir Richard Crane. House Frey. Powerful, wealthy, and numerous, the Freys are bannermen to House Tully. Their swords sworn to the service of Riverrun, but they have not always been diligent in performing their duty. When Robert Baratheon met Rhaegar Targaryen on the Trident, the Freys did not arrive until the battle was done, and thereafter Lord Hoster Tully always called Lord Walder the late Lord Frey. Lord Frey agreed to support the cause of the king in the north only after Robb Stark agreed to a betrothal, promising to marry one of his daughters or granddaughters after the war was done. Lord Walder has known 91 name days, but only recently took his 8th wife, a girl 70 years his junior. It is said of him that he is the only lord in the 7 kingdoms who could field an army out of his breeches. Walder Frey, Lord of the Crossing. By his first wife, Lady Pera of House Royce. Sir Stevron, heir to the twins. Married, Corunna Swan, died of a wasting illness. Stevron's eldest son, Sir Ryman. Ryman's son, Edwin, wed to Janice Hunter. Edwin's daughter, Walda, a girl of 8. Ryman's son, Walder, called Black Walder. Ryman's son, Peter, called Peter Pimple. Married, Mylinda Karen. Peter's daughter, Pera, a girl of 5. married Jane Liddon, died in a fall from a horse. Stevron's son, Aegon, a half-wit called Jingle Bell. Stevron's daughter, Maegelle, died in childbed. Married Sir Daphne Vance. Maegelle's daughter, Marianne, a maiden. Maegelle's son, Walder Vance, a squire. Maegelle's son, Patrick Vance. Married Marcella Wainwood, died in childbed. Stevron's son, Walton, wed Deanna Harding. Walton's son, Stephen, called the Sweet. Walton's daughter, Walda, called Fair Walda. Walton's son, Brian, a squire. Sir Aemon married Jenna of House Lannister. Aemon's son, Sir Cleos, married Jane Darry. Cleos's son, Tywin, a squire of 11. Cleos's son, Willem, a page at Ashmark. Aemon's son, Sir Lionel, married Melissa Craycall. Aemon's son, Theon, a squire, captive at Riverrun. Aemon's son, Walder, called Red Walder, a page at Casterly Rock. Sir Aenys married Tyanna Wild, died in childbed. Aenys's son, Aegon Bloodborne, an outlaw. Aenys's son, Rhaegar, married Jane Beesbury. Rhaegar's son, Robert, a boy of 13. Rhaegar's daughter, Walda, a girl of 10, called White Walda. Rhaegar's son, Jonas, a boy of 8. Perianne married Sir Leslin Haig. Perianne's son, Sir Harris Haig. Harris's son, Walder Haig, a boy of 4. Perianne's son, Sir Donald Haig. Perianne's son, Alan Haig, a squire. By his second wife, Lady Serena of House Swan. Sir Jared, their eldest son, married Alice Frey. Jared's son, Sir Tytos, married Joey Blaintree. Tytos's daughter, Zia, a maid of 14. Tytos's son, Zachary, a boy of 12, training at the Sept of Oldtown. Jared's daughter, Kira, married Sir Garth Goodbrook. Kira's son, Walder Goodbrook, a boy of 9. Kira's daughter, Jane Goodbrook, 6. Septon Lucian, in service at the great Sept of Baelor in King's Landing. By his third wife, Lady Amory of House Craycall. Sir Hostine, their eldest son, married Belina Hawick. Hostine's son, Sir Arwood, married Rhaella Royce. Arwood's daughter, Rhaella, a girl of 5. Arwood's twin sons, Andro and Alan, 3. Lady Lathene married Lord Lucius Viprin. Lathene's daughter, Eliana, married Sir John Wilde. Eliana's son, Rickard Wilde, 4. Lathene's son, Sir Damon Viprin. Simond married Betharios of Bravos. Simon's son, Alisander, a singer. Simon's daughter, Alex, a maid of 17. Simon's son, Bradamar, a boy of 10, fostered on Bravos as a ward of Oro Tendris, a merchant of that city. Sir Danwell married Winifred Went, many stillbirths and miscarriages. Merritt married Maria Darry. Merritt's daughter, Amory, called Amy, a widow of 16, married Sir Pate of the Blue Fork. Merritt's daughter, Walda, called Fat Walda, a maid of 15 years. Merritt's daughter, Marisa, a maid of 13. Merritt's son, Walder, called Little Walder, a boy of 8, fostered at Winterfell as a ward of Lady Catelyn Stark. Sir Jeremy, drowned, married Carolee Wainwood. Jeremy's son, Sandor, a boy of 12, a squire to Sir Donald Wainwood. Jeremy's daughter, Cynthia, a girl of 9, a ward of Lady Anya Wainwood. Sir Raymond married Bayonet Beesbury. Raymond's son, Robert, 16, in training at the Citadel in Oldtown. Raymond's son, Malwyn, 15, apprenticed to an alchemist in Lys. Raymond's twin daughters, Sarah and Sarah, maiden girls of 14. Raymond's daughter, Circe, 6, called Little Bee. By his fourth wife, Lady Elisa of House Blackwood. Lothar, their eldest son, called Lame Lothar, married Leonella Lefford. Lothar's daughter, Tysane, a girl of 7. Lothar's daughter, Walda, a girl of 4. Lothar's daughter, Emberley, a girl of 2. Sir Jamos married Sally Page. Jamos's son, Walder, called Big Walder, a boy of 8, fostered at Winterfell as a ward of Lady Catelyn Stark. Jamos's twin sons, Dickon and Mathis, 5. Sir Whelin married Silwa Page. Whelan's son, Hoster, a boy of 12, a squire to Sir Damon Page. Wayland's daughter, Mary Ann, called Mary, a girl of 11. Lady Moria married Sir Flement Brax. Moria's son, Robert Brax, 9, fostered at Casterly Rock as a page. Moria's son, Walder Brax, a boy of 6. Moria's son, John Brax, a babe of 3. Tita, called Tita the Maid, a maid of 29. By his 5th wife, Lady Sarya of House Went. No progeny. By his 6th wife, Lady Bethany of House Rosby. Sir Perwyn, their eldest son. Sir Benfrey married Diana Frey, a cousin. Benfrey's daughter, Della, called Deaf Della, a girl of 3. Benfrey's son, Osmond, a boy of 2. Maester Williman, in service at Longbow Hall. Oliver, a squire in the service of Robb Stark. Roslyn, a maid of 16. By his 7th wife, Lady Anara of House Faring. Arwen, a maid of 14. Wendell, their eldest son, a boy of 13, fostered at Seaguard as a page. Colmar, promised to the faith, 11. Walter, called Tyr, a boy of 10. Elmar, betrothed to Arya Stark, a boy of 9. Shiri, a girl of 6. His 8th wife, Lady Joyeuse of House Erenford. No progeny as yet. Lord Walder's natural children by sundry mothers. Walder Rivers, called Bastard Walder. Bastard Walder's son, Sir Aemon Rivers. Bastard Walder's daughter, Walder Rivers. Maester Melwys, in service at Rosby. Jane Rivers, Martin Rivers, Ryger Rivers, Ronell Rivers, Malara Rivers, others. House Greyjoy. Balon Greyjoy, Lord of the Iron Islands, previously led a rebellion against the Iron Throne, put down by King Robert and Lord Eddard Stark. Though his son Theon, raised at Winterfell, was one of Robb Stark's supporters and closest companions, Lord Balon did not join the Northmen when they marched south into the Riverlands. The Greyjoy sigil is a golden crochan upon a black field. Their words are, "We do not sow." Balon Greyjoy, Lord of the Iron Islands, King of Salt and Rock, son of the Sea Wind, Lord Reaper of Pike, captain of the Great Crochan. His wife, Lady Alanis, of House Harlaw. Their children, Roderick, slain at Seaguard during Greyjoy's rebellion. Marin, slain at Pike during Greyjoy's rebellion. Asha, captain of the Black Wind. Theon, a ward of Lord Eddard Stark at Winterfell. His brothers, Euron, called Crow's Eye, captain of the Silence, an outlaw, pirate, and raider. Victarion, Lord Captain of the Iron Fleet, master of the Iron Victory. Aeron, called Damphair, a priest of the drowned god. His household on Pike. Dagmer, called Cleftjaw, master-at-arms, captain of the Foam Drinker. Maester Windermere, healer and counsellor. Helia, keeper of the castle. People of Lordsport. Sigrin, a shipwright. His lords bannermen, Lord Botley of Lordsport, Lord Winch of Ironholt, Lord Harlaw of Harlaw, Stonehouse of Oldwick, Drum of Oldwick, Goodbrother of Oldwick, Goodbrother of Greatwick, Lord Merlin of Greatwick, Spar of Greatwick, Lord Blacktide of Blacktide, Lord Saltcliffe of Saltcliffe, Lord Sunderly of Saltcliffe. House Lannister. The Lannisters of Casterly Rock remain the principal support of King Joffrey's claim to the Iron Throne. Their sigil is a golden lion upon a crimson field. The Lannister words are, "Hear me roar." Tywin Lannister, Lord of Casterly Rock, Warden of the West, Shield of Lannisport, and Hand of the King, commanding the Lannister host at Harrenhal. His wife, Lady Joanna, a cousin, died in childbed. Their children, Sir Jaime, called the Kingslayer, Warden of the East, and Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, a twin to Queen Cersei. Queen Cersei, widow of King Robert, twin to Jaime, Queen Regent and Protector of the Realm. Tyrion, called the Imp, a dwarf. His siblings, Sir Kevin, his eldest brother, Sir Kevin's wife Dorna of House Swift, Lady Dorna's father, Sir Harris Swift. Their children, Sir Lancel, formerly a squire to King Robert, knighted after his death. Willem, twin to Martin, a squire, taken captive at the Whispering Wood. Martin, twin to Willem, a squire. Janai, a girl of 2. Jenna, his sister, wed to Sir Emmon Frey. Jenna's son, Sir Cleos Frey, taken captive at the Whispering Wood. Sir Tyget, his second brother, died of a pox. Tyget's widow, Darlessa, of House Marbrand. Tyget's son, Tyrek, squire to the king. Geryon, his youngest brother, lost at sea. Geryon's bastard daughter, Joy, 11. His cousin, Sir Stafford Lannister, brother to the late Lady Joanna. Sir Stafford's daughters, Serena and Miriel. Sir Stafford's son, Sir Davin. His Lord Bannermen, captains and commanders. Sir Adam Marbrand, heir to Ashmark, commander of Lord Tywin's outriders and scouts. Sir Gregor Clegane, the mountain that rides. Polliver, Chiswick, Rath the Sweetling, Dunson, and the Tickler, soldiers in his service. Lord Leo Lefford. Sir Amory Lorch, a captain of foragers. Lewis Liddon, lord of the Deep Den. Gawain Westerling, lord of the Crag, taken captive in the Whispering Wood and held at Seaguard. Sir Robert Brax, and his brother Sir Flement Brax. Sir Forley Prester of the Golden Tooth. Vargo Hote, of the free city of Qohor, captain of the sellsword company called the Brave Companions. Maester Catelyn, his counsellor. House Martell. Dorne was the last of the 7 kingdoms to swear fealty to the Iron Throne. Blood, custom, and history all set the Dornishmen apart from the other kingdoms. When the War of Succession broke out, the Prince of Dorne kept his silence and took no part. The Martell banner is a red sun pierced by a golden spear. Their words are, unbowed, unbent, unbroken. Doran Nymeros Martell, Lord of Sunspear, Prince of Dorne. His wife Malario, of the free city of Norvos. Their children, Princess Arianne, their eldest daughter, heir to Sunspear. Prince Quentin, their eldest son. Prince Tristane, their younger son. His siblings, his sister, Princess Elia, wed to Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, slain during the sack of King's Landing. Elia's daughter, Princess Rhaenys, a young girl murdered during the sack of King's Landing. Elia's son, Prince Aegon, a babe murdered during the sack of King's Landing. His brother, Prince Oberyn, the Red Viper. His household, Arya Hota, a Narvashi sellsword, captain of guards. Maester Calliote, counsellor, healer, and tutor. His lords bannermen, Edric Dane, lord of Starfall. The principal houses sworn to Sunspear include Jourdain, Santiger, Illyrion, Toland, Ironwood, Weil, Fowler, and Dane. House Tyrell. Lord Tyrell of Highgarden declared his support for King Renly after Renly's marriage to his daughter Margaery, and brought most of his principal bannermen to Renly's cause. The Tyrell sigil is a golden rose on a grass-green field. Their words are, growing strong. Mace Tyrell, Lord of Highgarden, Warden of the South, Defender of the Marches, High Marshal of the Reach, and Hand of the King. His wife, Lady Allery, of House Hightower of Oldtown. Their children, Wullis, their eldest son, heir to Highgarden, Sir Garland, called the Gallant, their second son, Sir Loras, the Knight of Flowers, their youngest son, Lord Commander of the Rainbow Guard. Margaery, their daughter, a maid of 15 years, recently wed to Renly Baratheon. His widowed mother, Lady Olenna, of House Redwine, called the Queen of Thorns. His sisters, Minna, wed to Paxter Redwine, Lord of the Arbor. Their children, Sir Horace Redwine, twin to Hobber, mocked as Horror. Sir Hobber Redwine, twin to Horace, mocked as Slobber. Desmera Redwine, a maid of 16. Janna, wed to Sir John Fossaway. His uncles, Garth, called the Gross, Lord Seneschal of Highgarden. Garth's bastard sons, Garce and Garrett Flowers. Sir Morin, Lord Commander of the City Watch of Oldtown. Maester Gorman, a scholar of the Citadel. His household, Maester Lomis, counsellor, healer, and tutor. Aegon Verwell, captain of the guard. Sir Vortimer Crane, Master-at-Arms, Butterbumps, fool and jester, hugely fat. The men of the Night's Watch. The Night's Watch protects the realm, and is sworn to take no part in civil wars and contests for the throne. Traditionally, in times of rebellion, they do honor to all kings and obey none. At Castle Black, J.R. Mormont, Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, called the Old Bear. His steward and squire, Jon Snow, the bastard of Winterfell, called Lord Snow. Jon's white direwolf, Ghost. Maester Aemon Targaryen, counselor and healer. Samwell Tarly and Clytus, his stewards. Benjen Stark, first ranger, lost beyond the wall. Thorin Smallwood, a senior ranger. Jarman Buckwell, a senior ranger. Sir Otten Withers, Sir Aladale Winch, Gren, Pipper, Mathar, Elron, Lark, called the Sistermen, rangers. Othel Yarwick, first builder. Halder, Albert, builders. Bowen Marsh, Lord Steward. Chet, steward and dog handler. Edison Tollet, called Dolorous Ed, a doer squire. Septon Celadar, a drunken devout. Sir Andrew Tarth, Master-at-Arms. Brothers of Castle Black. Donald Noy, armourer and smith, one-armed. Three-Finger Hob, cook. Gerin, Rast, Cugin, recruits still in training. Conwy, Gwerin, Wandering Crows, recruiters who collect orphan boys and criminals for the wall. Yoren, the senior of the Wandering Crows. Praed, Cutjack, Wath, Racin, Kyle, recruits bound for the wall. Koss, Gerin, Dauber, Kurz, Biter, Rorge, Jock and Hagar, criminals bound for the wall. Lamy Greenhands, Gendry, Tarber, Hotpie, Ari, orphan boys bound for the wall. At Eastwatch by the Sea, Cotter Pike, Commander Eastwatch. Sir Alistair Thorne, Master-at-Arms. Brothers of Eastwatch, Darion, steward and singer. At the Shadow Tower, Sir Dennis Mallister, Commander Shadow Tower. Corin, called Half-Hand, a senior ranger. Dalbridge, an elderly squire and senior ranger. Eben, Stone Snake, rangers. Acknowledgements. More details, more devils. This time around, the angels who helped me put them to rest included Walter John Williams, Sage Walker, Melinda Snodgrass, and Carl Keim. Thanks as well to my patient editors and publishers, Anne Growell, Nita Taublib, Joy Chamberlain, Jane Johnson, and Malcolm Edwards. And finally a tip o' the tilting helm to Paris for her magic coffee, the fuel that built the Seven Kingdoms. End of A Clash of Kings, A Song of Ice and Fire, Book 2, by George R.R. Martin. Read by Roy Avers in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, September 2000. A Bantam Spectra book, published by Bantam Books, a division of Random House Incorporated, 1540 Broadway, New York, New York, 10036. www.bantam.com/spectra. Further reproduction or distribution in other than a specialized format is prohibited.
End of book.